Wang Yu, an ordinary worker, suddenly discovered one day that he possessed the ability to perceive the true value of any object. Consequently, he found himself at a lottery ticket booth, instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Scratch-off ticket, valued at 10 yuan. Scratch-off ticket, valued at 0 yuan. Scratch-off ticket, valued at 500,000 yuan. Wang Yu's face broke into an ecstatic grin. Chapter 1. I can see the value of objects. In the magical city of Shanghai, a place yearned for by countless young dreamers, beyond the opulent facade of high society lies a community of individuals striving for their ideals at the very bottom of the social ladder. Wang Yu has been an ordinary laborer, toiling in Shanghai for over 3 years, yet he still shows no signs of a breakthrough. Earning a meager salary of a few thousand yuan each month, he barely manages to sustain himself without a girlfriend. On November 8, 2017, on a clear, sunny afternoon, Wang Yu, having just received his paycheck, was in his rented room clearing out his shopping cart. Gazing at the items in his cart, he slowly scrolled down to the very bottom, totaling 1,500 yuan. Having refrained from online shopping for an entire year in anticipation of the Double 11 sales, if everyone were like him, the e-commerce industry would likely have perished long ago. Just as he was about to proceed to payment, he suddenly noticed that a series of words materialized above each item, akin to the comments in a live stream, hovering over the products. High-top sneakers, 2017 autumn new model, valued at 40 yuan. Nanji Rindown jacket, valued at 50 yuan. Bol Shiji matte silicone phone case, valued at 5 yuan. Initially, upon seeing these figures, Wang Yu presumed it was a thoughtful design by the retailer to display the cost of the items. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that these numbers did not appear on the computer screen, but rather floated outside of it. A chilling sensation gripped Wang Yu's mind, akin to having encountered a ghost. Before he could ponder further, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The value system is binding. 0.100, binding successful. Congratulations on becoming the sole host of this system. Wang Yu was left in a state of astonishment. A system? Wang Yu, who typically detested reading novels, was utterly ignorant of systems. He had never encountered various tropes of wealthy protagonists, such as earning money by breathing, blinking, walking, or smiling. Nevertheless, that string of numbers had appeared due to the system's influence, implying that Wang Yu could now discern the true value of objects. The ability to perceive the authentic worth of items signified that prosperity was merely a matter of time. Wang Yu's first thought gravitated towards lotteries, stocks, and stones, items whose value must be unveiled to be appreciated by others. However, Wang Yu possessed the extraordinary ability to discern their worth even before any revelations were made. Wang Yu suppressed his emotions, opting not to panic about these matters, and instead resolved to thoroughly review the system's instructions. The system's voice continued, binding successful. The host is now officially authorized to utilize the value system. Effective immediately, the host can perceive the true value of all things in the world, calculated in renminbi. Wishing the host a swift attainment of financial freedom, leading to the pinnacle of life. Upon delivering the final blessing, the system fell silent. With no system marketplace and minimal level restrictions, Wang Yu felt a profound satisfaction with the configuration of this system. Wang Yu's gaze returned to the computer screen, where he discovered that a pair of Antas sports shoes valued at 20 yuan was being sold for over 180 yuan. Did the merchant not possess a conscience? Furthermore, a phone case valued at merely 5 yuan was being sold for 50 yuan, an egregious display of poor ethics. While it is understood that operating a store is for profit, such exorbitant markup is unacceptable. Wang Yu then glanced at other items within his rented room. What if the landlord had concealed a porcelain bowl from the Ming Dynasty? Would that not lead to his prosperity? Every item his gaze swept across revealed its true worth. Half a pack of napkins, valued at 0.2 yuan. An outdated desktop computer, valued at 120 yuan. Philips series shaver, valued at 40 yuan. As curiosity gradually waned, he ceased his exploration and began to contemplate his forthcoming financial strategies. Financial freedom was just within reach. Why bother with the overpriced items online? Wang Yu promptly deleted everything from his shopping cart. Currently, He possessed only 6,000 yuan, which served as his seed capital. Armed with this system and his 6,000 yuan, Wang Yu identified 124 different methods to amass wealth, prompting him to consider resigning from his job and, once financially secure, purchasing quality, upscale clothing from a mall. Skipping dinner, Wang Yu resolved to act decisively and ventured out with his phone. Breathing in the air filled with hope, he arrived at a lottery shop. Given his ability to discern the true value of items, winning and non-winning lottery tickets appeared distinctly different to him. It was now 2:30 p.m. on a Sunday, and the lottery shop was bustling with patrons. Among the most striking figures were a young man with green hair, listening to music through earbuds, an elderly gentleman in glasses engrossed in a newspaper, and two young women at the cash register purchasing scratch-off tickets. Wang Yu entered through the door without attracting anyone's attention. Behind the counter sat a proprietress in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure and a cheerful disposition. The array of lottery tickets was dazzling: double color ball, mega lotto, quick 3, 11-5, and scratch-offs, leaving Wang Yu uncertain about what to purchase. At that moment, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the chalkboard on the wall displaying previous winning numbers for the double color ball, pondering how he might leverage the system to achieve a first prize. Yet, after much contemplation, he discovered that the system did not apply to the double color ball. It could only reveal the value of items, not predict future outcomes. At this juncture, the double color ball numbers had not yet been drawn, rendering their value non-existent. Thus, any lottery ticket presented before Wang Yu displayed a value of 0 in his eyes. Other similar lottery tickets reflected the same fate, compelling Wang Yu to abandon his aspirations for wealth and shift his focus to scratch-off tickets. At that moment, the two girls purchasing scratch-offs beside the cash register caught his attention. One girl, having finished scratching her last ticket, found herself empty-handed and, in a fit of frustration, dragged her companion away, exclaiming, "Let's go. Nothing worthwhile here." Meanwhile, a stack of pristine scratch-off tickets lay before them, remnants of their earlier endeavor. Wang Yu glanced at the top ticket of the half-stack, contemplating that the prizes for these tickets were affixed within, unlike the double color ball, which required no prediction. His eyes darted toward the stack of scratch-off tickets like lightning, and he was not disappointed. The value of the ticket began to materialize before him, its characters gradually coalescing into clarity, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. Wang Yu witnessed this unfold, his heart racing. One scratch-off ticket, valued at 10 yuan. He could indeed perceive the value of the scratch-off ticket. As its worth emerged, he nearly lost his composure, grinning uncontrollably despite the crowd around him. If this trend continued, he would not require any other means. Simply through scratch-off tickets, Wang Yu could amass considerable wealth. Hundreds of thousands in a day, millions in a month, before marrying a wealthy beauty, acquiring luxury cars, residing in a villa, and enjoying a spacious 200-square-meter bed with a bathroom leading directly to the Pacific Ocean. After a minute of whimsical musings, Wang Yu proceeded to unveil the next scratch card, which bore a value of 0 yuan. The subsequent cards revealed varying values of 10 and 50 yuan, each distinct in its allure, rendering the experience remarkably authentic. Engaging in a game with a cheat code could hardly compare to such exhilaration. Wang Yu inquired of the proprietress, "Madam, how much does each one cost?" She glanced at the category of scratch cards in Wang Yu's hand and replied, 10 yuan. Oh. Wang Yu began to sift through the stack of scratch cards, scrutinizing each one in turn. Scratch card 1, valued at 0 yuan. Scratch card 1, valued at 0 yuan. Chapter 2, A Windfall. As Wang Yu flipped through the tickets one by one, he was suddenly blinded by a dazzling array of numbers. A scratch card worth 500,000 yuan. Among this stack lay a ticket boasting a grand prize of 500,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Wang Yu promptly purchased the entire pile. "Madam, I will take them all." The reason for acquiring the entire stack was to divert attention. At the very least, it would give the impression that winning this 500,000 yuan was no easy feat for Wang Yu. He counted the tickets, about 50 in total, amounting to a little over 500 yuan, a modest sum indeed. The shopkeeper's wife displayed an expression of astonishment, thinking to herself that this young, handsome gentleman was quite the spendthrift, undoubtedly the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. If she catered to him well, he would likely become a regular patron, bringing her closer to fortune. She then presented the connected scratch cards, saying, "This stack should have 100 tickets. The two young ladies before you purchased over 45. There are still 55 left. Count them for yourself. All right. I'll scratch them all at once. It was rare for someone to buy such a large number of scratch cards in one go. Unless it was an elderly gentleman with a pension, not working, and with money to spare. Young people rarely indulged in such daydreams. Wang Yu moved the stack of scratch cards to an empty space nearby, arranging them neatly, and even before he began scratching, a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, an elderly gentleman nearby remarked, "Must be out of his mind." After uttering that, he walked away, leaving the other customers to continue buying lottery tickets and scratch cards. The foot traffic in the store gradually diminished, and the shopkeeper's wife began to chat with two men in their 40s. They were clearly intrigued by the scratch cards in Wang Yu's hands. One man, wearing a cap, inquired, "Has anyone here won a big prize? I heard on the news that the top prize for scratch cards is $1 million. The shopkeeper's wife replied cheerfully, "There are certainly big prizes, but whether one can win depends on luck. They wouldn't be losing money at the lottery center." The other man, without a cap, shook his head, presenting himself as a sage. "If they give you so many scratch cards, the total prize money must be less than the amount sold. Otherwise, they would be at a loss, wouldn't they?" The cap-wearing man chimed in, "Exactly. These things are purely a matter of luck. Buying so many at once is a sure way to lose. It's better to buy one or two and see what happens." Yes. Young people lack experience. They don't know how to calculate the odds. Those two young ladies earlier too. Scratch cards are only worth it in small quantities. Buy too many, and you're bound to lose. We're seasoned lottery players. We understand these principles." The man without the cap added. Their conversation was so earnest that the shopkeeper's wife found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding and smiling. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had begun scratching the tickets. Although he already knew whether each card contained a prize, he feigned ignorance as he scratched. At this moment, his acting skills would earn him applause from even the likes of Tony Leung. The first ticket yielded no prize. The second ticket also bore no winnings. On the third, he scored 20 yuan. Wang Yu remained engrossed in his scratching, while a crowd of onlookers gathered, including the two chatting men from earlier. With each ticket revealing no prize, the customers seemed to lose faith in Wang Yu's luck, convinced he would certainly incur a heavy loss. As the number of scratched tickets increased, so did the crowd. The chatter grew louder, yet it did not disrupt Wang Yu's methodical scratching. He remained unperturbed. The young man at the entrance donned headphones and began listening to the most dazzling national style. The elderly gentleman, engrossed in his newspaper, turned to continue perusing. Finally, after scratching through 30 tickets, a figure of 500,000 appeared before Wang Yu's eyes. His lips curled into a slight smile, and though his heart raced with excitement, his expression remained composed. Wang Yu steadily revealed what appeared to be an ordinary scratch card, whispering in disbelief, 500,000, my heavens. The shopkeeper's wife, taken aback, exclaimed, "You must be joking. Is it really that incredible?" Wang Yu held up the winning ticket for her to see. "Indeed, look for yourself, madam." At that moment, the shopkeeper's wife regarded Wang Yu with newfound admiration. A big win at the lottery store would greatly enhance her sales, particularly if it was the first prize for the double color ball. A banner hung outside would have an effect rivaling that of a celebrity endorsement. The two men who had previously been so skeptical approached, unable to believe their eyes. But the evidence was undeniable. 500,000 yuan in prize money. Almost every other patron in the store turned their attention to Wang Yu. Among them were young individuals earning several thousand yuan a month. Witnessing a man in his 20s win 500,000 yuan made them reflect on how many years of hard work that represented. At 20-something, earning a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, after taxes and social insurance, he would take home just over 7,000. After deducting 2,000 for rent and living expenses, he would be left with 5,000, saving only 60,000 a year, meaning it would take 9 years to accumulate over 500,000. One young man, of a similar age to Wang Yu, stood up, his envy palpable as he exclaimed, "Brother, congratulations. You just bought yourself a Jaguar." Wang Yu smiled modestly, replying, "Just luck." "Wow, congratulations, handsome. Any red envelopes?" The shopkeeper's wife joked. Wang Yu shook his head, unfazed. "Let me claim the prize first. This needs to be redeemed at the lottery center, right?" "Yes." At this point, a few more people gathered around. "You're incredible, young man. Help me pick some scratch cards. Since you're so lucky today, choose some numbers for the double color ball." Wang Yu chuckled but remained silent. Choosing numbers for others was out of the question, with 500,000 in hand. He preferred to retreat to a less crowded place and quickly claim his prize. He discarded all the losing scratch cards on the floor, nearly causing the elderly gentleman reading the newspaper to trip. Many were witnessing someone win a scratch card prize for the first time, and those buying quick picks, double color balls, and 3D lottery tickets were also drawn to the spectacle. Those who had previously criticized Wang Yu's sanity could only stare in disbelief, consumed by envy and resentment. Powerless to act, some maintained a healthy mindset, like the earlier young man who remarked that someone else's win was irrelevant to him. In life, one must grasp two truths. First, many people live their lives in idleness yet remain perpetually broke. Second, that person is certainly not you. Chapter 3. The initial capital of 400,000. After completing the transaction, it was already 3:26 p.m. There was still time to claim the prize. So Wang Yu dove into the subway without looking back. Half an hour later, Wang Yu arrived at the lottery center. Although 500,000 yuan was not an exorbitant amount, he was nonetheless cautious, fearful of any mishap. He had carefully written his name, identification number, and phone number on the back of the winning scratch card. Before him stood a majestic edifice, from afar marked by a striking red background and white lettering, identifying it as the Lottery Distribution Center. Upon entering, Wang Yu observed that the interior was not particularly crowded. A staff member clad in a sleek black suit approached him with warmth, greeting him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Wang Yu replied softly. "Hello, I am here to claim my prize." At this moment, the nearby staff members exchanged astonished glances. For winning the lottery is akin to striking gold for anyone. After a brief inquiry into the situation, the staff member guided Wang Yu to the counter to process his winnings. The entire procedure was remarkably straightforward. Wang Yu presented his identification alongside the marked scratch card. The staff member examined it and proceeded to input data on the computer, casually informing, "Sir, according to national tax regulations, any winnings exceeding 10,000 yuan are subject to a personal income tax of 20. Please take note." On the surface, Wang Yu maintained composure, yet internally, he was elated. This was his first experience claiming a prize. Even after the tax deduction, he would still receive 400,000 yuan, a sum that far exceeded his usual bank balance of 20,000 yuan. How could he not be thrilled? "Understood. Is there anything else I should know?" Wang Yu inquired. "No. Please provide your bank account details," the staff member continued. Wang Yu promptly produced his industrial and commercial bank card, stating, "This is the only card I have." "Very well, sir." The staff member, seemingly indifferent to the modest windfall, completed the transaction swiftly and handed the card back to Wang Yu. "Is everything in order?" Wang Yu asked as he received his card. "Yes, sir. Wishing you a pleasant life." "Thank you." Wang Yu carefully tucked the card into his pocket. Yet he felt a slight dissatisfaction with the staff member's lack of cordiality. Couldn't they at least express a sentiment of welcome for future visits? As he turned away from the counter, a message pinged on his phone. "Your account ending in 5489 has received a transfer of 400,000 yuan, current balance 406,250.45 yuan, industrial and commercial bank." "This is wonderful," Wang Yu thought, contemplating treating himself to a nice dinner that evening. Conveniently, there was a well-known shopping center, Longhu Tianjia, nearby, where he could dine and then leisurely stroll around to purchase a few garments. Dining alone felt somewhat lackluster. So Wang Yu decided to call his best colleague and buddy, Lu Jifeng, inviting him out for drinks. In the company, Wang Yu had few close friends, but Lu Jifeng was one of them. They shared similar interests in billiards and stock trading, forging a strong camaraderie. The subway exit led directly to Longhu Tianjia, and after waiting for about 10 minutes at the entrance, Lu Jifeng arrived. Always fashionable, Lu Jifeng carried a crossbody bag, maintaining a trendy appearance despite being married. He had a magnetic charm that attracted many women in the office, a phenomenon Wang Yu had yet to comprehend. "What brings you out for dinner today?" Lu Jifeng inquired curiously upon their meeting. "Oh, nothing much. I just planned to buy a few clothes here." "Let us go," Wang Yu replied with a smile. As they entered Longhu Tianjia, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. Though not extensive in size, the mall housed a plethora of brands. They chose a Cantonese restaurant, where a beautiful waitress approached them. "Hello, how many of you?" "Two." "Is there a wait?" Wang Yu asked. "No, please follow me." Led by the waitress, they found a two-person table, perused the menu, and ordered a modest selection, as neither was particularly hungry, especially without a lady accompanying them. As they dined and conversed, Wang Yu settled the bill, totaling over 600 yuan. Perhaps it was the newfound fortune that inflated his perspective. Typically, he would meticulously calculate discounts even for a simple takeaway lunch. Yet now he perceived 600 yuan for a meal as a bargain. The allure of extravagant living, luxurious apartments, and sprawling beds held no sway over him now. Having not explored the shopping center much, Wang Yu suggested to Lu Jifeng, "It's still early. Let us take our time and browse downstairs." "Absolutely." Lu Jifeng, satisfied and eager to wander, agreed. They took the elevator to the second floor, where shops brimmed with clothing and shoes, and couples strolled about, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Had it not been for his recent windfall, Wang Yu would never have considered shopping here. He would have opted for more economical attire, never exceeding 100 yuan. Yet tonight, he felt compelled to indulge, as the prospect of a more affluent future beckoned. Though purchasing an Armani might seem extravagant, he resolved he would no longer settle for garments priced in the tens. Time slipped by swiftly. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. They browsed several stores, noting the prominent brands, yet the lack of patrons within was striking. As they perused the prices, most items hovered around 8 to 9,000, or even tens of thousands of yuan, prompting Wang Yu to smile and shake his head. The duo ventured into a relatively lower-end store, Yu, where the prices were more manageable, ranging from hundreds to just over 1,000, allowing for a semblance of modesty. "What is this? Are you planning to buy something?" Lu Jifeng asked with curiosity as Wang Yu paused. Wang Yu chuckled. "Yes, let us take a look." Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the array of clothing, and Wang Yu's indecision intensified. After much deliberation, he selected a black windbreaker and a pair of casual jeans. After trying them on in front of a mirror, he turned to the attendant and said, "I'll take this set." The attendant smiled, noting, "This outfit truly suits you. It enhances your star-like aura." Wang Yu inquired, "How much is it?" "A total of 300 yuan. "All right, let us settle the bill." Chapter 4. Where are you headed? Wang Yu followed the attendant to the checkout, made his purchase, and exited with a shopping bag from Yu. Although he had intended to continue exploring, they opted to head home as Lu Jifeng had work the next day. Wang Yu rode the subway for 4 stations and walked 10 minutes to reach his rented apartment. His residence, conveniently located near the subway, was not particularly affordable, 15 square meters for 500 yuan a month, a rate that could secure a 3-bedroom apartment with a garden back in his hometown. Upon entering, he was greeted by a simple arrangement: a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a refrigerator, a chair, and various disorganized boxes filled with his everyday belongings. The room, albeit modest in size, is impeccably clean, adorned with wooden flooring and white walls. Frankly speaking, this space feels exceedingly cramped for Wang Yu at this juncture in his life. He has resolved to resign from his position at the company tomorrow, after which he intends to seek a more spacious residence. After indulging in a refreshing shower, he drifted into a deep slumber, awakening the next morning ready for work. Despite his desire to move on, Wang Yu adhered to the prescribed schedule, as he believed it inappropriate to leave a place with a negative impression. Upon entering the office, he found all his colleagues already present. As per the usual practice, the boss, a young man in his late 30s, would rally the team with motivational speeches each morning. Wang Yu, a long-standing employee of 3 years, has been engaged in advertising planning and marketing. Throughout his tenure, his salary has remained stagnant, and every month, as payday approaches, the boss would seize the opportunity to critique Wang Yu's performance, lamenting his pace and the quality of his proposals, insisting that he needs to broaden his horizons and experience the world beyond the confines of their workplace. However, with a salary barely sufficient to sustain himself, how could Wang Yu afford such explorations? It is easy to preach about experience, yet salary increases remain elusive. Employees seek knowledge to enhance their work, not for personal indulgence. And without a raise, should they be expected to finance their own growth? Wang Yu certainly lacks the luxury of spare funds. Had he possessed such resources, he would have invested in mutual funds or sought companionship long ago. Contemplating this, he yearned to fast forward to a time post-resignation, scarcely wanting to engage with his boss. Wang Yu and Lu Jifeng, both members of the planning team, commenced their day by powering up their computers, followed by a trip to the water dispenser. Yet today, Wang Yu bypassed his computer entirely, heading straight to the office door to knock. The crisp sound of his rapping echoed throughout the office. "Come in." The boss called from within. Upon entering and closing the door behind him, Wang Yu approached the boss's desk and resolutely declared, "Boss, I wish to resign." Hearing this declaration so early in the day took the boss by surprise, yet it felt somewhat justified. After all, Wang Yu had dedicated 3 years to the company, demonstrating unwavering diligence and commitment, and despite the stagnation of his salary, his work ethic had never wavered. While the pay in the industry was relatively comparable, Wang Yu's steadfast attitude and extensive experience rendered him invaluable. Losing him would mean the boss would struggle to find another employee of equal caliber at the same cost. "What prompts this sudden decision?" the boss inquired. "Are you feeling overwhelmed?" Wang Yu shook his head. "Fatigue is merely a part of it. Fundamentally, I no longer wish to work." "How will you sustain yourself without a job?" the boss asked with concern. "Working here, I receive no social security or benefits." "What difference does it make? I can earn 7,000 a month without working." Wang Yu asserted with determination. "After resigning, I intend to pursue entrepreneurship." Sensing Wang Yu's firm resolve, the boss felt a pang of discomfort. The company's performance was mediocre, which limited the ability to offer competitive compensation. Thus, recruiting someone of Wang Yu's caliber would inevitably require a higher salary, including basic benefits like social insurance, a standard expectation in today's job market. After a brief pause, the boss tentatively proposed, Wang Yu, as a valued long-term employee, your contributions are clear. Starting this month, I will arrange for your social security. Please, share any salary expectations you may have. However, Wang Yu's mind was made up. Efforts to retain him would be futile. Boss, I merely indicated that our company's compensation is quite average. My departure is not solely about pay. It stems from personal reasons. Please expedite the hiring process. I will ensure a smooth transition of my responsibilities today. I can raise your salary to 10,000. Think it over. Entrepreneurship carries risks and may not guarantee success. The boss pleaded desperately. Yet, Wang Yu had lost interest in the conversation. Let us not prolong this, boss. You've never truly recognized my worth. This proposed increase is not genuine. If you believed I deserved 10,000, you would have raised it long ago. This is settled. I will proceed with the handover of my duties. The boss was filled with regret, suspecting Wang Yu had secured a more promising opportunity, viewing entrepreneurship as merely a guise for his resignation. Nevertheless, the reality was that no matter how generous the offer, the limitations of the small company rendered it impossible to meet such demands. Arriving at his workstation, Wang Yu began to gather his belongings. Seated beside him was Lu Jifeng, whom he needed to brief before his departure. Curious about Wang Yu's abrupt decision, Lu Jifeng inquired, what prompted this sudden resignation? You never mentioned it before. Wang Yu chuckled. Such decisions often come without warning. Where do you plan to go after resigning? Lu Jifeng asked with interest. I haven't decided yet, Wang Yu replied vaguely. Lu Jifeng surmised that Wang Yu's departure was likely motivated by salary issues. It was only natural for a seasoned employee, even one without formal accolades, to seek better compensation for increasing workloads. As both engaged in similar roles, the burden of responsibilities would now fall squarely on Lu Jifeng's shoulders, inducing a sense of pressure. Will the boss be hiring someone? Am I to manage alone? Lu Jifeng lamented. Of course, there will be hiring. But I cannot wait for HR to find a replacement. After our handover today, I am leaving, Wang Yu stated bluntly. An hour slipped by swiftly. As lunchtime approached, Wang Yu had completed packing and bid farewell to his colleagues. In the afternoon, feeling dissatisfied with his outdated living conditions, he seized the opportunity to browse for new housing online. Chapter 5. Rent. The current space was too diminutive, and the internet connection was subpar. Had he the means, he would have sought a change long ago. Remaining perpetually single was not an option, especially if he were to eventually enter a relationship. How could he possibly share such a cramped space? There were certain things a woman might forego, but Wang Yu could not. Furthermore, should a fellow countryman or old classmate visit, he would feel embarrassed to host them in such inadequate quarters. As purchasing a home was presently beyond his financial reach, he opted to rent a transitional space for the time being, confident that the opportunity to buy would not be long delayed. In the past, Wang Yu had relied on online platforms to find rental properties, specifically targeting individual listings. However, his financial situation had improved, and he no longer needed to exhaust himself seeking landlords and arranging viewings. He could simply approach an agency. After all, he would be paying for their services, and the mutual benefit was clear. Locking his door, he descended to the street below. The thoroughfare was lined with real estate agencies, making the search for a new home a straightforward endeavor. Their listings were not confined to the immediate area, extending even to distant locales. Wang Yu has now decided against resigning. Thus he is in search of a new residence, with no particular geographical preferences. This broadens his options considerably, saving him a significant amount of time. He chose to approach a real estate agency named Home with good houses and stepped inside. The staff promptly greeted him. Hello? Are you looking to view some properties? Wang Yu smiled and inquired. Do you offer rental services here? Indeed. Are you looking to rent? Perhaps in this vicinity? The attendant continued amiably. Wang Yu replied with a grin. Not necessarily in this area. I am open to places a bit farther away. What is your budget and what are your requirements? She asked. I have no specific demands. A budget of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan would suffice. I prefer a well-furnished property on the ground floor. Wang Yu stated. Do you have any suitable listings? Let me check for you. She responded. In this small agency, there were only 2 or 3 staff members, with this particular woman attending to Wang Yu. She perused the computer and soon found a property that aligned perfectly with Wang Yu's criteria, promptly detailing the situation. Sir, there is an apartment that precisely matches your requirements. Available for 6,000 yuan per month, with a 3-month deposit and 1-month rent in advance. It's not very far from here. Would you like to take a look? It's also well furnished and on the ground floor. That sounds good. I can view it today? Wang Yu replied. Excellent. The landlord's key is kept here at the agency. Fully entrusted to us, the woman said, taking the key and stepping outside to retrieve an electric scooter. Sir, let us go take a look. It's about a 10-minute ride. Wang Yu nodded. and took a seat on the back of the scooter. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the community where the property was located. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the apartment. Indeed, it was on the ground floor. Well furnished, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, facing south. The cleanliness was commendable, and Wang Yu observed that everything appeared satisfactory. However, he was curious whether the rental price advertised by the agency truly reflected the property's actual value. Many times, tenants lack knowledge of the rental market. So Wang Yu intended to utilize the system to ascertain the true rental value of the apartment. Without hesitation, he activated the system and checked the real value. Logically, rental prices reflect the property's worth, which is why he decided to investigate. The rental price of a property is influenced not only by its quality, size, and location, but also by the landlord's personal willingness. Thus, not all properties with the same decoration, size, and location will necessarily have identical prices. Indeed, after surveying the listings, the true value of this apartment appeared before Wang Yu's eyes. Building 6, Unit 101 in the urban scenic community, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room well-furnished property, currently has a real rental price of 5,000 yuan. This amount likely represented the lowest price the landlord was willing to accept. If it were any lower, she would not consider renting it out. So what do you think of the apartment? It seems satisfactory, right? The woman confirmed. Wang Yu feigned contemplation before addressing the landlord. Miss, I've inspected the apartment. It's quite nice overall. However, if the price could be reduced a bit, I would be very eager to rent it. But it slightly exceeds my budget. 6,000 yuan is indeed steep. Have a look at what other similar properties are priced at, sir. The landlord explained. I suppose I will pass then. My budget is only 5,000 yuan. Please ask the landlord if she would consider that. If so, we can finalize the deal. In truth, the landlord had already communicated with the agency that if a tenant wished to negotiate, she would accept a minimum of 5,000 yuan, provided the tenant would not frequently change residences and ideally would stay long-term. How long can you commit to renting? The woman pondered before asking again. Wang Yu reflected for a moment and replied, at least 1 year. I will be signing a contract anyway, so let us start with a 1-year lease. Let me make a quick call to check, she said, contacting the landlord. Soon, an agreement was reached without much negotiation. All right, 5,000 it is. The landlord has agreed. Very well, let us return to sign the contract. They headed back to the agency. The woman retrieved the rental agreement, and without even glancing at it, Wang Yu signed. All right, how shall I pay you? It's a total of 20,000 for 3 months rent and 1 month's deposit, correct? The woman looked at Wang Yu. Noting his eagerness to pay the rent, an unprecedented enthusiasm, she felt positively about this young man and said, I will provide you with the landlord's WeChat. You can transfer the funds directly to her. After sharing the landlord's WeChat, Wang Yu added her and promptly transferred the 20,000 yuan. Thus, with the system's assistance, Wang Yu saved 1,000 yuan each month on rent, a most advantageous arrangement. After leaving, Wang Yu returned home and immediately ordered a vehicle to transport all his belongings from the old house. Knowing he would need to purchase most items anew, he disposed of everything unnecessary from the old residence. However, some items seemed too valuable to discard, yet offered little utility, prompting him to utilize the system for scanning before making decisions. A desktop computer sat atop his desk, purchased 3 years ago and still in use, although now somewhat sluggish. It did not hinder his work, but discarding it felt wasteful, so he decided to check its value and perhaps sell it on an online platform. The desktop computer was valued at 600 yuan. This amount was rather low, considering he had originally paid 3,000 yuan for it. Wang Yu, finding it unworthy of occupying space for merely 600, simply discarded it. If he were still an ordinary worker earning a few thousand yuan a month, he might have opted to sell it. However, now that he was financially stable, he no longer felt the need to be frugal. He tossed it aside, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 6, The Move. The computer had become the most valuable item in Wang Yu's new home, and given its low valuation, he felt little need to assess the worth of other belongings. Moving for a young man is generally straightforward, especially for someone like Wang Yu, who is single and has minimal possessions. Unlike women who might need to transport cosmetics, skincare products, clothing, handbags, and shoes worth thousands, which can indeed be cumbersome. After approximately 2 hours of sorting, unable to recall any significant items, Wang Yu ceased his deliberation, packed the useful belongings into 3 cardboard boxes, and awaited the arrival of the moving driver. At that moment, a message arrived on Wang Yu's phone. It was from Lu Jifeng and several colleagues inviting him to dinner as a farewell gesture. Wang Yu, are you free tonight? We'd like to have a meal together. A colleague named Kai Yuya messaged. Lu Jifeng also sent a message. Where are you? Still in the Magic City? Chen Yuxiang chimed in. Brother Yu, will you treat us to dinner tonight? Seeing that everyone was concerned about him, Wang Yu decided to invite them out for dinner. Over the past 3 years, his colleagues had been very supportive, knowing he was not well off. They often covered his share during meals, and Wang Yu had never taken the initiative to treat anyone. Over time, it became common knowledge that he was financially constrained, and no one held it against him. Wang Yu replied to Chen Yuxiang, "Sure. Is that scoundrel of yours coming along? Come on, Lu Jifeng, Kai Yuya, Tang Fei, and our goddess of the sales department, Lu Yingtong. Who is still single? This might be your chance." Chen Yuxiang exclaimed. Wang Yu was well aware that she was merely jesting. Lu Yingtong, the epitome of beauty in the sales department, had attracted the affections of numerous suitors within the company, yet she remained impervious to their advances. Even managers and supervisors from rival firms had expressed interest, but she dismissed them without a second thought. While many believed Lu Yingtong had excessively lofty standards, Wang Yu perceived that she simply had no desire for romance. Tang Fei, Chen Yuxiang's boyfriend, was tall and handsome, with a commendable financial standing. Despite being in a relationship, many young women in the company still harbored fantasies about him. It could be said without exaggeration that should Chen Yuxiang break up with Tang Fei, a line of girls would eagerly vie for his attention. In stark contrast, Wang Yu found himself largely overlooked by the female populace. Although he possessed an appealing appearance, standing at 178 centimeters, he appeared somewhat diminutive next to the towering 185 centimeters Tang Fei. Moreover, Wang Yu's financial situation was rather dire. He was frugal to the extreme, spending only on necessities, which some might graciously label as being thrifty, while others would unkindly deem him miserly. Consequently, only a few married women appreciated his character. Recognizing the challenges of married life, where every penny must be judiciously spent, the women who found Wang Yu appealing were all already married, leaving him in a conundrum. Unmarried women were simply uninterested in him. However, with the newfound capabilities of a system at his disposal, this predicament would soon find resolution. Chen Yuxiang sent another message. "Where are you headed?" Wang Yu's current rental was conveniently located near DUS City, primarily chosen for its plethora of dining options. Now that he was financially secure, he preferred dining out rather than cooking at home, aside from the occasional culinary experiment. The gastronomic delights within DUS City were bountiful, perfectly catering to Wang Yu's tastes. After a quick search on his phone, he discovered a highly rated restaurant, Shu Xiaohua, which boasted a score of 4.6. He had had the pleasure of dining there once before, courtesy of Tang Fei, and found the flavors delightful. Other popular establishments like Hai Li Lao, Shao Kai Yuan, and Jing Yu Rong, known for their long queues, also caught his attention. If he chose any of these places, he would need to call ahead for reservations. Wang Yu forwarded the list of restaurants to Chen Yuxiang, suggesting Shu Xiaohua, Hai Li Lao, Shao Kai Yuan, Jing Yu Rong. Please select one. It sufficed to coordinate with Chen Yuxiang alone, as the other three colleagues were at the office, making communication effortless. After 10 minutes, Chen Yuxiang replied, "Can you get a spot at Hai Li Lao?" Wang Yu responded, "I'll call and check. If we can't secure a table, shall we opt for Shu Xiaohua?" "Sounds good," she replied. Wang Yu concluded, "Then it's settled. I'm in the midst of moving, so I won't be able to respond until later. Let us meet at the entrance of Dayua City at 8 p.m. At that moment, the moving truck had arrived, and the driver called to inform him. Wang Yu descended to meet him. The load was manageable. He made 3 trips to move everything down and loaded it into the vehicle before heading to the new community with the driver. En route, he called Hai Li Lao to reserve a table for 6 at 8 p.m. Upon arriving at his new residence, he spent an hour organizing his belongings in the new room. Although he had created a sleeping space, the room felt bare and lacking in essentials. Wang Yu compiled a list of items he needed to purchase. With ample time before their dinner at 8 p.m., he decided to shop at Dayua City, where the mall offered delivery services for purchases over a certain threshold. This arrangement would allow him to conveniently return home with the driver after dinner. It was quite fortuitous. Having shared a ride for the move and now again for dinner, he had effectively saved at least 6 yuan in transportation costs. Yet, how could someone endowed with a system still exhibit such frugality? Wang Yu chastised himself, gathering his phone and keys, and set off for Dayua City. Services that required a minimum expenditure were virtually non-existent for the average person. He jotted down an extensive list on an A4 sheet: washing machine, shoe rack, pots, dishes, chopsticks, spoons, knives, cutting board, rice cooker, juicer, microwave, shampoo, and various other items. After neatly folding the paper, he tucked it into his pocket and headed straight for Dayua City. Dayua City was renowned for its upscale shopping, attracting customers from far and wide. Wang Yu entered the mall and immediately made his way to the computer section, as purchasing a computer was time-consuming, and he wanted to tackle that first. Previously, he had seldom visited malls due to his financial constraints, which had stifled his confidence. He always felt out of place as a single man among couples, akin to being on display while bathing. It was an uncomfortable sensation. However, things had changed. Even surrounded by numerous couples, Wang Yu now exuded an air of sophistication and nobility, and he could almost hear whispers from 20 meters away, admiring his looks. The computer section appeared relatively tranquil compared to the bustling food courts or clothing stores, with fewer patrons present. As Wang Yu stepped in, a bespectacled male salesperson approached him with courtesy. "Hello, sir. Are you interested in looking at computers?" Wang Yu nodded. "Yes. Could you help me assemble one?" The salesperson's demeanor brightened. Customers seeking custom builds typically had specific requirements, and commissions were to be had for those willing to spend. "What is your anticipated price range?" the salesperson inquired. Wang Yu contemplated for a moment. "As long as it's good, I'd prefer not to exceed 50,000 yuan. I mainly want it for watching movies. So I'd like the best possible configuration." Upon hearing this, a nearby female salesperson, dressed similarly, instinctively glanced at Wang Yu. Though he was dressed quite ordinarily, he was rather handsome and evidently affluent. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. The male salesperson, well-versed in technology, quickly began recommending configurations to Wang Yu. "If you're primarily watching movies and not gaming, I suggest this Asus Creator configuration." He promptly listed an array of components for Wang Yu's consideration. Intel Core i9 processor, Dragon King 3rd generation liquid cooling system, Asus ROG Strix Z790E gaming Wi-Fi motherboard, a 24G Asus ROG GeForce RTX graphics card, Corsair RGB Platinum Dominator RAM of 32GB, and the Asus Creator GR701 case, which featured a striking design in black and dark pink, a perfect match for Wang Yu's aesthetic preferences. "What is the total cost for this configuration?" Wang Yu inquired. The salesperson casually replied, "This setup would be approximately 48,000 yuan. In truth, the market retail price for this set is approximately under 40,000 yuan. As the average person lacks extensive knowledge of this industry, salespeople can quote prices at will, with very few questioning the figures presented. If a customer perceives the price as exorbitant, they simply refrain from purchasing. Conversely, if they do not find it unreasonable, they do not negotiate." After stating the price, the salesman stood aside, awaiting Wang Yu's response. Wang Yu glanced at the configuration list and activated the value system in his mind, gradually revealing a series of figures before his eyes. The price of each individual component materialized, culminating in a total of 38,000 yuan. Moreover, this was the retail price, not the cost price. Even when factoring in installation fees, it should not exceed 48,000 yuan. Could labor costs truly amount to 10,000? Is money so easily earned these days? Never mind. I'll pass. With that, Wang Yu turned and walked away. Seeing Wang Yu depart so abruptly, the female salesperson, who had been idly standing by, felt a profound sense of disappointment. She had initially thought this young man was a wealthy and promising individual, only to discover he was yet another idle soul merely perusing configurations. How contemptible. After silently cursing to herself, she turned her gaze to observe how her male colleague would handle the situation. The male salesperson, undeterred, quickly caught up with Wang Yu and patiently explained, "Brother, please don't be hasty. If you find it too expensive, I can suggest an alternative configuration." Wang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "It's not a matter of price. It's about your lack of honesty in quoting. How can I trust you?" The salesman's expression changed noticeably. He had anticipated encountering a knowledgeable customer today and regretted his earlier inflated quote. "This configuration is absolutely worth the price. You get what you pay for." Wang Yu retorted, "Do you think I'm unaware of market trends? This configuration, when totaled, has a market retail price of at most 38,000 yuan. Including your assembly fee, 40,000 should suffice. If that is acceptable, please proceed with the installation." The salesman was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Yu's assessment was spot on, perfectly aligning with current market prices, indicating that he was not simply throwing out arbitrary numbers. This individual undoubtedly understood the market, and if the salesperson did not become more forthright, this sale would slip away. Noticing the man's silence, Wang Yu prepared to leave. Just as he turned, the salesman rushed forward to block his path, conceding, all right, let us settle on 40,000 yuan. I'll assemble it for you on site in about 30 minutes. Wang Yu paused, calmly stating, in that case, I'll purchase the set now. Once it's assembled, could you store it in your shop for me? I need to shop elsewhere and will return to collect everything later. Can you arrange that? The salesman felt a rush of excitement at Wang Yu's intent to buy, realizing that discussing further would be futile unless a transaction was finalized. Certainly, right this way. Upon arriving at the checkout, Wang Yu promptly charged the 40,000 yuan to his card. Before leaving, the observant female salesperson approached him, saying, "Excuse me, handsome, did you mention needing to arrange a delivery truck? I can assist with that." Noticing her pleasant appearance and shapely figure, Wang Yu agreed. "Sure, let us exchange contact information." The girl took out her phone, opened WeChat, and added Wang Yu as a friend, cheerfully saying, "My name is Li Qing. You can call me Xiao Qing. When do you need the truck?" Wang Yu pondered for a moment, estimating that after dinner, he would need it around 10 p.m. "We might need it a bit after 10. No problem. You can reach me after I finish work." "All right, I'll contact you then." "Great, I'll take care of it." Li Qing responded with enthusiasm. After collecting the receipt, Wang Yu prepared to leave for kitchen supplies. "By the way, could you tell me where the kitchenware section is?" "The kitchenware is on the second floor, along with home appliances and clothing." "Handsome." Li Qing smiled. "That is convenient." Wang Yu waved his hand in gratitude. "You're welcome," Li Qing replied cheerfully. At that moment, a man with dark skin, short stature, and unkempt hair entered the electronics store, but Li Qing walked past him without uttering a word. Wang Yu arrived at the kitchenware store, intending to buy numerous items: a pressure cooker, frying pan, wok, clay pot, stew pot, rice cooker, bowls, chopsticks, plates, spoons, knives, forks, and cutting boards, totaling 5,000 yuan. Additionally, he purchased a washing machine, refrigerator, microwave, and oven, spending another 30,000. He did not opt for the highest quality items, as he considered that he would not always be renting. Now equipped with a value system, achieving financial freedom and buying a home in Shanghai was merely a matter of time. When that day came, he would certainly desire to replace them with superior quality goods. He also picked up some miscellaneous items without haggling, paying for everything in one go. After completing all his purchases, Wang Yu sought to select a few fine garments for himself. Having spent over 20 years in this world without indulging in personal consumption, he was typically reserved and courteous. Meticulously managing his living expenses, he would choose a 5 yuan bowl of noodles over a 6 yuan one without hesitation. However, now that he possessed sufficient funds, his spending habits would likely be quite formidable. He passed by stores like Uniqlo, La Chapelle, and Zara without casting a glance, following the mall map directly to the Ailway boutique. Within 10 minutes, he entered, sensing an aura of consumerist fervor in the air. "Welcome," greeted a neatly dressed female attendant with a smile. Wang Yu glanced at her and proceeded into the store, beginning to select items that caught his fancy. Although Ailway's prices were steep, Wang Yu felt secure in his ability to purchase without exceeding his financial limits. He quickly set his eyes on a concrete gray work jacket priced at 2,800 yuan and inquired with the attendant, "Hello, miss." The attendant promptly approached, asking, "Good day. Sir, how may I assist you? Please wrap this work jacket with the tulle pattern for me." Wang Yu pointed at the garment hanging on the rack. The attendant appeared slightly taken aback. She had anticipated a question regarding the fabric, but was surprised by his straightforward intent to buy. Having recently joined Ailway after considerable effort in other clothing stores, she was now experiencing how effortless sales could be in this establishment. At Wang Yu's signal, the attendant smoothly retrieved a packaging bag, folded the work jacket neatly, and placed it inside. Ailway's packaging was also aesthetically pleasing, exuding a rich texture with intricately carved designs, prominently featuring the Ailway logo. Carrying such packaging on the street undoubtedly served as advertising for Ailway, while simultaneously gratifying the consumer's vanity. At this moment, Wang Yu had returned to the display area for trousers. After a prolonged deliberation, he selected a pair of work pants adorned with hand-painted polka dot patterns, priced at 11,500 yuan. He also picked out a handbag costing 21,000 yuan and a travel bag priced at 34,500 yuan. The total for these items approached 100,000 yuan. A sum Wang Yu was reluctant to leave in the delivery truck, so he decided to store them in the shop and retrieve them himself after dining. "All right, my dear. Please ring these up for me," he instructed. Although Wang Yu had never shopped at Ailway before, he was now exhibiting a demeanor befitting a seasoned luxury shopper. The attendant assisting him was taken aback. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had spent 100,000 yuan without a hint of hesitation or scrutiny, a rarity among customers. However, this attendant would earn a substantial commission thanks to Wang Yu's splurge. Such establishments often thrived on the principle of making a month's worth of revenue in a single day. Once Wang Yu had completed his purchase, he addressed the attendant. "Hello, my dear, I will leave these items here for now. I am heading out to dine with friends. May I collect them afterward?" The attendant nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I will prepare a receipt. Please fill in your mobile number and name." "No problem," Wang Yu replied. The attendant produced a sheet of paper, documenting his purchases, jacket, trousers, handbag, and travel bag, before handing the receipt to Wang Yu. After he signed, he exited the store. Stepping out of Ailway, the clock read 1944. A call from Qin Yuxiang came through on WeChat. "Hello, have you arrived yet?" Wang Yu inquired upon answering. "Almost there. Where are you?" Qin Yuxiang replied. "I'm on the second floor, about to head to Haidaleo." "Great, we should arrive in about 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, Wang Yu ascended the escalator to the 4th floor, where Haidaleo was located. As he emerged from the elevator, 3 staff members clad in red uniforms and black aprons approached him with welcoming smiles. One confident young woman asked, "Good evening, sir. How many in your party?" Wang Yu was momentarily bewildered. He had not mentioned his destination, yet these attendants seemed to instinctively know he was headed to Haidaleo. Was it a given that anyone coming to the 4th floor was bound for that restaurant? 6. I have a reservation. He responded. Wonderful, please follow me. The attendant gestured for him to approach the cashier, informing the staff inside. This gentleman has a reservation. A young lady at the cashier asked, "Sir, could you please provide your mobile number?" Wang Yu recited, 139. "Ah, Mr. Wang, correct? 6 guests, please follow me." The main dining area was bustling, though 2 6-person tables remained vacant. Wang Yu chose one at random, saying, "This one will do. My friends will arrive shortly, and I will step out to greet them." "Certainly, sir." Upon stepping outside, Wang Yu spotted Lu Yingtong, Chen Yuxiang, and Tang Fei just arriving. "Is it just the 3 of you? Where are Lu Jifeng and Kai Yuya?" he inquired. Chen Yuxiang chuckled. "They are on their way. Let us order first." The 4 settled at their table, and Chen Yuxiang along with Lu Yingtong began perusing the menu. Tang Fei and Wang Yu engaged in conversation. "What prompted your sudden resignation? What are your plans?" Tang Fei asked. Wang Yu replied thoughtfully, "I intend to pursue other ventures, ones that do not require conventional employment." "Are you serious about not working?" Tang Fei exclaimed, astonished. "When you resigned, I thought you were joking." Despite Tang Fei's affluent background, he had never contemplated a life devoid of work. His parents provided him with a comfortable safety net, yet he still sought to earn more. "Initially, I intended to find a new job, but I realized switching companies would yield no significant change. I still encounter frustrations, and in this company, I am tasked with the responsibilities of several people, which prevents me from excelling in any one area. Consequently, my skills stagnate, and my income remains low, so I chose to quit altogether." Wang Yu's words left both Tang Fei and Chen Yuxiang in awe. All 3 friends had spent a similar duration at the company, and they were well aware of the challenges Wang Yu faced, often working diligently only to receive little appreciation, while those who slacked off garnered the boss's favor. "If I were you, I would have resigned long ago. You handle the bulk of the workload, yet your contributions are overlooked. The moment you make a minor mistake, they are quick to criticize." Tang Fei remarked. "I deal with the most tedious tasks. As the saying goes, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Some individuals contribute nothing, so where can they err? Those who do nothing but point out others' flaws are often rewarded within a company that values such behavior. An honest person like me simply cannot thrive in that environment." Wang Yu countered. "Every company is the same." Chen Yuxiang interjected, noticing the fervor of their discussion. "They will never remember your contributions, only your mistakes." Chapter 9. The Pinduoduo version of AI Airway. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. After some time spent discussing, 2 men approached the entrance. One, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, was Kai Yuya, while the other, a bald man wearing a cap, was Lu Jifeng. They waved and approached with smiles. "Why have you only just arrived?" "We've already ordered. We can add more if needed," Wang Yu said. Once seated, Lu Jifeng and Kai Yuya began asking Wang Yu the same repetitive questions about his plans following his resignation, leading to another 10 minutes of conversation. Among this group, only Wang Yu remained single. Kai Yuya's girlfriend worked at a bakery, excelling as a pastry chef, and often worked late hours, making it impossible for her to join them. Lu Jifeng had been married for 4 years and had a 3-year-old daughter, while his wife and child lived back home. Tang Fei's parents operated a business in the city, and his girlfriend, Chen Yuxiang, was a highly accomplished sales manager at their company. Although the sales department boasted many attractive women, Wang Yu's pessimistic demeanor had earned him a collection of nice guy cards from them all. Even a girl who had left the company and returned home had managed to bestow one upon him from afar. Chen Yuxiang had introduced several of her friends to Wang Yu, but they all rejected him, citing his financial situation as a deterrent. Ultimately, it was poverty that stifled Wang Yu's self-confidence. Colleagues had formed preconceived notions about him, poor and miserly. However, his willingness to treat them to Haidaleo was a pleasant surprise. As Wang Yu prepared to leave, the ever-curious Chen Yuxiang finally could not resist asking, "Wang Yu, you rarely indulge in purchases. That outfit you've worn for 3 or 4 years is a testament to your frugality. What do you do with your salary?" Lu Jifeng chimed in, "Exactly. What are you saving for? You have no girlfriend, no car, and no house." Wang Yu replied earnestly, "Who says I don't buy things? When the time is right, I will indeed make my purchases." Just then, the dishes began to arrive. The table was laden with an array of delicacies: beef rolls, duck intestines, crispy pork, duck blood, shrimp paste, tripe, and baby bok choy, among others. The hot pot base was a delightful combination of tomato and spicy broth, an economical choice, especially since Chen Yuxiang was not fond of spicy food, prompting this arrangement. The feast commenced. "Let us all raise a toast," Wang Yu exclaimed, as he ordered beer. and the group shared around, laughing together. They then began to savor the delectable offerings. The flavors at Haidaleo were comparable to those of ordinary hot pot establishments. Yet the exceptional service set them apart. However, Wang Yu and his companions were merely there to enjoy each other's company, preferring not to have a server hovering nearby. Wang Yu is quite generous today. You won't mind, will you? Chen Yuxiang joked, a familiar banter among colleagues. Wang Yu shook his head. Of course not. Kai Yuya chimed in. Do you think Wang Yu is short on cash? Having been single all these years, he must have saved quite a bit. This explanation seemed less than adequate. Wang Yu silently expressed his gratitude but retorted, can you focus on enjoying the meal? With so much food, you should be too busy to talk. Chen Yuxiang deftly shifted the conversation. After about an hour of dining, Wang Yu inquired, shall we order anything else? You all seem a bit unsatiated. Lu Jifeng responded, how about some more beer? Let us each get a bottle. Wang Yu agreed. Sounds good. One for each of us. Lu Yingtong quickly waved her hands. I'll pass. Just some plain water for me. Chen Yuxiang echoed her sentiments. I won't tea drink either. Too much makes my stomach uncomfortable. Then it's settled, for bottles among us. Wang Yu declared. Lu Yingtong, being the last to arrive, was seated at the edge of the table. She stood to call the server for some water, but as she turned, she collided with a man carrying 2 plates of dipping sauce, which splattered all over her. The white coat he wore was instantly stained a dark brown. Fortunately, none of the sauce dripped onto Lu Yingtong's clothing, merely splashing onto her hands. Ah, I'm so sorry. Lu Yingtong hurriedly apologized to the man. Wang Yu and Tang Fei were equally taken aback by the sudden incident, glancing over. Patrons at the neighboring table began to watch, and soon, a crowd gathered, leaving Lu Yingtong flustered and at a loss for words. Initially, her beauty led everyone to assume the man would not hold a grudge against her, so they paid little mind to the unfolding drama. However, the man remained unmoved by Lu Yingtong's apology, arrogantly declaring, are you blind? This coat cost over 30,000. With all this sauce, it's ruined. What are you going to do about it? Lu Yingtong was nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the thought of such an exorbitant amount being far beyond her salary for several months. The goddess of the office, accustomed to adoration, had never faced such an ordeal. Tang Fei, seated beside her, stood up and asked, are you trying to extort her? What kind of clothing costs that much? But when the man revealed the logo of the high-end brand, Tang Fei fell silent. The latest Ironway jacket, priced at 38,000, was far more than they could ever afford. In the midst of their confusion, Wang Yu discreetly assessed the man's jacket using his system. A mock Ironway jacket, valued at 299 yuan, shipped for free. Wang Yu remarked with a grin. The table fell into a hush as all eyes turned towards him. Chen Yuxiang whispered urgently to Wang Yu. Have you lost your mind? That's 38,000. This is my responsibility. I'll handle it. Wang Yu replied. Lu Yingtong, aware of Wang Yu's financial situation, immediately declined. No, Wang Yu, that's far too much. The man, eager to receive any compensation, smirked. Then let us get this sorted quickly. Wang Yu gestured to Lu Yingtong to remain calm before addressing the man. That's a counterfeit Ironway. You might fool others, but not me. You bought that for 299 on a bargain site, didn't you? Chapter 10 Apologies, but we're closing soon. Upon hearing Wang Yu's assertion, Lu Yingtong sensed a turning point, her eyes wide with anticipation as she awaited his next words. Naturally, the man would not readily admit to his deception, defiantly raising his middle finger at Wang Yu. Just because you say it's fake doesn't make it so. What proof do you have? Wang Yu remained calm, not budging. If you don't believe me, you can have a specialist verify it. The man's demeanor began to falter, for Wang Yu's words rang true. His Ironway indeed was purchased for 299, not from an official store. What if a specialist confirms it's authentic? Wang Yu replied casually, if it's real, I'll pay you double. But if it's fake, you won't see a cent. The man was momentarily at a loss, his bravado dissipating. Tang Fei, Lu Yingtong, and Chen Yuxiang observed the shift in the man's expression, recognizing Wang Yu had struck the truth. This was indeed a counterfeit. Wang Yu, sensing the man's hesitation, suggested, I know there's an Ironway store on the 2nd floor. Why don't we verify it there? It'll save us time. What do you say? The man's face turned ashen, surrounded by an increasingly curious crowd, and he could no longer maintain his facade, angrily retreating to his seat. From several tables away, a woman at his table berated him for his disgraceful behavior. Meanwhile, a Haidaleo staff member approached, inquiring if he would like to have his coat cleaned. But he remained silent, embarrassed. At Wang Yu's table, 3 attractive female servers arrived, ostensibly to comfort Lu Yingtong, yet they were keenly observing Wang Yu. Curious about his relationship status, a man capable of affording Ironway must be wealthy, and someone who could discern a counterfeit from 3 meters away had to be among the elite. Lu Yingtong felt tears welling up, silently crying as the tension lingered in the air. In that moment, her emotions were akin to escaping from the very clutches of death. Had it not been for Wang Yu, she would have been compelled to forego food and drink for half a year to repay the hefty compensation of 38,000 yuan. Not only would she have been enduring a meager existence, but she would also have found it challenging to explain her predicament to her family. All right, stop crying. Everything is fine now. Chen Yuxiang gently dabbed Lu Yingtong's tears with a napkin, offering her solace. We are all good here. You may continue with your tasks. Wang Yu addressed the three waitresses from Heidaleo. Once the three departed, Lu Jifeng turned to Lu Yingtong and said, You truly owe Wang Yu your gratitude this time. Lu Yingtong kept her gaze low, hesitant to meet Wang Yu's eyes out of shyness in the presence of others. Thank you, she murmured. Wang Yu smiled and replied. It's nothing, just a small gesture. Kai Yuya, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, impressive. How did you discern that his was a counterfeit Ireway? Do you often purchase Ireway? Or have you delved so deeply into it? Indeed, have you been pretending to be impoverished while actually holding shares in Ireway? Tang Fei chimed in. Shares? I merely have a keen interest in this area. Just as Wang Yu was about to elaborate further, his phone rang. Hello? A youthful female voice responded. Hello, Mr. Wang. Our store is about to close. Will you be coming to collect your items today? Wang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment for the delay. Oh, I'm at Heidaleo. Could you possibly deliver them to me? The Ireway store, located on the inner street of Dayueching Mall, closed promptly at 10 p.m., while Heidaleo on the outer street could operate until whenever it pleased. Sure, I'll bring them over shortly, the Ireway staff member assured him. After hanging up, they resumed their drinking and dining, while the nearby table buzzed with chatter. That young man is quite remarkable. He successfully rescued the damsel in distress. That girl is likely smitten. Smitten? You must be joking. The less one can afford Ireway, the more they understand it. Those who have never served in the military often know more about weapons than those who have. Another patron interjected. At least he applies his knowledge. If you encountered a situation like earlier, would you dare to speak up? I certainly wouldn't. What if I mistook it? The logo is almost indistinguishable from the genuine one. Their conversation rambled on, generally implying that while Wang Yu may not be affluent, he possessed considerable knowledge. Amidst their spirited discussion, a staff member from Heidaleo entered with an unfamiliar woman, who approached Wang Yu, carrying 4 bags emblazoned with the Ireway logo. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am a staff member from the Ireway boutique, and I have brought your items. This was the same employee who had introduced him to the products earlier. Now, off-duty and in her casual attire, Wang Yu nearly failed to recognize her. Oh, thank you. Just place them here. The patrons at the adjacent table, upon hearing her words, turned to gaze in astonishment as they noticed several bags by Wang Yu, each adorned with the Ireway logo, effectively silencing their chatter. They could no longer dismiss Wang Yu as someone who merely pretended to be knowledgeable without the means to afford it. Now there was a palpable sense of acknowledgement toward him. A curious customer piped up, Is this genuine Ireway? The staff member turned to him, clarifying. Our store is located on the 2nd floor. How could it possibly be fake? The customer fell silent, retreating to his seat. Lu Jifeng seized one of the bags, inspecting the garments within and feeling the fabric, utterly astonished. I can't believe it. You've been pretending to be poor all this time, yet you're actually quite affluent. Kai Yuya expressed her admiration. I told you Wang Yu was extraordinary. There's no way he could identify a counterfeit from such a distance without significant expertise. Your family must have some connection to Ireway. Chen Yuxiang and Lu Yingtong were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wang Yu, was it truly necessary to conceal this from us until now? Chen Yuxiang remarked. Now, the office will be in an uproar. Those who once looked down upon you will surely regret it. Wang Yu softly replied. There was no need. I genuinely was broke back then. Then how do you have money now? Tang Fei pressed. I mentioned my desire to start a business and not work anymore, and my parents provided me with funds. Wang Yu's storytelling prowess was exceptional, convincing his friends entirely. Lu Yingtong remained silent, her gaze fixated on Wang Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of affection. After the Ireway staff member departed, their drinks were nearly finished, and the food had been consumed. Wang Yu proceeded to settle the bill, totaling 100 yuan. He sent a WeChat message to Li Qing to have the car ready, then addressed the group. All right, let us disperse. Perhaps we can gather again another time. Sure. We'll leave first. Tang Fei and Chen Yuxiang exited. Lu Jifeng and Kai Yuya followed suit, leaving Lu Yingtong standing before Wang Yu, formally expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much for today. No need to mention it. It was of little consequence. Wang Yu replied. Next time, let me treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Lu Yingtong suggested softly. Typically, others would vie to treat her, and her initiative to invite someone else made her feel somewhat awkward and uncertain. To ease her discomfort, Wang Yu joked, Are you so eager to distance yourself from me? Lu Yingtong chuckled quietly. No, I truly appreciate your help. Then let us discuss it another time. It's getting late, and you should head home. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Wang Yu cautioned with genuine concern. His words warmed Lu Yingtong's heart. Unlike unsavory men who would concoct excuses to stay over and pursue ulterior motives, Wang Yu did not propose to escort her home, as he had to assist the driver with deliveries. It would be improper to invite her to his residence, as it would be no different from the intentions of those dubious men. I'll be heading back now. Lu Yingtong waved her hand. Take care on your way home. 20 minutes later, the driver delivered Wang Yu's goods to the entrance of his apartment building and helped him carry everything inside. Fortunately, Wang Yu lived on the first floor. Otherwise, the driver would have been exhausted from the heavy load. After approximately 15 minutes of moving the items, Wang Yu expressed his gratitude by sending the driver a red envelope of 100 yuan, then proceeded to take a shower and retire for the night. The following morning, Wang Yu hardly rested, dedicating his time to organizing his belongings. By around 1 p.m., he finally finished. The previous winning amount of 400,000 yuan had dwindled to less than 200,000 yuan. And Wang Yu planned to visit another lottery shop today in hopes of discovering a higher prize to purchase once more. After cashing in his winnings, Wang Yu intended to settle the family debts, allowing his parents to enjoy a more comfortable life at home. When Wang Yu was a child, his father was a contractor on a construction site, and the family lived a relatively comfortable life. However, there came a time when his father fell victim to a deceptive organization that lured people in, eventually ensnaring many relatives of the family as well. 3 years later, this operation was dismantled, leaving Wang Yu's parents responsible for repaying the debts incurred by their relatives and friends. Conscience weighed heavily on them, and they took it upon themselves to settle all external debts. However, their tarnished reputation rendered Wang Yu's father incapable of returning to his former occupation as a contractor. Instead, he relocated to an unfamiliar city where no one recognized him, taking on ordinary labor to earn a meager living. Wang Yu's mother, who previously did not need to work, also sought employment as a caregiver to alleviate her husband's burden. That year, Wang Yu graduated from university, and upon learning of his family's plight, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him, leaving his world devoid of color. Yet, he understood that evasion was futile. The only way forward was to confront these challenges with courage. He took solace in the belief that as long as the family worked together, they would eventually repay their debts. Despite this mental comfort, countless nights found Wang Yu deeply engulfed in despair, contemplating surrender. As time passed, he turned 25. In their hometown, peers his age had already begun sending their children to preschool, while Wang Yu remained mired in debt. Occasionally, his father would erupt in anger, lamenting his momentary lapse that had delayed Wang Yu's future, while his mother frequently comforted him, urging him not to be too hard on himself. During his moments of weakness, Wang Yu would scroll through Douyin, watching the inspiring stories of individuals burdened with millions, even billions, in debt, which reignited his fighting spirit. 3 years had elapsed, and approximately 300,000 in external debts still loomed over him. Today, he felt an urgent need to find a scratch-off lottery ticket that could yield $1 million to ease the prolonged suppression of his spirit. Wang Yu chose not to wear the stylish outfit from yesterday, but instead donned his usual simple attire before heading out. His first stop was a bustling commercial district in the city center to grab a bite to eat. The larger the crowd, the less likely he would attract attention, which provided a sense of safety. After all, those who win big often worry about their personal safety, a natural instinct. Arriving at Jing'an Temple Station via the subway, he sought out a nearby restaurant, Tianxing Yummy, specializing in Cantonese cuisine, hoping it would bring him some luck that afternoon. Located on the 4th floor of Kerry Center at 1515 Nanjing West Road, it sat in the heart of the bustling metropolis. The restaurant was filled with patrons, and after finding a seat, Wang Yu scanned the menu with his phone. He ordered a plate of translucent shrimp dumplings, a serving of fried rice, and steamed chicken feet in black bean sauce. While waiting for his order, he searched for nearby lottery ticket vendors. If he only visited one lottery shop, he might not find a grand prize, or perhaps someone else had already claimed it. Therefore, he intended to explore multiple locations. He discovered 6 nearby lottery vendors, albeit a bit far apart, necessitating a shared bike ride rather than walking, which would waste precious time. Taking a taxi was unnecessary. After saving screenshots of the addresses, he gazed out the window while waiting for his food. The scene outside was a cacophony of humanity and towering skyscrapers, sunlight glinting off the glass facades, radiating brilliance as if embodying the very soul of this vibrant city. For years had passed since Wang Yu's arrival in this metropolis, and he had yet to indulge in high-end experiences or visit iconic attractions such as the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, Disneyland, or Ocean Park. Whenever he returned home and was questioned about different places in the city, he found himself at a loss for words, having never been there. He recalled a video he had once watched, where the creator asked what one would do if they had money. His response back then was to travel the world. Now, he still harbored that desire, but first, He aimed to explore everything the metropolis had to offer. The food at the restaurant was quite delightful. After finishing his meal, he quickly exited, hopping onto a green shared bicycle to rush to the first lottery station. Chapter 12. Winning 1 million again. Today was a day off, and the lottery station was bustling with customers, particularly those purchasing scratch-off tickets. Scratch-offs boasted the highest return rate among all lottery games, averaging a 60 return on a 100 yuan investment, with anything above that deemed exceptionally fortunate. Wang Yu perused the various scratch-off tickets displayed on the wall, noting one priced at 30 yuan that offered a top prize of 1 million yuan. He approached the owner, a man in his 50s, and asked, "Could I take a look at that 30 yuan scratch-off?" The owner, seemingly impatient, replied, "What is there to choose? Can you see through them?" Wang Yu, rather than feeling offended, found himself admiring the straightforwardness of the lottery shop, where the staff did not grovel like those in restaurants or cafes, who often seemed eager to please. He mused that if he ever ventured into business, he would either open a lottery shop or a hospital. "Regardless of whether you think I can see through them, just show me a few, and I'll buy some," Wang Yu insisted. The owner casually retrieved 2 stacks of 30 yuan scratch-offs from the counter, stating, "This is a new batch. There are 1,000 in total, and the highest prize is 1 million. It all depends on your luck." Calculating in his mind, Wang Yu realized that if there were indeed a 1 million prize among the 1,000 tickets, purchasing them all would guarantee a profit of 970,000 yuan. He scanned the entire batch with his system, assessing their overall value. The 1,000 scratch-offs amounted to 17,300 yuan. As expected, there was no grand prize within this batch. However, Wang Yu did not wish to displease the owner and casually picked a few tickets before departing. He proceeded to the next lottery shop, a 15-minute bike ride away, guided by his navigation. This establishment was far less crowded, and the owner was a beautiful woman accompanied by a middle-aged lady, presumably her mother, both working the register. Wang Yu entered and headed straight for the scratch-off section. The sight of a young man brightened the owner's expression, and she greeted him cheerfully. "Hello." Wang Yu pointed at the scratch-offs and asked, "Which of these has the largest prize?" The owner responded, "This one, priced at 30 yuan, has a top prize of 1 million. She presented him with a ticket of the same value, and Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps the grand prize was waiting in this shop. "Could you bring out all the tickets for me to choose from?" he inquired eagerly. "Of course," the owner replied, bringing out a whole stack of the 30 yuan scratch-offs and placing them on the counter. "This is a recently released version. Not many have bought it yet, and it has a top prize of 1 million. Wang Yu immediately activated his system to scan the pile before him, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him. The 1,000 scratch-offs had a value of 1,018,010 yuan. "This is fantastic. The grand prize must be here," he exclaimed, turning to the owner. "So, they are 30 yuan each, right?" "Yes," she replied, attending to a message on her phone while responding to Wang Yu's question. "How many tickets do you have in total?" Wang Yu asked. Upon the utterance of those words, the man beside him, engrossed in his scratch card, glanced up at Wang Yu, pondering whether this young fellow intended to purchase them all. The proprietress, equally astonished, raised her head. 1,000 cards, perhaps? Initially, Wang Yu contemplated acquiring the entire 1,000, but upon careful reflection, he realized that even 1,000 cards would take until dinner to scratch off completely. Thus, he selected 200, including that coveted card worth 1 million. "I shall take these 200, he declared. 200 was no trifling amount, and the proprietress was immensely grateful to Wang Yu for bringing warmth and fortune to her day. Wang Yu set his 200 scratch cards aside and began to scratch them off. Other customers were busy with their own pursuits, with a few glancing curiously at him. Rather than scanning each card with the system, he scratched them at random. To his astonishment, on the 10th card, he won 1 million. Bystanders nearly choked in disbelief. Good heavens, 1 million? Wang Yu himself had not fully grasped the situation, but the crowd around him began to exclaim in excitement. Hearing the commotion, the proprietress hurried from behind the counter and approached Wang Yu, peering down in disbelief. "Is it true?" Wang Yu, still focused on scratching, had not noticed her presence until he caught a whiff of her perfume. Turning, he was met with an indescribable sight. It must indeed be true. His fortune had smiled upon him, and he had struck gold with 1 million. While he feigned delight outwardly, internally he was even more elated, eager to claim his prize. Consequently, he decided to forego the smaller prizes. "Thank you so much, proprietress. I shall leave these remaining 190 cards unscratched. Consider them a token of gratitude." This amounted to a total of 5,700 yuan. The proprietress, calculating in her mind, found it quite a generous gesture. "You truly won't take them?" "No. Even if I scratch them, I might only win a few hundred at most," Wang Yu replied. "Then I must thank you profusely." She accepted the remaining scratch cards with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, The entire lottery shop erupted into a frenzy. Regular patrons knew Wang Yu was a newcomer, yet he had unexpectedly won the grand prize. A throng of admirers, envious and bewildered, speculated amongst themselves. How could this man be so fortunate? I have never seen him before. Is this perhaps the new player protection principle? You didn't see him. Perhaps he simply hasn't purchased tickets here before. He could have won elsewhere. An elderly gentleman approached Wang Yu with keen interest, inquiring, "Young man, do you buy scratch cards every day?" "Not at all. I purchase them occasionally," Wang Yu replied. "What about the double chromosphere or the super lotto?" "I don't buy those. I only indulge in scratch cards," Wang Yu clarified. "I have never trusted the double chromosphere. It is all manipulated. Scratch cards, however, are beyond such control." "That makes sense." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out, "Proprietress, give me all the remaining cards this lad left behind. I shall seize his fortune." Another voice interjected, "Are you foolish? He just won $1 million. The rest surely lack any grand prize." "Not necessarily. Fortune may still be in store." The determined individual insisted, "Proprietress, please mark down the 700 yuan for me. I'll redeem it after I scratch them. Who knows, you might owe me money." The proprietress shook her head in resignation. "Very well, I wish you good luck." Wang Yu had completed his purchase and left the lottery shop, making his way directly to the lottery center. The process echoed his previous experience, and after claiming his prize, several individuals approached him, encouraging donations and suggesting investment in funds, yet Wang Yu declined their offers, pocketing his winnings and departing swiftly. Chapter 13. Buying a car for dad. After settling the taxes, a sum of 800,000 yuan remained. Wang Yu deposited this entire amount into his industrial and commercial bank card, keeping the text message confirmations on his phone as a reminder. He even retained a previous message regarding a 400,000 yuan deposit, intending to show it to his parents. In this moment, Wang Yu felt a profound sense of joy and relief, as if the world was enveloped in sunshine and hope. The sensation of overcoming struggles to seize control of one's destiny must have been akin to this, especially considering that with the passage of time, Wang Yu would amass even greater wealth and potentially embark on remarkable ventures. How could he not be elated? As night fell, he casually indulged in a takeout of fried noodles before preparing to return home to swiftly settle the 300,000 yuan debt his parents owed. Upon his return to the bustling metropolis, the weight of financial burdens would be significantly alleviated. Currently, Wang Yu's parents resided in the metropolitan area. His father, Wang Ziyan, toiled laboriously on a construction site, earning approximately 10,000 yuan a month, working tirelessly with little respite. His mother, Li, worked as a caregiver and supplemented her income with a part-time job, putting in 12-hour days for a similar monthly wage. Wang Yu was determined to change this exhausting lifestyle, as both of his parents were nearing 50 and their health was of utmost importance. Few people their age worked as diligently as they did, especially under such financial strain. Wang Yu picked up the phone and called his mother, Li, who, being a home caregiver, had a relatively flexible schedule and answered promptly. "Hello, Wang Yu. What is the matter?" "Mom, please resign from your job in the next couple of days." Wang Yu got straight to the point. "Resign? Why would I do that?" Li replied, puzzled. "I won the lottery today, 1 million. We can pay off all our debts now. You and Dad can return to our hometown. Haven't you both always wanted to?" Wang Yu explained. Li had often expressed a desire to return home to open a breakfast shop or a small grocery store, believing it might be more profitable than their current jobs, but due to a lack of capital and Wang Zihan's reluctance to take risks, those dreams had remained unfulfilled. However, Li always hoped that once their debts were cleared, they could indeed return home to start a small grocery business. "You won $1 million? Are you sure you aren't being deceived? Winning a lottery prize like that is incredibly rare. Please don't fall for those online scams." Li remained skeptical, as 1 million was a figure she had never dared to believe in. Wang Yu reassured her, "I wasn't deceived. I bought the tickets myself at the lottery shop, and the money is already in my account. How could it be fake? Discuss it with Dad tonight, and come visit me." "All right, I'll talk to your father." Li was beginning to believe her son's words. Wang Yu added, "By the way, I've moved. I'll send you my new address shortly." "Okay." After hanging up, Wang Yu promptly sent his new address to Li. That evening, Li called Wang Ziyan, who agreed to visit Wang Yu the next day to discuss matters. Taking leave from the construction site was notoriously difficult, and Wang Ziyan initially struggled to obtain time off, eventually stating he would not be able to make it. Wang Yu insisted he should resign, forwarding the text message confirming his transfer of 1 million yuan to Wang Ziyan. This prompted Wang Ziyan to adopt a firmer stance, leveraging his resignation as a bargaining chip with his foreman to finally secure a day off. The following day, November 10th, dawned bright and clear, with a gentle southeast breeze. Wang Yu rose early, tidying up his home in anticipation of his parents' arrival. When they arrived, Wang Zihan and He Li were greeted by an even more refreshed Wang Yu. He Li felt a sense of relief and complimented him. "You look much better now. Quite impressive. You used to look rather worn out, but now you seem much improved." Wang Zihan also chimed in with a remark. Both Wang Zihan and He Li were dressed in exceedingly ordinary attire, appearing as though they had just emerged from the countryside. Observing this, Wang Yu felt a pang of sorrow and promptly declared, "In a moment, we shall venture out for lunch, and I will purchase each of you a new outfit. We must return home with dignity." He then inquired, "Did you really win over 1 million? Wang Zihan, however, remained rather cautious, understanding that mere words held little weight. Having read extensively, he knew that unscrupulous individuals tended to hoard their ill-gotten gains in cash at home. Any funds deposited in a bank were undoubtedly legitimate. "No problem. Let's head out now." An industrial and commercial bank was conveniently located outside their residential complex. Wang Yu accompanied his parents to the ATM to check his account balance. The balance revealed 1,006, 200 yuan. Upon seeing this figure, the last remnants of uncertainty dissipated from Wang Zihan and He Li, their faces lighting up with expressions of relief and joy. "Indeed, it's over 1 million. How splendid. What lottery did you play?" Wang Zihan inquired. "Scratch cards." Wang Yu explained with a smile. "I won twice, one for 500,000 and another for 1,000,000. After deducting 300,000 in taxes, this is what remains." Seeing his parents finally at ease brought him a sense of relief as well. Wang Zihan was taken aback. "My goodness, such a hefty tax?" "Yes. Winning the lottery entails a 20 tax. But consider this. If I didn't pay the tax, that money wouldn't truly belong to me." Wang Yu responded. "Moreover, some have even asked me to donate. I simply ignored them." Wang Zihan nodded in agreement. "True enough. Let us go eat first, then we can buy clothes." Just moments ago, they were frugal, and now they were ready to indulge. Indeed, the father and son shared a similar disposition. He Li, standing nearby, felt tears of joy welling up, for it had been many years since she had witnessed Wang Zihan smile so freely. In the years when Wang Zihan was a contractor, he earned substantial sums and walked with a confident air, reminiscent of a man who was buoyant with success. Nearly a decade had passed, and he seemed to have regained that self-assured demeanor. Yet, within him stirred a tumultuous sea of emotions. No one could fathom the trials he had endured over the past 10 years. His familial connections had faded, friendships had withered, and aside from the relentless pressure of debt collectors, there had been little communication. The bonds of kinship, camaraderie, and romance crumbled under the weight of financial strain, revealing to Wang Zihan the harsh truth. Only with wealth could one command respect. Though a return to the construction site as a contractor seemed impossible, idleness was not an option. With the debts settled, he resolved to heed Wang Yu's suggestion of returning to his hometown to venture into business, likely opening a supermarket. "All right. Our turnaround is thanks to Wang Yu. Let us go buy clothes and then tickets home," Wang Zihan declared. However, Wang Yu shook his head. "There's no rush. We won't be buying tickets just yet. I'm going to purchase a car for you." Wang Zihan was taken aback. "A car?" He Li interjected. "Wang Zihan, do you still remember how to drive?" In his days as a contractor, he had indeed driven, but it had been nearly a decade since he last sat behind the wheel, and he had sold his vehicle long ago. Now approaching 50, He Li felt a twinge of concern regarding his driving skills. With confidence, Wang Zihan replied, "Of course I can still drive. I'll regain my touch in no time." "Then let us go?" Wang Yu led the way as the three made their way to the shopping mall. Upon arriving at the clothing store, Wang Yu inquired about Wang Zihan's preferences. "Let us get a suit. It will lend us some dignity when we return," Wang Zihan suggested. "Brands like Jaeger or Baoxinia will suffice." "Very well, let us procure a suit first, and then we'll visit Yiyiku to select a couple of outfits for Mom. You can choose what you like," Wang Yu directed towards He Li. He Li chuckled. "I can wear anything." "How can you say that? You must wear something tasteful and refined. We cannot allow others to look down upon us." Wang Yu insisted on purchasing quality attire. The trio soon located a Baoxinia store, where they selected a suit for Wang Zihan, smart casual in style, neither overly formal nor too casual, but rather something that would convey to their hometown that Wang Zihan was thriving in the metropolis. After careful selection, they purchased a black suit and tie for a total of 299 yuan. Next, they visited Yiyiku to buy He Li a fashionable outfit suitable for middle-aged women. A tad more stylish than the typical garish attire worn by rural women, yet not ostentatious, as their aim was to present themselves as doing well rather than drawing unwarranted attention. The total expenditure for the two outfits exceeded 5,000 yuan, a staggering sum for an ordinary family. As for what they would wear in the future, Wang Yu left that to them. "Now let us go buy a car." After exiting Yiyiku, Wang Yu turned to Wang Zihan and asked, "Dad, are you still considering a Windian?" Wang Zihan shook his head. "It's all the same to me. You decide." Then let us opt for a BMW or a Jaguar. You choose. A car in the 300,000 to 400,000 yuan range would be appropriate. Wang Yu contemplated that anything below this price point would lack prestige upon their return. Cars priced at 100,000 to 200,000 yuan were commonplace. Even laborers could afford them through loans. In their hometown, people recognized BMWs and Mercedes, whereas a Porsche might go unrecognized, undermining the very purpose of their ostentation. Why buy such an expensive vehicle? Our primary goal is to settle debts, and once that's done, we'll set up a small business. Do you have that much money? Wang Zihin expressed some concern. Indeed, I still have 990,000. But what is the total amount of our debts? Wang Yu queried while calculating. Wang Zihin was well versed in their debts, about 280,000, I believe. Subtracting that from 990,000 leaves us with 710,000. A car costing around 400,000 leaves us with 310,000, which is more than enough to start a small business. A supermarket or a breakfast stall would suffice. Wang Yu argued. Wang Yu's family resided in a small town in Hunan, where the population was substantial and housing prices were low. He envisioned his parents establishing a small supermarket, collecting money daily, and enjoying leisurely games of mahjong, living a joyful life. Though 300,000 was not a lavish sum, Wang Yu felt assured that once he returned to the metropolis, opportunities for making money would abound. Wang Zihin found Wang Yu's reasoning compelling and agreed. After all, purchasing a car constituted a fixed asset. Investing all 700,000 yuan into a business could lead to significant losses. Healy then interjected, Wang Yu, what about you? You should also consider finding a partner. With both of you running a stable business and having a solid support system, it would be easier for me to find someone. I plan to return to the metropolis. I don't wish to settle down in our hometown. You two can do that. Very well, that is settled then. Let us hurry and buy a car. Wang Zihin knew that Wang Yu had always been resolute in his decisions, and his parents had never been able to sway him. Wang Yu located a nearby BMW dealership on Gouda Map and hailed a cab to take them there. As he gazed upon the expansive showroom adorned with crystal-clear decorations, Wang Yu felt as though he could finally consider himself a normal person. In the past, he could scarcely afford to frequent such establishments, often passing by with averted eyes. Even his colleagues who had taken out loans to purchase cars seemed remarkably impressive to him. This vehicle would likely become a staple for Wang Yu's family. Each outing would necessitate at least 3 or 4 passengers, thus requiring a larger model. At a glance, Wang Zihin was immediately drawn to a luxurious Bauma X3 Series SUV. This one will do, he declared. It's spacious enough for our family adventures. Wang Yu examined the SUV and concurred, sure, buy whatever you desire. After all, I will surely be getting my own car in the future. Overhearing the father-son exchange, a nearby saleswoman promptly approached them with a warm inquiry. Good day, sir. Have you set your sights on this vehicle? Wang Zihin smiled back and inquired, what is the price of this car, including all taxes? The saleswoman replied, this is a newly launched SUV model from 2017, equipped with a 2.0T engine, 5 doors, and 5 seats. The total price, including taxes, ranges from 4.045 million. That sounds reasonable. We will take this model then. It comes with a temporary license plate, correct? Wang Zihin further questioned. Indeed, we will handle all the paperwork. And you can drive it off the lot immediately, the saleswoman assured him. Wang Zihin was visibly excited, after a decade away from driving. He was eager to get behind the wheel, causing even Wang Yu, who had yet to obtain a driver's license, to feel a tinge of anxiety. Can we take it for a test drive? Absolutely, the saleswoman affirmed. Under her guidance, Wang Zihin experienced the vehicle firsthand. After roughly 10 minutes, he discovered that the driving experience was exceptionally pleasant, the manual transmission offering a delightful sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his earlier days behind the wheel. Upon exiting the vehicle, he nodded in approval, stating, it drives quite well. Let us proceed with the paperwork. As for the configuration, let us keep it around 400,000. We don't need any extravagant features. The saleswoman nodded with a smile. Certainly, sir, I will prepare everything for you. Please follow me. The family of 3 departed the display area and settled into a lounge area where a staff member served them tea and snacks. After a brief chat, the saleswoman returned, bearing forms and agreements necessary for the purchase. Wang Zihin, possessing a more profound understanding of the vehicle than Wang Yu, took the lead in discussing the specifications with the saleswoman. Meanwhile, Wang Yu occupied himself by perusing his WeChat on the sofa. Chapter 15. I am now returning to my hometown. He noticed an unread message and, upon opening his phone, saw it was from Tong. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Wang Yu replied, I'm sorry, but I'm heading back to my hometown tonight. Tong seemed to be constantly on her phone, responding instantly, oh, you're going back home? Will you return to Magic City again? Wang Yu assured her, yes. I'm just taking my parents back. I'll be staying for a few days before coming back. Oh, Tong sighed with relief upon hearing Wang Yu's plans. His announcement had momentarily dampened her spirits. Please let me know when you return. I certainly will, Wang Yu promised. Tong sent back a smiling emoji. All right. You get back to your business. I won't disturb you any longer. At this point, Wang Zihin had completed the configuration form. He had selected practical features. And after tallying the costs, the total came to approximately 420,000. He handed the form back to the saleswoman. The total is 420,000. Will you opt for full payment or financing? Wang Zihin pondered momentarily. Financing would free up more capital for business ventures, but the monthly repayments could complicate matters. What is the interest rate for financing? He inquired. We offer a 2-year interest-free plan. Wang Zihin, no longer hesitating, responded, that sounds good. We will make a 50 down payment and settle the remainder over 2 years. Wang Yu remained silent. After all, the interest-free option seemed prudent, allowing them to retain more funds at hand. The saleswoman efficiently processed all the necessary documentation, arranging for the temporary license plate as well. Wang Zihin then drove to Wang Yu's residence, suggesting, shall we head to your place? Bring along 2 sets of clothes. Wang Yu and Healy settled into the back seat, and just like a decade prior, Wang Zihin's driving skills had not diminished significantly. While this vehicle may not be a luxury model, the disparity compared to a typical 10,000 yuan car was striking. The spaciousness allowed for ample movement in the back seat, and the quality of the upholstery was superbly comfortable. They cruised along, enjoying the breeze and the scenery, until they arrived at the home of Wang Yu, Wang Zihin, and Healy gathered their belongings and set off for their hometown. The journey from Magic City to Nanyang took nearly 8 hours, leading them to arrive in the town at around 3 a.m. Their family home was located in a place called Jimei Town, a property purchased before Wang Yu's birth. Now quite old and of little monetary value, yet remarkably well preserved. Due to years of neglect, the interior was thick with dust, and upon entering just after 3 a.m., they began a thorough cleaning, as there was no place to sleep until dawn. Fortunately, they resided on the first floor, making it easier to dispose of trash. Otherwise, they would have been at it until noon. Healy went to the market to buy vegetables for lunch, while Wang Zihin withdrew 300,000 yuan in cash from the bank. After bringing it home, he called each of his creditors. Since Wang Zihin owed them money, they had all retained his phone number. He was a man of integrity, having kept the same number for years to reassure everyone. However, the townsfolk were rife with gossip, as the saying goes. Good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Wang Zihin's family had become the subject of much speculation, with many believing they were hiding away, unwilling to return home, intent on becoming debtors. Yet, upon hearing Wang Zihin's intention to repay, the tone of these individuals shifted to one of cordiality. It was not feasible for them to gather all at once, so Wang Yu decided to take a stroll. As time passed, the streets of the town had transformed dramatically from a decade ago. There were more shops and residential buildings. Wang Yu's family resided in a street-facing house, and directly across from them, a large complex of new apartments and shops had been constructed, rendering the area near Wang Yu's home rather desolate. Wang Yu ambled leisurely along the road when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Wang Yu, is that you? Turning around, he spotted a young man with hairstyle akin to Chow Yun-fat approaching. Wang Yu instantly recognized him as his middle school classmate, Bao Zubing. Bao Zubing's father ran a clinic, so he had always lived in their hometown and planned to take over his father's practice in the future. Long time no see. Dr. Bao? Wang Yu greeted warmly, addressing him as he had in their school days. The visage of Bao Zubing bore the weight of experience, with stubble that starkly contrasted with his current age. While Wang Yu appeared remarkably youthful, strolling down the street, one would hardly discern that they were of the same generation. When did you return? Bao Zubing inquired. The two continued their forward march, engaging in conversation. I arrived just past midnight yesterday and haven't slept since. Wang Yu replied. Impressive. Are you planning to return home to develop your career? Not quite. My parents wish to revisit and explore some business opportunities. Wang Yu elucidated. Once we wrap things up, I must return to the metropolis. Having resided in this town for many years, Bao Zubing had never ventured beyond its borders. Thus, he was somewhat familiar with the rumors surrounding Wang Yu's family. Hearing that Wang Yu's parents intended to return home for business dispelled the gossip. They were far from being deadbeats. By the way, doesn't your family owe the Zhou Zhongqing family 100,000 yuan? Bao Zubing asked. I hear him lamenting about it daily. Lamenting about what? Wang Yu inquired, intrigued. He claims you never return home and refuse to repay your debts. He speaks quite harshly. Wang Yu, fully aware of how the townsfolk perceived his family, remained unfazed, responding with tranquility. We're returning specifically to settle our debts. all must be repaid, or I wouldn't even consider coming back. That's good to hear. Oh, and by the way, I'm hosting a wedding tonight. You must attend. Bao Zubing said with a smile, with our old classmate Li Qianqian. Ah, congratulations. Li Qianqian is indeed the belle of our class. You've some skill there. Wang Yu expressed, somewhat taken aback. It's nothing. The bride price is 300,000 yuan. My father is truly investing heavily. Bao Zubing beamed, blissfully unaware of how fortunate he felt. Suddenly, Wang Yu recalled that he had yet to give a red envelope. Allow me to send you a monetary gift right now. No need. We're old classmates, and I haven't even sent you an invitation yet. Bao Zubing protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That's simply one to-do. I'll send you the money directly via WeChat. If you refuse, I might not attend. Wang Yu had already pulled out his phone, searching for Bao Zubing's WeChat. Bao Zubing demurred. How could I accept? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Yu insisted, having sent a red envelope containing precisely 1,000 yuan. Chapter 16. The Wedding of Old Classmates. Generally, the customary gift ranges from 200 to 300 yuan, with a maximum of 800. Wang Yu's generous offering of 1,000 caught Bao Zubing by surprise. You only needed to send 200. Why so much? I'm not like others. It's a rare occasion to meet. And who knows when we might see each other again. Wang Yu replied courteously, by the way, where is it? Oh, it's at the Lychee Grand Hotel. Right across the street. Bao Zubing pointed, and Wang Yu immediately spotted it, a mere 300 meters away, quite convenient. All right, ensure I have a proper seat. I will definitely attend. Wang Yu calculated the time. It was indeed time to return. I ought to head home. Perhaps Zhou Jingqing's father is already at my place. Is he coming to collect debts? So eager? Bao Zubing queried in confusion. No, my father called all the creditors over for repayment and to treat them to a meal. Oh, see you tonight. I've got everything arranged. Upon returning home, Wang Yu discovered that all the creditors had indeed gathered. Zhou Kai, Zhou Jingqing's father, was in the pork business in Jimei town, with a debt of 100,000. Wang Ziyan, the third brother of Wang Ziyan, Wang Yu's uncle, raised chickens in the village, owing 50,000. Su Liang, a former friend of Wang Ziyan, ran a breakfast business in town, owing 80,000. Zhao Lan, a friend of He Li, a housewife with a working husband, owed 50,000. Upon entering, Wang Yu heard his uncle Wang Ziyan's voice. Ah, is that Wang Yu? I hardly recognize you now. Wang Yu politely responded, Uncle, how many years has it been since your family returned? His uncle, seeing Wang Yu, was as warm and welcoming as ever, as if they had seen each other daily in their youth. Zhao Lan emerged from another room, spotting Wang Yu, and directly inquired of He Li, Oh my, is this your son? He Li beamed. Yes, this is my son, Wang Yu. Your son is quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Zhao Lan inquired amiably. Not yet. We've only just begun to improve financially, so finding a partner will require more effort. Wang Yu volunteered. Zhao Lan, appreciating Wang Yu's appearance, height, and demeanor, thought of introducing him to her cousin's friend's daughter, who was unmarried and of a similar age. I could introduce you to a lovely girl I know. Who is around your age? Wang Yu, uninterested in the topic, shook his head. I'm not looking right now. Let's drop it, Annie. Not looking at the moment. Huh? Hee hee. Zhao Lan chuckled, choosing not to press further. He Li was also not particularly anxious. In the past, many girls had turned Wang Yu down due to their family circumstances, and now she was indifferent to one or two more rejections. Lunch was ready, and Wang Yu went to the kitchen to serve dishes while Wang Ziyan fetched wine, aiming to properly host these benefactors who had once aided their family. Having heard Bao Zubing's description, Wang Yu held no positive impression of Zhou Jingqing's father, but he was quite courteous to the other three. During the meal, Wang Ziyan presented the cash he had brought to the table. The reason for inviting you all today is twofold. First, to express our gratitude for your assistance during our family's most challenging times 10 years ago. It's just a simple meal, so please forgive any shortcomings. Not at all. There's no need for such formality. We are all family. Wang Ziyan responded. The others echoed similar sentiments, and Wang Ziyan continued. Secondly, to repay your debts. Over the years, we've faced our own difficulties, and I understand your urgency. But money is hard to come by, especially in big cities. I could only withdraw cash today. He first handed a stack of money to Zhou Jingqing's father. Zhou's father graciously replied, No need to worry. I trust you. Wang Ziyan then handed another stack to Zhao Lan. You've been friends with my wife since childhood, and we are truly grateful. Zhao Lan cheerfully accepted the money, saying, I'll take it, but make sure you have enough for yourselves. Wang Ziyan, boasting, added, We have enough. Did you see that car outside? It cost over 600,000. We're also looking to open a supermarket in town, so feel free to reach out if you encounter any difficulties. Hearing this, Zhao Lan felt even more secure about accepting the money. After repaying the debts of the other two, they began to enjoy their meal while conversing. Wang Yu, having finished early, found little common ground with the adults and decided to leave. Bao Xubing's wedding preparations were already underway. The ceremony was set for 6 p.m. at the Lichi Grand Hotel, and by around 4 p.m., many guests had already arrived, primarily those from nearby, including several old classmates. Bao Xubing was busy messaging Wang Yu. Why haven't you arrived yet? All the old classmates are waiting for you. Wang Yu glanced at the time and inquired. It's only a little past 4. Are we heading out this early? Of course, we ought to gather together with everyone, replied Bao Xubing. All right, I shall make my way there now. Wang Yu sent a WeChat message to He Li, explaining the situation, and then proceeded to Lichi Grand Hotel. The Lichi Hotel is quite renowned in Jimei Town, being the sole large-scale hotel in the area, boasting comprehensive facilities. While there are several smaller hotels nearby, their standards are considerably lower, thus it is customary for gatherings and banquets to be held here. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu was greeted by Bao Xubing, who had to make a special announcement since he did not possess an invitation. Wang Yu has arrived. Bao Xubing called out from a distance, aiming to draw everyone's attention. Wang Yu? Is he the one who owes money and has been hiding away? Zhou Jingqing interjected, displaying an incredulous expression. I heard his family has left our town. Didn't they move elsewhere? Another classmate chimed in, sensing the snarky undertones in their remarks. Bao Xubing could only manage a forced smile, and, upon seeing Wang Yu, greeted him warmly. Welcome, welcome. Everyone here is our classmate. Soon we shall all sit at this table. Wang Yu glanced inside and noticed that a significant number of attendees had already taken their seats. A classmate table sign was placed prominently in front of him, reflecting thoughtful arrangements. Please, let us sit and chat. Why is everyone standing around? Bao Xubing suggested, attempting to fill the silence with conversation. Chapter 17. Your ring is a fake. It was evident that the others felt somewhat uneasy in Wang Yu's presence, harboring the belief that his family had accrued substantial debts over the years, remaining elusive and morally questionable. The table comprised 8 individuals, including Wang Yu, with Zhou Jingqing among the 7 classmates present, 3 males and 4 females. Noticing Wang Yu was alone and seemingly avoided, Zhou Jingqing provocatively inquired, Wang Yu, I must ask, your family owes us 100,000 yuan. It's been 5 years. How can you face us? Over the years, Wang Yu's family's reputation had severely deteriorated, a fact for which Zhou Jingqing's family had played an indelible role. Zhou's father had previously assisted Wang Yu's family. Any sense of gratitude was more a matter between their fathers, leaving Wang Yu with no feelings of appreciation for Zhou Jingqing. What have you been working at these years? Before Wang Yu could respond, a girl sitting next to Zhou Jingqing, named Chen Fengwan, interjected. She had been their Chinese class representative in middle school and had worked at a local supermarket since graduating, currently dating Zhou Jingqing. In Shanghai, Wang Yu replied. Most at the table were pursuing careers in their hometown, while others had moved to the capital, Shanghai, or Jiangling. Unable to return due to Bao Xubing's poorly timed wedding arrangements, which fell during a period when many could not afford to take leave. Thus, upon seeing Wang Yu, they wore expressions of disdain, believing that his pursuits in a big city were inconsequential compared to their own stability. At least they possessed homes, cars, wealth, and partners. While Wang Yu was solitary, Zhou Jingqing, with a mocking tone, asked, so how much do you earn in Shanghai? Surely, big cities offer decent salaries. Enough to pay back what you owe us, right? Wang Yu realized immediately that this was a veiled attempt to belittle him. Haven't I already repaid it? Didn't your father inform you? Zhou Jingqing had not intended to broach this topic, but since Wang Yu had brought it up, it made it easier for him to ridicule him further. You've paid it back already? I might have been mistaken, my apologies. The other classmates remained taciturn, merely listening to the exchange between Zhou Jingqing and Wang Yu. Are you aware now? Wang Yu retorted. Zhou Jingqing, originally planning to leverage this topic to his advantage, found himself at a loss as Wang Yu had countered his jab. Well, it seems you're still struggling, taking 5 years to repay 100,000 yuan. By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Yu shook his head. No, I just finished paying off my debts. I have no money to find a partner. One needs a house, a car, and a dowry, among other things. If you had the means, none of it would be a problem. Surely, over the years you've earned more than 100,000 yuan. Do you not have a penny to your name? Zhou Jingqing remarked. Look at us. We've all settled down here. He then placed his arm around Chen Fengwan's shoulders, showcasing their relationship. Chen Fengwan had once harbored feelings for Wang Yu during middle school, but after the scandals surrounding his family emerged, she ceased all contact with him. Following graduation, she secured a position at a local beauty salon, earning 4,000 yuan monthly, while Zhou Jingqing followed in his father's business endeavors. Although Chen Fengwan and Zhou Jingqing were not yet married, they were engaged. Aside from their pair, every other classmate at the table was in a relationship, some even with children. Upon learning Wang Yu was still single, they basked in a sense of superiority. You might as well have stayed in your hometown. In a big city, you really have nothing. Another classmate remarked. Indeed, how old are you now, and still no partner? Don't your parents worry? They all believed Wang Yu's family had remained unsuccessful over the years. Otherwise, his parents would not have returned to their hometown. Qin Fengwan, feeling triumphant, displayed her engagement ring, exclaiming, "Do you see this? It's a 200,000 yuan emerald ring given to me by my boyfriend. I wouldn't associate with a penniless person." Her words were a clear indication to Wang Yu that she was grateful she had not ended up with him. Zhou Jingqing, now beside Qin Fengwan, smirked and said, "Could you refrain from such comments? Nowadays, most workers in big cities earn little. After paying rent and utilities, what else left over?" He mocked. "You really expect him to afford a 100,000 yuan ring? I doubt he could even buy one worth 1,000 yuan. Ha ha." Qin Fengwan smirked slightly. "Well, I'm glad I didn't end up with you. You wouldn't even be able to afford an 180,000 yuan dowry." Wang Yu chuckled in frustration. "Not having a girlfriend simply means I'm not interested. Settling for a superficial relationship while thinking you've struck gold is quite naive." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengwan laughed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yu. "What's wrong with superficiality? He's wealthy, and that's all that matters for a good life. Do you think it's about having a heart that loves me? Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. What era are we in?" Wang Yu was taken aback. Was it truly a time when financial gain overshadowed emotional bonds? He had been utterly oblivious to this shift. Nevertheless, when Qin Fengwan had showcased her ring earlier, he had scanned it with his system and discovered that the emerald ring was a counterfeit, purchased for a mere 500 yuan in the antique market. Its exquisite craftsmanship rendered it nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, detectable only by specialized appraisal services. Standard jewelry shops possessed the tools necessary for verification. A simple examination would reveal the truth. If he truly cherished her enough to spend money, it could be seen as a form of love. However, Wang Yu merely shook his head, a disappointed smile forming on his lips. Zhou Jingqing's countenance grew somewhat unnatural, prompting him to hastily divert the conversation. "Everyone can see that I spend money on my girlfriend, so you have no right to comment. Mind your own business first." Buying a shabby ring for 500 yuan, pretending it's an emerald. It's no wonder the girls back home are so easily deceived. They simply lack worldly experience and understanding. Zhou Jingqing was immediately consumed by fury, shouting at Wang Yu. "You, who can't even find a girlfriend, dare to act as if you know everything. Aren't you ashamed? And it's just 500 yuan. If I give you 1,000, you go buy one for me." Qin Fengwan observed Wang Yu and Zhou Jingqing with a skeptical eye, remaining silent for a considerable time. She recalled Zhou Jingqing's usual demeanor towards her and found it hard to believe he would purchase a fake ring. Yet, his mother was notoriously frugal and harbored a victim mentality, always believing that Qin Fengwan's family was not as well off as theirs, and that Zhou Jingqing's willingness to marry her was a stroke of luck. Whenever she bought clothes or jewelry, she would drone on and on, her comments laden with sarcasm, which made Qin Fengwan quite uncomfortable. Chapter 18. I do not owe just 100,000 yuan. Zhou Jingqing himself was rather dependent on his mother, lacking his own opinions, thus obeying her every command. If this ring was indeed arranged by his mother, he might find it difficult to refuse. Qin Fengwan questioned Wang Yu. "If you say it's fake, then where's your evidence?" Zhou Jingqing, fearful of the truth being revealed, incessantly prattled. "Huan, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just envious of my relationship. People like him thrive on discord." All right. I merely wish to understand how he deduced that. Please, hold your tongue." Qin Fengwan remained unpersuaded by Zhou Jingqing's words. Her rationality prevailed. Zhou Jingqing looked at Qin Fengwan helplessly, feeling a surge of frustration. He had intended to belittle Wang Yu, the singleton, upon encountering him, but the situation had spiraled out of control. You can't really believe him, can you? Qin Fengwan remained silent, glaring at Wang Yu, her expression rife with skepticism and a disheartening inability to accept reality. Wang Yu stated plainly, "If you wish to ascertain the truth, you could discreetly visit any jewelry store to have it verified. If you think I'm trying to sow discord, then disregard my words." Qin Fengwan's face turned pale. She was beginning to believe Wang Yu's claim that the ring was indeed a counterfeit. Glancing at the time, she noted there was still half an hour before the banquet commenced. There was still time to verify at the jewelry store across the street. Without uttering a word, she rose and departed. Zhou Jingqing immediately seized Qin Fengwan's arm. "What are you doing? Do you really believe this envious fool? Why won't you let me go? Are you hiding something?" Qin Fengwan retorted, breaking free from his grasp. Zhou Jingqing, visibly displeased, conceded that a visit to the jewelry store would reveal the truth, and begrudgingly admitted, "Fine, it's fake. I bought it for 500 yuan. Are you satisfied now?" The entire table was rendered speechless. Just a moment prior, They had believed Wang Yu was merely speaking out of jealousy, but it turned out he was indeed correct. It seemed that after spending a few years in the big city, one's perspective truly broadened. He could discern at a glance that the ring was a counterfeit, something no one in this town had managed to do, indicating Wang Yu was well acquainted with luxury items. Upon hearing Zhou Jingqing's confession, Chen Fengwan was overwhelmed with anger and tears. Your entire family is the same. Get lost. With that, she fled. Zhou Jingqing hastily grabbed his coat from the chair and rushed after her. Huan, let me explain. Only Wang Yu and the remaining 5 classmates were left at the table. Witnessing Wang Yu's keen insight, the female classmates gravitated closer to him. Wang Yu, you're incredible. You actually called it right, exclaimed Lu Xiaoqiong. Did you think I was just envious and deliberately claiming it was fake? Wang Yu inquired. Another classmate, Zhang Ting, presented her bracelet. Wang Yu, do you have knowledge of these items? Please help me identify this. It's a gift from my husband for our first anniversary. Is it genuine? Wang Yu replied solemnly. I only exposed Zhou Jingqing because he irked me. I generally refrain from such revelations to avoid disrupting others' relationships. Lu Xiaoqiong assured him, it's fine, even if it were fake. I wouldn't blame my husband. I'm not as materialistic as Chen Fengwan. When my husband married me, he only offered a dowry of 20,000 yuan, and I didn't complain. Very well. Seeing her determination, Wang Yu examined the bracelet. It was a jadeite bracelet brought back by Lu Xiaoqiong's husband from Myanmar, costing 5,000 yuan, and he had personally verified its authenticity at a jewelry store upon returning. The other girls at the table anxiously awaited Wang Yu's verdict. If he could accurately identify this piece as well, they would have ample reason to believe in his expertise. And his prior assertion about Chen Fengjuan's ring being fake would not simply be a stroke of luck. The system chimed, a jadeite bracelet from Myanmar, valued at 5,000 yuan. Wang Yu, noticing their cautious expressions, stated directly, this one is genuine. It's known as an ice glutinous jade bracelet, worth approximately 5,000 yuan, a popular variety from Myanmar. Congratulations. Your husband must hold genuine affection for you. Lu Xiaoqiong turned to her classmates, astonished. After witnessing Wang Yu's prowess, they regarded him with newfound respect, abandoning their earlier mockery. Lu Xiaoqiong smiled, inching closer to Wang Yu, and cheerfully asked, by the way, just how much do you owe Zhou Jingqing's family? They've been spreading all sorts of rumors about you in town. Another unnamed female classmate chimed in. Aren't your parents both working outside? How is it possible to earn only 100,000 yuan in 5 years? Indeed, everyone was calculating in their minds, with 3 family members working. Even if they saved 3,000 yuan a month, it would amount to about 90,000 yuan a year, totaling 450,000 yuan over 5 years. Wang Yu explained. Our family doesn't owe Zhou Jingqing's family just 100,000 yuan. We have debts to others as well, totaling around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Really? Lu Xiaoqiong gasped, covering her mouth in shock. I knew Zhou Jingqing's family was not to be trusted. They speak so recklessly. Indeed, they continually bring up your family's 100,000 yuan debt. But they conveniently omit how much you owe to others. Another classmate added. Wang Yu shook his head, signaling that he would no longer pursue the matter. In this society, lacking money equated to losing face. One would be embarrassed wherever they went. Even without Zhou Jingqing's malicious gossip, his family situation was not particularly favorable. However, once wealth was acquired, dignity could be restored in an instant. It was that simple and direct. In the past 5 years, we have only truly been profitable for 3 of them. The initial 2 years were fraught with challenges. Fortunately, we have since garnered a substantial income, having repaid our debts of 5 to 600,000. My father even acquired a luxurious Bauma SUV, costing over 400,000. Additionally, there are some funds left for my parents to start a business in our hometown. In our town, there is a singular supermarket, Lianhua, which is situated in the direction of our residence. However, there are no supermarkets nearby at all. You're doing quite well, then. It amounts to nearly 1 million earned in just 3 years. Lu Xiaoqiong remarked. Closer to 1.5 million. Wang Yu replied. The classmates at the table began to comprehend that Wang Yu was the one with true capabilities, in stark contrast to Zhou Jingqing, who relied on his parents. Over the course of 3 years, Zhou Jingqing's family pork business could have potentially earned around 1 to 200,000. However, this had nothing to do with him, as it was solely his parents' hard work. It was ironic that this so-called mama's boy had just belittled Wang Yu, only to reveal himself as the real fool. Chapter 19. Toasts. The 4 female classmates finally understood that given Wang Yu's economic standing, his lack of a girlfriend was likely a matter of personal choice. With his financial capacity, appearance, and family background, it was implausible that he could not attract a partner. Previously, he had been burdened by debt and had not returned to his hometown, which had tarnished his reputation. Now, If Wang Yu desired a relationship, he could easily find one in no time. Regrettably, they were all already married. Lu Xiaoqiong and one other classmate had children who were already walking, while the other three had wed in the past 2 years. Do you truly not have a girlfriend? Inquired a classmate named Li Shuang. This was the first time Li Shuang had actively asked Wang Yu a question, as they had not interacted much during their school years. They were not well acquainted, having scarcely exchanged words throughout their 3 years in middle school. Had she not posed the question, Wang Yu would not have initiated conversation with her. However, since she had asked, he was more than willing to respond. Indeed, I do not. Do you plan to find one? Li Shuang pressed. Wang Yu shook his head. I do not currently intend to seek a partner, at least not in my hometown. Wang Yu suspected that Li Shuang might be inclined to introduce him to her younger sister or a close friend, so he chose to curtail the conversation. After all, as someone with aspirations, it was unlikely he would seek a partner in this small town among girls of average appearance and education. As the dishes and drinks began to arrive at the table, the atmosphere brightened considerably. During the banquet, a host engaged the guests in lively interaction, and soon after, the groom and bride came to toast everyone. When the group reached their table, they noticed that Zhou Zhengqing and Qin Fengwan were missing. The host, Bao Zubing, inquired, "Where have they gone?" Lu Xiaoqiong, the most talkative among them, explained. Zhou Zhengqing spoke rather unpleasantly, and Wang Yu exposed the fact that the ring he bought for Qin Fengwan was fake. Zhou Zhengqing admitted it, and Qin Fengwan became furious, prompting Zhou Zhengqing to chase after her. The bride, Li Qianqian, who was also their former classmate, was taken aback upon hearing that Wang Yu had uncovered the truth about Qin Fengjuan's ring. She had always found Qin Fengjuan's flaunting of her ring grating. Now, learning this news was more exhilarating to her than the wedding itself. How could it have been fake? She flaunted it in front of me every day. This is splendid. All right, let us raise a glass and toast together, the host urged, as their table had been engrossed in conversation for quite some time, and there were several other tables still to attend to. After the toasts, everyone resumed their meals. The 6 individuals at the table raised their glasses and drank with Bao Zubing and Li Qianqian. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the banquet was nearing its conclusion, and some guests began to depart. Bao Zubing stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to each guest. As Wang Yu prepared to leave, he overheard Bao Zubing conversing with someone, as the person had no vehicle and lived quite far away, making it somewhat inconvenient. Given that many attendees had consumed alcohol, driving was not an option, necessitating the need for someone with a car to offer a lift. I'll call someone else for assistance, Bao Zubing told the individual. Turning around, he saw Wang Yu and remembered to ask, by the way, Wang Yu, does your family own a car? Yes, why do you ask? Wang Yu replied, this is a friend of my father who lives quite far. Would you be able to give him a ride? I'll cover the fuel costs, Bao Zubing politely requested. It's really a tough situation today. Please lend a hand, old classmate. Without a second thought, Wang Yu agreed, of course. I'll have my father drive over. Where do you live? In Shizhen. Their family operates a pottery business. Do you know it? There is only one pottery maker in the entire town, which has been the case for over 20 years, so everyone knows where it is located. Wang Yu immediately understood. Oh, I know the place. That's the pottery business I often heard about in my childhood, right? Exactly. His father was exceptionally skilled, but has since passed away. Now he has inherited the family business. Bao Zubing elaborated. Wang Yu was not particularly familiar with this individual, as he and Wang Yu's father, along with Bao Zubing's father, belonged to the same generation. Therefore, he had remained silent until now. However, upon hearing the mention of their elders' names, he recognized them immediately. Young man, whose child are you? My father is Wang Zihan. Wang Yu responded. Wang Zihan is your father? No wonder you resemble him so much, haha. Wang Yu had already summoned Wang Zihan via WeChat. While waiting, Wang Yu engaged in conversation with the pottery uncle, learning that he had amassed a collection of unique ceramics, completely inheriting his father's craftsmanship, and his business was thriving. 10 minutes later, Wang Zihan arrived. Upon seeing the pottery uncle, Wang Zihan greeted him warmly, as if encountering an old comrade. Old Gua, it's you. Long time no see. Haha, indeed. Long time no see. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Zihan invited Master Gua to sit in the front passenger seat, while Wang Yu settled into the back seat. Upon arriving at Master Gua's home, he insisted that they come inside for a visit and have a cup of tea, since they had no pressing engagements. Wang Zihan agreed, and took Wang Yu along with him. Master Gua's residence was adjacent to the pottery factory. To the left was his home, where he lived with his wife, while their 2 daughters, now married, seldom returned. To the right was the pottery workshop, which was modest in size, consisting of earthen brick structures. Pottery making does not require stringent hygiene, and all the equipment is in constant contact with dust, leading to a rather casual atmosphere. Upon entering their living space, Wang Yu noted the cleanliness was rather subpar. Having lived in a bustling city for many years, he found it challenging to imagine sleeping in such conditions. As they entered, Wang Yu remained mostly silent, eager to conclude the conversation and return home. He could hear Master Gu's wife engaging in polite conversation with Wang Zihan while pouring tea for them. "Old Wang, your son has grown so much." Wang Zihan chuckled. "Yes? It's been a long time since we returned. Your two daughters are married, correct?" "Indeed, they married early and have settled in other locations." "Oh, it seems you two are living quite well here, in peace and tranquility, without disturbances," Wang Zihan remarked as he surveyed their surroundings. Master Gu was also quite courteous as he introduced some items from his home to Wang Zihan. "We have no particular aspirations anymore. I have no other hobbies. But I delight in scouring for peculiar treasures outside." "Indeed," Wang Zihan remarked appreciatively as he surveyed the various porcelain pieces displayed on the cabinet. "Are all your porcelain creations crafted in accordance with these designs?" Master Gu nodded, saying, "Yes, where could I find such inspiration on my own? Sometimes, one must venture out to observe what the world has to offer." Chapter 20. An antique worth 50 million. "These are all heirlooms from my father. While these others were purchased by me, one must keep pace with the times. Otherwise, one risks losing business." Wang Zihan concurred. "Indeed, the contemporary mindset tends to favor novelty and disdain the old." As the two engaged in this rather mundane discussion, Wang Yu was nearly lulled to sleep. To stave off drowsiness, he wandered over to the porcelain pieces. Out of sheer curiosity regarding the market value of pottery, he activated the system to check. A purple clay teapot, valued at 1,400 yuan. A hand-painted antique blue and white porcelain piece, 200 yuan. To his astonishment, Wang Yu realized the immense worth of these ceramic items. A hallway ornament, 30 yuan. After a brief glance, he noted that while some items were indeed inexpensive, generally speaking, the more complex the craftsmanship, the higher the price. Suddenly, a vision before him dazzled Wang Yu's titanium alloy eyes. A blue and white palace bowl from the Ming dynasty. During the Chenghua period, valued at 50 million, Wang Yu was instantly awakened from his stupor, believing he must have misread, and rubbed his eyes to examine it closely once more. The system reiterated its valuation, a blue and white palace bowl from the Ming dynasty, during the Chenghua period. Valued at 50 million. No matter how many times he looked, the price remained unchanged. If he sold it, he would never need to spend another dime in his lifetime. It seemed that escorting Master Gu home this evening was indeed fortuitous. He was currently pondering how to swiftly accumulate funds, and this discovery was a serendipitous windfall. Wang Yu endeavored to suppress his excitement, striving to maintain the demeanor of an absolute novice regarding ceramics. He speculated that Master Gu must be completely unaware of the bowl's true value. Otherwise, he would never have displayed such a precious item in such an obvious location. Nor would he continue in the pottery business. "Master Gu, how much do your items cost?" Wang Yu inquired abruptly. After posing the question, he attentively observed Master Gu's expression. For this item was far too valuable to let slip away. Engaged in conversation with Wang Zihan, Master Gu turned at Wang Yu's question and replied, "The pricier ones are around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, while the cheaper ones can be as low as a few dozen. The least expensive is that ornament. And bowls range from 10 to 20 yuan, 3 to 4,000. Goodness, you must earn quite a bit from pottery." Wang Zihan chimed in, equally intrigued by the inquiry. "Business fluctuates. Sometimes it's abundant, sometimes sparse. There's no fixed amount." Master Gu expressed satisfaction with his earnings, and his confident demeanor spoke volumes. "Then I'll purchase a few. I'm heading back to the Magic City and need some decorations for my house," Wang Yu declared. "Choose whichever you like. They're all yours," Master Gu graciously offered. Wang Yu quickly waved his hands. No. I'm not just selecting one or two. Let us settle on a price." Wang Zihan, unconcerned with Wang Yu's purchases, recognized that their family's recent stability was largely due to him, and the few thousand yuan spent on ceramics was hardly a concern. "Go ahead and select. Once you're done, I'll give you a couple more." Master Gu remained oblivious to Wang Yu's intentions, still as polite as ever. Wang Yu chose several pieces, saying, "I quite like these. And that larger vase over there, I'll take that as well." That will be all. Having selected the Ming Dynasty Palace Bowl among his choices, he laid out a total of 8 porcelain items before Master Gu. Master Gu examined them, counting and calculating. "This one is 1,000, this one 400, and this one 10. Let us just say altogether it's 3,000 yuan. I'll gift you these 2 bowls." Wang Yu was more than willing to accept the generous offer, lest he appear ungrateful. "Thank you, Master Gu. No need for thanks. I pride myself on being approachable, otherwise my pottery factory wouldn't have thrived until now. Indeed. By the way, my father is planning to open a supermarket in town. You should come by when you have the chance. We can offer you special discounts." Wang Yu mentioned. "Oh, so you're planning to develop in your hometown, old Wang?" Master Gu exclaimed, turning to Wang Zihan. "Yes, I've long wanted to return. It's just that I've not yet cleared my debts. Wang Zihan replied. And their conversation resumed. Wang Yu, uninterested in the ongoing dialogue, began loading the porcelain into the vehicle. After moving the smaller items, he needed Wang Zihan's assistance for the largest vase, prompting him to prepare to leave. Well then, let us head back. Wang Zihan greeted Master Gu before joining Wang Yu to lift the vase. Master Gu repeatedly cautioned them to be careful. Once everything was loaded into the car, Wang Yu settled into the front passenger seat, while Wang Zihan took the wheel, driving towards home. It was already 11 p.m. when Wang Zihan curiously asked, "How will you transport such a large porcelain piece to the Magic City?" "The large one will stay at home. I'll take the smaller items. Primarily, I'm keeping that bowl for my meals." Wang Yu thought it prudent not to disclose to his father that the bowl was worth 50 million, for surely Wang Zihan would berate him mercilessly. Moreover, Wang Yu truly found no justification to convince Wang Zihan of his expertise in antiques, thus opting for discretion. Once the funds were secured, belief would naturally follow. As long as there weren't mountains of cash cluttering the house, and as long as the money could circulate in the market, it was entirely legitimate. Noticing Wang Yu cradling the bowl, Wang Zihan remarked in confusion, "Isn't this just a porcelain bowl? Can't you find one in the Magic City? Why go through the trouble of bringing one from home?" Actually, the Magic City doesn't have such bowls. Upon arriving home, Wang Yu carefully stowed the bowl away before heading off to bed. The following morning, at 10 a.m., Wang Yu finally awakened, having slept in. After being urged by He Li to finish his lunch, he set out with Wang Zihan to inspect storefronts. In this vicinity, there was a notable absence of supermarkets. The only one in the entire Jimei town was a Lianhua supermarket located 2 kilometers from Wang Yu's residential area, making shopping rather inconvenient. The locals were reluctant to open stores due to the low profits of supermarkets. They preferred to operate game rooms or small eateries, or even set up food carts to sell fried noodles, as these ventures proved more lucrative than running a supermarket. However, Wang Yu was different. He possessed a system, and the profitability of the supermarket was secondary. His primary aim was to provide his parents with a purpose, preventing them from languishing at home idly. Exiting the residential complex, he encountered a row of storefronts along the street, varying in size. The largest spanned 500 square meters, suitable for a supermarket or restaurant, while the smaller ones measured around 10 square meters, ideal for a bubble tea shop. Chapter 21. The affordability of rent at home. The landlord was already waiting there, and upon seeing Wang Zihan, he greeted him and offered a cigarette. "So, which one catches your eye?" Wang Zihan had his heart set on the 500 square meter storefront, but he found the rent exorbitant. "I'm interested in this one. Could you possibly lower the price a bit?" "Lower it how much?" "Sure, how much do you want?" The landlord, aware of the difficulty in renting out this location, readily agreed. "I propose 150,000 a year, inclusive of property fees. Let us see if that works. If it does, we can sign the contract right away." Wang Zihan replied decisively. This was originally priced at 180,000 a year, including property fees. The landlord exclaimed, "You're asking for 150,000 a year, all fees included?" "Exactly," Wang Zihan affirmed. All right. I'm not counting on this to make a profit anyway. I just hope someone opens a supermarket here, so I can shop conveniently, haha." The landlord laughed heartily. From his demeanor, it was evident he was not lacking in funds. He owned more than half of the storefronts in that row, which already included a barber shop, a shop selling electric bikes, an advertising printing shop, 2 breakfast eateries, a bookstore, and 4 restaurants. The rent from these establishments alone brought in a substantial monthly income, so he wasn't particularly concerned about squeezing every last cent from the remaining storefronts. As long as he could rent them all out without the hassle of extensive advertising, he would be quite content. Thus, with an agreement of 150,000 a year, covering utilities, Wang Zihan secured the 500 square meter store. Wang Yu, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback. Such a price would be unimaginable in the metropolis, where rents could easily reach 150,000 a month. Ultimately, the difference in rent was approximately tenfold. Yet the actual disparity in value was not as vast. At most, it was merely that the metropolis was a first-tier city with a larger population and better business opportunities. The prestige of claiming to operate a store in the metropolis was alluring, but the choice ultimately depended on the individual. For those looking to challenge themselves, the big city beckoned. For those preferring a more comfortable existence, home offered solace. Clearly, both Wang Zihan and He Li had long surpassed the age of seeking challenges, making their hometown the ultimate choice. "Is there a contract? Let us sign it now. I'll find someone to renovate tomorrow," Wang Zihan declared. "All right, let us head upstairs." The landlord lived on the second floor of the storefront row, making it convenient to retrieve the contract. He led Wang Yu and Wang Zihan upstairs, and in no time, they signed the contract. It was a 5-year agreement, with the option for priority renewal. The payment arrangement was 3 months' rent in advance with 1 month as deposit. and there was a 45-day rent-free period for renovations, which felt a bit tight. The pace of life in their hometown could not be compared to the metropolis. A store renovation there might be completed in just over 20 days, whereas in their hometown, it would take at least 2 months. Nevertheless, Wang Zihin felt satisfied. Some landlords didn't even offer a rent-free period, and one still had to rent regardless. All right, I'll take my leave now. After signing, Wang Zihin took the contract and headed home with Wang Yu. As of now, everything was in order. Wang Yu had transferred 800,000 to Wang Zihin's account, and he himself still had 170,000 left. He was prepared to head back to the metropolis directly. Dad, Mom, you can handle the remaining matters at home. I'm not familiar with the supermarket operations. I'll be going back to the metropolis now, Wang Yu stated. Wang Zihin chuckled. You're leaving so soon? You've only just returned after so many years. Why not stay a few more days? Wang Yu was hardly in the mood to linger at home. He was eager to auction off that bowl. He couldn't find peace until he secured that 50 million. I can't stay. I have many things to do back home, and I need to earn money too. Staying at home for a day is just wasting time. All right. Are you leaving right now? Healy inquired. Yes, I'll pack up and be off. Healy hurriedly gathered some food and drinks, placing them beside Wang Yu's suitcase. Take these with you. Once you're back in the metropolis, give me a call. Wang Yu glanced at the assortment, which included the family's special pickled vegetables, fish, chicken, and roasted duck, flavors unique to their town that were indeed unavailable elsewhere. He packed everything into his suitcase. All right, I'm off now. Dad, Mom, be safe on your journey. Wang Yu dragged a modest suitcase, holding his phone in the other hand. Dressed in his newly purchased Elway jacket, as he made his way to the town's bus station. Wang Yu would first take a bus from the town to the city, then catch a high-speed train to the metropolis. This was the downside of not having a car or a driver's license. Once he dealt with the bowl, he would immediately go for his license. These days, in their town, as long as a family wasn't particularly impoverished, young men like Wang Yu all owned cars. The 9-year compulsory education had not yet reached this level. Thus, for those in their 20s, driving was no longer a matter of prestige. However, lacking a car was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment. Finally, after a 20-minute wait, the bus arrived. The frequency of buses in the town truly left Wang Yu impressed. Once on board, he wasted no time, opening his phone to search for antique trading platforms. Having never encountered such a situation before, he was hesitant to sell it anywhere indiscriminately. After all, it was a 50 million treasure, more terrifying than winning the lottery. No room for jest. The search results could be categorized into 3 types. The first was online trading, which he promptly dismissed, as he was not well versed in the deep and murky waters of the antique market, and he would never sell something so valuable online. The second option was to sell directly at a local antique market, which was the most convenient, but often failed to yield the true value of treasures. The third option, which Wang Yu preferred, was to go to an auction house. Most buyers at auction houses were wealthy individuals who purchased items based on whim. With some luck, they might pay more than market value for something they fancied. The downside was that auctioning off treasures involved a complex process, but it was relatively authoritative and secure. Without further hesitation, Wang Yu quickly searched for renowned auction houses as they approached the train station, intending to buy a ticket to one of the cities hosting a major auction. Among them, the largest auction house in the country was undoubtedly Bali Auction House in Yanjing. This establishment was highly professional and authoritative both domestically and internationally, with transactions reaching over 4 billion. Its address was on the 3rd floor of Bali Building, North Dying Street, Chaoyang District, Yanjing. Wang Yu decided to head straight to Yanjing. After the auction, he could make his way to the metropolis, saving the trouble of back-and-forth travel. Upon arriving at the train station, Wang Yu dashed toward the ticket counter with his suitcase. Chapter 22, Bali Auction Company. The journey from Nanyang to Yanjing West Station took approximately 5 hours. If he managed to buy a ticket today, he could arrive by evening, find a place to rest, and then head to the auction house the next day, perfectly timed. The station was not overly crowded, allowing Wang Yu to easily purchase a business-class ticket to Yanjing for over 400 yuan, which made him blink not once. Initially, he felt it was somewhat wasteful. Yet he had no alternative, for traveling in the ordinary economy class amidst a crowd posed considerable risks. It is better to be cautious than to be caught unawares, especially in the event of encountering a skilled pickpocket. In such a case, his 5,000 could vanish in an instant. After the ticket check and boarding, Wang Yu connected his phone to a power source for charging and activated the reading light, reclining in his seat while perusing the transaction rules of the Bali Auction House. Specifically, Wang Yu was required to bring his item to the Bali Auction Company for appraisal. Once the evaluation was completed, they would assess the value. And if Wang Yu found the price agreeable, he would proceed to sign a contract and list the item for auction. This process typically took about 3 working days, during which the item would be stored in the Bali auction vault, ready for auction at the appropriate time. Should the auction prove successful, a commission of 10% would be levied on the final hammer price. Conversely, if the auction were unsuccessful, no fees would be charged. Once he comprehended all the rules thoroughly, Wang Yu finally felt at ease enough to sleep soundly. When the alarm rang, the high-speed train had already arrived at Yanjing. Wang Yu opened his bleary eyes to the announcement. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Yanjing West Station. Please ensure you have all your personal belongings. Passengers began to disembark, and Wang Yu followed suit, dragging his suitcase along with the flow. Outside, darkness had already descended, and upon checking the time, he noted it was 8:39 p.m. He decided to find a nearby restaurant serving Peking duck to satiate his hunger before searching for a hotel. While enjoying his meal, he searched the map and discovered that reaching the Poly building from his location would require at least a 40-minute taxi ride. Consequently, he resolved not to splurge on a lavish hotel, planning instead to secure a comfortable accommodation near the auction house the following day. After finishing his Peking duck, Wang Yu located a modest hotel nearby, cleaned up, and retired for the night. The next morning, he rose early, consumed a few dumplings, drank a cup of soy milk, and set off with his luggage towards the Poly building. Arriving in Yanjing, a city unfamiliar to him, Wang Yu felt somewhat vulnerable, though inwardly anxious. He maintained an outward demeanor of calm, ensuring no one could perceive that he was worth over 50 million. Dressed in a designer outfit worth over 10,000. He projected an image of ostentation, which would likely deter at least 90% of those who might suspect he possessed something valuable. Before departing, he meticulously checked that the Ming Dynasty Changhua period palace bowl was intact before setting off. He hailed a taxi, and after a 45-minute journey, arrived at the Poly building. To his surprise, the structure was not particularly tall, and the surrounding area bore a striking resemblance to that near the train station, which was somewhat unexpected for Wang Yu. He had anticipated a landscape dominated by towering skyscrapers imbued with a modern essence. However, this was not the case. Thus far, he could not ascertain whether what he saw represented the true visage of Yanjing, as the buildings were predominantly low-rise. Perhaps there were restrictions against constructing tall edifices in the capital. In any case, compared to Magic City, Yanjing seemed to lack a certain sophistication. Even though it was indeed ranked alongside Magic City and Guangqing as a super first-tier city, perhaps its value lay beyond mere infrastructure. His first task was to find a hotel to settle in, ideally one that offered safety and discretion. Thus, he opted for the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, which was a short distance from the Poly building. The Wangfu Peninsula Hotel was renowned in Yanjing's hospitality sector, frequented by affluent individuals, and offered luxurious suites complete with chauffeur services and security. The distance from the auction house would also serve to conceal Wang Yu's whereabouts from any nefarious individuals. And he required protection, given that he was carrying something worth 50 million. If he were to be robbed, the psychological scars would take a decade to heal. Wang Yu appeared perfectly composed, carrying a safe that housed his treasure, the Ming Dynasty Changhua period palace bowl, as he confidently stepped into the lobby of the Poly building. The Poly building, comprising 21 floors, housed a grand opera house, conference facilities, and various dining and entertainment options. The interior was lavishly decorated, merging modern aesthetics with the historical charm of the previous century, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the lobby was not overly crowded, and Wang Yu followed the internal map to locate the Poly International Auction Company on the 3rd floor. A polite young man greeted him at the entrance. Hello. Greetings. I wish to auction a treasure of mine and would like to know how to proceed, Wang Yu replied. Are you looking to auction an item? Is this your first auction? The young man inquired. Indeed, I discovered your Poly auction house online and noted its reputable standing, with frequent participation from significant bidders. So I thought I would give it a try. Wang Yu acknowledged his novice status while praising the auction house. The young man smiled and said, First, you need to register here. We will arrange for the appraisal of your item. Once evaluated, if you find the price satisfactory and in line with your expectations, we can discuss the auction process. You will have the opportunity to choose which auction to participate in, after which we will proceed to sign a contract. Do you agree? Absolutely. I am willing to follow your process. Very well, please follow me. The young man led Wang Yu into the company's interior. The entire 3rd floor was occupied by their operations, with each department spacious and bustling with activity, though Wang Yu was uncertain of their specific functions. Upon reaching the appraisal department, he encountered an array of peculiar items, including paintings, ceramics, and bronze artifacts, akin to a living history museum. Mr. Wang, please wait here for a moment. Certainly. Wang Yu observed several experienced experts evaluating a stone, utilizing lighting and modern instruments for analysis, while others busily typed on computers. He paused to assess the authenticity of the evaluation process. He had previously checked the system and noted that the stone was a fossil of a giant ant from approximately 68 million years ago, valued at 3,000 yuan. Within 20 minutes, the experts concluded their assessment and addressed a middle-aged couple participating in the auction. Hello, sir and madam. After our meticulous research, identification, and evaluation, we confirm that this stone indeed originates from a fossil dated between 68 to 75 million years ago. The fossilized organism is an ant, also referred to as AG ant, and holds considerable historical research value, with an approximate worth of 3,000 yuan. The couple nodded in satisfaction, thanking the experts. Observing this, Wang Yu felt reassured regarding the evaluator's capabilities. Finally, the young man from earlier emerged, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman. The man, in his 40s, sported a free-spirited hairstyle, with a forehead and facial structure that conveyed an aura of erudition. Are you here to participate in the auction? The bespectacled man inquired as he approached Wang Yu. Yes. Wang Yu confirmed. Please present your item for examination. The bespectacled man specialized in manual appraisals. If he deemed Wang Yu's item a counterfeit at first glance, there would be no need for further evaluation, and Wang Yu would be asked to leave. Wang Yu opened the safe and carefully placed the bowl on the table. A group of idle onlookers soon gathered around. A palace bowl? The bespectacled man gazed in astonishment at the bowl on the table, adjusted his glasses, and continued with disappointment. Its condition appears rather modern, akin to contemporary printing. It should be worth at most 100 yuan. The consensus among the observers was overwhelmingly skeptical regarding the bowl's authenticity. Its impeccable preservation was striking. Even everyday dining bowls often exhibit signs of wear, such as faded prints or chips. If this bowl were genuinely ancient, surviving in such pristine condition after hundreds or even thousands of years would indeed be a historical marvel, a feat with a probability scarcely above 1 in 1,000. This is merely a modern bowl, isn't it? It's just a ceramic bowl. I have plenty of those at home. People nowadays are simply too bored, auctioning off anything they can find. It's just a dining bowl, and bowls from Jingda town are worth far more than this one. Truly, the Bali Auction Company is allowing anyone and everyone to participate now. It's ridiculous. Let's move on. There's nothing to see here. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the bespectacled man inquired of Wang Yu. Young man, where did you acquire this bowl? Wang Yu replied, I purchased it from a ceramic craftsman in our area. I can't help but feel that this bowl doesn't resemble anything modern, which is why I've brought it here for experts to examine. This is undoubtedly a modern ceramic bowl. You should head back. Don't bring any more nonsensical items here. You might try your luck at the antique market to see if you can fool someone into paying thousands for it, but coming here is a waste of time. The bespectacled man remarked impatiently before turning to leave. Return? On what grounds should I return? Wang Yu refused outright. You claim to be an international auction house, yet your experts possess such limited insight? The bespectacled man had already walked away, but another female staff member nearby scoffed. Young brother, our team is quite busy. Please do not waste our time over such a trivial bowl. You might be idle, but we certainly are not. This woman was the head of the appraisal department, tasked with discouraging troublesome customers. Who is in charge here? I wish to speak with them, Wang Yu asked, casting a glance at her. You wish to see our manager? Our manager is not someone just anyone can approach. You need to have items worth over 10 million to even be considered for an audience. Who do you think you are? How can you determine its value without an appraisal? How do you know this bowl isn't worth over 10 million? Wang Yu responded, his expression unyielding and composed. 10 million? The woman and her colleagues laughed. Master Qian has already assessed it. This is a modern bowl. Wake up. What if the appraisal shows it exceeds 10 million? Wang Yu pressed, not wanting to engage in trivial banter. The woman confidently replied, if it truly exceeds 10 million, I will personally handle your auction arrangements, and I will cover any commission fees myself. You said it yourself. Let your expert team conduct the appraisal. Wang Yu insisted. But if the appraisal reveals it comes in under 10 million, what then? The woman was not easily swayed by Wang Yu's confidence. Is your appraisal team reliable? Have there been any historical instances of erroneous appraisals? Wang Yu posed, maintaining his calm demeanor. The woman produced numerous credentials regarding their appraisal department, asserting, our Bali International Auction Company boasts the most formidable and authoritative appraisal team globally. We have successfully authenticated countless historical artifacts without a single misjudgment. You can rest assured. Very well, if the appraisal shows it is not worth 10 million, I will pay you the difference. Wang Yu declared. Upon hearing this, the woman initially intended to laugh, but her attention was drawn to Wang Yu's attire. Noticing the expensive LV jacket he wore, her demeanor shifted entirely. Initially assuming that someone who sought fortune from a mere bowl must be a poor rural lad, she was taken aback by the realization of his apparent wealth. 10 million? I cannot accept that. If it turns out to be worth less than 10 million, simply call me sister and treat me to a meal. The abrupt change in her attitude left Wang Yu somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been almost predatory, and now she was remarkably congenial. All right. Though she found Wang Yu more agreeable now, she still believed the bowl was worth no more than 100 yuan. Hence her earlier comment about covering the commission remained unchanged. The commission was 10%. If it was indeed worth a mere 100 yuan, that would amount to just 10 yuan, hardly something to fear. 3 minutes later, the woman summoned the expert team. Approaching Wang Yu with a smirk, "It's him. Let us appraise his palace bowl. This young man is quite persistent. Traveling over 2,000 kilometers is no small feat." 3 middle-aged men glanced at the bowl with little anticipation, casually agreeing, "Bring it over. This is the last one, and then we can head to lunch." Wang Yu gingerly carried the bowl, anxious that someone might inadvertently shatter his 5 million yuan treasure. At a table illuminated by bright lights, the 3 men surrounded the bowl, scrutinizing it closely. They alternated between examining it with a light source and tapping it gently, their expressions shifting from initial indifference to sheer astonishment. Incredible. This bowl is indeed not modern. At first glance, it is easy to misjudge. This was manufactured during the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty, one of the men proclaimed, leaving the woman speechless. "Master, could you possibly be mistaken? From the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty? There is absolutely no error. This ochre-patterned palace bowl is characteristic of the Ming dynasty, specifically during the Chenghua, Hongzhi, and Jingda eras. The ochre pattern is among the most common traditional decorative motifs of the Ming period, and we have confirmed its firing technique aligns perfectly with that of the Chenghua era. Moreover, its entire form adheres to the stylistic features of that time." Chapter 24. Master, you cannot be mistaken. "No way. Young man, congratulations, you've struck it rich." One of the men informed Wang Yu, "You owe a debt of gratitude to Director Fong. Otherwise, you might have missed this treasure worth tens of millions." "Director Fong, you truly have an eye for talent." Fong shouting. The woman chuckled sheepishly. "Ha ha. So what is the estimated value of this bowl?" "At least 50 million. If it encounters wealthy buyers at auction, it is not impossible for it to sell for 100 million. The man replied with utmost seriousness. 100 million? Fong shouting nearly fainted. 100 million hammer price means a commission of 10 million. Would that not be her ruin? Having worked at Bally for just 3 years, and at the age of 26, she had scarcely saved 150,000 yuan. How could she possibly come up with 10 million to pay Wang Yu's commission? Wang Yu was elated, while Fong shouting was now in a panic, unsure of what to do. Should she flee? No. Running away would mean she'd be absent from work today. She needed to find a plausible excuse to request a few days off. Otherwise, remaining here and denying all responsibility would be quite embarrassing. As Fong shouting contemplated her strategy, she was startled by Wang Yu's voice. "Director Fong, please." Fong shouting snapped back to reality. "Where are we going? Did you not say you would handle all the auction arrangements for me?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile. "Oh." Fong shouting spoke in a disjointed manner, her mind preoccupied with how to firmly deny the 10 million commission. "Rest assured, I won't truly require you to pay the commission. Just assist me with the bidding process, and I'll treat you to dinner afterward." Wang Yu generously replied. Only then did Fong shouting release a sigh of relief, feeling that Wang Yu was quite magnanimous and an admirable man. She regretted her earlier harsh demeanor and repeatedly apologized. "I was quite embarrassed earlier. No worries, I hardly took it to heart," he reassured her. "Now, we shall proceed to sign the commission agreement. Your treasure will be stored in our auction vault, and I will arrange for you to participate in the upcoming auction, which is tomorrow evening." Leading the way, Fong shouting guided Wang Yu toward the office. Observing her silhouette, Wang Yu noted her figure was quite remarkable, noticeably surpassing the average appearance of typical working women, with the right curves in all the appropriate places. Upon entering the office, it was initially a staff member who was to facilitate Wang Yu's contract signing. But since Fong shouting was personally overseeing the matter, he would be signing with her. After taking a seat, Fong shouting added, "Please review the contract. Essentially, if the auction is successful, we will charge a 10 commission. Additionally, we will create a catalog and promotional materials at a cost of 1,000 yuan. Should the item go unsold, there will be no fees, and you may take your treasure back." "All right, I find no issue with that." Wang Yu casually perused the agreement and signed it without hesitation. If the bidding reached 100 million, who would concern themselves with a mere 1,000 or 2,000 yuan in advertising fees? Wang Yu wouldn't even blink at a 10,000 yuan expense. After signing, he handed the treasure over to a staff member, retaining his copy of the agreement, and prepared to leave. Fong shouting then produced her phone, saying, "Shall we add each other on WeChat? I will need to contact you later." "Sure." After adding each other, she inquired, "Handsome, where are you staying?" "I haven't booked a hotel yet. I plan to stay at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel." Wang Yu replied, "The Wangfu Peninsula Hotel?" Fong shouting was taken aback. "Are you certain you wish to stay there?" The Wangfu Peninsula Hotel is a renowned establishment in Yanjing, famous not only for its reputation but also for its exorbitant prices. The least expensive rooms are around 3,000 yuan per night for a 60 square meter space, and higher-tier accommodations can easily exceed 10,000 yuan per night, with executive suites ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. Indeed, I must consider my safety. Money is not an issue, Wang Yu explained. Fong shouting chuckled lightly. That's true. With a treasure worth 100 million, you're right not to fret over a few thousand in hotel fees. If you don't mind, I could drive you there. Taking a taxi would be a bit of a trek. You drive me? Aren't you at work? Can you leave freely? Wang Yu asked. It's fine. You are our client, and treating every client with utmost respect is our auction house's principle. Fong shouting replied as she began gathering her belongings. Let us go. Very well. That saves me the taxi fare. Wang Yu responded. Fong shouting was still clad in her work attire, a formal black suit. And with keys and phone in hand, she pulled Wang Yu along without a hint of hesitance. The staff in the office looked on in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. What is going on with Director Fong? Has she found a boyfriend? Didn't she claim to be against marriage? I told you. All that talk of being anti-marriage is nonsense. She is taking a man out. That is because she hadn't met a wealthy man yet. Did you not see what he was wearing? Ah, that makes sense. Wang Yu overheard much of the gossip as they exited, and once outside, he inquired, Are those your colleagues? Fong shouting, aware that he had caught their chatter, replied, Yes, I've always been single, so they like to tease me about it. Claiming I'm anti-marriage. Wang Yu, surprised, asked, So you truly don't intend to marry? It's hard to say. It depends on whether I meet the right person. If they are anything like the men in our company, I wouldn't be interested. I'd rather enjoy being single. Wang Yu secretly envied these high-earning women. They lived quality lives, unwilling to settle for mediocrity or marry a man whose income paled in comparison to their own, thus lowering their living standards. Many people today yearn for marriage, yet after tying the knot, they often wish to revert to single life. For individuals are no longer as simple or easily satisfied as they once were. Both partners have numerous expectations, each with their own personality. And if neither is willing to compromise or adapt, it ultimately leads to the tragedy of a failed marriage. A truly happy marriage that endures is one that requires both parties to skillfully manage their relationship. A woman like Fong Shouting, who contemplates marital strife before even marrying, is undoubtedly better off remaining single. Just as Wang Yu and Fong Shouting departed from the Bali building, the three appraisers who had recently evaluated the treasure approached the general manager of Bali Auction Company to formally present the item. In the pristine, crystal-clear office, a 35-year-old general manager named Zhuo Xiqing sat, the son of Zhuo Chuanhe, the founder of Bali Group. Just 3 minutes prior, Zhuo Xiqing had heard from the three appraisers about the significance of the palace bowl and was elated, recognizing the potential impact such a valuable item could have on their auction house's reputation. Typically, items fetching over 100 million at auction would make headlines, generating substantial publicity for a considerable time and attracting numerous individuals from across the nation with various treasures. Thus, Zhuo Xiqing instructed, Excellent. Half a year ago, we successfully auctioned a Ming Dynasty painting for 1.33 billion. Now, with the palace bowl from the Ming Chenghua period, if we can achieve another sale exceeding 100 million, we will undoubtedly outpace our competitors by several streets this year. Indeed, Manager Zhuo, how about we feature this treasure as the grand finale of the auction? One of the experts proposed. Zhuo Xiqing pondered for a moment before responding, That works. We had initially planned to use the Taishan solitary dwelling as the finale, but we can easily substitute it. He then inquired, Where is Director Fong? Director Fong has gone to escort the owner of the ochre-patterned palace bowl to the hotel, explained the female assistant standing next to Zhuo Xiqing. Since Fong Shouting had left the premises, she was required to clock out and report to the general manager's assistant regarding her whereabouts and activities, ensuring that communication among them was seamless. Upon hearing about the owner of the ochre-patterned palace bowl, Zhuo Xiqing's curiosity was piqued. Do we know who this person is or where they come from? The individual is unwilling to disclose their name or origin, but they are likely headed to stay at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Staying at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel? It seems this person is also quite affluent, possibly a collector. Zhuo Xiqing speculated. The assistant interjected, It is highly likely, for this individual possesses profound expertise. The bowl he carries must have been personally examined and verified by him. At that time, Director Fong insisted that it was merely a modern bowl, yet the other party adamantly refused to retract his statement, even asserting that should the bowl's appraisal fail to exceed 10 million, he would transfer the difference to Director Fong. Left Xiqing's eyes gleamed with incredulity as he gazed at the female assistant. Is such a thing possible? Absolutely. More than 20 individuals present at the scene witnessed and heard this exchange. Director Fong has also communicated this matter to me, so it cannot be mistaken. It is evident that this person has been entrenched in the antique industry for several years, possibly guided by a renowned mentor. Or perhaps he comes from a lineage steeped in this trade, possessing an acumen that surpasses even our preliminary appraiser, Master Qian. Let us add him to our list of key clients. When the auction commences, I shall personally meet with him. Such an individual may very well bring more treasures for us to auction in the future. Left Siching could no longer contain his excitement, finally instructing. Inform our contacts to cater to this person in every aspect. Issue a green card if possible, no need to report back to me. Furthermore, for the Ming Dynasty Chenghua period bowl, set my starting bid at 50 million. Understood, manager. At this moment, Wang Yu had already arrived at the entrance of the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, with Fong shouting. It was now 11:30, and the hotel was sparsely populated. The exterior of the hotel was distinctly visible, showcasing a blend of ancient and modern architectural styles, setting it apart from the majority of hotels. The harmonious red and white color scheme imparted an impression of luxury. The vehicles in the parking lot were equally opulent, featuring a variety of luxury cars, including Bentley and Rolls-Royce, which were quite common in this vicinity. After parking, Fong shouting accompanied Wang Yu towards the hotel lobby. Initially, they walked side by side. But as they approached the entrance, Fong shouting was momentarily distracted by a WeChat message, slowing her pace. The message was from Jiang Tiantian, the assistant to Left Siching. The manager has specifically instructed that we extend exceptional care to the owner of the Ming Palace Bowl. Nothing should be allowed to dissatisfy him. Fong shouting replied, understood. Wang Yu entered ahead, and after reading the message, Fong shouting hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the front desk, Wang Yu addressed the attendant. Hello. Are there any rooms available? The attendant, a young lady with an appealing appearance and a gentle voice, replied, yes, we have rooms available. How many do you require? And what type? I'm looking for the executive suite, the kind that offers protection and escort services, Wang Yu stated. Fong shouting was taken aback, nearly exclaiming. The executive suite commanded a staggering nightly rate of 80,000 yuan, a sum sufficient for her to purchase several handbags. The attendant, equally astonished, asked, Sir, are you certain you want the executive suite? Indeed, is it available? Upon receiving Wang Yu's confirmation, the attendant checked her computer and responded, yes, sir. If you require personal protection and transportation services, the total for that package is 88,000 yuan per night. Yes. For how long? One night. Tomorrow during the day. The convoy will escort me to Bali Building, Wang Yu clarified, retrieving his phone to prepare for payment. The attendant instructed, please provide your identification number and mobile phone number. Of course, Wang Yu complied with the check-in procedures, made the payment, received his room key, and was escorted to the executive suite by a dedicated staff member. Fong shouting followed closely behind. Inside, the suite was distinctly different from ordinary accommodations, featuring office amenities like a conference table, although Wang Yu had no use for them. His primary concern was the escort and protection services for his safety. Furthermore, the suite was equipped with all the facilities found in a presidential suite, allowing him to experience such luxury at a relatively high value. The 88,000 yuan fee did not encompass daily meals, should one wish to dine. They would need to incur additional expenses, with prices being quite exorbitant. Wang Yu had no intention of dining in the hotel, as he planned to go out for a meal with Fong shouting shortly. Observing the lavish bed, the massage bathtub, and various high-tech audiovisual equipment, Wang Yu reflected that the apartment he rented in the bustling metropolis paled in comparison. However, since he had already signed the lease, it was impractical to terminate it hastily. He would have to continue residing there. At present, although he could afford to purchase a property in the city center for 10 to 20 million yuan, the necessity of such a large space for himself seemed frivolous. The decision to buy a home could wait until it was truly warranted. Having lived in Yanjing for many years, he had yet to experience such opulent accommodations. Indeed, it was the privilege of the wealthy to reside wherever they pleased. Fong shouting surveyed the room, captivated by its exquisite decor, unable to resist its allure. Chapter 26. No need to queue. Wang Yu observed Fong shouting as she moved gracefully about the room, her steps reminiscent of a dance, enchanting to behold. How long have you been in Yanjing? He inquired. I have been here since my university days. It's been 7 years now, Fong shouting replied. Initially, Wang Yu considered that since Fong shouting was so fond of the luxurious suite, it would not be inappropriate for her to stay with him, as there were several rooms available. However, upon realizing that he was merely a guest, and that she was an employee of the Bali auction, he hesitated to suggest it, fearing it might complicate matters with her superiors and lead to unfavorable repercussions at the auction. Thus, he ultimately refrained from voicing the idea. Fong shouting, on her part, felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of how to respond should Wang Yu propose that she stay with him. Personally, she would be reluctant to share accommodations with a stranger, as rumors could easily spread, but for the sake of her company's interests, she felt the need to comply with Left Siching's instructions to meet Wang Yu's requests to the best of her ability. Fortunately, Wang Yu did not bring up the matter, and after placing his luggage in the room, taking a moment to rest, he announced, Let us go out for dinner. All right. Fong shouting eagerly grabbed her phone and exited with Wang Yu. Once outside, Wang Yu inquired, "What are some good places to eat around here? I'm not very familiar with the area. Could you recommend something? Do you prefer spicy food or milder flavors? I can go either way. It's up to you. This meal is on me." Although Wang Yu had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine, he was also open to non-spicy options. Fong shouting felt a surge of excitement, questioning whether she had indeed found true love. Really? I get to choose? Yes, just don't pick somewhere too far. There's a Sichuan restaurant at the new Yansha Golden Street Plaza that I've been to a few times. It's quite good. Shall we give it a try? Fong shouting suggested with a cheerful smile. Sounds great. Is it within walking distance? Absolutely, it's not far. 15 minutes later, Wang Yu and Fong shouting arrived at the plaza and located a restaurant named Xiao Jiangnan, which was bustling with patrons and completely full. It was the peak hour for lunch, and even the moderately upscale restaurants were teeming with patrons. Wang Yu felt a twinge of reluctance to venture into an obscure eatery, so rather than meandering from place to place, he decided to persist here for a while. If all else failed, he could wait. Approaching the front desk, he inquired of the attendant, "Excuse me, do you have any available tables?" "I'm terribly sorry, but we are fully booked at the moment," the staff member replied apologetically. "How long would the wait be?" Wang Yu pressed further. "Approximately half an hour," came the response. Wang Yu hesitated, as half an hour felt rather lengthy, prompting him to ask Fong shouting, "Shall we wait?" "It's half an hour." Fong shouting clearly did not wish to wait. However, a sudden thought struck her. Zhuo Xiqing possessed a prestigious membership here, allowing him to dine without the need to queue, regardless of how many people were present. "No need to rush," she said. "I'll just ask our manager for his membership number, and we can bypass the line. Will that work?" Wang Yu questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Of course. We've dined here numerous times. They will undoubtedly extend courtesy to manager Zhuo." As Fong shouting stepped aside to call Zhuo Xiqing, Wang Yu observed the constant stream of guests entering and exiting. He noticed a man approach the cash register, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you have any seats available?" "I'm afraid not," the attendant replied. "Then let us go elsewhere," the man said to his companions, and together they departed for a neighboring establishment, only to find it was also fully booked. The patrons at Xiao Jiangnan were becoming increasingly impatient, some unable to contain their frustration. "Excuse me, how much longer must we wait? Why hasn't it been our turn yet?" "I apologize, but this is beyond our control," the server explained. "You'll have to wait for the guests ahead of you to finish, and there are several tables in front still waiting." Just as the commotion escalated within the restaurant, Fong shouting returned, phone in hand. A group of male customers fixated on her figure with unabashed interest. Without hesitation, Fong shouting declared, "Excuse me. This is our manager's esteemed VIP membership number. He has informed you that we need not queue." Upon seeing the membership number, the attendant's demeanor brightened, and she responded with both warmth and formality. "With our highest tier VIP membership, you may bypass the line. Please, follow me to the VIP area." "Wonderful," Fong shouting exclaimed to Wang Yu. "Let us go, handsome. We can head to the VIP room without waiting." Wang Yu felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the general manager of this auction house would wield such influence, granting them this privilege. Curiosity piqued. He found himself eager to meet this manager Zhuo, to discern the nature of his esteemed status. As Wang Yu and Fong shouting proceeded into the VIP room, the other patrons erupted in discontent. "How pompous. It's these people who make us wait," one complained. "Indeed, foolishly wealthy, thinking they're above us. They're no different from us, merely arriving a tad earlier." The VIP area was considerably quieter than the bustling main hall. Once seated, Fong shouting clarified, "Handsome, our manager has instructed that you are our most valued guest. During the auction period, your safety is of utmost importance, and we shall do everything in our power to cater to your needs." Wang Yu felt as though he were in a dream. He had envisioned a future where he could lead a life of distinction, yet he had not expected such immediate results. Having merely consigned a Ming dynasty bull valued at 50 million, he had become the auction house's most esteemed guest. Was this truly warranted? "I don't even have $1 million in cash. How could I be your most esteemed guest? Are you certain your manager hasn't made an error?" Wang Yu asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Fong shouting nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you filled out your information when entering the hall. Unless your details were fabricated, there's no mistake." "That's reassuring. My auction item won't encounter any issues tomorrow, will it?" "Absolutely not. Your bull is the final highlight of tomorrow's auction. With a starting price of 50 million, we've conducted extensive promotional efforts, and it may even fetch up to 100 million. 100 million seems unfathomable. I would be satisfied with just 50 million, Wang Yu admitted. "Rest assured, any request you have can be conveyed to us. As long as it falls within the capabilities of Baoli, we will accommodate you." Fong shouting presented Wang Yu with a black card. "What is this?" he asked. Curiosity piqued as he received the card. This card grants you access to the Bali auction house at any time, which might be beneficial to you. Please keep it. Wang Yu contemplated its potential utility and accepted the card without further hesitation. They proceeded to order, noting that the dishes at this Sichuan restaurant bore subtle distinctions from typical fare, though familiar names like spicy chicken and couple S lung slices adorn the menu. The preparation and presentation were markedly refined. Wang Yu mused that if they prepared the dishes as simply as ordinary establishments, perhaps the speed of service would improve, alleviating the long queues. Go ahead and order. We're not in a rush today. Wang Yu nudged the menu towards Fong shouting. Fong shouting felt a sense of being cherished. Wang Yu had been nothing but polite, never imposing upon her. Had he been a less scrupulous man, he would have had ample opportunities to take advantage of her. As a result, her admiration for Wang Yu soared, surpassing any prior encounters with other suitors. Do you enjoy oilseed vegetables? I'm fine with anything. What about spicy hot pot? It's my favorite dish. That sounds good. I enjoy Sichuan cuisine in general. Feel free to order whatever you like. I have no dietary restrictions. All right, then I shall not hold back. Fong shouting relished the indulgence, embracing a carefree spirit as she ordered without restraint, treating Wang Yu as though he were not her most important client. Such treatment was usually reserved for a boyfriend, a luxury Fong shouting had never experienced before. Even though many men had previously lavished attention upon her in their pursuit, their financial means paled in comparison to Wang Yu's. As she ordered a spicy hot pot, oilseed vegetables, a signature crispy chicken, and fried rice for each, she presented the menu to the server. Once the server departed, they should have settled into a quiet conversation while awaiting their meals. However, Fong shouting suddenly sensed an unsettling presence behind her, turning in shock to see a figure that made her jump to her feet. Sushan. Hearing Fong shouting's voice, Wang Yu turned to glance as well. A man clad in a white suit stood by their VIP table, casting a disdainful glance at Fong shouting as he remarked, "At last, I have uncovered the truth. So, this is the wild man you were seeking?" Wang Yu, unfazed by the man's audacity, merely expressed curiosity regarding the connection between him and Fong shouting, inquiring, "Who is this?" Beside Sushan stood a man in a concrete-colored suit, by Wang Yu, who was Su Shan's ever-present sidekick. He jeered at Wang Yu, saying, "You don't even recognize young Master Su? You must be from out of town." Wang Yu nodded. "Indeed, I just arrived a day ago." "Goodness gracious. I must say, Director Fong, if you're in search of a wild man, you seem to have no standards at all. Even a man without a local household registration from Yanjing is on your list?" "Ha ha." Bai Jingyu laughed heartily. Fong shouting slowly inched closer to Wang Yu, chastising Bai Jingyu. "Do not spout nonsense. He is a client of our Bali auction house, not what you presume. How can we ascertain he is indeed a client? Isn't that merely your own self-justification?" Bai Jingyu continued his relentless mockery. Standing aside, Su Shan coldly questioned, Fong shouting, "My family, the Su clan, is considered a prominent family in Yanjing. Are you truly willing to reject my advances for such a worthless man? I have already stated that he is my client. There is no relationship between us." Fong shouting reiterated, her patience wearing thin. "Then why do you refuse me? Is my affection not clear enough?" Su Shan gazed at her with longing. Fong shouting dismissed him with disdain. "Your affection? Is it comparable to the hundreds of women you've been with? Come now. Director Fong, which wealthy man isn't out gallivanting? Do you expect them to remain at home every day?" Bai Jingyu resumed his incessant chatter. "Oh, I see. You seek a man who lacks the funds to frequent such establishments, thinking that would ensure his loyalty? Let me enlighten you. That's merely a sign of his incompetence, not devotion. Be silent." Fong shouting found Bai Jingyu more bothersome than a mosquito. Yet, Bai Jingyu appeared oblivious. "What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve?" At that moment, Su Shan noticed that Wang Yu was adorned in authentic Erway attire, not counterfeit, prompting him to signal Bai Jingyu to cease his remarks. Realizing they had mocked Wang Yu under the misconception that his attire was a cheap imitation, Su Shan regarded Wang Yu and turned to Fong shouting, "How can you convince me he is a significant client of Bali? Tomorrow at the auction, he has a rare Ming Dynasty Qinghua-era ochre-patterned palace bowl for sale. The piece de resistance of the event, set to replace your family's Taishan solitary dwelling painting, with an opening bid of 50 million, expected to hammer down at over 100 million. Is that not indicative of a major client? Furthermore, he possesses an exceptional eye for antiques, surpassing our appraisal expert, Master Qian. He is wealthy and competent. Do not presume that leaving Yanjing means there are no formidable individuals." Fong shouting asserted with confidence. Su Shan glared at Wang Yu, as if he could devour him whole. "Replacing the Taishan solitary dwelling painting. My apologies." Wang Yu smirked. "In an auction, there can only be one piece de resistance, which garners extensive promotional efforts to inflate its price, aiming to attract affluent bidders and thus achieve greater value. Typically, if a seller's item becomes the centerpiece of an auction, it is akin to winning the lottery. ensuring it sells for at least double its usual price, effectively allowing the seller to profit handsomely. The Su family had expended considerable effort to secure this opportunity, triumphing over numerous competitors, and now it appeared they would relinquish it to this outsider, inciting Su Shan's fury to the point of veins bulging. Chapter 28, Manager Zhua. You must consider this carefully. Initially displeased by Wang Yu's association with Fang Xiaoting, Su Shan's ire intensified upon realizing he had brazenly claimed his coveted position. He could not swallow this affront. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. You may have snatched this position from me, but I can reclaim it just as easily. With that, he bellowed at Bai Jingyu, let us go. As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Jingyu slammed the table, storming off in a fit of rage, as though to intimidate anyone in his path. As the atmosphere settled, the distant waitstaff began to serve the dishes. The array of colors, aromas, and flavors was indeed appetizing, justifying the establishment's prices. Let us eat. After a long day, I'm famished, Wang Yu declared, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal without hesitation. Fang Xiaoting followed suit, selecting her favorite spicy blood pudding, savoring it with a satisfied smile. Both had not eaten since noon, and it was now well past 1:40 p.m. They were ravenously hungry, particularly Fang Xiaoting, who typically dined by 11:30 a.m. but had delayed her meal today to host Wang Yu. Wang Yu, already hungry, found his thoughts diverted from food to the ancient Ming Dynasty artifact worth 100 million, until hunger finally struck him. After a few bites, he queried, was that your ex-boyfriend? Fang Xiaoting paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, he was just someone who pursued me. He had a bit of money and thought he could have any girl he wanted. He is particularly egotistical, and I dislike such masculinity. I would prefer a poor man who listens to me over a wealthy man who throws his weight around. His demeanor certainly suggests arrogance. Wang Yu suddenly recalled Fang Xiaoting's earlier words and asked, by the way, you mentioned he is also attending this auction and is the centerpiece? I was just about to discuss that. He is also a distinguished client of our Bali auction house, having sold 3 items for over 50 million each. The Su family is quite influential in Yanjing, specializing in antiques, particularly calligraphy and paintings, often acquiring renowned pieces from abroad to auction, sometimes fetching higher prices and profiting from the difference. Fang Xiaoting elaborated. Given the alignment of interests between such families and our auction house, our chairman treats the Su family with exceptional care and is cautious not to offend them. Wang Yu finally comprehended. Ah, that explains his confidence. But fret not. You are now also one of our esteemed clients. Since Manager Zhua has already promised you the centerpiece, it shall not be easily altered. In this auction, your item holds greater value, and as the saying goes, the highest bidder wins, which is our guiding principle for the centerpiece. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. It's no trouble. This is my duty. They continued their meal. After lunch, Fang Xiaoting returned first, while Wang Yu, with nothing pressing to do, lingered in the shopping complex for the afternoon. Meandering about, around 3 p.m., Fang Xiaoting returned to the Bali building, where Zhua Xiqing awaited her in his office, accompanied by his assistant. With no one else present, Fang Xiaoting knocked and entered. Greeting, Manager Zhua. Welcome back. Please have a seat. Zhua Xiqing smiled. Fang Xiaoting settled onto the sofa opposite him, her posture poised, her gaze brimming with vitality. Zhua Xiqing inquired, how was your conversation with Mr. Wang? Everything is fine. This morning, I accompanied her to the hotel. She is staying in the executive suite at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. Tomorrow, a dedicated escort will accompany her, so we need not worry, Fang Xiaoting remarked. Zhua Xiqing was taken aback. Previously, he had been astonished to hear from his female assistant that Wang Yu was residing at the Peninsula Hotel. And now to learn he was in an executive suite left him even more flustered. He never imagined that Wang Yu would be so willing to spend extravagantly. It seemed that Wang Yu possessed some substance. Otherwise, at such a young age, his family would not allow him to squander his money on lavish hotel stays. Zhua Xiqing continued to inquire, what happened next? Later, Wang Yu invited me to dinner. He is genuinely a remarkable person, never uttering a single shallow word throughout our time together, nor did he make any inappropriate advances. I have never encountered a man from a prominent family who exhibits such decorum. As Fang Xiaoting spoke, she couldn't help but extol Wang Yu's virtues. Your praise for him is quite high. Are you not concerned that he may be putting on an act since it was your first meeting? Zhua Xiqing queried. Fang Xiaoting shook her head. No, I only handed him the black card during lunch and informed him that he is now a distinguished member of Bali, which he was entirely unaware of prior. Oh, Zhua Xiqing gazed at Fang Xiaoting with incredulity. So, it appears that Wang Yu is indeed quite impressive. However, he is merely our client and not here for a romantic encounter with you, which is rather unfortunate. How rude. Fang Xiaoting's cheeks flushed slightly. Are you making fun of him? Ha ha, I am merely jesting. Zhua Xiqing delighted in teasing Fang Xiaoting, relishing her embarrassment. Within the company, Zhou Siqing took great care of Fang Xiaoting due to her striking appearance and commendable figure, which allowed her to manage numerous responsibilities and entertain many clients. Yet, he never made unreasonable demands, which made Fang Xiaoting more than willing to assist. By the way, while we were dining, Su Shan came looking for me. I informed him that the finale treasure has been replaced with Wang Yu's palace bowl. He likely won't take it lightly and may come to see you. Fang Xiaoting added. He will inevitably find out sooner or later. Zhou Siqing was not angered by Fang Xiaoting's bluntness, as he held little interest in Su Shan himself. Their collaboration with the Su family was purely for the company's benefit. However, it was evident that Wang Yu's treasure was of greater value than the Su family's Taishan solitary landscape, and thus, Bali would not forsake a more significant profit for mere sentiment. With the auction set to commence tomorrow, Zhou Siqing resolved to expedite the matter, reluctant to prolong the situation. Fearing that Su Shan might indeed come to cause trouble, immediately arranged for the auction site and replaced the Taishan solitary landscape. Zhou Siqing instructed his female assistant. Understood. Fang Xiaoting was not part of the auction department and thus could not handle the matter. However, Zhou Siqing's assistant was capable of executing any task in his absence, as her word held the same weight as the general manager's. Wait, let us go together. Zhou Siqing, fearing unforeseen complications that his assistant might not manage, decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 29, Utter Nonsense. Zhou Siqing, Fang Xiaoting, and the female assistant strode purposefully toward the auction house's back office. Manager Zhou has arrived. One of the staff members exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Siqing, prompting all to stand in utmost respect to welcome the manager. Good afternoon, manager. A chorus of voices greeted in unison. Zhou Siqing waved back. Good afternoon. Are you busy? Not particularly. The on-site supervisor replied. Zhou Siqing got straight to the point. There has been a change on our end. The finale treasure for tomorrow's auction has been replaced with an imperial bowl from the Ming dynasty, worth 100 million. Ensure it is handled accordingly. The supervisor appeared taken aback. Worth 100 million? Our company has acquired another treasure valued over 100 million. Excellent. I shall arrange for the switch right away. The supervisor, accompanied by two colleagues, was about to head to the auction vault when suddenly, a shout echoed from behind. Wait. Fang Xiaoting, Zhou Siqing, and the female assistant simultaneously turned to glance at the entrance, as did the others, all astonished. The newcomer was none other than Su Shan, who had just gone to Chaojiangnan to find Fang Xiaoting. His purpose for coming was to discuss with Zhou Siqing the matter of not replacing his Taishan solitary landscape. He approached Zhou Siqing with a beaming smile. Manager Zhou, what are you busy with? He began with pleasantries, making it appear to an outsider as though they shared a close friendship. In truth, Zhou Siqing had little interaction with Su Shan. The collaboration between the Su family and Bali was primarily due to the relationship between Su Shan's father, Su Meilin, and Bali's chairman, Zhang Zhenggao, with no involvement from them. Furthermore, Zhou Siqing, being of an ambiguous age, found little common ground with either Su Meilin or Su Shan, resulting in a lack of fondness for Su Shan. Oh, Master Su, your timing is impeccable. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Zhou Siqing smiled. We just received an imperial bowl from the Ming dynasty valued at 100 million, which means your Su family's Taishan solitary landscape will be removed from the finale position. I hope you won't take offense. Su Shan did not exhibit overt anger. Yet it was evident that he perceived Zhou Siqing's overly polite demeanor as an attempt to make him feel uncomfortable. However, such a trivial workplace tactic would not ensnare him. Just as Zhou Siqing could speak amiably, so too could Su Shan. Manager Zhou, your actions surprised me greatly. I had thought our cooperation with Baoli was quite solid. I never expected you to make such a decision. I have no choice. As the general manager of Baoli Auction House, I must prioritize the company's interests. You are aware of the current market for antiques. Ceramics have evidently surpassed paintings in popularity. Had this been 3 years ago, when paintings were all the rage, I would have undoubtedly chosen your artwork as an Asian treasure. Manager Zhou, we have a long-standing partnership. This Wang Yu merely stumbled upon a treasure by chance. Elevating him so highly, what if he ultimately proves to be of little benefit to Baoli? Are you not concerned about maintaining your position as general manager? Su Shan finally displayed a more forthright expression and tone. Zhou Siqing cast a knowing glance at Su Shan. How can you assume he is merely lucky? From what I understand, Wang Yu's expertise is on par with that of seasoned appraisers. Before arriving here, he already recognized the bull's value to be at least 50 million. While our experts could not discern it, would you still consider that luck? Perhaps he has had prior experience elsewhere. Su Shan retorted. I highly doubt that. Zhou Siqing asserted confidently. Manager Zhou, to place such trust in Wang Yu, risking a fallout with our Su family, do you deem it worthwhile? We possess an unending supply of antiques from around the globe. I would advise against making a foolish decision. Su Shan stated earnestly. Yet, Zhou Siqing remained resolute. Determined to feature Wang Yu's Ming dynasty bowl as the highlight of the auction, disregarding the two families' collaborative relationship. As their argument intensified, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Enough! Fong shouting, and the other auction house employees turned in astonishment to see none other than Chairman Zhang Zhenggao arriving. Zhang Zhenggao, with his hair graying, was impeccably dressed. Despite having crossed the threshold of 70, he walked with a steady gait, exuding an aura of formidable presence. It was simply outrageous. As soon as he entered, he admonished Zhuo Siqing, "You substitute a mere commoner's item for the exquisite artwork of the Su family. Are you jesting with the future of our Bali?" Zhuo Siqing, already anxious about the chairman's absence and uncertain whom to explain to, felt a wave of relief upon Zhang Zhenggao's arrival. He decided to have Fong shouting recount the events of that day, ensuring everyone was well informed before any decisions were made. "Chairman Zhang, you may not be aware, but this Wang Yu possesses an astonishing talent for appraising treasures. When he joined the appraisal team that day, I was present," Zhuo Siqing stated. Fong shouting took 3 minutes to narrate the morning's events to Zhang Zhenggao. Once she finished, Zhang Zhenggao inquired, "How old is this Wang Yu?" "About 23 or 24, I believe," Fong shouting replied. "You expect me to believe that a lad of 23 or 24 possesses appraisal skills surpassing those of the Su family? Surely, you have not been taken in by him, Director Fong." Zhang Zhenggao, having navigated this industry for many years, understood that expertise in treasure appraisal is founded upon extensive experience and acute perceptiveness. Talent alone is insufficient. One must accumulate years of experience to hone their skills. Wang Yu, being merely in his 20s, could have at most a decade of experience, while Pei Hong, the Su family's master appraiser, boasts over 40 years of expertise, along with numerous branches abroad collecting treasures from far and wide. The two simply do not belong to the same echelon. "Chairman Zhang, perhaps your perspective is too narrow," Fong shouting boldly retorted. Zhang Zhenggao was taken aback. "My perspective is narrow? Indeed, age is merely a reference point. Have you forgotten how many young prodigies in treasure appraisal have graced us with their presence?" Fong shouting showed little regard for the chairman's authority, leaving everyone else sweating nervously on her behalf. Even Zhuo Siqing would not dare speak so boldly to the chairman. Zhang Zhenggao, rather amused than angered, chuckled, "Yet, these appraisers have yet to present me with a single treasure. That may be true for them, but it does not reflect Wang Yu's capabilities. If you doubt him, let us summon Wang Yu right now to examine a few of our company's treasures. If he can discern accurately, it will attest to his prowess. If not, then all will be revealed as mere pretense." Chapter 30, The Tide Turns. Upon hearing Fong shouting's words, Zhang Zhenggao's interest in Wang Yu peaked. In all his years in the industry, he had encountered countless experts, but to have someone as exalted as Fong shouting speak so highly of him was unprecedented. Since he was already at the auction house for this very matter, he might as well witness firsthand the extent of Wang Yu's abilities. "Splendid. I am eager to witness this," Zhang Zhenggao declared. Su Shan, feeling a twinge of displeasure, attempted to dissuade Zhang Zhenggao. "Chairman, do not let them deceive you." Zhang Zhenggao quickly reassured Su Shan, "I am not one to be easily swayed. I shall select all treasures myself to ensure fairness. You, Su family, should send someone as well." Surprised, Su Shan asked, "Does the Su family need to send someone too? What? You do not wish to secure the final showcase position?" Zhang Zhenggao inquired, puzzled. Su Shan nodded vigorously. "Of course we want it." Zhang Zhenggao's gaze grew animated. "Since neither side is willing to concede, let us resort to the age-old method of fair competition. Whoever can persuade me will have their treasure featured as the final highlight in tomorrow's auction." "Very well. I shall ensure that Wang Yu is thoroughly convinced of his defeat." Su Shan immediately dashed aside to make a phone call. Speaking loudly to ensure everyone heard, he said, "Hello, Father. We have encountered a minor issue and require Master Pei Hong to come here." He continued detailing the situation. Upon hearing Pei Hong's name, a wave of trepidation swept through the crowd, including Fong shouting, who had been boasting moments earlier, now filled with regret. Nervously standing beside Zhuo Siqing, Fong shouting said, "Manager Zhuo, what shall we do now? If it's just Wang Yu appraising treasures alone, he will undoubtedly excel. However, competing against Master Pei Hong, he is bound to lose." Zhuo Siqing sighed, acknowledging the grim reality. If he cannot win, there is little we can do except place that Ming Dynasty bull up for auction. After concluding his call, Su Shan raised his head in triumph. "Do you grasp Pei Hong's prowess now? Soon, we shall see just how capable your Wang Yu truly is." Su Shan's confidence stemmed from Pei Hong's formidable skills, and those at Bali Auction Company were well aware of his reputation, causing Zhuo Siqing, Fong shouting, and others to sweat nervously for Wang Yu. The news spread rapidly through the auction house staff to various departments, and many employees, either idly resting or on leave, flocked to witness this rare showdown of talent. In their mundane work lives, they had never envisioned that antiquities could be so enthralling. This contest of strength, typically reserved for the realm of cinema, was unfolding before their very eyes, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not to be missed. Who is competing? I see no one. Someone exclaimed. I'm not sure. I heard it's a young man named Wang Yu, who brought a Ming Dynasty bowl, but I have yet to see him. The other contender is Master Pei Hong from the Su family. Master Pei Hong? Is he truly that formidable? Anyone who can summon him for a contest must possess considerable skill. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Turning to look, they beheld an exceptionally handsome young man entering. They hesitated to confirm whether this striking youth in his 20s was indeed the Wang Yu they had just discussed. Such a person seemed too sheltered, likely having ventured little beyond his doorstep, devoid of any worldly experience, hardly fitting the profile of a treasure appraisal expert. Yet, he was indeed Wang Yu, and only upon Fong Shouting's call did they accept the truth. Wang Yu. Upon hearing his name, Wang Yu approached Fong Shouting. Noticing a distinguished gentleman in his 40s standing beside her, exuding an air of authority unlike the others, Wang Yu quickly discerned that he was not an ordinary employee. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Zhuo, the general manager of Bali Auction Company. Fong Shouting began the introduction, and this is Wang Yu, the individual I mentioned earlier. A pleasure to finally meet you, Brother Wang. You appear quite spirited, Zhuo remarked, finding Wang Yu quite agreeable as he stepped forward to greet him. Wang Yu reciprocated the courtesy. It is an honor to meet Bali's esteemed general manager. I have long heard of your reputation. No need for formality. I trust Fong Shouting has briefed you on our purpose for today, Zhuo inquired. Fong Shouting, standing alongside her female assistant, felt a twinge of insecurity, knowing the formidable nature of their opponent. She regretted involving Wang Yu, fearing that if he were to embarrass himself in front of so many, it would be an unbearable humiliation. Fong Shouting hesitated, her expression betraying her unease. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yu presumed that Fong Shouting had deceived him and inquired, Did you not say you would allow me to appraise the treasures, Director Fong? Is there perhaps another matter you have concealed from me? Wang Yu maintained a facade of nonchalance, which only served to heighten Fong Shouting's discomfort. There is nothing else being concealed from you, she replied, but your opponent is simply too formidable. I fear you might falter, and your treasure would consequently not be able to take center stage as the grand finale. How formidable could he be? Is it the Pei Hong you mentioned on WeChat? The one from the Su family? Wang Yu asked, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. Zhuo casually remarked, if he weren't impressive. The other party wouldn't have sent Pei Hong here. This competition has been personally sanctioned by our chairman, who is present over there. You should go greet him. The location was bustling with people, as Zhang Zhenggao was engaged in conversation with other employees, while Pei Hong had already arrived. Zhuo noted Zhang Zhenggao speaking with Pei Hong and promptly halted, turning to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, do you see that man in the Zhongshan suit? That is Pei Hong, the foremost appraiser of the Su family and a renowned expert in antique appraisal in Yanjing, boasting an astounding success rate of 99. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu initially perceived Pei Hong as an exceptionally formidable opponent, only to consider the one margin of error. Zhuo continued to elaborate on Pei Hong's illustrious career. He was a master in the antique appraisal industry, having won the championship at the World Antique Appraisal Competition 10 times, with every other attempt resulting in a second-place finish. After exiting the competition circuit, Pei Hong had been contracted by the Su family for a decade, contributing immensely to their antique business. In his leisure time, Pei Hong had taken on 3 apprentices, imparting various skills to each, with all 3 now excelling in their respective fields of calligraphy, ceramics, and bronze wares, ruling over their hometowns. However, Pei Hong was not invincible. Yanjing, being a world-renowned metropolis and the capital of China, was home to numerous experts, some as skilled, or even more so than Pei Hong. Ultimately, their respective abilities were comparable, with victory hinging on the day's performance. After absorbing these narratives, Wang Yu remained remarkably composed, devoid of arrogance to avoid arousing suspicion. If he is that remarkable, it seems my chances of winning today are slim. Well, if I lose, it matters not. Fong Shouting, her eyes widening in disbelief, seized Wang Yu's arm and pulled him closer, demanding, Does it not concern you? Are you aware of the consequences of losing? Not really. What are the consequences? Wang Yu replied, feigning ignorance. Frustrated by his nonchalance, Fong Shouting chastised him. Losing means you will not be able to present your treasure as the grand finale, resulting in a significant reduction in its sale price. Do you understand? Wang Yu nodded. I see now. I shall do my utmost to avoid losing. Your utmost? Is that within your control? Fong Shouting and Zhuo exchanged incredulous glances, nearly reaching their breaking point. It was said that those in the antique industry were a bit eccentric, and Wang Yu's demeanor was particularly unconventional. You think you can just decide not to lose? Is the esteemed master Pei Hong a mere relative of yours? At that moment, Pei Hong, Zhang Zhenggao, and Su Shan approached. Su Shan had overheard Wang Yu's remarks and scoffed. You think you can simply declare you'll not lose? It seems you are quite unaware of your own limitations. This is my opponent, Wang Yu. Pei Hong, with a dignified demeanor, regarded Wang Yu with curiosity, clearly skeptical that he was indeed the challenger. Zhuo Siqing stepped in to mediate the introduction. This is Wang Yu, your opponent for today's contest. His capabilities should not be underestimated. And this is Mr. Zhang Zhenggao, chairman of our Bali International Auction Company. Zhang Zhenggao regarded Wang Yu with approval, slightly astonished. Then turned to observe Su Shan, who appeared far less imposing. Though they were of similar age, Su Shan exuded the demeanor of a troublesome wealthy heir, giving an impression of unreliability, whereas Wang Yu presented himself as a composed and ambitious young man, instilling a sense of trust. Wang Yu, you must give it your all. Master Pei Hong is not an easy adversary, Zhang Zhenggao said, expressing his admiration for Wang Yu. Wang Yu responded gratefully. Thank you for the reminder, Chairman. I shall exert myself fully. Zhang Zhenggao then announced the commencement of the competition. Shortly, I will personally select 3 distinct treasures from our inventory and place them upon this table. You may utilize any detection tools available to you. Within 10 minutes, ascertain the value of these treasures and write it down. The victor will be the one whose estimation deviates least from the actual value. Communication is strictly prohibited during the entire process. Is that understood? Understood, Wang Yu affirmed. Pei Hong remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the rules. As a master, he felt a certain reluctance to vocalize his understanding before a young opponent, given his esteemed status. I will now retrieve the antiques, ensuring they are unfamiliar to both of you. We shall commence at 1640 sharp, so prepare yourselves. With that, Zhang Zhenggao departed with 2 employees into the warehouse. The crowd outside began to buzz with excitement, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Most believed Wang Yu stood little chance against such a formidable opponent. There is no hope for him. He is simply overestimating himself. How could he possibly contend with Master Pei Hong? How can you be so certain? I find Wang Yu quite impressive. Pei Hong, on the other hand, seems a bit too full of himself, looking down on everyone. What does it matter if he feels superior? He has the skill to back it up, unlike you, who appears utterly despondent. Their victory or defeat held no consequence for me. The treasures they sold would not benefit me in any way. Hearing the chatter around him, Fang shouting expressed her concern for Wang Yu, persistently asking, do you feel confident? I have not seen the treasures in the inventory, and I certainly cannot assist you with what Chairman Zhang selects. I apologize, but rest assured, even if you lose, I can have Manager Zhuo arrange the most suitable placement for you, ensuring you can still sell for at least 50 million. Indeed, Brother Wang Yu, do not feel overly pressured. Simply give it your best effort. Zhuo Siqing reassured him. Wang Yu felt deeply touched by their concern. Yet he could not divulge that he possessed a system, so he maintained a calm demeanor, assuring them not to worry. I understand. Thank you for your concern. I will take this seriously. Seriously? What good will that do? Su Shan interjected, having been joined by Zhang Yu, who was now mocking Wang Yu. Do you really think Master Pei Hong will take this opportunity lightly? Impossible. Wang Yu shot a cold glance at Zhang Yu. You are truly persistent, aren't you? Wherever Su Shan goes, you seem to follow. Do you think you can just name drop Su Shan? Zhang Yu retorted, his fury palpable. That is your Su Shan, not mine. Why should I refrain from using his name? Wang Yu replied, unceremoniously. Zhang Yu was about to continue his argument with Wang Yu when he was halted by Su Shan, who advised, do not stoop to his level. With that, Zhang Yu ceased his retorts. Su Shan then addressed Wang Yu, saying, Wang Yu, you may be able to maintain your bravado for now, but once the competition concludes, I anticipate your tears. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, the chairman is coming. Zhang Yu and Su Shan turned to see the commotion, diverting their attention from Wang Yu as 20 pairs of eyes fixated on the competition table. The table, measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, was adorned with 3 antiques shrouded in opaque covers, a painting, a ceramic piece, and a bronze artifact. Soon, they would each have 10 minutes to appraise the worth of these items and write their estimates on paper. Once both participants had completed their evaluations, they would reveal their findings and compare them to the actual values. At that moment, Wang Yu and Pei Hong stood confidently at opposite ends of the table, exuding an air of self-assurance and devoid of any hint of nervousness, both convinced of their imminent victory. Chapter 32, a forgery? How could that be? Pei Hong maintained an expression of calm composure, rarely uttering a word, which lent him an air of inscrutability, reminiscent of a sage who has transcended the mundane world. Conversely, Wang Yu's demeanor was met with skepticism from all but Fang shouting and Zhuo Siqing, who found him somewhat palatable. The consensus was that he was merely feigning composure, lacking true capability, and they anticipated his impending dismay. Zhang Zhenggao approached and announced, let the competition commence. Who shall go first? Pei Hong finally spoke, as the guest. Let this young man from afar take the initiative. Wang Yu, You may proceed first, Zhang Zhenggao said, turning to him. With a smirk, Wang Yu replied. Then I shall humbly accept the honor. He stepped forward, hands empty, as the staff member unveiled the first treasure. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is this? The falling phoenix painting? Exclaimed one onlooker. From which era does this originate? It appears to date back to at least the Northern Song dynasty. Another remarked. I perceive a style reminiscent of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, not of the Northern Song. No, I believe it to be from the Ming dynasty. Albeit in poor condition, with significant damage. It could be from the Tang dynasty. I estimate this painting to be worth at least 10 million. Wang Yu, overhearing their discussions, chuckled. As the staff member unveiled the piece, it revealed a 50 by 80 centimeter painting depicting a phoenix descending upon a slope, surrounded by wild grasses, rendered in a breathtakingly realistic style. The inscription at the bottom was entirely illegible to him, yet Wang Yu, undeterred, activated the valuation system and gleaned the truth. The falling phoenix was a forgery, created by modern artist Su Jipu, valued at merely 20,000 yuan. Wang Yu was taken aback. Even a forgery held a value of 20,000 yuan. Yet, trusting the system's accuracy, he diligently pinned his estimate and proceeded to the second artifact. As he walked over, Pei Hong furrowed his brow, murmuring, has this fellow truly appraised it so quickly? Su Shan laughed, impossible. He is merely guessing. He hasn't even lifted the painting. How can he ascertain its value? This is child's play. Bai Jingyu joined in the laughter, huh? Teacher Pei. Victory is surely yours today. Why doesn't he utilize any tools? A staff member inquired. As this question arose, a discussion ensued, with many concluding that Wang Yu was clueless and incapable of using tools, hence his haphazard guesses. Silence, please, called a staff member, restoring order. According to the rules, Wang Yu had the right to employ tools or forego them at his discretion. The second cover was lifted, revealing a broken-horned bronze sheep, emanating a greenish glow interspersed with black rust. As with the previous unveiling, a flurry of speculation ensued. Wang Yu, unfazed, cast a glance and quickly noted his estimate. A black sheep square ding from the Western Zhou dynasty, valued at 44 million. The final ceramic vase was met with the same indifference. He merely glanced at it and wrote down his estimate without any tools, leaving the crowd in a haze. Uncertain whether Wang Yu genuinely lacked understanding or possessed such prowess that he could ascertain value without assistance. A Tang dynasty ceramic vase, valued at 30 million. Amid the swirling conjectures, Wang Yu stepped away from the table and joined the crowd. Next was Pei Hong's turn, and his presence instantly reassured Su Shan. Even if Wang Yu had been fortunate enough to guess correctly, there was no way he could have accurately appraised all three items. Thus, Pei Hong's probability of victory soared to 100%. Pei Hong meticulously examined each artifact using modern instruments, conducting thorough investigations before carefully calculating his answers. Once he had completed his evaluations, he returned to his original position, and the moment of truth approached. Though everyone believed Wang Yu would inevitably lose, there was a palpable anticipation for the results to be unveiled. Fang Shouting stepped up to Wang Yu and asked, did you genuinely assess them? Or were those just random guesses? Wang Yu whispered in her ear, random guesses. Fang Shouting was exasperated. I can't handle this. You're risking tens of millions. Wang Yu chuckled, I doubt I'll lose. Seeing Wang Yu's mischievous demeanor, Fang Shouting felt a surge of frustration and nearly struck him, but restrained herself amidst the crowd. How could he remain so frivolous at such a critical juncture? Fang Shouting felt her concern was unwarranted. If he was unwilling to exert himself for those millions, what could she, an outsider, possibly say? She resigned herself to watching the spectacle unfold. Indifferent to Wang Yu's fate, the staff used a projector to display images and names of the three treasures on a large screen, and Zhang Zhenggao prepared to reveal their true values. Holding the remote, he announced, I shall now disclose the results. With the press of a button, the first treasure's details appeared on the screen. Falling Phoenix painting, forgery, valued at 20,000 yuan. The revelation stunned the audience. Though none were as renowned as Master Pei Hong, they could generally discern the authenticity of common antiques and artworks, and none had suspected the painting was a forgery. A forgery? Impossible. How could it resemble the original so closely? I thought it was from the Tang dynasty. I assumed it dated back to the Song dynasty. I believed it to be worth at least 20 million, not just 20,000. As the crowd engaged in disbelief and speculation, the screen displayed the answers submitted by Pei Hong and Wang Yu. Wang Yu, 20,000 yuan. Pei Hong, 17 million. Everyone was astounded. Master Pei Hong had erred, revealing that Wang Yu possessed a modicum of skill. Zhou Xiqing commented to Fang Shouting, Wang Yu is somewhat impressive after all. Enraged, Fang Shouting kicked Wang Yu for his earlier teasing. Didn't you claim it was all guesswork? Was that just a jest? You had me worried. Wang Yu, grinning, replied. I merely sought to lighten the mood, given how tense everyone was. Be active, are you kidding me? Your demeanor only heightens my anxiety. Fong shouting vigorously shook Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Then surely the subsequent answers were penned with utmost sincerity. Yes? Fong shouting released Wang Yu and inquired. Of course they were written with seriousness. Do you think I would disregard tens of millions? Wang Yu replied earnestly. A smile finally graced Fong shouting's face. Now that's more like it. Wang Yu felt a surge of confidence within. For little did anyone know how exhausting this charade had been for him. Chapter 33 Wang Yu, congratulations. Yet in the distance, Pei Hong was left in a state of existential doubt. A forgery? How could that possibly be? How could I have misjudged? Could this young man truly possess the prowess they claim? With a heavy skepticism, Pei Hong cast a glance at Wang Yu before averting his gaze. He had to maintain the composure befitting a master, concealing the unease that stemmed from losing the first round and ensuring no one noticed him stealing glances at Wang Yu. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, who was engrossed in conversation with Fong shouting, Pei Hong's scrutiny went unnoticed as he turned his attention to the revelation of the next treasure. Zhang Zhenggao, the one revealing the treasures, was equally astonished. He felt a flicker of anticipation for Wang Yu, though predominantly he suspected that Wang Yu might merely be guessing. It was implausible that he could deduce such intricate items. Was there a possibility that Wang Yu recognized nothing at all and had jotted down 20,000 for all three answers? After all, he had not employed any tools or instruments, merely observed with his eyes before writing down his responses, leaving open the chance he was simply guessing. Then, with a glimmer of hope, Zhang Zhenggao unveiled the second treasure, a black ram-shaped bronze vessel from the Western Zhou dynasty, valued at 45 million. As the words appeared on the large screen, tension rippled through the crowd, each person anxious to see who would provide the more accurate answer. Wang Yu declared 44 million, while Pei Hong stated 50 million. Wang Yu's answer, being closer at 44 million, secured him victory in the second round. In fact, as the contest was structured as a best of three, Wang Yu had already claimed 2 victories. However, curiosity lingered regarding the final item's price, prompting an anticipatory silence as they awaited Zhang Zhenggao's continued revelations. At this moment, the atmosphere was hushed, as all were aware that Pei Hong had lost considerable face. A Tang dynasty imperial vase, valued at 30 million. Wang Yu, 30 million. Pei Hong, 30 million. There were no further surprises. This round concluded with both participants tied. Upon seeing the results, Fong shouting joyfully embraced Wang Yu, exclaiming, "Yay! How wonderful! A best of 3 with 1 tie. Wang Yu, you have triumphed over Pei Hong. You are the greatest of all time." Wang Yu struggled for breath, nearly choking as Fong shouting squeezed him. "Director Fong, I can hardly breathe. Oh, my apologies." Only then did Fong shouting relent, yet her excitement was palpable. "You won. Do you realize that?" Wang Yu displayed no exuberance, as if the victor were not himself, but rather Fong shouting. Zhang Zhenggao approached alongside Pei Hong, gazing at Wang Yu in disbelief. First, Zhang Zhenggao personally congratulated Wang Yu. "Young man, congratulations. You have earned the prestigious title of this auction's highlight through your own merit. No one can dare speak ill of you now." Wang Yu smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Chairman. Since Wasiqing has identified you as a key client for our Bally company, you must bring us more precious treasures in the future. I can assure you that this auction will yield at least 130 million in sales." Zhang Zhenggao spoke with an unwavering confidence that surpassed even Wasiqing's, embodying the resolute spirit of a chairman. His words instilled Wang Yu with renewed confidence. If he claimed sales would reach 130 million, it must surely be true. In a mere fortnight, Wang Yu had metamorphosed from a pauper to a billionaire, for this system's value was simply extraordinary. To achieve a billion through sheer effort would take a millennium. As the saying goes, 3 parts destiny, 7 parts effort, the remaining 90% relies on the system. Standing nearby, Pei Hong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Yu. Before such a multitude, he felt utterly humiliated. After all, he was a renowned appraisal expert in the capital. How could he face anyone after this? Thus, Pei Hong approached Wang Yu with a forced smile, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Displaying his magnanimity by not allowing a momentary setback to diminish his spirit, while simultaneously exaggerating Wang Yu's abilities to portray his loss as not to an unworthy opponent, but to one even more formidable. "Brother Wang Yu, your skills are indeed impressive. In my many years in this field, I have never admired anyone as I do you. Might I inquire as to your esteemed background? Your flattery overwhelms me. I merely possess some rudimentary knowledge. My grandfather was also in the antiques trade." "Young man, do not be so modest. If your knowledge is merely rudimentary, then others would surely be too ashamed to show their faces," interjected Zhang Zhenggao. Pei Hong continued. "Might I ask what your grandfather did?" I have encountered most of the experts in this field, or at least have heard of them. Wang Yu's grandfather had long since passed. Thus, he concocted an excuse. He was not a public figure. His name is known only in my hometown. And he has been gone for many years. Oh, Pei Hong's expression transformed with realization. So he was a folk expert. The number of skilled artisans in the antique industry is steadily rising. Outstanding youth like you will surely flourish in the market. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Until next time. Wang Yu courteously responded. Once Pei Hong departed, Su Shan and Bai Jingyu stood behind, gritting their teeth in frustration. They could hardly fathom that Wang Yu was an unyielding cockroach. Even Pei Hong was no match for him. They could not swallow this humiliation. That young man is simply fortunate. Let us go, Su Shan remarked to Bai Jingyu. As they exited, Bai Jingyu added, this fellow is somewhat troublesome. We best not allow him to remain in the capital, lest he causes trouble for the Su family in the future. Su Shan halted, turning to glare menacingly at Wang Yu before departing Bali. Yet Wang Yu remained oblivious to Su Shan's glare, still immersed in the jubilant company of Fang Shouting, Sui Siqing, and others. With the matter resolved, all that remained was to await the auction's commencement tomorrow, where they would gather to count the proceeds. Noticing the hour was late, Wang Yu prepared to return to the hotel for a good rest. It is getting late, Chairman Zhang, Manager Zhua, Director Fang. I shall take my leave. Wang Yu addressed the trio. Zhang Jinggao nodded in acknowledgement. You may head back. The auction begins at 16:30 tomorrow afternoon. However, your treasures will be revealed at 1900 hours, so do take the time to rest before returning. Understood. After Wang Yu departed, Fang Shouting felt a twinge of reluctance. Contemplating chasing after him, yet hesitated, aware that he would certainly return to the hotel, and following him would not afford her the opportunity to stay with him. She was caught in a dilemma. Zhang Zhenggao had already left, and as Sui Siqing prepared to exit, he noticed Fang Shouting standing still, prompting him to ask curiously, what are you waiting for? Fang Shouting glanced at the time. I still have an hour until my shift ends. Where could I go? Not to worry. You may leave early. Very well. Chapter 34. Where do you reside? After Sui Siqing left, Fang Shouting's cheeks flushed slightly. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to directly call Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu was already at the roadside, waiting for the driver from the Peninsula Hotel to arrive and take him back. The driver indicated that he would reach the destination in 5 minutes. While waiting idly, Wang Yu took out his phone and saw Fang Shouting's WeChat call. Hello, Director Fang, what is the matter? Wang Yu inquired upon answering the call. Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Fang Shouting asked hurriedly. Where are you? Wang Yu, a bit curious, replied, do you still want to join me? Of course. The auction hasn't ended yet, and I'm responsible for overseeing your entire itinerary. Fang Shouting said, though she herself did not believe her words. As Sui Siqing had only instructed her to attend to Wang Yu's matters concerning the auction, not to stay glued to him 24/7. Wang Yu, somewhat perplexed, responded, I'm at the roadside, hurry up. The hotel car is about to arrive. Okay. The car finally arrived, but Fang Shouting had yet to reach the spot. Once Wang Yu got into the vehicle, he instructed the driver, wait a moment, there's still one more person. He then saw Fang Shouting, now in casual attire, wearing a blue knitted sweater and a coffee-colored pencil skirt, jogging unsteadily from a distance. Due to her skirt, she couldn't run quickly, and Wang Yu watched anxiously, wishing he could simply scoop her up and carry her over, as she was taking too long. Sorry, I was changing clothes. Thank you for waiting, Fang Shouting said as she got into the car and sat beside Wang Yu in the back seat. The luxurious leather seats were incredibly comfortable, and once the car started, there was no sensation of jarring or bumps. Initially, Wang Yu thought his father's newly purchased BMW SUV was quite comfortable, but in comparison to this luxury car, the difference was immense. He had to admit that you get what you pay for. Fang Shouting's casual outfit was undeniably alluring, and sitting beside her made Wang Yu feel an overwhelming surge of emotions. Compared to when she wore her work uniform, her attractiveness had increased by at least 10 points. If that were not enough, Fang Shouting constantly engaged Wang Yu in conversation, leaning her head towards him as she spoke. The low neckline of her sweater drew Wang Yu's attention, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He tried to maintain a proper posture, stealing glances while responding to her questions absent-mindedly. Noticing Wang Yu's lack of excitement, Fang Shouting curiously asked, why aren't you happy at all? You've just defeated a world-renowned expert in Jingqing. I'm not unhappy. He replied, do you dislike me for following you? Fang Shouting began to overthink. Wang Yu shook his head. No, why would I dislike a beauty like you? Then why the long face? Your threshold for excitement seems exceedingly high. Right now, the money hasn't even come through. Once it's in my account, I can be excited then. Besides, Director Zhang just informed me that I need to scout for fine antiques for Bali in the future. And suddenly I feel an immense pressure. I'm worried I might disappoint him. Wang Yu fabricated such a multitude of excuses, speaking as if they were genuine concerns. But in truth, he was not afraid of any of it. With the capabilities of his value system, finding a treasure was merely a matter of minutes. Fong Xiaoding, however, dismissed his worries, saying, "This is your first time in Yanjing. You're unaware of the market here. Yanjing boasts over 1,000 antique markets, with both genuine and counterfeit items. Valuable treasures are waiting for discerning individuals like you to unearth them. Why are you so lacking in confidence? Really? Is it possible to stumble upon treasures at the antique markets?" Wang Yu had initially asked casually, but Fong Xiaoding's words jolted him awake. If he could procure another piece of treasure, not just 1 billion, but even 20 or 50 million would significantly enhance his income. After all, Wang Yu could not rely on the profits from a single imperial bowl for a lifetime, and his system would not permit such complacency. However, seeking profit from antiques was indeed a splendid option. There might be other avenues in the future, but for now, Wang Yu wanted to seize every opportunity to earn. Of course, where do you think Pei Hong and the Su family's treasures come from? Fong Xiaoding affirmed confidently. All right, after the auction, I'll head to the antique market. Wang Yu decided. Fong Xiaoding exclaimed in excitement. Perfect. I have Saturday off. I'll accompany you. That sounds ideal. I'm not very familiar with the area. After another 10 minutes, the car arrived at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel. After disembarking, they entered the hotel and directly ascended the elevator. Wang Yu noticed that Fong Xiaoding had no intention of booking a room, and he could not help but ask, "Where are you staying?" Fong Xiaoding gazed into Wang Yu's eyes and replied, "In your room?" Wang Yu was taken aback. "In my room? Didn't you book a room?" "Why not? Your place has several rooms. I won't even be sharing a bed with you. What could possibly happen?" Fong Xiaoding regarded Wang Yu with a look of disdain, thinking he was being overly calculative. "I'm just a girl. Why should you be afraid?" Fong Xiaoding added. Wang Yu was not truly afraid. Rather, he was concerned about Fong Xiaoding's reputation. If others discovered this arrangement, it could be troublesome, particularly now that the Su family harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. They might exploit this situation to stir up trouble. "I think it's necessary to remind you. If Su Shan finds out that you're sharing a room with me, the consequences could be dire, so you need to think this through." Fong Xiaoding had not considered that aspect, yet she remained unperturbed. "It's fine. I'll manage the risks. Suit yourself. It doesn't bother me," Wang Yu said nonchalantly. At worst, he could simply leave Beijing for another city. It would be just as well. Fong Xiaoding, seeing that Wang Yu was not opposed to her staying in his room, secretly reveled in her good fortune. Aside from the elevator, as they approached the door to the room, Wang Yu noticed no suspicious individuals, gradually easing his vigilance. Once they were inside the executive suite, everything felt secure, as it was a fully private space, with bodyguards stationed outside to ensure no disturbances. After removing his outer coat, Wang Yu picked up the menu from the table. The dinner here was also a la carte, and since he wasn't in the mood to dine elsewhere, he decided to eat at the hotel. Fong Xiaoding placed her bag on a rack in the corner, then inhaled the fragrance of the flowers on the windowsill and admired the view outside. "What do you want to eat?" Wang Yu inquired. Fong Xiaoding approached Wang Yu, scrutinizing the menu closely as she sat down beside him. She was unconcerned about being physically close to a man she had known for less than 2 days. "I like all these dishes. Can I order them?" Fong Xiaoding asked cheerfully. Wang Yu, indifferent to the matter, replied, "Sure." While Fong Xiaoding was ordering, Wang Yu headed to the bathroom to take a shower. "I'm going to take a shower. You can relax for a bit after you finish ordering." "All right." The bathroom facilities in the executive suite are remarkably advanced and luxurious, featuring a massage bathtub. Wang Yu disrobed, tested the water temperature, and spent 3 minutes studying the massage settings before finally reclining within the tub to relish the experience. This sensation was unprecedented for him. Streams of water cascaded in various directions, and he continuously adjusted the flow, feeling that any increase in intensity would be overwhelming, while a decrease might render it ineffective. After 20 minutes of massage combined with a soak, he felt thoroughly rejuvenated, as if every joint and pore had been refreshed. Once he dried off and donned his pajamas, he emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, dinner had yet to arrive, and Fong Xiaoding was engrossed in her phone on the sofa. "Are you done with your shower?" Wang Yu inquired. Hasn't dinner been delivered yet?" He followed up. Fong Xiaoding shook her head. "No?" Wang Yu glanced at the order device and realized that the order had not been submitted at all. "You didn't place the order." "What?" Fong Xiaoding's mind was racing. She was starving, only to discover that the order had never been sent. "You have to submit the order." Wang Yu demonstrated the submission button for her. Upon seeing it, Fong Xiaoding felt exceedingly embarrassed. They could have been eating right away, but now they had to wait a bit longer. "I'm so sorry, I didn't pay attention." "It's all right, it won't be long anyway. I should take a shower too." Fong Xiaoding decided not to waste time since they were waiting and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Wang Yu reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes in a state that was neither fully asleep nor awake. Approximately 3 minutes later, a sudden shriek erupted from the bathroom. Oh my gosh." Wang Yu was startled, opening his eyes and rising from the sofa. What's wrong? The sight that greeted him nearly made him lose composure. Fong Shouting, with her graceful figure, was clutching a towel around herself, though it was wrapped rather loosely, leaving several parts of her body tantalizingly visible. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly shutting his eyes and turning away, signaling that he had seen nothing. What happened? Fong Shouting had intended to run towards him, but in that instant, her mind went blank. It wasn't until she noticed Wang Yu had closed his eyes that she realized her appearance was rather indecorous, prompting her to wrap the towel around herself more securely. As her awareness returned, her cheeks flushed. What's wrong with the bathtub? What about the bathtub? Wang Yu cautiously turned around. Feeling slightly awkward, he knew that seeing an unfamiliar woman's body was inherently disrespectful, especially since he had only known Fong Shouting for a day. He was still contemplating that the first body he wished to behold would be that of his future wife. It feels like something is touching me under the water, Fong Shouting said, her voice tinged with anxiety. It dawned on Wang Yu that when he left earlier, he had switched off the main power without resetting the massage button, causing Fong Shouting to inadvertently activate the massage function upon turning on the water. Most people unfamiliar with a massage bathtub would react with such trepidation. But Fong Shouting's reaction was quite exaggerated. She had emerged without any clothing on, which was indeed rare. Wang Yu couldn't help but question Fong Shouting's self-protective instincts and awareness. This is a massage bathtub. The water pressure comes from the massager. I apologize, I forgot to turn it off. Wang Yu offered an explanation. Only then did Fong Shouting relax. Oh, I see. You scared me to death. I was the one who was scared to death. Look at how you rushed out. Wang Yu retorted. Fong Shouting's face flushed once more. I'll be more careful next time. Next time? Wang Yu asked incredulously. Fong Shouting stammered. Wang Yu continued. Fortunately, you encountered someone like me, a man of virtue. Had it been someone like Su Shan, a frivolous playboy, your current state could have led to dire consequences. Now go wash up. Wang Yu's words struck a chord, yet they were painfully true. If Fong Shouting had encountered a rogue, she would have been utterly defenseless. In truth, Su Shan was precisely drawn to Fong Shouting's lack of self-protective awareness, which is why he persistently pursued her. On the surface, he seemed to be courting her, but as a wealthy heir, he was hardly lacking in female company. He merely sought a fleeting dalliance, knowing that Fong Shouting was relatively easy to deceive. Fong Shouting recognized the validity in Wang Yu's observations and absorbed the harsh truths, opting not to argue as she re-entered the bathroom. Before Fong Shouting had finished her shower, the doorbell rang. Wang Yu went to answer it, and was met by a woman dressed as a server pushing a meal cart. Good day, Mr. Wang. This is your dinner. It has all been delivered. Thank you, just place it here. Wang Yu replied. Enjoy your meal, the server said as she departed, closing the door behind her. Let us eat. Wang Yu wheeled the cart beside the sofa, just as Fong Shouting emerged from the bathroom. She did not respond, sitting distractedly on the sofa. Wang Yu quickly noticed her preoccupied demeanor, as she was the type whose emotions were easily readable on her face. Don't worry about it. I'll act as if nothing happened. It won't get out, he reassured her. Fong Shouting's expression shifted as she glanced at him. Who would even know about you? Let us eat. The dining table was laden with seafood, roasted duck, fruits, desserts, and pasta. Far too much for the two of them, with half of it ultimately wasted. Then, the two of them quietly returned to their respective rooms and spent the night without further incident. Time swiftly passed, leading to the next day's auction. At 3:45 p.m., Wang Yu and Fong Shouting remained in the hotel room, having only risen at noon. They had lunch and then lounged on the sofa watching television. While Fong Shouting assumed Wang Yu had grown accustomed to this hedonistic lifestyle, it was, in fact, his first experience, making him prefer to linger in comfort rather than venture out. Fong Shouting glanced at the time and urged, Wang Yu, it's already 3:45 p.m. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. What's the rush? I'm not particularly interested in the auction, Wang Yu replied. But I can't be late. The manager will blame me, Fong Shouting insisted. Wang Yu dismissed her concern. So what? You're supposed to entertain me, right? Just tell them I didn't want to go early, so you had to stay with me. That won't work. Fong Shouting was at a loss for words. Her responsibility to entertain Wang Yu was already a fabrication. Last night, she had used that very pretext to stay in the luxurious executive suite with him. If she were late now, it would expose her deception. Though she hesitated, she finally relented. All right, I'll concede. Let us go. Wang Yu, unable to bear putting Fong Shouting in a difficult position, decided to leave immediately. Upon reaching the ground floor, a convoy awaited at the entrance. Mr. Wang, are we ready to depart? A bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses inquired. Yes, we're set to go. The car doors were promptly opened, and Wang Yu and Fong Shouting settled into the back seat as the doors closed and the vehicle glided onto the road. There are 2 vehicles in total. The front one is designated for bodyguards, while the rear one accommodates Wang Yu and Fong Shouting. ensuring absolute security. Upon arrival at the venue, they discovered that the auction hall was already filled with attendees. Wang Yu and Fong Shouting entered the audience area, settled into their seats, and glanced back to observe a diverse crowd of bidders, including men and women of various ages, and even a significant number of foreigners. Directly in front of the audience was the auction podium, adorned with a large illuminated advertisement proclaiming the Yanjing Baoli International Auction. On either side of the advertisement, there were large screens displaying the attributes, images, and pricing information of the auction items. The floor featured both a podium, where the host conducted the auction, and a display platform where staff methodically placed each item for bidding. Everyone present had qualified to bid, having submitted a deposit. None were merely there for idle curiosity, as each had specific items they wished to acquire. As the auction had yet to commence, the atmosphere was lively with animated discussions. At precisely 16:30, the host's microphone crackled to life, marking the official start of the auction. Welcome to the Bali auction. It is now 16:30 in Yanjing, and we shall begin. I am your host, Chenlin. Instantly, the room fell silent. Each bidder held a small paddle. Those without one were unable to participate, leaving Wang Yu merely an observer. The pace of the auction was brisk, and soon the first item was announced. Presenting tonight's first treasure, a Maxim machine gun from Xiangyang. Although it bears the marks of rust, it retains a certain collectible value. Are there any military enthusiasts? The starting bid is 10,000. Despite being unable to bid, Wang Yu found himself captivated by the machine gun. The system indicated its value was merely 20,000, rendering it not worth the investment. The subsequent items ranged in value from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, with the most expensive not exceeding 10 million, causing Wang Yu to feel increasingly drowsy. There is nothing of interest here. He sighed. Fong Shouting, intrigued, remarked, soon, there will be something worthwhile. What kind of treasure? Wang Yu inquired. Having served in the appraisal team, Fong Shouting was well versed in the auction's offerings. If I'm not mistaken, the next item will be the Dongchuan Silver Star from Jilin Province. Just as she finished speaking, a stunning woman seated nearby turned her head to listen. She wore a mink coat, her hair secured with a jade hairpin, and adorned with silver earrings, her fair complexion suggesting she was around 25 years old, exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing Fong Shouting. Accompanying her was a man, approximately 30 years old, holding a bidding paddle, likely there to support her. Their appearance suggested they had never known financial hardship. Fong Shouting had initially overlooked this woman and continued explaining to Wang Yu. It's valued at around 1 million. It's a mystical medicinal herb that ordinary people cannot afford. Only wealthy heirs would consider purchasing such items, which is why they typically appear only at auctions, as they are not available on the market. Wang Yu, unfamiliar with such a concept, curiously asked, no wonder you can't find it outside. So, this Dongchuan Silver Star is only sought by those with special needs, while we common folk wouldn't benefit from it even if we bought it. That is not entirely true. Some purchase it to consume in hopes of appreciation. Fong Shouting clarified. Wang Yu found this enlightening. There is potential for appreciation? Indeed. However, there are many varieties of Dongchuan Silver Star. Most circulating in the market are grade 5, valued at around 100,000, while a rarer grade S can cure various epidemics and even treat heart failure. For the elderly, it's akin to a miraculous remedy, worth at least 100 million. Such a disparity. Why is this one only starting at 1 million? Wang Yu questioned. It's akin to gambling stones. We are auctioning an untested Dongchuan Silver Star, and its true value remains unknown. Don't be misled by the 1 million. Many are willing to gamble. Fong Shouting proudly explained. Wang Yu fell silent, processing her words. This item, because of its untested state, had people wagering 1 million for a chance at 100 million. Even if they lost, they could still recoup 10,000, incurring a loss of 90,000. However, if one continued to gamble, spending 90,000 each time, accumulating up to 9 million after 10 attempts, if one were to hit upon a grade S even once, they could still profit by 1 million. Yet, Wang Yu pondered. What were the odds? Surely, the market was not so forgiving. The probability must be significantly lower than 1%, perhaps even less than 1 in 1,000. However, for Wang Yu, it was a different matter. For him, the odds were absolute. He could utilize the system to ascertain the true value in advance. If it were not a genuine grade S Dongchuan Silver Star, he would not consider bidding. Next up is our esteemed medicinal herb from Jilin Province, the Dongchuan Silver Star. The host's call elicited a wave of excitement from the audience, who seemed keenly interested in the item. Wang Yu's gaze remained fixed on the display platform and the large screen. As a mere observer, he felt a heightened sense of anticipation. Anxious that he might miss out on a genuine grade S, while being powerless to act. An awkward predicament indeed. A female staff member gracefully presented the item, petite and lightweight. Upon opening the box, the host continued, Behold, this Donchuan silver star displays vibrant layers of color and remains untested. The starting bid is 1 million. If anyone desires it, seize this opportunity. Should you successfully unveil a grade S, your life and the lives of your descendants will be forever enriched. As Wang Yu leaned in to assess the value of the Donchuan silver star, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the small box contained 10 pieces, each roughly the size of a die used in mahjong. The thought that such diminutive items could be valued at 1 million startled him. I bid 10 million for all 10. A voice exclaimed from the crowd. The 10 pieces were sold as a package, a decision rooted in past auction experiences. As individual sales typically ended with someone buying all 10 at once, bidders believed that among the 10, at least one would be grade S. Straining to see from a distance, Wang Yu stood up and rubbed his eyes. To his relief, none of the pieces were grade S, they were all grade 5. Just as he settled back into his seat, he overheard the woman at the adjacent table saying to the man, 20 million. Take them all. Very well, miss. The man promptly raised his paddle. We, the Han Group, bid 20 million. The crowd erupted in gasps, murmurs filling the air. 20 million straight away? Is this sheer folly, or just a case of having too much money? Forget it, I'm out. The young lady possesses a striking beauty, yet her intellect appears somewhat lacking. The Han family, so affluent, resorts to competing with us for such trivialities. How utterly aimless and tedious. Fong shouting glanced at the adjacent seat before turning to Wang Yu and inquired, did you see that? Someone is willing to bid 20 million, which equates to 2 million per piece. You still insisted that everyone wanted one. Do you believe it now? Wang Yu chuckled, indeed. However, I just checked. And they are all V grade, not a single S grade among them. You truly are remarkable. Keep boasting. Fong shouting shot Wang Yu a disdainful look. I could tell with my toes that there is a 99 probability all 10 pieces are V grade. While Wang Yu spoke, a lady from the Han Group instinctively glanced at him, her expression betraying indignation. The Han family had expended nearly 150 million in pursuit of the S-grade Donchuan silver stars. Yet all efforts had been in vain. Thus, the eldest daughter of the Han family despised hearing such ill-fated remarks. However, she was unfamiliar with Wang Yu, and since he was not addressing her directly, merely coincidentally overheard, she chose to remain silent. After the host called for bids 3 times without response, the 10 Donchuan silver stars were eventually acquired by the Han family. According to auction house regulations, payment could be made immediately upon winning and the items taken away. The Han lady appeared quite eager, promptly proceeding to transfer the funds and departing with her acquisitions. Following her exit, discussions regarding her persisted for 10 minutes. All those seated around Wang Yu were well acquainted with the Han family's eldest daughter and spoke of her exploits. For the past month, at every auction featuring Donchuan silver stars, she had bid, leaving many to wonder about her motives. Indeed, unless a family member was gravely ill and in need of purchasing such items for the hope of an S-grade, there seemed little reason for the Han family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the capital, to engage in such pursuits, as money was merely a number to them. Perhaps someone in the Han family was indeed ill, requiring the Donchuan silver stars? Surely not. If a family member were unwell, they could simply procure one for 1 billion directly from the market. Without participating in an auction, deliveries would naturally follow. Thus, the mystery lingered. In another corner, several gentlemen were fervently discussing the beauty of the Han lady, capturing Wang Yu's attention. The opulence of wealthy families was evident. Han Yingshua's beauty was several tiers above that of ordinary women. Could it be that one's appearance is truly cultivated over time? If only I could touch Han Yingshua's hand, my life would be complete. Dream on. We ordinary folks can barely step through the Han family's threshold. Initially indifferent to the Han lady, Wang Yu found himself intrigued by the fervent discussions surrounding her, realizing that the Han family bore significant renown in the capital, with their daughter, Han Yingxua, eclipsing even her father's name. Her beauty was indeed the sole reason. Curiously, he asked Fong shouting, the woman who just left seems quite famous in the capital? You are unaware. She replied, she is Han Yingxua, the eldest daughter of the Han family, known far and wide. We arrived rather late. When she entered, countless men approached her, vying for her WeChat contact. Is she that remarkable? Being one of the 4 prominent families, they must be incredibly wealthy? Absolutely. Their wealth is unfathomable. What business do they engage in? Wang Yu inquired further. Fong shouting, clearly a bit irked, shot him a look. You seem quite interested in her. Typical of men. Always seeking to flirt with beauty. Nonsense. Are you not beautiful as well? Have I tried to flirt with you over these past days? Wang Yu displayed an air of nonchalance. Yet, her heart fluttered at his words, and with a smirk, she replied, I didn't realize you had a penchant for banter. Now, do enlighten me. The Han family is in the traditional Chinese medicine business, she explained. Their clients span Southeast Asia, Europe, and North America, encompassing over 30 countries. Their business reaches across half the globe, with a total family asset reportedly amounting to 580 billion. The personal net worth of Chairman Han Qibin alone is around 190 billion. Fang Xiaoding shared what little she knew, as she was not particularly interested in the upper echelons of society, merely acquiring snippets during chats with colleagues. While the Han family held a prestigious position in the capital, few truly understood their depth. Most were aware of the surface details, yet pretended to possess greater insight, boasting indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was struck by a sense of pressure. Previously, without a system, it was impossible to comprehend the affairs of such elite individuals. Even if one did, it bore no relevance to their own life. However, now that he understood the Han family's wealth, he began to contemplate when he might achieve similar status. For Wang Yu, acquiring a treasure worth 100 million was already a monumental feat. Yet, 190 billion. How long would it take to amass such wealth? Even if he earned 100 million a day, it would require 6 or 7 years. What a staggering concept. For an average person earning 10,000 a month, that would amount to 120,000 a year. To reach 190 billion would necessitate working from 160,000 years ago to the present, plus an additional 20,000 years, before even the advent of modern humans. As the auction proceeded, each treasure became increasingly captivating, and Wang Yu found himself more engrossed. Chapter 38, The Last Hope. The auction continued, while Han Xue had already returned home to a courtyard in Wangfujing, Longfusi. This courtyard, newly renovated, gleamed with opulence akin to an ancient imperial palace. The pillars, eaves, and walls shimmered in the sunlight, and the interior boasted central air conditioning, a garage, and a misting water system. All the furniture was crafted from solid wood, and 2 guards stood watch at the entrance, with each room protected by dedicated bodyguards. Upon entering, Han Xue was greeted as a princess returning to her palace by a middle-aged housekeeper. "Miss, you're back. How is my father?" "The master is sleeping. He doesn't look well," the housekeeper replied, her expression tinged with concern. Han Xue handed the 10 Donchuan silver stars to the man with whom she had bid earlier, instructing, "Ajay, take these to the steward immediately for the ritual." "Now?" "Yes, miss." The man named Ajay promptly departed with the 10 Donchuan silver stars in hand. Han Xue entered a large room adorned with numerous plants and calligraphy. In the center stood a grand bed upon which lay a somewhat graying man, her father, Mr. Han Qibin, chairman of the Han family. He appeared to be in a deep slumber, his visage worn and weary, gravely ill. It seemed he sensed his daughter's presence, for he slowly opened his eyes and softly murmured, "Shuer, did you go to the auction again today?" "Yes, I bought 10 Donchuan silver stars. I wonder if any will yield an S grade." Han Xue replied with a hint of melancholy. Han Qibin sighed. "It's not that simple. You should not waste your time and energy on this. Father, please rest well. We will undoubtedly find the S-class Donchuan silver star and cure your ailment." Han Xue declared with resolute determination, as her family was not lacking in funds. Suddenly, a Jia entered the room, his head bowed, and said, "Miss, sir." Upon seeing his expression, Han Xue immediately discerned that yet again, the lighting had failed. "All V-class?" she inquired. "Yes, miss." Despair once again enveloped Han Xue's countenance as she pondered her next steps. Han Qibin had grown accustomed to such disappointments and attempted to console his daughter. "It's all right. S-class Donchuan silver stars are notoriously difficult to procure. Father, you must not be so obstinate. Allow me to offer a high reward externally. Your illness cannot be delayed any longer." Han Xue cried, her tears streaming down her face. Though Han Qibin was merely 55 years old, he appeared to be at least 70, a consequence of his heart rate failure. Heart rate failure is a prevalent affliction that typically strikes middle-aged individuals between the ages of 45 and 65, often those who have toiled relentlessly in their youth, neglecting their health in pursuit of their careers. Consequently, their bodies begin to falter after 45, leading to heart rate failure. Currently, this condition is deemed incurable in the medical field, manageable only through various medications to control its progression. Few effective treatments exist on the market, but the Han family possesses several medications that can inhibit the spread of the heart rate failure virus. Upon learning that the first Donchuan silver star had appeared at the Wanqi auction in the capital, a public hospital soon discovered its efficacy in treating heart rate failure, and the S-class star was purchased to heal a 67-year-old man. However, since that moment, no second S-class Donchuan silver star has surfaced. Coupled with manipulations by securities and financial capital, the price of unlit Donchuan silver stars skyrocketed from 50,000 to 1 million within 2 years, prompting countless young individuals to seek them out. Han Xue believed that someone must possess an S-class Donchuan silver star, simply withholding it from sale. She had implored her father on multiple occasions to offer a reward for its procurement, but each time was met with refusal. This instance was no different. as Han Shibin firmly rejected her proposal. How many times must I reiterate? If the Lin Group learns of my illness, they will seize the opportunity to strike against us, which would be detrimental to the Han family. Han Yingxue, however, was unfazed by such concerns. Her focus was solely on her father's safety rather than the future of the Han family. She reasoned that even if the Han family ceased to hold a position among the 4 great families of the capital, they could still lead a life of comfort, unbothered by reputation. But is your life not of importance? Han Yingxue exclaimed through tears. I care not how others treat us. Once we obtain the Dongchuan Silver Star and your illness is cured, they will think twice before acting against us. What I fear is that the Dongchuan Silver Star may already belong to the Lin family, and even if it does not, they would still compete with us if they see us offer a reward for its acquisition. You must understand, your actions are utterly futile. Han Shibin coughed as he spoke, visibly agitated. Is there truly no other recourse? Han Yingxue could scarcely believe that the affluent Han family was powerless against the Dongchuan Silver Star. If it is truly my fate to survive, I shall surely find it. Han Shibin closed his eyes. Han Yingxue wiped her tears and addressed the doctor attending to her father. Dr. Mao, I shall step out for a moment. Please take good care of my father. Dr. Mao, clad in a white coat, was Han Shibin's personal physician. With no worries about her father under Dr. Mao's care, Han Yingxue departed and approached the steward. 10 lit Dongchuan silver stars were displayed on the table, and upon seeing her, the steward politely greeted her. Miss, I regret to disappoint you once more. It matters not. I was prepared for this. As Han Yingxue gazed at the 10 V-class Dongchuan silver stars, fury ignited within her. She slammed her hand against the table. It's all that wretched fellow's fault. The thought of it infuriates me. Ajia hurriedly reassured her. That person merely spoke offhandedly. Do not let such a character ruffle your feathers, miss. Just then, a spark of realization illuminated Han Yingxue's mind. As she was about to unleash her ire, she recalled the young man at the auction who might not have been speaking nonsensically. Perhaps he was aware or could discern that all these Dongchuan silver stars were merely V-class, which is why he refrained from bidding. If this were indeed the case, she could enlist his assistance in searching for the S-class Dongchuan silver star. Han Yingxue felt a glimmer of hope surge within her. She quickly glanced at the time on her phone. No matter what, I must give it a try, she muttered to herself before swiftly heading towards the exit. Miss, so late at night, where do you intend to go? Ajia called after her, but Han Yingxue did not respond. Heading straight to the garage where a Maserati's headlights illuminated the darkness as it slowly departed. Chapter 39, He has departed. Meanwhile, at the auction venue, the final Asian session was underway, with a throng of individuals vying for Wang Yu's bowl. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, 150 million, once, 150 million, twice, 150 million. Thrice sold. With a decisive strike of the gavel, the transaction was finalized. The bowl, a Ming Dynasty Qinhua period piece with ochre patterns, was purchased by a local collector from Yanjing. Wang Yu had little interest in making acquaintances, merely complying with the auction process by shaking hands and posing for a photograph with the wealthy elder to conclude the sale. The host addressed the audience. Congratulations to Mr. Chong for acquiring this beloved antique, and congratulations to Mr. Wang for successfully securing a selling price of 150 million. Wang Yu remained silent, while the host congratulated him. He was already calculating the final amount that would reach his hands. After deducting a 10 commission and adding a 3 tax, he would retain approximately 87, amounting to around 135 million. Upon arriving at this figure, Wang Yu felt as if he could leap 3 meters high in joy. A net worth of 100 million was a topic he frequently boasted about to classmates during school, and he often saw wealthy individuals on the news with a modest target of 100 million. Now, that very target was within his grasp, and he felt as if he might explode with elation. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that such a seemingly trivial bowl, merely a decorative piece, had fetched a staggering 150 million. Wang Yu found it incomprehensible how the minds of the affluent operated. Their perspectives and thought processes were beyond his understanding. He pondered when he might also find himself willing to spend 150 million on an object that offered no practical use, merely to display it in his home, thus truly becoming a wealthy individual. For now, Wang Yu was merely a newly affluent individual. Such a considerable sum could not be directly received. The counterpart provided a cash check that required Wang Yu to deposit it personally at the bank. However, given the late hour, the bank had long since closed. Having checked out of his room at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, he now needed to find another place to stay. Plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Originally, Wang Yu intended to purchase a high-speed train ticket to the bustling metropolis of Magic City immediately after the auction concluded. However, after hearing Fong Shouting mention the potential for substantial profits at the nearby antique market, he resolved to stay a bit longer. Upon receiving a cash check and completing a series of extravagant formalities, Wang Yu departed from the auction house. By this time, Fang Xiaoting had fulfilled her duties in personally attending to Wang Yu. Thus, she did not accompany him that evening. With Wang Yu's imperial bowl successfully sold, the auction could be deemed a resounding success, and everyone began to tidy up the venue. Remember, Zhou Siqing remarked with a smile to Fang Xiaoting, tomorrow, let us push this advertisement to trending status, ensuring the entire nation knows that Bally has auctioned off an antique worth over 100 million. The assistant nodded in agreement. Indeed, this will undoubtedly elevate Bally Auction House's popularity. Ha ha ha. Thanks to this bowl, Bally Auction House has reclaimed its position as the top auction house in the capital. We should invite Wang Yu to dinner tonight. There is still ample time. Zhou Siqing exclaimed with excitement. However, when he turned around, he noticed Wang Yu was nowhere to be found. Where's Wang Yu? Zhou Siqing inquired, scanning the area but finding no trace of him. The assistant, equally perplexed, suggested. I'm not sure. Perhaps you should ask Fang Xiaoting. Director Fang. Director Fang. Upon hearing the calls, Fang Xiaoting hurried over. Manager, did you call for me? Where is that brother Wang Yu? Zhou Siqing asked. He has already left, Fang Xiaoting replied. What? He left? What a pity. I was hoping to invite him to dinner. Can you find out where he went? He mentioned he was looking for a hotel nearby. Let me check. Fang Xiaoting said, taking her phone. She sought a quiet spot to call Wang Yu when unexpectedly, she sensed a dark figure approach from behind and halt beside her. Initially assuming it was Wang Yu returning, she recognized the unmistakable scent of an exquisite French perfume, an aroma that evoked envy in many women. Curiosity piqued, she turned to see Han Yingxue standing there. Miss Han? Indeed. It was Han Yingxue, who had arrived alone. Upon entering, she realized she had arrived late, with the auction already concluded. After searching for Wang Yu without success, she approached Fang Xiaoting and inquired, Excuse me, where is the young man who was with you this afternoon? Although Han Yingxue was a woman, Fang Xiaoting admired her with the same fervor as a fan might for a celebrity, overwhelmed with excitement and struggling to contain her emotions. What business do you have with Wang Yu? He just left, and I was about to call him. His name is Wang Yu? Han Yingxue asked, touching the exterior of her phone. Could you arrange for me to meet him? I have something very important to discuss. Please wait a moment. Our manager was just trying to locate him for dinner. All right, if you can find him, I'll treat everyone to dinner at the Tianluan Dynasty Hotel. Han Yingxue declared. Really? Fang Xiaoting immediately resumed dialing Wang Yu's number, a smile illuminating her face. From a distance, Zhou Siqing noticed the conversation between Fang Xiaoting and Han Yingxue. After observing their exchange, he approached them with a grin. What brings you here, Miss Han? Fang Xiaoting, still on the line, excitedly replied, Miss Han is looking for Wang Yu. She said she wants to treat us to dinner at Tianluan Dynasty Hotel. Is that so? Miss Han actually knows Wang Yu? This fellow is quite remarkable. Zhou Siqing marveled, acknowledging the disparity between his status and that of Han Yingxue, as she was well known throughout the capital. Hello? Wang Yu finally answered the phone. Fang Xiaoting eagerly spoke. Wang Yu, where are you? I'm outside the square. What's up? You need to hurry back. The heiress of the Han family wants to treat us to dinner, and manager Zhou is looking for you too. Fang Xiaoting exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Yu found it hard to believe. While he understood Zhou Siqing's interest due to his promotional efforts for Bally, he couldn't fathom what the Han heiress could want with him. Miss Han is looking for me. You must be joking. No, Miss Han is right here with us. Would you like me to have her speak with you? Fang Xiaoting replied, slightly irritated. No need. I'll come over right away. Are you still at the venue? Yes. We're still here. All right. After hanging up, Wang Yu returned 5 minutes later, spotting Han Yingxue engaged in conversation with Fang Xiaoting. They seemed to be quite familiar, with Zhou Siqing standing beside them. Director Fang, Manager Zhou? Wang Yu greeted with a smile. The three turned their attention to him simultaneously. This was Han Yingxue's first direct encounter with Wang Yu, and she found him rather pleasing to the eye, dispelling her initial wariness. In a city where most men harbored ulterior motives, she had approached Wang Yu with some trepidation, fearing he might make unreasonable demands due to her request. However, he appeared refreshingly different from many affluent scions, exuding an air of purity. Hello, I'm Han Yingxue. It's a pleasure to meet you. She stepped forward to greet him. Wang Yu responded courteously. I'm Wang Yu. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shall we go? Tonight, I'm treating everyone to dinner at the Tianluan Dynasty. Han Yingxue announced to the group, taking Wang Yu's hand and leading the way. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The heiress of the Han family, worth billions, was willingly holding the hand of an ordinary man, an unprecedented scenario. Many had once yearned for even a moment's interaction with Han Yingxue, yet here was someone who had captured her attention. Whispers filled the air. Who is this man? Why does Miss Han favor him? I can't fathom it. I admit I'm envious. Do you not know he just sold a 150 million stake? So what? In front of Ms. Han, that's insignificant. Amidst the fervent discussions, Zhou Siqing, his assistant, and Fang Xiaoting began to gather their belongings to exit. Meanwhile, Han Yingxue led Wang Yu to the parking lot, saying, "You'll ride in my car." Wang Yu felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of vehicle would she drive? Would it be a Maserati or perhaps a Lamborghini? After about 30 seconds, a silvery Maserati illuminated its headlights among the sea of cars and gracefully emerged. As Wang Yu gazed upon the Maserati MC20, he immediately recognized it as a luxurious and visually stunning model, priced at approximately $3 million. The doors opened in an elegant arc, reminiscent of the dramatic effects often depicted in films. When the vehicle came to a halt beside him, Han Yingxue turned her head and said, "Get in." Observing the interior adorned in a sophisticated blend of black and blue, he noted the absence of ostentatious designs. Every component served a practical purpose. His heart raced as he settled into the car, feeling a step closer to the realm of the affluent. Having never encountered other luxury vehicles, his initial reaction to the Maserati MC20 was a yearning to own one in the future. However, the thought of the myriad of powerful supercar brands tempered his excitement. "Let us order some food first. Buckle up, and we'll be on our way," Han Yingxue instructed. Glancing at Wang Yu, this simple gesture alleviated much of Wang Yu's apprehension, as many wealthy young women often spoke without making eye contact, exuding an air of superiority while waiting for others to engage them. Witnessing Han Yingxue's down-to-earth demeanor eased his unease, prompting him to say, "This is my first time in a Maserati. What car do you usually drive?" "I don't even have a driver's license," he replied. Han Yingxue looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. "Really? So, do you take public transport?" Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Oh, it seems you have quite the unique personality," she remarked, mistakenly assuming he was affluent but deliberately choosing not to own a car. Unaware that he had barely been a month into his newly acquired system and had previously struggled financially. "I'll buy one eventually. Everyone needs their own vehicle," Wang Yu asserted. "By the way, I overheard Director Fong mention you wanted to see me about something." "Yes, we can discuss it after dinner." "By the way, where do you live?" Han Yingxue inquired. "I was just about to find a hotel. Director Fong summoned me here." "Then don't bother with a hotel. After dinner, come to my house," she said without hesitation, as if her home were easily accessible to anyone. In reality, the Han family's courtyard was a coveted property in the capital, a place where ordinary people could merely gaze from a distance, let alone enter. Security was tight, and even those merely interested in the spectacle were often turned away without distinction, as the guards were responsible for the family's safety. "Am I really going to your house?" Wang Yu asked, somewhat incredulous. "I've heard the Han family has substantial holdings in the capital and typically doesn't allow just anyone inside. Indeed, most people cannot enter. But you can," Han Yingxue assured him, devoid of any jest. A wave of concern washed over Wang Yu. Was she possibly a con artist, resembling the Han heiress, seeking to deceive him after learning about the $1.5 billion antique he had just sold? Without overthinking, he questioned, "Are you truly the daughter of the Han family?" This unexpected query left Han Yingxue momentarily taken aback. "Do you want me to show you my ID? If you have it, that would be perfect." "I'm a bit suspicious. You're quite the vigilant one, aren't you?" she replied, stopping at a traffic light. She retrieved her ID from her bag and handed it to Wang Yu. "Here, if you doubt its authenticity, I can't help you." Han Yingxue watched him intently, eager to see his reaction. Wang Yu scrutinized her ID, comparing it to her face. Han Yingxue felt her temper flare. As one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, she was the legitimate heir to a fortune exceeding $190 billion, and her beauty was among the finest in the city. It was audacious for a man to scrutinize her so closely, as if assessing her worth. "Have you seen enough?" she asked, managing to suppress her irritation. "That should suffice. It's genuine. Here you go." Wang Yu returned her ID. After she secured it, Han Yingxue remarked, "Now that you're convinced I want to deceive you, right? My apologies. I must exercise caution, especially after selling an antique for $1.5 billion today and having no prior acquaintance with you. It's only natural to harbor doubts." Wang Yu explained. "That is fair enough. However, rest assured, not only will I not deceive you, but I can also help you earn another billion," Han Yingxue confidently declared, her demeanor radiating authority. "It's up to you to prove your worth." "Really?" Wang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. The prospect of earning another billion seemed almost surreal. He pondered what Han Yingxue might require of him, uncertain yet intrigued. Given that she had implied the matter was not suitable for discussion at that moment, he decided to wait until they were at her home for a more in-depth conversation. Upon arriving at the Tianluan Dynasty Hotel, Han Yingxue swiped her VIP card and led Wang Yu into a private room. The opulence of the room was striking, adorned with an array of greenery and ample space for dining and movement. Wang Yu noted that the establishment was generous, as some restaurants crammed their private rooms to the point where patrons could barely breathe. Upon entering, the staff recognized Han Yingxue and promptly informed the manager, who then sent the head waiter to attend to them. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a black suit, entered, the manager of the establishment. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Han Yingxue dining with an unfamiliar man, yet she refrained from prying, aware that offending the Han family could jeopardize the restaurant's future. "Miss Han, welcome. Please forgive my inadequate greeting," the manager said. "It's quite all right. I'm here to treat some people from Bali Auction House to a meal. Do you have any recommendations?" Han Xue asked the manager. "Oh, you're hosting Bali's staff," the manager thought, relieved, and assumed that Wang Yu must be a minor leader from the auction house. Han Xue then turned to Wang Yu and asked, "Could you check if they've arrived?" "Sure," Wang Yu replied. Since Han Xue was driving a supercar while another had taken an Audi, their arrival would naturally be delayed. After consulting Fong Shouting, he learned they would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Han Xue didn't want to wait any longer and promptly began ordering. "Let us start with the dishes. This steamed chicken feet in soy sauce is a new hot item. I recommend it," the manager suggested. "All right, let us have a portion of that." "What else do you recommend?" Han Xue inquired. "We also have excellent char siu rice rolls, mango sago, and honey glazed char siu. They come highly recommended." "Perfect. Let us have one of each, plus a serving of lobster, cream custard buns, strawberry pastries, money bags, and dumpling king. That should be sufficient," Han Xue ordered assertively, displaying the demeanor of a true heiress, without so much as consulting Wang Yu for his input. At this moment, Wang Yu discerned that she truly was the eldest daughter of the Han family, accustomed to never soliciting others' opinions in her daily life. However, he also found himself fond of the dishes she had just ordered. 10 minutes later, Zhuo Siqing, Fong Shouting, and the currently unnamed female assistant arrived at the private room. Upon entering, they mentioned that they were invited by Han Xue, prompting the staff to promptly guide them to this room. As Han Xue was the highest-ranking member of the establishment and a distinguished guest whose presence warranted utmost respect, the entire staff was familiar with her information and was committed to providing exemplary service at all times, especially since her expenditures were notably high, often accompanied by generous tips. "Miss Han, thank you for your gracious hospitality today," Zhuo Siqing expressed. The Han family had little in the way of collaboration with Bali, resulting in infrequent interactions. Thus, their presence at Han Xue's banquet was a stroke of good fortune for Wang Yu. Zhuo Siqing and the others felt immensely grateful and understood the significance of the occasion, henceforth treating Wang Yu as an esteemed guest. Han Xue smiled warmly, responding, "Manager Zhuo, you are too kind. I have heard of your esteemed reputation. Under your leadership, Bali has flourished in the auction industry over the past 2 years. I hear you are on the verge of becoming the premier auction house in the capital." She continued, "We must thank Brother Wang Yu. It was his remarkable artifact that brought in such sales. Congratulations to you." Han Xue remarked, "Today, let us toast with tea instead of wine. Let us have a cup." Both Han Xue and Zhuo Siqing had driven, thus abstained from alcohol, opting instead for fine tea, premium leaves worth several hundred yuan per pound, emblematic of the exquisite taste one would expect from Han Xue. "Cheers," they exclaimed. And after sipping the tea, the atmosphere became noticeably more intimate. As the dishes were served, they dined and conversed, creating a delightful ambience that was both warm and joyous. For many, the chance to share a meal with Han Xue was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even a mere encounter in a restaurant would be deemed a remarkable event. Therefore, for Zhuo Siqing and his companions, this meal was likely both a first and a last, making it all the more precious. As the meal drew to a close, a hint of reluctance lingered in the air. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Han. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you," Zhuo Siqing said graciously. "Let us see about that later. Today, I appreciate everyone's presence. I must take my leave with Brother Wang Yu as I have urgent matters to attend to. Until we meet again," Han Xue concluded, stepping out the door. Wang Yu bid farewell to Fong Shouting and Zhuo Siqing, following Han Xue's lead. This scene left Zhuo Siqing and the others utterly astonished. The revelation that Wang Yu was to accompany Han Xue home was akin to news of a rocket launch, an explosive piece of information. Initially, Zhuo Siqing was already taken aback by Wang Yu's connection to the Han family. Now, he was convinced their relationship was far more intricate than it appeared. Given their similar ages, Zhuo Siqing dared not delve further into the implications. Yet, Fong Shouting boldly questioned, "What is the nature of the relationship between Wang Yu and Han Xue? Could they be relatives?" Zhuo Siqing, incredulous, nodded slightly. "Perhaps she is his cousin, although they don't quite resemble each other." 20 minutes later, Han Xue's vehicle gracefully entered the gates of the courtyard. The household servants were visibly taken aback to see Wang Yu emerge from the car. "Miss, you have returned," they exclaimed. "Yes, you all may take a rest now." Han Xue instructed the servants, leading Wang Yu further inside. They navigated through the opulently decorated hallways, eventually arriving at a spacious room. Chapter 42. A heartfelt conversation. This room was adorned in a distinctly feminine style, filled with various trinkets favored by women. Shoes were scattered about, and clothes hung from the rack. A vanity table, laden with an abundance of cosmetics, stood by the bedside. Wang Yu scanned the room with his system, discovering that each item was worth thousands, if not tens of thousands, of yuan. After surveying the space, he estimated the visible value to be nearly 2 million yuan. Realizing this was indeed Han Yingshue's room. Hesitant, he stood at the doorway and inquired, "Is this your room?" "Indeed." Han Yingxue had already entered but noticed Wang Yu lingering at the threshold and urged him, "Come in. Should I remove my shoes? Should I take them off?" Wang Yu asked. "Yes, please do." He complied, stepping onto the plush carpet, marveling at its softness. Who said the lives of the wealthy were dull and monotonous? Wang Yu vowed to silence that notion. "Would you like a drink?" Han Yingxue offered. Wang Yu shook his head. "No, thank you. You seem a bit tense." "There's no need to be so formal. Let me pour you some orange juice." Han Yingxue had already shed her outer garment, revealing a snug undergarment, allowing Wang Yu to appreciate the impressive contours of her figure, which were evident even without her disrobing. "Then I shall not be polite." Han Yingxue poured 2 glasses of orange juice, one for herself and one for Wang Yu, placing them on the table. "Thank you, Miss Han." Wang Yu expressed his gratitude before he even took a sip. Han Yingxue sat across from him and shifted the conversation. "Hold your thanks. First, you should understand why I invited you here. Did you know that aside from our family servants and relatives, you are the first male to enter this room?" "I am well aware," Wang Yu affirmed. "Good." Han Yingxue continued. "I have something to ask you. Can you answer truthfully?" "What is it?" "As long as it doesn't infringe on my privacy, I can certainly respond candidly." Wang Yu placed his phone down, preparing for her inquiry. Han Yingxue was urgently seeking help to save her father's life. Thus, she was less concerned about privacy. "To be honest, it will indeed involve your privacy." "Wang Yu, at the auction last time, you remarked that none of the 10 Donchuan silver stars were of S grade. Can you truly discern their quality?" Han Yingxue asked, her urgency palpable. Wang Yu hesitated, unsure whether to provide an honest answer. Han Yingxue pressed on. "If you truly can tell, you must help me find an S-grade Donchuan silver star. Money is no object. I have no other choice." After careful consideration, Wang Yu realized that there were many experts in gem appraisal in the world. Acknowledging his ability to discern the quality of Donchuan silver stars was not an exaggeration. So he nodded in acquiescence. "Really?" Upon seeing Wang Yu's nod, Han Yingxue felt a wave of emotion, an impulse to weep, as her nose tinged with warmth. Wang Yu nodded again. "Indeed, I can tell. Then can you assist me? Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. I, Han Yingxue, will not forget your immense kindness. Name your price or any other request you might have. I will not refuse anything within my power." Han Yingshue's earnestness showcased her capabilities and her desperation for that S-grade Donchuan silver star. "While I am not unwilling to help, I can discern the quality of Donchuan silver stars, yet I do not know where to procure them," Wang Yu explained with a sigh of relief. Han Yingxue discreetly wiped away the faint trace of tears from her eyes, her face brightening with a smile. "That is not difficult. We are all aware that the mining site for Donchuan silver stars lies within the dark ancient forests of the northeast. If you can identify the grades, finding an S grade should not be challenging." Wang Yu found himself perplexed. Why did they not seek out the treasure themselves? Since you know where it is, why not go and retrieve it yourselves? Even if you cannot discern its quality, you could collect everything and examine it one by one. Han Yingxue furrowed her brow, hesitating for a considerable time before ultimately refraining from disclosing her father's illness. Instead, she offered another excuse. "The probability is too low. We would expend a substantial amount of money. Although our family is affluent, it is imprudent to squander excessive funds on a single endeavor." After listening to her, Wang Yu ceased his inquiries and readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall assist you, but you must reimburse all travel and meal expenses. Do not worry. I will accompany you tomorrow, and all expenses will be on me," Han Yingxue assured him. "Is it really that urgent?" Wang Yu mused, contemplating a visit to the antique market the following day in hopes of uncovering treasures. However, given that Han Yingshue's fortune of 100 million had come so easily, he reasoned that the trifling artifacts of the antique market could wait. As the saying goes, it is better to be lucky than early. And whether a few days' delay would bring fortune or misfortune remained to be seen, he decided to leave it to fate. Han Yingxue was eager to depart immediately. Did she truly think tomorrow would be too late? "Indeed, we shall set off at dawn. You should rest early tonight. You will be sleeping in the guest room next door. Come, I shall show you." With that, Han Yingxue rose and headed for the door. Having lost her mother long ago and now with her father bedridden, Han Yingxue was the sole authority in her household. Her word was law. It was already past 11 o'clock, and all the servants were asleep, with only a few night guards stationed silently at the entrance, resembling robots in their silent vigilance. Initially uncomfortable, Wang Yu began to feel a slight easing of pressure within himself. Upon entering the guest room, Wang Yu was taken aback by its splendidness, far exceeding his expectations. The wooden furniture and flooring, The air conditioning, the greenery, and the tasteful decorations lent an air of ceremony even to the guest room, leaving him in awe. Be sure to rest early. We rise at 8 tomorrow. Han Yingxue reminded him from the door without entering. All right, I will set multiple alarms. Wang Yu replied. If you cannot wake, I shall come to rouse you. Han Yingxue left him with that ominous remark. The following day, at 7:36 a.m., Wang Yu awoke before his alarm could ring, restless on the unfamiliar bed. After rising, he discovered Han Yingxue already dressed and waiting by a rugged vehicle outside. While several servants loaded various bags, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, gloves, hats, and other outdoor supplies into the trunk, making the scene resemble a pilgrimage to the west, which startled Wang Yu. You are up quite early. Han Yingxue approached him upon noticing his presence. Good morning. Wang Yu greeted her, then inquired about the vehicle. Is this the car we will be taking? Indeed, we shall leave after breakfast. Han Yingxue replied. Wang Yu, astonished, asked, why so many supplies? Are we camping in the forest? Chapter 43, The Gloomy Ancient Forest. Han Yingxue looked at him as if to say, isn't that obvious? You cannot seriously believe we can find the S-Class Donchuan Silver Star in a single day, can you? Is it truly that difficult to find the Donchuan Silver Star? Wang Yu, unfamiliar with the situation, hesitated to form a conclusion. Once we arrive, you will understand. Go wash up, and then we will have breakfast. After that, we shall set off. Understood. 5 minutes later, having washed up, Wang Yu arrived at the dining table, where an extravagant breakfast left him in awe. The table was set on the grass outdoors, adorned with a variety of breakfast dishes, surrounded by meticulously trimmed flowers and plants, evidencing regular care. With not a single weed in sight, a person with obsessive tendencies would surely be cured in an instant upon setting foot here. The table and chairs, crafted in traditional Chinese style, exuded an antique charm. Wang Yu could have spent the entire morning leisurely nibbling on an egg in such a delightful setting. Yet time was of the essence, particularly for the eager Han Yingxue, so they quickly finished their meal, tidied up, and climbed into the vehicle. Alongside Wang Yu and Han Yingxue was a driver, tasked with both operating the vehicle and ensuring their safety. Initially, Han Yingxue had preferred not to bring a third person, believing that fewer individuals should be privy to the details of their endeavor. However, upon observing Wang Yu's frail physique, she opted to include an additional bodyguard. This bodyguard, named Li Mingzheng, was an experienced veteran who had served the Han family loyally for many years, dedicated to their protection even at the risk of his own life. With a wife and children at home, any betrayal against the Han family or immoral actions toward Han Yingxue would have dire consequences for his family. Nevertheless, Li Mingzheng was a man of impeccable integrity, never having disappointed the Han family. His martial prowess was formidable. He could easily handle 2 or 3 adult men single-handedly. And with weapons, he could take on even more. How long will it take to get there? Han Yingxue inquired. Li Mingzheng glanced at the navigation system. Approximately 15 to 16 hours. Such a long distance? Han Yingxue, clearly impatient, urged. Then let us hasten our departure. Wang Yu and Han Yingxue settled into the front passenger seat as the driver started the engine, setting them on their way. The weather was pleasant throughout the journey, and they had planned their time well, stopping at a hotel for a break before continuing their drive to ensure they arrived at their destination during daylight. If they continued driving as planned, they would reach the gloomy ancient forest at precisely 1 o'clock in the morning, when darkness would envelop the surroundings, rendering the road treacherous. On December 3rd, at 10 o'clock a.m., with the sun shining brightly and the weather clear, they finally reached the entrance of the gloomy ancient forest. The lake there was always serene, and the air was imbued with tranquility. Stepping out of the vehicle, Wang Yu was greeted by the piercing sunlight, which was a refreshing change. Upon exiting, he noticed several vehicles nearby, likely belonging to other teams searching for the Donchuan Silver Star, who were already adventuring within the forest. However, the temperature here was significantly colder than in Yanjing, dropping at least 20 degrees. Wang Yu, a grown man, shivered in the chill. And one could only imagine how much more uncomfortable it was for Han Yingxue, a delicate girl accustomed to a life of luxury. Fortunately, they had packed ample warm clothing, and once dressed in their necessary protective gear, they ventured into the woods. Brr, it's freezing. Han Yingxue muttered to herself as she led the way, shivering. This is my first time in the Northeast. The temperature is no joke. Wang Yu replied. Let us hope we find the Donchuan Silver Star quickly. Han Yingxue never imagined she would find herself in such harsh conditions, and she finally began to understand the struggles faced by those at the lower echelons of society, especially the outdoor laborers, who deserved great respect. If it's this cold during the day, I can only imagine how frigid it will be at night. After walking a few steps, Han Yingxue resumed her musings. Wang Yu trailed behind her, unable to see her face, and he even wondered if she had begun to speak nonsensically from the cold. However, as it was only 10 o'clock a.m., the temperature gradually rose with their continued walking, and soon it was not quite so frigid. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, sunlight ceased to penetrate. And this was also where the silver star was most likely to appear. Wang Yu inquired, "Is this the spot?" "Yes, the Donchuan silver star can be found right here. But it is not easily located. It typically resides at the roots of ancient trees, about 10 centimeters above ground." Han Ningshua's research on Donchuan silver star was quite profound, and she began to enlighten Wang Yu, making it easier for him to locate these ancient trees that had stood for over a century. The roots of these trees absorbed ample minerals from the soil, which, upon combining with moisture from the air, attracted a certain surface-dwelling insect known as the silver bug. After the silver bug feasted on the roots, it became so enamored with the delectable sustenance that it could not bring itself to leave, ultimately succumbing to overindulgence and becoming entombed in the soil. After years of fusion, this process culminated in the formation of silver star. Humans began to excavate Donchuan silver star starting in 1985, and research classified it into two categories, one being V-grade, the most common, known for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, treating minor wounds, while the S-grade exhibited potent antiviral and antibacterial properties, effectively catalyzing the white blood cells within the human body. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu exclaimed in excitement, "How remarkable! No wonder it commands such a high price." "Indeed. But it is indeed challenging to find," replied Han Ningxue. Wang Yu then asked, "Shall we begin our search?" "Yes, we must examine each tree individually, digging into the soil to see what we can uncover." Before Han Ningxue could finish her sentence, she noticed Wang Yu had already ventured to the nearest tree, circling it before stepping away. "Hey, why the rush? Let me finish speaking." Han Ningxue called out, turning to Li Mingzheng. "You head over there, and I'll explain things to Wang Yu. Let us split up." "All right." Li Mingzheng made his way in a different direction, while Han Ningxue approached Wang Yu, continuing her explanation. "Did you hear what I said? We need to dig up the soil because Donchuan silver star does not grow on the surface." Wang Yu kept his gaze fixed on the ground. "I understand, but I can discern it." "You can discern it?" Han Ningxue, taken aback, looked down as well. "How do you do that?" Just moments earlier, Wang Yu had glanced at the soil, utilizing a system scan. If the soil's value was 1 million, it indicated V-grade Donchuan silver star buried beneath, while a value of 0 meant nothing was present. Thus, a soil value of 100 million would undoubtedly signify the presence of S-grade Donchuan silver star. However, Wang Yu could not teach Han Ningxue how to read it, as she lacked the system. Instructing her would be futile. Just observe the soil. There's no need to dig. It would waste too much time. Chapter 44. Not even 1 million? Han Ningxue, eager not to squander time, was more intent than Wang Yu on finding the S-grade Donchuan silver star. Thus, she urgently inquired, "Then how do you see it? Teach me, and we can search more efficiently." Wang Yu shook his head, responding sternly, "This explanation is incredibly complex. If I spend time teaching you, I might have already found it." Han Ningxue rolled her eyes at Wang Yu. "Humph." Wang Yu continued walking, mumbling, "This tree does have a V-grade beneath it. Should I dig it out? 100 is still money. If it's not S-grade, don't bother digging. I'll give you 1 million later." Han Ningxue scoffed at the notion of a mere million, valuing it far less than her father's life. Wang Yu was taken aback. "You turned down 1 million? Are you joking? 1 million? How many years of work does a normal person need to earn that?" Wang Yu incredulously remarked. "If you don't want it, give it to your subordinate." Han Ningxue pondered and conceded, "All right then. Li Mingzheng, Li Mingzheng." Li Mingzheng responded from a distance, "Yes. Come over here. Let us all three search together." "Okay." After 20 seconds, Li Mingzheng approached, asking, "Why do we need all three of us again?" Han Ningxue pointed to the soil. "There's a V-grade beneath here. You dig it out, and it's yours." Li Mingzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know?" Han Ningxue was momentarily flummoxed. Hadn't she just said so? Wang Yu said so. "Dig it up, and if it's not there, give him a beating." Li Mingzheng. "Wang Yu, let us keep moving." Wang Yu urged as he and Han Ningxue continued forward. After passing several trees, they encountered another, yet still only V-grade. Wang Yu turned to shout, "Li Dage, there's another one here." Li Mingzheng, having genuinely unearthed a Donchuan silver star from beneath the previous tree, approached excitedly after using his portable tool, discovering it was indeed V-grade. "Wang Yu, you're amazing. There really is one. Don't celebrate just yet. There's another one here." "Really? Then I'll dig again. Just remember to share some with me when we return." Wang Yu replied. Li Mingzheng chuckled, "Of course. But you don't need to activate it. It's still V-grade. Just go sell it. It can fetch 1 million. While activating it would only yield 100,000. You've already lost 900,000 by not selling it." Wang Yu explained. Li Mingzheng chose to trust Wang Yu unconditionally and decided to dig it out without activating it. Thus, they continued until around 4 p.m., having excavated 8 V-grade pieces. The group was exhausted and decided to take a break, eat something, and then resumed their search. They had brought self-heating hot pots. And as the three of them ate and chatted, their bond grew stronger, and they became more familiar with one another. Han Xue made a point to tidy up after their meal, ensuring no litter was left in the wilderness, both to protect the environment and to conceal their whereabouts, preventing any astute wrongdoers from tracking her through the discarded refuse. All right, let us continue. Hopefully, we can find something before dark. Wang Yu volunteered to lead the way, as he too feared the biting cold of the night and the uncertainty of how frigid it would be while sleeping. If we find something, we'll have to stay here overnight. Han Xue commented, everyone's tired after a day. Do you really expect Li Mingjing to drive? That does seem to be the case, Wang Yu acknowledged. Then let us sleep in the car tonight. It's too cold outside. Han Xue hesitated. Although the SUV had enough space for sleeping, it wasn't particularly spacious, and sharing a vehicle with two men could be inconvenient. If she fell asleep, she might risk the two men becoming overly familiar, which would be quite compromising for a young lady of her stature, valued at billions. However, the external temperature was indeed chilling, and she had never anticipated such cold when they set out, leaving her uncertain about what to do. All right, then I'll sleep in the front cabin, Li Mingjing suggested. Han Xue thought this was reasonable. The cabin was well separated from the back, but the rear seats were in a bench configuration, making it impossible for her and Wang Yu to sleep without huddling together. Thus, Han Xue reluctantly told Wang Yu, "You'll have to camp outside." Wang Yu was dumbfounded for 2.5 minutes, realizing there seemed to be no other option. He understood Han Xue was considering personal privacy, which was understandable. He had contemplated letting her sleep in the front cabin while he and Li Mingjing took the back. But upon further reflection, he also didn't want to share a sleeping space with the bearded man. Camping outside seemed the best option. He'd just need to bundle up more in his sleeping bag. Han Xue noticed Wang Yu walking ahead in silence, assuming he was upset. So she hurried to catch up. How about this? It's fine, I can sleep outside. Wang Yu smiled, indicating he didn't mind the arrangement. Han Xue felt grateful for Wang Yu's understanding. I'm sorry to put you in that position. Let us hurry and find something. As dusk descended, the biting cold wind stung their cheeks, and despite their efforts, they found nothing by 6 o'clock in the evening. They had only unearthed a few V-grade specimens, all of which were claimed by Li Mingjing, who stowed them in his bag. Just as they were about to head back, they overheard a conversation ahead and paused to look. It turned out to be another group searching for Dongchuan silver stars, consisting of 3 men, all laden with backpacks and covered in dirt. Greetings. Are you also here for the Dongchuan silver stars? One of them initiated the conversation. Han Xue lingered at the back, while Li Mingjing stepped forward to respond. Indeed. Have you had any luck? We found a few. Today's yield is rather modest. One replied. Do you come here often? Yes, we come every day. Upon hearing that they had found a few, Wang Yu's interest piqued, and he quickly assessed the trio's potential worth. The first man, sporting a center part and dressed in overalls, was valued at a mere 2 million, prompting him to be dismissed. The second man, clad in an orange round-collared coat, was worth 4 million, also disregarded. The third man, however, in a black trench coat, boasted a value of 102 million. Wang Yu swiftly approached the departing trio, calling out, Please, gentlemen, hold on. What is it? They simultaneously halted, the black-coated man responding. Han Xue remained silent, puzzled by Wang Yu's intentions. Wang Yu inquired, Are you planning to sell the Dongchuan silver stars you've unearthed? Of course. What would be the point of digging them up otherwise? The man in black chuckled. Wang Yu pressed further, And what is the price per piece? 1 million. That's the going rate, isn't it? What do you wish to purchase? The black-clad man asked, clearly hopeful. To be candid, we had a stroke of bad luck today, and Haven Tea found a single one ourselves. Would you be willing to sell all the Dongchuan silver stars you possess? Wang Yu proposed. If you sell them at auction, you'll face all sorts of fees and commissions, ultimately receiving only about 700,000. And it's quite the hassle. How about 60,000 per piece? We'll take however many you have, deal? The trio exchanged glances, uncertain of Wang Yu's financial status, pondering why a wealthy individual wouldn't just buy at an auction. Aren't you here to make a profit? They queried. We're actually not in it for the money. We have sufficient funds. We simply wish to collect Dongchuan silver stars. Buying at market prices or auctions means we end up paying 1 million. We're just hoping for a stroke of luck. At this moment, Han Xue discerned Wang Yu's intentions. He must have realized that the trio possessed S-grade Dongchuan silver stars, prompting him to engage them. Are you truly interested in buying? She asked. Wang Yu gestured an affirmative okay behind him, and Han Xue instantly understood, overwhelmed with joy. She approached eagerly. Upon her arrival, the man in black asked, And who might this be? This is my partner. We are here together, and that is my cousin. Wang Yu replied with a smile. A fierce glint flashed in Han Xue's eyes as she punched Wang Yu's arm lightly, whispering in a tone only he could hear. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wang Yu winced at the jab but stifled a laugh. I wonder how you gentlemen feel about the offer. We can settle payment promptly. How about 80,000 each? We can negotiate, the man with the center part suggested. Wang Yu stood firm, aware that conceding would raise suspicions about their S-grade fines. 70,000 each is my final offer. If you agree, my partner can transfer the funds immediately. Her card has no transfer limit. If not, then we shall part ways. Haha, are you two married? The center-parted man chuckled. Not yet, Wang Yu replied, shaking his head earnestly. The man observed Han Yingxue closely, remarking, this lady seems quite capable, managing the finances before marriage, haha. Han Yingxue, her hands clenched in her pockets, forced to smile through gritted teeth. Hee indeed. 70,000 it is. We have a total of 9 pieces if you're interested. The man in black declared. Yes, but 3 are mine. The first man interjected. I have 2. The second man added. I possess 4. Wang Yu glanced at Han Yingxue. Go ahead and make the payment. The tone resembled a husband speaking to his wife, inciting Han Yingxue's ire. Yet, knowing there were S-grade specimens among the 9, she suppressed her frustration and cheerfully approached. Then please give me all of them. Provide your account number, and I will transfer a total of 630,000. Certainly, here is my account number. Will you transfer now? The black-coated man inquired. Han Yingxue nodded. Yes, my card allows unlimited transfers. The man was taken aback. A card with no transfer limits indicated significant funds, typically reserved for bank VIPs. Although she was appealing, her cold-weather attire obscured her appearance, leaving him somewhat incredulous. He complimented Wang Yu. Young man, you are quite impressive to have found such a capable girlfriend. I envy you. Wang Yu chuckled. You all just made a fortune. Finding a beautiful girlfriend should be easy for you. Not quite so simple. You're handsome. We're rather average, and beautiful women seldom look our way. All right. Enough of that. Han Yingxue completed the transfer and prepared to send the men on their way, eager to give Wang Yu a stern lecture. Received. Thank you, beautiful. Haha. We're off now. Today was not in vain. Haha. The 3 men, jubilant as children, sang and rapped their way out of the forest. Once they had departed, Han Yingxue approached Wang Yu, standing a mere 20 centimeters away, glaring into his eyes. You were quite the show-off just now, weren't you? Wang Yu feigned innocence. If I hadn't said that, they might not have believed us. I believe you are simply trying to take advantage of me. Do you think I'm unaware? Consider this a warning. You shall sleep outside tonight. Given the weather, let us see if you freeze to death. Initially, Han Yingxue felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving Wang Yu outside, but after he had taken advantage of her earlier, she felt no remorse. As night fell, the trio consumed the remaining food from their packs. Fortunately, the cold weather prevented sweating, so skipping face and foot washing for one night was bearable. However, after their meal, while Wang Yu and Li Mingjing easily found a spot to relieve themselves, Han Yingxue felt a bit embarrassed. Eventually, unable to hold it any longer, she took both men with her into the forest. Upon returning, Han Yingxue helped Wang Yu set up the tent, securing it with stones and branches to prevent it from blowing away in the night's wind. Wang Yu felt confident that as long as there was no typhoon, the tent would remain intact, and he crawled inside, discovering it was not as cold as he had anticipated. Han Yingxue poked her head in from outside and asked, Is it all right? It's not cold. Just slip under the blankets. Unexpectedly, your earlier fierceness has given way to genuine concern for me. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of narcissism. Naturally, Han Yingxue would never admit it. You're just being vain. My concern lies with my tent. With that, she concluded, All right, have a good rest tonight. I'm getting in the car. Despite her words, Wang Yu felt a flutter of emotions. Knowing that someone as affluent as her would hardly be worried about a mere tent, he zipped up the tent, enclosing himself within, turned on the light, undressed, and nestled under the covers to play on his phone, eventually drifting off to sleep after about an hour. At 3 in the morning, a fierce wind rose, and heavy snow began to fall. However, the inside of the tent remained quite warm, and Wang Yu found himself comfortably ensconced. Throughout the night, Han Yingxue woke 3 times, glancing anxiously at the outside of the tent, fearful of potential wild animal attacks or inclement weather. Fortunately, no misfortune befell them, and the following morning, everyone was safe and sound. Chapter 46, Complete Recovery. After breakfast, they set off for Yinjing. The journey would take over 10 hours, but on the return, the time of arrival, day or night, was no longer a concern, so they did not stop at any hotels. They reached Yinjing precisely at 3 in the morning. Wang Yu slept soundly in the guest room, while Han Yingxue remained awake, tirelessly activating the S-grade Donchuan Silver Star. Indeed, upon activation, it proved to be an S-grade, leaving Han Yingxue so exhilarated that she could not sleep all night. At 8 the next morning, Han Yingxue summoned the butler and Han Qibin's personal doctor to the living room. Miss, have you found the S-grade Donchuan Silver Star? The butler inquired. Han Yingxue presented the S-grade Donchuan Silver Star she held, exclaiming, We found it. Quickly, take it to save my father. Yes, miss. The two immediately set to work for over an hour, ultimately transforming the Donchuan Silver Star into a pill, which they administered to Han Shibin with warm water. Han Ningxie, the butler, Ajia, Wang Yu, Li Mingzheng, and about 10 others gathered at the doorway of the room, their eyes fixed on Han Shibin in bed, eagerly anticipating a miracle. After approximately 5 minutes, Han Shibin's complexion visibly improved, as though touched by a divine hand, with results that were astonishingly swift. The personal doctor, who monitored Han Shibin's condition daily, was quick to notice even the slightest changes, details that would elude the eyes of the average person. He was the first to announce, "Mr. Han's health is gradually improving. The medicine is taking effect. Is it true?" Han Ningxie exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. Han Shibin, too, sensed that his heart was becoming increasingly vigorous, and his body temperature began to rise, no longer as cold as before. He nodded slightly, smiling at Han Ningxie, saying, "Yes, I can feel that I am getting better." A long-lost sense of relief washed over Han Ningxie, and tears of joy streamed down her face. "That's wonderful." The doctor again used a stethoscope to examine Han Shibin's chest, discovering that it now resembled that of a healthy individual, showing no signs of heart failure. The doctor was astounded and declared to everyone, "Remarkable. Just moments ago, he was slowly recovering, and now he is completely healed." Everyone present was taken aback by the astonishing speed. Within half an hour of taking the medicine, the heart failure had been entirely remedied. Wang Yu, too, was moved to tears alongside Han Ningxie. In the face of a virus, the wealthy and the poor are treated equally. Family bonds become paramount in such times. Wang Yu empathized deeply, witnessing Han Ningxie embracing her father, her face radiant with tears of happiness. He felt a pang in his heart, discreetly wiping away his tears while continuing to stand by. Han Shibin had truly escaped the clutches of death. For an ordinary person, heart failure would be a death sentence, as they could never afford the S-grade Donchuan Silver Star. Without finding the Silver Star and administering it within 2 months, the outcome would be dire. Thus, for the affluent, while financial concerns may be negligible, they are still bound by the same time constraints as the less fortunate. They too have merely 2 months. Therefore, the true value of the Donchuan Silver Star lies in the time it affords, rather than its exorbitant price of 100 million. Han Shibin had gotten out of bed and stretched his limbs, feeling fantastic. He laughed heartily. "Ha! I feel as though I have been resurrected. As if I've regained 10 years of youth." "Dad, you're at it again," Han Ningxie teased. Han Shibin was typically like this, easily forgetting the pain once healed, showing little regard for his health. Consequently, Han Ningxie often admonished him, "You must take better care of yourself. This heart failure didn't develop overnight. It is the result of years of neglecting your health. From now on, you must exercise daily and take walks. Don't just sit in the office all day." "Oh dear, my precious daughter is lecturing me again." "Ha! Indeed." In this world, only Han Ningxie could assume the role of a teacher in front of Han Shibin. However, at this moment, Han Ningxie recalled Wang Yu and turned to look. "Wang Yu, come here." Han Shibin also glanced toward the doorway, questioning, "Who is this young man?" "Come here." Han Ningxie called again, and Wang Yu approached, smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Han. My name is Wang Yu." Han Ningxie continued to explain that, "Your recovery is primarily due to Wang Yu's efforts. His keen eyes can directly discern the grade of the Donchuan Silver Star, saving us a great deal of time. The one you just took was purchased for 700,000 from a young man. Surprising, isn't it?" "What? 700,000 for an S-grade Donchuan Silver Star?" Han Shibin exclaimed in astonishment, nearly fainting again. "Yes, you heard correctly, 700,000. Han Ningxie laughed. "That's because Wang Yu can identify the grade of the Donchuan Silver Star without activating it." Han Shibin turned his gaze toward Wang Yu, appraising him with a smile, nodding as he said, "Wang Yu, you have quite the knowledge of antiques?" Wang Yu nodded. "I have some understanding." "Impressive. For someone so young to possess such skills is truly remarkable. You saved my life. I won't skimp on the reward. 100 million will be yours. However, if you aren't in a rush, why not stay for lunch before you leave?" Han Shibin offered warmly. Wang Yu had no intention of lingering, as he was eager to return to Modu, where he had grown accustomed to life, and many of his belongings awaited him there. Although he found Han Ningxie a stunning beauty, quite captivating, he currently harbored no intentions, understanding that many sought her affection and that one needed to be exceptional to be with her. Wealth was merely one facet. Wang Yu felt he lacked the qualifications. Nonetheless, should Han Ningxie express an interest in being his girlfriend, he would certainly be open to it. Beyond this circumstance, Wang Yu could hardly fathom any other reason to remain in Yanjing. As for perusing the antique market, that notion was no longer under consideration. The vibrant metropolis still boasted numerous antique markets and auction houses, albeit on a smaller scale than Yanjing. Thus, Wang Yu firmly declined Han Shibin's request, stating, "I must prepare to depart shortly. so I shall not trouble Mr. Han any further." Upon hearing Wang Yu's intention to leave, Han Yingxue felt a tinge of disappointment and instinctively cast a glance at him, yet refrained from speaking. For a young lady of her stature, valued in the millions, could not afford to be swayed by an ordinary man. That would be tantamount to diminishing her worth. Han Qibin inquired, "Where are you headed back to?" "I am returning to the metropolis, as I have always resided there." Wang Yu replied, "The metropolis? How fortuitous. We shall meet again ere long." Han Qibin exclaimed with a smile, "On New Year's Day, I shall travel to the metropolis to host a significant client of our esteemed Han Group, which pertains to substantial orders for the next 3 years. At that time, in collaboration with the largest medical device company in the metropolis, Conda Biotech, we shall hold a grand event known as the Dinglong Banquet. You must come." Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Though the details eluded him, Han Qibin's words suggested a momentous occasion. The collaboration between multinational corporations, particularly involving the Han family, one of the 10 prominent families in the capital, was no trifling matter. Even a novice like Wang Yu could grasp the significance of such dealings. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity and promptly agreed, "I shall definitely attend." Indeed, invitations to the Dinglong Banquet will be issued, extending only to individuals of considerable importance to our Han family. Those who attend will invariably mingle with billionaires and, indeed, even presidents of multinational corporations or investors with fortunes exceeding hundreds of billions. We shall ensure that a special invitation is prepared for you, Brother Wang Yu, and someone will deliver it to you prior to the banquet. You must safeguard it well," Han Qibin declared, his demeanor exuding the commanding presence of a business magnate. A stark contrast to his previous frail appearance. Wang Yu felt somewhat inexperienced in the presence of such a titan. Although his wealth would eventually surpass that of Han Qibin, he recognized that mere financial superiority did not equate to the stature of a business magnate. Observing Han Qibin's poised demeanor, eloquent speech, and deliberate pacing, Wang Yu noted his commanding presence. Each word was articulated with clarity, free from verbal missteps, reminiscent of an international lecturer. Han Yingxue, it seemed, also possessed impressive verbal prowess, likely acquired from her father. "Brother Wang Yu, please share your address so that I may arrange for your invitation to the Dinglong Banquet." The steward approached, brandishing a sheet of paper and a pen beside Wang Yu. Han Qibin remained silent, nodding with a smile, encouraging Wang Yu to comply with the steward's request. Wang Yu took the pen and inscribed his address in the metropolis. Once completed, the steward collected the paper and pen, making his way toward the exit. As he passed Han Yingxue, she snatched the paper from him. With an air of feigned nonchalance, she discreetly examined Wang Yu's residence, driven by curiosity and a desire to remember his address. After a brief glance, Han Yingxue returned the paper to the steward, allowing him to exit. Engrossed in conversation with Han Qibin, Wang Yu remained oblivious to Han Yingxue's earlier action and was unaware that she had committed his address to memory. "Very well, Han Yingxue. Please see Brother Wang Yu out, and while you're at it, transfer him 100 million. This task is assigned to you." Han Qibin donned his suit, addressing Li Mingzheng. "Young Li, head to the company headquarters immediately." "Understood, Mr. Han." Li Mingzheng had already earned over 4 million the previous day. Initially, they had agreed to split half of this with Wang Yu, but since Wang Yu had not mentioned it since, Li Mingzheng seized the opportunity to inquire, "Brother Wang Yu, how shall I transfer the 2 million to you? Could you provide me with your account details?" Wang Yu had indeed forgotten about this matter. 2 million was no trivial sum. For an ordinary person, it might require 20 years of labor to accumulate, a feat that was undoubtedly improbable. However, appreciating Li Mingzheng's honesty in reminding him, Wang Yu offered a compromise, stating, "That's acceptable, but just 1 million will suffice." "Very well, let us exchange WeChat. I will send you my account number." Agreed. Thus, Wang Yu added Li Mingzheng on WeChat. However, he did not have his bank card on him at the moment, so he would need to photograph it and send it to Li Mingzheng once he returned to the metropolis. "All right, I will take a photo and send it to you later. I must be off now." Observing their seamless banter, Han Yingxue felt somewhat sidelined, standing like a mere attendant. Several times she attempted to interject, only to find herself unable to, wearing a look of frustration as she waited for 5 minutes. "Let us go." Wang Yu beckoned Han Yingxue as he headed toward the door. Han Yingxue, without a hint of complaint, gazed with wide eyes at Wang Yu's retreating figure, angrily shaking her fists at him. "Look at you, so full of yourself." Several attendants stifled their laughter, having never witnessed the young lady being so commanded. Unafraid of potential repercussions, Han Yingxue caught up with Wang Yu, producing a bank card and handing it to him. "Here, take this." Wang Yu's eyes widened. "A bank card? This is a central bank savings card with 100 million in cash. The password is 88, and it is linked to my phone number. We will go to the bank together to link your identity information," Han Yingxue explained. "I shall not be rude. Thank you, Miss Han." Wang Yu accepted the card. feeling a tremor of excitement. Coincidentally, he also had a 130 million promissory note, which he could now store safely within this card, alleviating his anxieties. Suddenly, Wang Yu recalled Han Yingshua's earlier mention of her ability to transfer unlimited amounts without restriction. He inquired, by the way, does this card also have no transfer limits? Of course. This is a VIP card from the central bank. Do you think I jest? Han Yingxue replied confidently. It merely requires a modification of the identity information belonging to our Han family, and it will still retain its VIP status, granting all associated privileges. That is splendid. Our ordinary bank cards are such a hassle for transfers, whereas yours is far more convenient. Wang Yu remarked. Come now, let us head to the bank, and afterward, I will take you to the airport. Han Yingxue retrieved her Maserati, and once Wang Yu was settled in, he curiously asked, Miss Han, am I the first outsider you have personally driven to and from? Han Yingxue paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. Indeed, you saved my father's life, which is tantamount to saving the entire Han family. At this moment, I have not found anyone more significant than you in my life. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Are you interested? Wang Yu immediately refuted, No, I have merely heard tales of your lofty stature, that the number of suitors pursuing you in the capital could encircle the Great Wall. Thus, I inquired out of mere curiosity. In truth, any man who claims to be indifferent to a beauty such as you must surely be disingenuous. Some possess self-awareness, while others are as thick-skinned as tree bark. Chapter 48, Farewell. Han Yingxue found Wang Yu's words rather agreeable. She was particularly averse to certain men who, lacking any appeal, still persistently entangled themselves in pursuit, oblivious to the ridiculousness of their confidence. So, do you consider yourself self-aware? Han Yingxue queried. Wang Yu replied, Of course, with your family's vast enterprise. It is no simple task to become your partner. Beyond mutual affection, one must possess the capability to manage assets worth billions. When an ordinary person expresses admiration for you, it often stems merely from carnal desire. Han Yingxue discerned the implication behind Wang Yu's words, sensing that he was being suggestive. Yet she found no evidence to substantiate her thoughts. Nevertheless, she disagreed, asserting, The reality is not as exaggerated as you imagine. My father could easily hire professional managers. It is not imperative for my future husband to oversee the Han family's affairs. I have scarcely spent days in an office myself, and I am no adept at management. Does my father truly not recognize me as his daughter? Then, entering your household would surely afford little status. If I were your father, I would never permit a man to lounge around at home, neglecting the company and its affairs, merely living off my daughter while expecting a fortune in return. Does such a dream exist in this world? Wang Yu stated earnestly, reflecting his values. He had no inclination towards the notion of being supported by a wealthy woman. Having grown up in the countryside, he relied solely on himself, and as he matured, he refused to entertain the idea of unearned gains. His philosophy was that one should live according to their capabilities. Perhaps it was due to his upright character that such principles found him. Yet, many peers of Wang Yu's age were busy fantasizing about being pampered by wealthy women, claiming they had no desire to strive for success. What kind of girl would be attracted to a man who is indolent and merely spends his days playing video games? She mused. A woman of means seeks a partner who uplifts her, not one who drags her down and lowers her standards of living. What could she possibly gain from a man who refuses to bathe? If she found life too comfortable, she could simply turn off the air conditioning. After conversing with Wang Yu, Han Yingxue felt he possessed admirable qualities and shared similar values. However, the disparity in their backgrounds was insurmountable. Even though Wang Yu had amassed 2 billion, surpassing 99 of his peers, the class divide between him and the Han family remained unbridgeable. The prospect of becoming Wang Yu's girlfriend was impossible. Not only did she lack interest, but her father would also disapprove. And the Han family's vast domestic and international enterprises would never sanction such a union. Thus, for now, Wang Yu would remain a cherished friend and her father's savior. No matter where he ventured in the future, he would undoubtedly thrive under the auspices of the Han family. Upon arriving at the bank, Han Yingxue casually briefed the staff, prompting the vice president to personally assist Wang Yu with his transactions, executing them with remarkable efficiency. No queues, just swift service. The entire process concluded in under 20 minutes, including the vice president's attempts to establish rapport with Han Yingxue, leaving Wang Yu astonished. The vice president ultimately presented Wang Yu with his bank card, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, Mr. Wang, here is your card. You are now a VIP client of our central bank. This card has no spending limit. In any city, at any location, you may access our reception area as a VIP, attended to by staff of managerial rank or higher, without the need to wait in line. The bank will also provide you with annual gifts during the holidays, and we hope you will not find this lacking. Wang Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed by the vice president's deference and smiled in response. Thank you, Director. It is thanks to Miss Han's assistance that I have come into such wealth. That is your due reward. No need for thanks. Han Ningxie replied with a charming smile. Akin to the blossoms of spring, Wang Yu then inquired, when I travel to the Magic City, will the use of this card remain unaffected? There will be no issues whatsoever. This card can be used worldwide without incurring foreign transaction fees. It is a globally accepted card, affording you the highest level of service from our bank. Rest assured, the vice president explained. With that, Wang Yu felt entirely at ease, knowing he could utilize the card regardless of the city where it was issued. Having completed all necessary transactions, Wang Yu announced to Han Ningxie, Miss Han, I must take my leave. Shall I escort you to the airport or the train station? Han Ningxie felt that this might be their last meeting before the New Year's banquet, not wishing to part ways so soon. Wang Yu, however, preferred the train to flying, as he harbored a fear of the dangers associated with air travel. I will go to the train station myself. It is no trouble for you. What is this? Now that you have your money, you wish to avoid seeing me? Han Ningxie teased, hoping to compel Wang Yu to relent. Wang Yu, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly. No? Since you insist, then let us go. Once again, Wang Yu took his place in the passenger seat of the Maserati, fastening his seatbelt. After dropping him off at the train station, Han Ningxie continued to guide him to the ticketing area, having already purchased his ticket on her phone. As they walked from the parking lot to the entrance, Wang Yu urged, All right, this is far enough, Miss Han. You should return now. Han Ningxie regarded him with mild discontent, feeling slighted that he appeared to dismiss her company. Did he think so little of her, the esteemed daughter of the Han family? One of the 4 great families of the capital? Had her appearance or figure suddenly declined? Are you truly that disdainful of me? I am, after all, the heiress of a billion-dollar family. Disdainful? Not at all. Wang Yu clarified. I merely feel it is rather awkward. Do not feel awkward. Remember, from the moment you saved my father, your life has been on a fortunate trajectory. That 1 billion is our family's monetary gratitude towards you. Furthermore, the Han family has branches and bases in the Magic City. Should you encounter any challenges you cannot resolve, feel free to reach out to me, and I will find someone to assist you. Han Ningxie elaborated. Wang Yu, pleased by her words, quickly retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. Let us add each other on WeChat. Otherwise, how will I contact you in the future? You only now think to add me. Han Ningxie reluctantly produced her phone, revealing her QR code for Wang Yu to scan. After adding each other, they entered the ticketing area, where Han Ningxie could not accompany him any further, and thus they bid farewell. Wang Yu carried little luggage, just a wheeled suitcase filled with clothes, Peking duck, and other local specialties he had purchased in Yanjing. He still wore the same Alvi jacket, though he felt entirely different than when he had first arrived in Yanjing. Chapter 49, Betting on Stones. Having gained more experience and broadened his horizons, he felt closer to the realm of the affluent. With 30 minutes left until the train's departure, Wang Yu pulled out his phone to check what his friends in the Magic City were up to. Scrolling through his social media feed, he stumbled upon an advertisement video about stone betting. In recent times, numerous merchants have embedded promotional videos within WeChat moments, utilizing this medium as a means of advertising and marketing tailored to user habits. However, Wang Yu finds himself perplexed, as despite his recent engagement in antique trading, he has not actively sought such information online and is baffled by how big data has discerned his personal preferences. The video alludes to a location known as the Jincheng Art Trading Center, which is currently hosting a stone gambling culture festival, showcasing a plethora of jadeite stones. Intrigued, Wang Yu promptly searches for this Jincheng Art Trading Center online and discovers its legitimacy. It appears to be a reputable venue, boasting a higher footfall than typical small markets. With numerous posts and videos attesting to its authenticity, this revelation ignites a profound interest in stone gambling within him. The term stone gambling has lingered in Wang Yu's memory since his childhood over a decade ago, though he lacked understanding back then. He merely recalled others purchasing large quantities of stones, subsequently cutting them open with machines, with green stones indicating a profitable venture. Some raw stones, bought for a few hundred yuan, could yield jade worth hundreds of thousands, resulting in astronomical profits. To Wang Yu, this trade seemed exceptionally lucrative. Now equipped with a value system, he can effortlessly ascertain the true worth of each raw stone, making stone gambling an astute choice. Unlike antiques, which necessitate auction houses or specific venues for sale, once the raw stones are transformed into jade, they can be sold at pawn shops or to jewelers, or even auctioned if one is so inclined. Thus, Wang Yu's plan for his return to the metropolis is set. He will engage in stone gambling. This endeavor will remain a closely guarded secret. With his current funds, he intends to purchase a substantial quantity of raw stones, aiming for a 100-fold increase in his assets. The crux of the matter lies in the availability of raw stones in the market. Consequently, Wang Yu decides to rest for the day and set off to the Jincheng Art Trading Center at dawn. The high-speed train offers remarkable efficiency, transporting him from Yinjing to his destination in just over 5 hours, arriving promptly at 6 o'clock in the evening. With a suitcase in tow, he opts for a taxi home. Upon returning to his rental apartment, a familiar warmth envelopes him. This room feels more inviting than his family home. Wang Yu has spent more time living in the metropolis than in his hometown, cultivating this sense of belonging. He envisions buying property in the metropolis, not just one, but multiple residences across the metropolis, the capital, and Huacheng, alongside a seaside villa in Sanya for his personal retreats. After placing his luggage down, Wang Yu takes a half-hour respite on his bed. At 8:13 p.m., he awakens, rejuvenated, and opens the refrigerator to survey his culinary options. Unfortunately, it is almost bare, containing only some pickled meats and fish, alongside a few pre-packaged meals brought from home. It seems he will have to make do with this for the evening. However, the prospect of tomorrow's financial opportunities renders him indifferent to skipping a meal. He retrieves the jars, placing them in the refrigerator, then prepares rice and steams an egg while chopping some chicken, incorporating dried chili and rehydrated bamboo shoots to simmer. He even sets aside some rice for breakfast, thus saving time for the following day. While many might eschew rice in the morning, Wang Yu is distinctly different. He adores breakfast rice, showing disdain for porridge, buns, or pancakes. With the rice in the rice cooker, he cracks 3 eggs into the steamer, utilizing the remaining time to chop the chicken. The marinated chicken proves tougher than fresh, necessitating a chopping method that generates considerable noise, much to the annoyance of a neighboring resident. A couple of knocks resound at the door, prompting Wang Yu to pause his culinary efforts and approach the entrance. Another series of knocks follows, revealing the visitor's evident impatience. Feeling quite pleased, Wang Yu deduces that the neighbor has come to address the noise from his chopping, a trivial matter he hardly takes to heart. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a young woman, instantly alleviating his tension. He fears encounters with older, more cantankerous neighbors far more. The young lady, approximately 168 centimeters tall, possesses a commendable figure and fair skin, adorned with earrings and exhibiting a well-applied makeup, as if she has just returned from work without removing her cosmetics. She gazes at Wang Yu, her demeanor slightly unfriendly, and states, "Hey, could you keep the noise down while chopping? It's quite loud." Without hesitation, Wang Yu apologizes. "Oh, I'm sorry. I understand, and I will be quieter." Expecting a confrontation, the young woman is taken aback by his immediate concession, leaving her momentarily at a loss with her metaphorical sword raised. No problem. By the way, do you have any rice?" She stammers. Wang Yu nods. "Yes." "You're out of rice, aren't you?" Indeed, her home lacks rice. She had intended to purchase some after work, but was delayed by overtime, hence considering takeout until recalling that a neighbor might have rice to borrow, which she prefers to avoid ordering food. "Could you lend me some?" she asks. "No need to borrow. Just come in and take some." Wang Yu invites her in. She steps inside, noting the elegant and well-maintained decor, akin to a pristine abode. "I worked late today, so I didn't have time to shop," she explains, noticing Wang Yu is only now preparing his meal. Curiously, she inquires, "Did you just finish work this late too?" "No, I just returned from Yinjing today, hence the late dinner," Wang Yu replies. "Oh, do you live here alone in such a spacious place?" she queries further. Wang Yu affirms yes. "Do you also live alone across the hall?" "Yes." "So why are you cooking so late? Why not join me for dinner? I happen to have made extra," Wang Yu suggests. The young lady hesitates, feeling a touch of shyness. After all, they are strangers, and it feels unsafe for a girl to visit a male acquaintance's home. Yet, hunger gnaws at her. Returning home to cook could mean eating around midnight, which raises concerns about her work the following day. "Is it really okay? We don't even know each other," she responds, her guard somewhat lowering. Wang Yu assures her, "Of course. Just know that I don't have much in the way of vegetables, as I haven't shopped in 2 weeks. I only have some preserved vegetables and pre-packaged meals from home. If you have any veggies, feel free to bring them, and I can whip something up." How fortuitous. "I feel a bit guilty indulging at your place, but this arrangement is perfect. You labor, and I will provide the ingredients," the young lady remarked. "Can you cook?" she inquired. "I can manage to some extent. However, if my culinary skills do not meet your expectations, you are welcome to take over. I have a plethora of seasonings at home." Wang Yu's cooking skills were modest, suitable only for his own palate, and he yearned for the opportunity to have this young lady prepare a meal. Unexpectedly, she confessed, "Haha, I can't cook either. My approach involves simply tossing everything into the air fryer with a splash of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and cooking wine." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The young lady chuckled awkwardly. "Then I'll take on the cooking. Please gather whatever you have on hand, though I cannot guarantee the taste." Wang Yu replied with a smile, "No worries, it will surely be better than what I could whip up. Given your well-equipped kitchen, you must cook often. I'll fetch the ingredients. Just wait here." With that, she retreated to her room. Wang Yu returned to his task of chopping chicken. Approximately 3 minutes later, The young lady emerged from her abode, holding an assortment of tofu, greens, chili peppers, potatoes, tomatoes, and more. Beaming, she asked, "Is this enough?" Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. Such a bounty of ingredients seemed excessive for a mere dinner, not a festive occasion. Wasn't it customary for girls to watch their diets? Why did this refined young lady appear so unconcerned about her figure? Nonetheless, since she had brought the items, they must be utilized. He couldn't just send her back. Wang Yu nodded. "This is too much. The two of us cannot possibly finish it, which would be wasteful. Well, I need to prepare lunch for tomorrow. So making a bit more is perfectly fine." She insisted. "Doesn't your company provide meals?" Wang Yu asked curiously. She shook her head. "No, we all bring our own lunches. Or we order takeout." "All right. But I assure you, I have more than enough rice, and it's premium quality. You can just grab a container later. I'll get started on the cooking. You can attend to your own matters until I'm ready to call you." "Okay, I'll go take a shower then. No rush," the young lady replied, heading off to wash up while Wang Yu proceeded to prepare the ingredients and cook. However, girls do take their time in the shower. And after half an hour had passed, she still had not returned. Wang Yu had managed to complete a dish of chicken stewed with dried bamboo shoots, a stir-fry of green peppers and cured meat with potato slices, seaweed and egg soup, and a serving of mapo tofu. These were his regular dishes. While not as refined as those from a restaurant, they certainly passed muster. The young lady would undoubtedly impress her colleagues with this meal at the office. Finally, after another 7 minutes, she reappeared, changed into a fresh outfit and sporting a bright smile. "Ready to eat," she declared, using Wang Yu's dishes to serve the meal on the table. They sat face to face, each with a glass of juice, and began to eat. "This is delightful. You have a knack for cooking. The colors are vibrant. And the flavors are exquisite. How could you claim you can't cook?" she praised after several bites. Wang Yu humbly replied, "I simply prepare these dishes often. So I am somewhat adept. More complex recipes elude me." "You are far too modest," she countered. "By the way, I'm Lu Shirhan." Wang Yu introduced himself in turn. "I'm Wang Yu. What do you do for a living? It seems you live alone in such a spacious place, and it doesn't look like you purchased it. Renting a place like this must indicate a decent income," Lu Shirhan remarked candidly. Wang Yu, preferring to keep details about himself vague, described his recent endeavors with antiques and raw stones. "I deal in antiques, jades, porcelain, and the like. I don't have a traditional job. I suppose you could say I'm a freelancer." Lu Shirhan was familiar with this field. What a coincidence. "You deal in antiques too? Do you engage in stone gambling?" "Indeed. I do. Do you as well?" Wang Yu asked, somewhat astonished that a young woman would be involved in such activities, which he believed were typically associated with affluent older men. Lu Shirhan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I often visit antique markets and occasionally purchase cheaper raw stones." Wang Yu seized the opportunity to inquire about the gambling scene. "So, do you profit or incur losses?" "Losses, I've lost tens of thousands. And I usually buy the small raw stones, priced around 1 to 2,000. The most I ever revealed was a 5,000 yuan jade. The rest have yielded nothing," she admitted. "Really? Your luck seems terribly poor. Losing tens of thousands on 1 to 2,000 yuan stones suggests you've scarcely ever struck gold?" Wang Yu commented. Lu Shirhan laughed sheepishly. "Yes, primarily because I lack the expertise. I buy without much thought. You must be discerning before making a purchase. Hasty decisions lead to poor outcomes," Wang Yu admonished. Lu Shirhan found his assertiveness intriguing, pondering whether this charming young man might indeed be a stone gambling expert. Perhaps, if she learned from him, she could escape her financial troubles and ascend to greater heights. With a glimmer of hope, she asked, "Are you quite knowledgeable in this field?" "Absolutely. I consistently profit. To be candid, I've earned over 20 million in this industry." "Do you believe that?" 20 million. Lu Shirhan exclaimed, utterly incredulous. "You must have invested a substantial amount." "Not really. I started with just 6,000. But whether it's raw stones or antiques, I generally maintain an 80% success rate, making only 2 mistakes out of 10. Wang Yu spoke as if he had decades of experience, his demeanor deeply resonant. Lu Shirhan remained skeptical. "Is that true? May I take you as my mentor?" "Regrettably, I do not take on apprentices. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the Jinxing Art Trading Center to see if I can uncover any treasures." Wang Yu took a sip of his drink and continued. "You must be aware of the art exhibition, right?" "I am. It's at Tangchun, and I intended to go." Lu Shirhan initially had no plans to attend, having decided to quit gambling altogether. 3 years ago, she had started stone gambling but had incurred significant losses. Being a spendthrift, she had no savings and began asking her parents for money to continue her hobby. Eventually, she resorted to online loans, which she subsequently squandered, leaving her with over 70,000 in debt and high-interest payments. Her parents, furious upon learning of her losses, refused to give her any financial support, insisting she repay her debts before returning home. Her boyfriend, upon discovering her financial troubles, abruptly cut ties without a word. blocking her on all platforms, leaving her completely isolated. Now, feeling utterly desolate, Lu Shihan recognized her mistakes and had vowed before her ancestors never to touch gambling again. However, after meeting Wang Yu and engaging in their earlier conversation, she sensed that he possessed profound knowledge about stone gambling. If what he claimed was true, he could help her turn her situation around, if not to amass great wealth, at least to settle her debts and restore her family's peace, and perhaps even regain her boyfriend's affection. At precisely the moment when Wang Yu is set to visit Jincheng tomorrow, a lawyer's letter will accompany him, allowing him to gauge his prowess and determine whether his earlier claims were mere bluster. "Could I possibly join you?" inquired Lu Shihan. Wang Yu's inner self was reluctant. "Are you still intent on pursuing this? You've already lost so much, it would be wise to refrain. This endeavor, aside from luck, is heavily dependent on innate talent." However, he reflected that if he abstained from participating, he would have no alternative, as he had already incurred losses amounting to tens of thousands. His parents were so upset that they refused to speak with him, and his boyfriend had left him. Furthermore, he had taken out online loans. If he failed to repay them, the interest would accumulate monthly at a steep rate, rendering his meager earnings from labor insufficient. It was Lu Shihan who finally divulged her plight. "I cannot fathom why such a beautiful young lady resides alone, devoid of close friends or a partner," Wang Yu exclaimed, his realization dawning. "How much are you in debt?" "Over 70,000, with monthly interest exceeding 1,000. Lu Shihan confessed candidly, unafraid to disclose her online borrowing to strangers, yet too embarrassed to mention it to her colleagues. She had initially wished to keep her situation from her family, but relentless debt collectors had contacted all her relatives, causing a ruckus at home. Now, no one was oblivious to her financial troubles. Consequently, Lu Shihan now refrained from returning home, spending her time either at work or in her rented apartment, unable to venture anywhere due to lack of funds. 70,000 isn't an insurmountable sum. Your monthly earnings should suffice for repayment, and you seem quite well-groomed. Surely your income is not negligible?" Wang Yu probed. "Not quite. It's 8,000. But after deducting living expenses, rent, and 1,000 in interest, I can only manage to repay 5,000 a month. It'll take me over a year to settle this," Lu Shihan explained. "All right." Wang Yu, observing her helplessness, resolved to lend her a hand, but noted that her fate ultimately lay in her own hands. "Do you trust me? A stranger?" Lu Shihan paused momentarily, but ultimately nodded. "I trust you. I'm utterly out of options. People who are millions in debt often remain unfazed. How can you consider your tens of thousands a dead end? If you believe in my words, join me tomorrow, and if the opportunity arises, I will guide you. If not, exercise caution." "Really? You genuinely wish to take me along?" Lu Shihan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if Wang Yu were a guardian angel. Wang Yu was merely feigning. Discerning the true value of a raw stone was not an insurmountable task, yet claiming to possess exceptional abilities would surely evoke skepticism. "However, I must clarify that my success rate isn't a guarantee. It's merely a strong likelihood. Whether you choose to believe that is entirely up to you. I believe you. I absolutely believe in you." Lu Shihan reiterated thrice to convey her unwavering faith. Wang Yu nodded. "Very well, but what about your work tomorrow? I can take a day off. If necessary, a miner's pay can be deducted for 2 days." Lu Shihan replied nonchalantly. Wang Yu deduced from her demeanor that her previous gambling was impulsive, a reflection of her overall approach to life. She seemed willing to pay any price as long as she could act on her emotions. Such individuals, whether engaged in stone gambling, antiques, or even stocks and funds, would find it difficult to avoid losses. After their meal, Wang Yu tidied up the dishes, while Lu Shihan returned to her rented accommodation to call her manager. "Hello, manager. I have an urgent matter and wish to request a day off tomorrow." A stern voice emanated from the other end. "That's unacceptable. Look at the time. If I grant your request, where can I find someone to cover your shift? But I truly have an emergency. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Could you please help me out?" Lu Shihan implored. The manager, having a good rapport with her, softened. "All right, I'll cover your shift tomorrow. But don't forget about that meal." "Thank you so much, manager." Moi? After securing her day off, Lu Shihan slept soundly. The next morning, at 8:30, Wang Yu awoke, bleary-eyed, and climbed out of bed. Without donning any clothing, he flung open the window to gaze at the outside scenery, wishing he could soar directly to the Jincheng Art Center. Having gained experience from the auction, Wang Yu felt no trepidation regarding stone gambling. Yet he understood the importance of presenting himself well. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon entering the venue, which would be quite embarrassing. He washed his face, showered, brushed his teeth, donned his RV attire, striving to appear affluent, as this might prove advantageous within the exhibition hall. Skipping breakfast, he ventured out to find a place to eat. Just as he was about to knock on the door across the way, he noticed Lu Shihan standing there, locking her door. "Oh, you're up early," Wang Yu remarked. Lu Shihan secured her door and turned to him with a smile. I couldn't sleep. I was excited all night. For what? Do you truly believe you will profit today? Wang Yu teased. Absolutely. My left eyelid has been twitching all morning. It must be a sign that fortune awaits. Hee. Have you secured your day off? Yes. Then let us be on our way. Chapter 52. Spotted by a colleague. Upon exiting, Wang Yu observed that the nearby breakfast stall was rather empty, so he proceeded to purchase some food. Let us grab some breakfast. What would you like? My treat. 2 vegetable buns, a cup of soy milk, and a marinated egg. All right. As Wang Yu approached the breakfast stall, Lu Shihan suddenly changed her expression, muttering under her breath. Damn it. I'm reacting reflexively again. He is not my boyfriend. Yet, even if he were not her boyfriend, she resolved that if Wang Yu helped her earn money today, she would surely repay his kindness. Wang Yu soon returned with her requested breakfast and said, I'll call for a vehicle. Okay. Lu Shihan contemplated inquiring about how Wang Yu had acquired such wealth without purchasing a car, but, upon noticing his RV jacket, decided against it. He likely just preferred not to buy one. Let us finish our meal first, and once the car arrives, we'll be off. Wang Yu suggested. By the way, how much money do you have on you? Wang Yu inquired, as he wished to recommend something valuable to Lu Shihan, but if her funds were insufficient, it would be awkward. Including my online loan, I have a balance of 4,000, plus 2,500 in pocket money, totaling only 6,500. Lu Shihan honestly disclosed. Wang Yu was not well acquainted with raw stones at this price point. During his online research, he had dismissed any raw stones priced below 100,000. What kind of jade can typically be found within this price range? I'm not sure. Some are worth a few thousand, while others can reach hundreds of thousands. Excellent. Let us see how luck favors us today. If we discover raw jade worth hundreds of thousands, I will ensure to inform you, so those who look down on you might finally open their eyes. Wang Yu empathized, as if this predicament were unfolding in his own life. After 4 minutes, their vehicle arrived, and they swiftly boarded, heading towards the trading venue. Unbeknownst to them, just as their car departed, 2 women of similar stature to Lu Shihan appeared behind them. One of the women with a ponytail remarked, Isn't that Lu Shihan? Why isn't she at work? Indeed, I have never encountered that gentleman before. I recall she lost tens of thousands in gambling stones, and her boyfriend had long since parted ways with her. Could he be a new suitor? I am uncertain. Let us proceed to the shop and inquire with the manager, for she may possess knowledge. A female colleague remarked casually, and the 2 departed. 2 kilometers from the Huanqing Jingdu community lies a trendy bakery, the very establishment where Lu Shihan is employed. This locale experiences a significant influx of patrons, adjacent to the Baoshan community of the prestigious Magic City University, surrounded by numerous residential complexes and a plethora of shopping establishments, contributing to the bakery's thriving business. The morning hours afford them a rare respite, as several staff members busied themselves with organizing merchandise and tidying up. Upon the entrance of the 2 female employees, they relayed the morning's events to the manager. Upon hearing their account, the manager was incredulous. What? Lu Shihan has a new boyfriend? Surely not. Given her circumstances, who would willingly associate with her? Another colleague voiced her disbelief. Could it be that she has returned to gambling stones? The manager asked, visibly alarmed. It is indeed a possibility. I saw them departing in a taxi together, and it could very well be that they are off to gamble. The manager's words triggered a recollection in the female colleague of Lu Shihan's recent obsession with the Jincheng Art Trading Center on her phone. This cannot continue. I must inform her family, or she will truly ruin herself. The manager feared the situation could worsen and promptly dialed Lu Shihan's mother. Previously, when Lu Shihan's gambling habits came to her mother's attention, she had contacted the bakery and requested the manager to keep an eye on Lu Shihan. If any further suspicions arose regarding her gambling, the manager was to alert her mother immediately. Once the call connected, Lu Shihan's mother inquired, Hello, Manager Wang. Is there something amiss? Manager Wang conveyed his suspicions to Lu Shihan's mother. Here is the situation. Around 9 last night, Lu Shihan suddenly called to request leave, stating she had an urgent matter. We observed her leaving with an unfamiliar man in a taxi, and we are unsure whether they are headed to gamble. You should hurry over and check, as they may be at the Jincheng Art Trading Center. Upon hearing this, Lu Shihan's mother erupted in frustration. That wretched girl. She is undoubtedly off to gamble again. This is infuriating. How did I end up with such a reckless child? Thank you, Manager Wang. I will call to inquire. At that moment, Wang Yu and Lu Shihan's taxi had already arrived at the Jincheng Trading Center, located on the first floor of the Tangshan Cultural Center. It is one of the most bustling areas in the entire Magic City, frequented by the affluent. The nearby Tangshan Epine represents the pinnacle of real estate prices in Magic City. Acquiring a residence here would signify one's status as a world-class magnate. Once they alighted from the vehicle, Wang Yu could almost perceive the scent of wealth in the air. contemplating whether his finances were sufficient to purchase a property in Tangshan. He had long been apprised of the exorbitant prices, approximately 300,000 per square meter, through conversations among those unable to afford such luxuries. The world is indeed peculiar. Whether it be luxury vehicles or opulent estates, one need not consult professionals. For those who cannot afford them possess far greater insight into their costs, often due to their idleness. Taking Tangshan's average property size as a benchmark. A typical unit encompasses around 500 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 5 bathrooms, with prices exceeding 150 million yuan. Wang Yu's net worth now surpasses 200 million, just barely enough to acquire a modest unit in Tangshan, while larger options remain beyond his reach. It is evident how staggering the expenses are. Wang Yu, having access to a system that has granted him remarkable advantages, knows that for an ordinary individual, working tirelessly would not suffice to attain such wealth. Nonetheless, there is no cause for concern. Soon, Wang Yu shall possess a home of his own, with aspirations to settle here, establishing it as his future residence. No successful wealthy individual possesses only a single property. It is likely that in the future, Wang Yu will own real estate and luxury vehicles in several major cities across the nation, garnering the attention of many as a prominent tycoon. Let us proceed inside. Wang Yu declared to Lu Shihan as they ventured further. The lobby exuded opulence, with numerous distinct exhibition areas meticulously arranged, primarily showcasing jade raw stones of various sizes and types, with prices ranging significantly. Wang Yu strolled through, observing prices from several hundred to tens of thousands. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that a jade raw stone could command such a price. If it were to reveal nothing of value, it would be a colossal waste of tens of thousands. As they walked, Lu Shihan inquired, "Have you spotted anything worthwhile?" Wang Yu, unhurried, replied, "Not yet. I am still searching." The exhibition hall was teeming with visitors, many merely there to spectate, with actual purchasers being few. Individuals like Wang Yu, targeting significant investments, were exceedingly rare. Conversely, those like Lu Shihan, selecting from the lower price ranges, were numerous. Youngsters entering the gambling stone industry, hesitant to wager large sums, merely dabbling with pocket money, hoping to earn a few thousand or lose the equivalent of a month's salary. Upon reaching a vendor's stall, Wang Yu halted. Noticing many raw stones priced in the thousands, fitting Lu Shihan's budget, he activated his system to observe for a few minutes. Jade raw stone, 1 unit, value 0 yuan. Jade raw stone, 1 unit, value 0 yuan. The vendor must have been unfortunate, as none of the stones held any value, leaving Wang Yu aghast. He scrutinized the vendor, who bore a round visage, the area of his forehead and face nearly identical, and his eyes, resembling equilateral triangles, appeared quite intimidating. His hairstyle was wild and untamed. Perhaps due to the lack of appealing raw stones, Wang Yu found himself increasingly displeased with the vendor. "Is there anything of value?" Lu Shihan asked. Even more anxious than Wang Yu, he shook his head. "None. Let us try another stall." Continuing onward, he suddenly stumbled upon a section filled with raw stones priced in the tens of thousands, perfectly suited for Wang Yu's interests, prompting him to stop once more. Lu Shihan, alarmed by the prices, cast a worried glance at Wang Yu, wondering if he truly intended to purchase such expensive stones. If he were to incur a loss, it would be catastrophic. As anticipated, Wang Yu did not disappoint her. He knelt down and sifted through the stones, utilizing his system to assess their value. Very ordinary jade raw stone, 1 unit, value 20,000 yuan. This stone, priced at 8,000 yuan, yielded little profit. Pass. Ice-base jade raw stone, 30 million yuan. This one was promising. Wang Yu immediately sought to summon the vendor. However, just as his hand began to rise, his peripheral vision caught sight of another stone nearby, and the system had provided an even higher valuation. Glass-type imperial green raw stone, 5 billion yuan. Wang Yu stood up abruptly. He re-examined the stone's price, merely 500,000 yuan. This represented a staggering potential return of 1,000 times the investment. The price of jadeite is categorized based on the quality of its type, which includes 4 classifications: glass type, ice type, rice type, and bean type. Among these, the glass type boasts the highest grade and commands the steepest price, while the bean type ranks lowest and is the most affordable. Additionally, within each grade, the price varies according to color. The more vibrant the green, the higher the price. Common shades of green include imperial green, yang green, apple green, and bean green, with imperial green symbolizing the utmost value. At first glance, this rough stone appears to be nothing extraordinary, merely an unremarkable rock, which is why it has attracted no attention. Even many seasoned experts fail to discern its hidden potential. Typically, prior to cutting, Professionals assess the internal green jade content based on the density and quantity of the surface S mottling. However, this particular stone S surface mottling is exceedingly sparse, indicating that the jadeite is concealed deep within. Thus, it becomes evident that Wang Yu, having acquired a system, possesses a distinct advantage over the average person. He is in pursuit of such opportunities. If the rough stone were easily identifiable, the system's value would not be maximized, and the profit margin would be minimal. Just as Wang Yu stood up, an elderly man crouched down to scrutinize the spot Wang Yu had just examined. Wang Yu's heart raced, hoping that this old fellow would take the stone away. Fortunately, the man merely glanced at it before moving on, likely deterred by the hefty price tag of 500,000 for the 100-kilogram rough stone, which dissuaded many potential buyers. Seeing the man lose interest, Wang Yu turned to the shop owner and declared, "Boss, I'll take this 100-kilogram stone." The owner, somewhat skeptical given Wang Yu's youth, asked, "Which one do you mean? This 100-kilogram piece?" Wang Yu nodded affirmatively, patting the rough stone to emphasize his certainty. "This one, indeed. Your discerning eye is commendable. This specimen is of exceptional quality. There's a significant chance it could yield a great jadeite. If you manage to extract it, its value could multiply 1,000-fold." Wang Yu smiled, thinking this was rather obvious. After all, if nothing were to be found, he would be at a loss of 500,000. Yet the owner made no mention of this. "Can you assist with the cutting?" Wang Yu inquired. "Certainly, we offer free cutting service." The owner replied with a smile. This was ideal, as it spared him the trouble of seeking out a cutter elsewhere. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Let us hold off on cutting for now. I'll select another one. Of course, take your time." The owner, now perceiving Wang Yu as a valued customer given his purchase of a 500,000 yuan rough stone, treated him with newfound respect. Wang Yu aimed to help Lu Shihan find a stone, but the prices here were predominantly high, and none appeared affordable for her. Just as he contemplated leaving to seek a more suitable stone elsewhere, he suddenly noticed a pile of neatly cut rough stones tucked away in a corner, seemingly discarded remnants from previous cuts. "Boss, what are these unpriced stones? Are they for sale?" Wang Yu inquired. "These are 5,000 yuan each, leftover scraps from others' cuts." The owner responded, casting a doubtful glance at Wang Yu, unable to fathom why anyone would want such materials. Wang Yu, however, was interested. Having spotted one rough stone weighing approximately 10 kilograms, valued at 200,000 yuan. A mere investment of 5,000 yuan could yield a return of 40 times. A modest profit margin compared to his earlier find, yet it was a reasonable opportunity given the price range of rough stones. "Miss, you should purchase this piece if you trust my judgment," Wang Yu suggested, holding up the 10-kilogram stone. Lu Shihan examined the scrap, her expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue as she asked, "This one? Is it really okay?" "Absolutely. At the very least, it should fetch a decent price." "I assure you, I'm not mistaken. Don't be ridiculous," came a sudden exclamation, startling both Wang Yu and Lu Shihan. The surrounding crowd fell silent, aware that something intriguing was unfolding. A man in his 40s and a woman in her 50s approached, the former being the one who had just spoken. Wang Yu, perplexed, did not recognize either individual and wondered if they were addressing him. Chapter 54. I just met him. Yet, the two continued to walk toward Wang Yu and Lu Shihan. "Oh no, why is my mother here?" Lu Shihan exclaimed. "Your mother?" Wang Yu nearly blurted out, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. "Yes, that's my uncle beside her. He used to gamble on stones, but has since retired," Lu Shihan explained, her words trailing off as they reached the pair. Lu Shihan's uncle, Hu Jiqiang, is her mother's younger brother, who once had a fervent passion for stone gambling, possessing considerable skill. However, after suffering significant losses, he has not engaged in the practice for 5 years. Hu Tsuehua, Lu Shihan's mother, had summoned Hu Jiqiang, hoping his expertise would dissuade Lu Shihan from her gambling pursuits, given the financial ruin he experienced. Upon seeing Wang Yu holding a 10-kilogram scrap stone and suggesting Lu Shihan purchase it, Hu Jiqiang's anger flared. "Who are you? Are you the one deceiving my niece into gambling on stones?" Wang Yu replied calmly. "You are her uncle, then?" "Indeed, I am Lu Shihan's uncle. And this is her mother. We are here to understand what has captivated Lu Shihan so thoroughly that she refuses to turn away from gambling on stones." Hu Tsuehua, standing beside them, grasped Lu Shihan's arm, pulling her away from Wang Yu. "Keep your distance from my daughter. It's people like you who mislead her, causing her to lose so much money. If you continue spouting nonsense, I'll call the police." Lu Shihan hurriedly interjected, "Mom, uncle, it's not his fault. I just met him. I made my own purchases previously." "What?" Hu Tsuehua erupted in fury, shocking Lu Shihan. She had hoped that her explanation would quell her mother's anger, but it only intensified it. A slap landed on Lu Shihan's face, You've only just met a stranger, and you trust him so readily? He tells you to buy, and you comply? How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Unable to remain silent, Wang Yu gently urged, Auntie, please don't hit her. This rough stone can be purchased for just 5,000 yuan, and if it doesn't yield profit, I'll compensate her for the loss. You can rest assured. You'll compensate? With your skills, you dare to deceive? Now that we see through your ruse, you resort to such claims? Hu Jiqiang retorted sharply, stepping forward to confront Wang Yu. Young man, I was gambling on stones long before you were born. I can tell with a glance that this stone is worthless. Have you also dabbled in stone gambling? Wang Yu inquired. Hu Jiqiang nodded proudly. Indeed, but I stopped. Why did you cease? Wang Yu asked. Too many losses? What do you mean by that? Hu Jiqiang's frustration began to boil. Your own words reveal your inadequacy. It's clear that your skills lead only to losses. During their initial encounter, not a single courteous word was exchanged, and thus Wang Yu, not one to extend pleasantries, immediately retorted, from my current perspective, this stone is worth at least 150,000. You claim it to be worthless? It's fortunate you've ceased your endeavors, or you would have lost everything. And I hope you won't take offense at my bluntness. Initially, Wang Yu had no intention of inflating the stone's value, but his irritation was now palpable. This declaration left Hu Jiqiang visibly flustered, prompting him to erupt. Young man, do you truly believe this stone is worth over 150,000? Very well. What shall we wager if it isn't? Wang Yu calmly replied, whatever you propose. Hu Jiqiang declared, if it's not worth 150,000, you must repay all of my niece Henin's online debts. To Wang Yu's surprise, Hu Jiqiang, though unreasonable, seemed to have his niece's interests at heart. Nevertheless, confident in his knowledge, Wang Yu readily agreed. That's acceptable. Lu Shihan, feeling slightly embarrassed, tugged at Hu Jiqiang's sleeve. Uncle, however, Hu Jiqiang sternly chastised her. Silence. And she stepped aside. Under the circumstances, whether or not a valuable jadeite was unearthed, Lu Shihan felt she might be imposing on Wang Yu, as this matter was not his concern. Yet Wang Yu appeared utterly unfazed, treating the wager with nonchalance, and instead inquired of Hu Jiqiang. And should we discover jadeite worth over 150,000, what then? Hu Jiqiang's eyes widened in challenge. You dictate the terms. Wang Yu, not seeking to impose any harsh conditions, replied, I'm not greedy. If jadeite exceeding 150,000 is revealed, please ensure that neither you nor Lu Shihan's mother treats her with disdain henceforth. As for the debts, once the stone is sold, they will be settled naturally. Lu Shihan, listening nearby, felt tears of excitement welling up. Both Hu Jiqiang and Hu Tsuwa readily acquiesced. If you possess such skill, I assure you, I shall not interfere with her future endeavors in stone gambling. Wang Yu clarified, let me reiterate, we only met last night. I want to be her constant guide in this venture. As the crowd swelled with onlookers, all eager to ascertain whether this young man named Wang Yu was genuinely adept or merely boasting, he instructed Lu Shihan, please proceed with the payment. Lu Shihan hesitantly approached, her voice barely above a whisper, boss, I'll take it. The proprietor, having overheard their exchange, remained attentive. Shall we cut it open now? Wang Yu decisively responded, yes. Let us proceed. Once this is done, we shall also cut my larger stone. Very well. Lu Shihan utilized her mobile device to scan the QR code, after which the proprietor lifted the 10-kilogram rough stone, preparing to slice it before the gathering crowd. The moment of utmost anticipation had arrived, igniting fervent discussions among the spectators. What is happening here? Inquired a passerby. Another man explained, these two are wagering. The young lad claims the rough stone can yield jadeite worth 150,000, while the other man remains skeptical. What? Can one discern such value? Isn't this a pathway to wealth? Another chimed in. Indeed, if it were that easy to discern, who would bother working? They might as well come to the city. The consensus leaned heavily against Wang Yu, with many, including Hu Tsuwa, convinced he would undoubtedly fail. Yet she harbored concerns that he might renege on his promise to Lu Shihan should he lose. Thus, before the cutting commenced, she deliberately raised her voice. Young man, do your words hold any weight? Everyone has heard. If nothing emerges, you owe my daughter repayment. Wang Yu smiled. You needn't shout so loudly. If I wish to avoid payment, even a nationwide announcement wouldn't deter me. But rest assured, this modest sum holds no significance for me. That larger rough stone over there, I purchased for 500,000. You may inquire with the proprietor. Hu Tsuehua gazed in the direction Wang Yu pointed, spotting a massive rough stone, its appearance far from impressive, leaving her momentarily speechless. Inwardly, she pondered the folly of such a decision. If he had money to spare, why not invest in a car or a home instead of a mere stone? Truly, a fool with money to burn. But these individuals seemed to revel in extravagance, secure in the knowledge that their parents would replenish their coffers. Hu Tsuehua disparaged Wang Yu's choices, her words dripping with disdain. Yet Wang Yu remained unperturbed, knowing that soon enough, she would be proven wrong. Everyone, please step back. The proprietor called as he placed Lu Shihan's purchased stone onto the cutting apparatus. Another staff member arrived, initiating the slicing process. The sound of the machine drew even more onlookers, the stone gradually yielding beneath the force of water and blade. As the cutting deepened, tension escalated, with those in the front straining to catch a glimpse, fearing that jadeite might somehow flee from the stone. Those in the rear pushed forward, causing a commotion akin to a frenzied rush for goods in a supermarket. Hu Tsuehua, observing the crowd's obsession with the stone, struggled to comprehend their fascination, as she herself had no interest in gambling and could not fathom what captivated them. She resolved to simply watch, dismissing the entire affair as a gathering of individuals lost in fantasy. However, Lu Shihan held a different perspective. Despite their brief acquaintance, she instinctively trusted Wang Yu's abilities and judgment. As the stone was prepared for cutting, she felt a deep-seated conviction that something remarkable would emerge, ensuring she would not suffer a loss. When the machine finally ceased, the blade reached its limit, and the water receded. Lu Shihan's heart raced, her anxiety palpable as she trembled, nearly collapsing. Wow, it's truly jadeite. It's green, it's green. An elderly man suddenly exclaimed, setting off a wave of astonished reactions among the crowd. My goodness, what incredible luck. This young man was indeed correct. This must be classified as a vibrant green. Wang Yu turned to the proprietor, smiling as he inquired, is this considered vibrant green? Ice glutinous type, so large, selling for 200,000 should be no issue, right? Although Wang Yu lacked expertise in pricing or market trends, he remained unfazed, confident that his system would provide clarity. The proprietor, seasoned in the industry, could easily gauge the stone's worth with a mere glance. Yet what intrigued him most was the young man's keen observational acumen. It was undoubtedly worth no less than 200,000, and any sale would yield a handsome profit. The boss lifted his gaze to Wang Yu and couldn't help but inquire. Young man, how did you discern that? I simply observed it with my eyes. How else could one perceive? Wang Yu replied with a nonchalant air. Do you know? The boss continued. This piece of scrap was left over from a prior buyer's cutting. He was a seasoned gambler in the stone market, yet what he could not discern. You managed to see. Wang Yu smirked dismissively. The realm of stone gambling is profoundly intricate. Not every so-called expert is a true authority. Some merely boast, like bricks without substance. I possess genuine skills and expertise. Did you think I was merely bragging earlier? No, on the contrary. Who would dare claim absolute certainty, even if nothing is revealed? That is merely the nature of the game. The boss responded. Exactly, Wang Yu acknowledged. Noticing that the jadeite had indeed been revealed, he pondered the complications of selling it. If only he could persuade the boss to buy it directly, his troubles would be significantly alleviated. Thus, he inquired, Boss, do you buy this piece of jadeite? With some further processing, you could make a considerable profit, couldn't you? The boss offered a faint smile. In this trading market, do I still need to buy it back? Wang Yu, confused, glanced at the boss. Before he could respond, a gentleman in glasses and a suit, specializing in jadeite processing, made an offer. Young lady, I will purchase this jadeite for 250,000. Wang Yu turned to see a refined man standing nearby. It appeared that Lu Shihan had momentarily forgotten that she was the one who had bought the original stone, as she stood in stunned silence before finally replying, Certainly. We can transact right now. Once the suited gentleman approached, he promptly took 2 photographs of the jadeite with his phone, inquiring, WeChat or Alipay? Lu Shihan replied, Either is fine, let's use WeChat. Hu Tsuehua stood silently by, her face swollen from a recent altercation, having previously spoken harshly. She now beamed with joy at her daughter's 250,000 profit, hastily approaching her daughter to say, Henin, can this stone truly sell for 250,000? Absolutely, auntie. Now you needn't worry. Your daughter can clear all her online debts. Wang Yu, setting aside past grievances, remained courteous to Hu Tsuehua, as though nothing had transpired. This made Hu Tsuehua feel quite embarrassed, realizing that it wasn't the stone gambling that caused harm, but rather her daughter's lack of skill. Young man, my earlier words may have been a tad harsh. Please don't take them to heart, Hu Tsuehua offered, as a form of apology. Wang Yu regarded her with indifference, responding, Auntie, I can see that you have a good heart. However, your daughter has incurred significant losses. For an ordinary family, several thousands is equivalent to a year's income. Anyone would be enraged in such circumstances. When angered, one often speaks out of emotion. I understand, but now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need for further concern. Hu Tsuehua was deeply impressed by Wang Yu's demeanor. You are right. We owe you a great deal. Otherwise, my Henin would have continued to suffer losses. Hu Jiqiang remained silent in the background, unsure of where to place his face. Observing Wang Yu conversing amiably with Hutsuhua was unexpected, yet he, being knowledgeable about stone gambling, was in awe of Wang Yu's discernment. Reflecting on how he had merely drifted through the years. Chapter 56. Only blame one's own lack of skill. In his earlier years, Hu Jiqiang had devoted considerable time to mastering the art of stone gambling, yet he had ultimately faced disastrous losses, leading him to conclude that gambling on stones was akin to relying on luck, much like any other form of gambling. 10 losses for every win, rendering any skill futile, ultimately resulting in financial ruin. However, Hu Jiqiang finally recognized that it wasn't the skills that were lacking, but rather his failure to effectively apply them. He had always approached raw stones with a gambling mentality, which was bound to lead to losses. Why was this Wang Yu able to discern so accurately? Did he possess some form of X-ray vision? Hu Jiqiang repeatedly reminded himself that the true reason was singular. He lacked proficiency, while the other party was highly skilled. After much contemplation and having released the pressure within, Hu Jiqiang finally set aside his pride and approached Wang Yu, grinning broadly. Hee, young brother, you truly are impressive. After so many years in stone gambling, I've never encountered anyone as remarkable as you. I am genuinely in awe. Wang Yu paid little heed to Hu Jiqiang, merely casting a cursory glance in his direction before returning to Lu Shihan and Hutsuhua, stating, now that your matters are settled, I shall proceed to unveil the raw stone I purchased. If you have no further business, do come and witness the spectacle. By this time, Lu Shihan had received the 250,000 payment, having sold the icy, glutinous jadeite to the bespectacled gentleman, her face radiating joy and ease. Hutsuehua regarded Wang Yu as a quasi-divine figure, believing that if he could enable her daughter to earn 250,000, she would surely profit even more. Thus, as the crowd shifted towards a larger raw stone, Hutsuehua, Hu Jiqiang, and Lu Shihan followed eagerly, watching the workers prepare to cut the stone. Wang Yu, as the owner of the raw stone, stood at the forefront, eager to witness the proceedings clearly. The earlier smaller stone had already showcased Wang Yu's remarkable abilities, and now, with this larger stone, would they not be left in awe of him? While Wang Yu maintained a calm facade, internally, he was a tempest of emotions, struggling to contain his excitement. The cutting machine was brought forth, a larger and more advanced model, producing minimal noise and yielding smoother slices, visually amplifying the anticipation. The first cut commenced, with the workers intending to slice from the center. However, Wang Yu intervened. After calculating the piece's immense value, he surmised that the majority of it was likely green and instructed the workers, do not cut from the center. Let us explore the protruding edges. The workers deemed Wang Yu overly cautious, retorting, that would waste time. We typically slice straight down the middle. One cut determines all. Isn't it my right to dictate the method for my own property? Wang Yu questioned, perplexed by the workers' logic. If we cut too much, I won't deny payment. All right. If we follow your suggestion, it will require multiple cuts. Are you certain? If nothing is found, the cutting costs could be substantial. One worker pressed. Wang Yu remained resolute. Of course I'm certain. Just proceed as I advise. No matter the cost, it pales in comparison to the stone's value. So confident are we? One of the machine operators scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Wang Yu. Wang Yu returned the gaze. Is there a problem? I don't expect it to yield valuable material. Why else would I have purchased it? Approaching the task with a mindset of cutting waste, slicing down the center. What if there is something valuable that you ruin? Brother, jadeite is a product of natural growth, not mere conjecture. The operator maintained his arrogant stance. Wang Yu found it baffling. Did this individual possess some extraordinary insight beyond his own system, able to foresee the absence of jadeite? Such arrogance was perplexing. May I inquire? Esteemed sir, are you implying that this stone contains nothing? Yet, it has not been cut yet. Isn't that pure conjecture? Typically, the probability of discovering anything valuable within such stones is less than 50%. Thus, after careful consideration, it seems most prudent to slice through the middle. Moreover, judging by the appearance of this stone, the likelihood of it being devoid of any substance is quite high. Yet, the man remained oblivious to the impending failure, harboring an inflated sense of superiority and dismissing Wang Yu with disdain. At this juncture, several onlookers began to grow impatient, incessantly urging him on. Come on, hurry up. Just make a single cut and let us get on with it. I have a meeting to attend. Wang Yu retorted sharply. Am I holding a knife to your throat to compel you to stand here and watch? His words silenced the man momentarily, yet he stubbornly refused to depart, feeling uncomfortable until the cutting process concluded. Consequently, he produced his phone and sent a message in the work group on WeChat. I have a matter to attend to. I will arrive a bit late. Today's meeting is postponed by half an hour. A flurry of acknowledgments flooded in from the group. The earlier man, now emboldened, challenged Wang Yu. I wager with you. If nothing emerges from this stone, you shall pay me tenfold the cutting fee. Wang Yu chuckled. The gentleman here has already lost a wager with me. Do you wish to attempt your luck again? Are you brave enough to bet? The man remained obstinate. And if something valuable does appear? Wang Yu stood his ground. If anything worth over 1 million emerges, I shall absorb the cutting costs and even assist in selling it. The man asserted confidently. Wang Yu shook his head. Let us reconsider. If indeed something remarkable is revealed, it will find a buyer on its own. Instead, let us agree on this. Should nothing materialize, I shall pay you tenfold the labor fee. Conversely, if anything worth over 1 million is unearthed, you shall owe me tenfold the labor fee. What say you? All right, but don't complain if you end up losing face. The man remained self-assured. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped the crowd, with people coming and going, yet the throng of spectators swelled, forming tightly packed concentric circles. Following the man's instructions, 2 staff members commenced the first incision, adhering to Wang Yu's request to cut from the side. The blade cleanly removed a prominent section from the upper left corner of the stone, revealing nothing within. A triumphant smile spread across the man's face. Where shall we cut next? His unwavering disbelief fueled his eagerness. The more cuts, the higher Wang Yu's compensation would be. Hence he was keen for him to continue slicing at the edges. Wang Yu pointed to the freshly cut area and instructed, let us proceed from here. And cut down another 10 centimeters. The blade was pressed down again, making another incision at the specified depth. Still, there was nothing to be found. The betting man's confidence surged. What now? Wang Yu remained resolute. Another 10 centimeters down. Are you certain? This will require several cuts. A nearby onlooker interjected, unable to watch any longer. No worries, let us keep cutting. Wang Yu replied, unfazed. The cutting machine was pressed down once more, resulting in yet another incision. Yet still yielding nothing. Wang Yu sensed they had cut sufficiently in that area and directed them to switch to various other locations, making an additional 40 cuts, with still no sign of anything. At this point, Wang Yu utilized his system to confirm the stone's value at 500 million, reaffirming his suspicions of its central concentration of worth, and instructed the staff to continue cutting. The stone had been reduced to half its original size, yet still, no green was visible, and many began to lose hope. The betting man, now feeling assured of victory, remarked, young man, perhaps it's time to reconsider. We've already made over 40 cuts. At $50 per cut, that totals 2,000, multiplied by 10, you'd owe 20,000. And further cutting could lead to even greater losses. Wang Yu paid no heed, convinced that the elusive green must be nestled in the stone's core, waiting to dazzle them all once revealed. Continue cutting, he declared, his expression a mask of confidence. This very demeanor irked the betting man, who perceived Wang Yu as reluctant to concede or lacking funds. Brother, enough is enough. If you cannot swallow your pride or lack the means, simply apologize before everyone. No need for theatrics. Wang Yu smirked. No need for further discussion. At this spot, cut every 3 centimeters until we see green. Let us proceed. He felt certain that it wouldn't take many more cuts to reveal the treasure within. All right. Each cut is at your behest. We haven't made any unnecessary slices. So don't blame me when it comes to paying. The betting man waved dismissively to his companions, as he says, continue cutting. Understood. The tension in the air was palpable as they approached the final few cuts. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the unfolding drama. With a swift motion, the blade was driven down, and a flash of green illuminated the space, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wow! The collective exclamation reverberated, stirring the entire venue. This was inconceivable. The betting man, positioned beside the raw stone, sat slack-jawed on the ground, utterly defeated. Impossible. How can this stone yield such imperial green? Indeed, as he had articulated, the stone was a rare specimen of the fabled imperial green jadeite, discernible even from a corner, and based on its volume, it was estimated to be worth at least 10 million. Goodness, you've struck gold again. Lu Shihan approached Wang Yu, beaming with pride. Hu Zihua regarded Wang Yu with admiration akin to that reserved for a future son-in-law, reproaching Lu Shihan for her lack of restraint. What are you doing? Brother Wang Yu is still busy. Wang Yu inquired of the proprietor, what do you think? This jade of mine must be worth no less than 1 million, correct? The inquiry was directed at the owner, but aimed squarely at the man who had wagered against him. Naturally, the man was no fool. He recognized the jade's value, now clearly exceeding 10 million, and remained silent on the ground. The owner, witnessing his employee's loss, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet the prospect of selling such an invaluable piece of jade far outweighed his discontent, prompting him to smile broadly at Wang Yu, explaining, brother, you've struck it rich. I estimate it's worth no less than 50 million. The specific price will depend on further cutting, based on parameters such as volume, quality, and texture. Then, I shall leave it in your capable hands. After another 10 minutes, the eagerly awaited jade emerged from the cutting process, radiating a vibrant green that was almost overwhelming. The revelation did not disappoint. It was indeed imperial green, flawless, with no cracks, valued at 5 billion. Upon receiving the detailed valuation, Hu Tsuehua and Hu Jiqiang were left utterly astounded. 5 billion? What does that even mean? One could not consume such wealth in 10 lifetimes. Is it truly this easy to profit from gambling on stones? If Wang Yu were to become Lu Shihan's boyfriend, she would never have to worry about sustenance again. At that moment, Hu Tsuehua regarded Wang Yu as a veritable treasure, the ideal candidate for a son-in-law, though she pondered whether he would be willing. In any case, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship and strive for an opportunity. Huan, please invite Wang Yu over for dinner later. And add him on WeChat to chat a bit. I think he is far superior to your previous, utterly insipid boyfriend. Hu Tsuehua whispered to Lu Shihan. Lu Shihan felt a bit bashful. She certainly had no resistance against such a young man, yet deep down she believed she was unworthy of Wang Yu. Mom, aren't you overthinking? Overthinking? I see how well he treats you. Why else would he help you choose the jade stone? Your debts have nothing to do with him. Hu Tsuehua's words resonated with Lu Shihan, as otherwise, Wang Yu had no reason to assist her. In a swift glance, Wang Yu had already approached the man he had wagered with. The man looked up and immediately spotted the WeChat payment code in Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu stated, "Let us consider the last wager void. The total amounts to 40,000, which is 20,000 yuan. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" The man indeed contemplated defaulting. "You've already made 500 million. Do you really care about this 20,000 yuan? Even if I earned 5 billion, I wouldn't disdain any sum. Hurry up and settle." Reluctantly, the man opened his WeChat and transferred 20,000 yuan to Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled slightly. "That's more like it. Consider this a lesson. Don't ever look down on others again." With that, he rose and returned to discuss selling the jade with the shopkeeper. Wang Yu was eager to sell the sizable jade quickly, as carrying it around was not practical. Selling something valued at 500 million was not as straightforward as selling a 250,000 yuan item. After approximately 15 minutes and the shopkeeper's promotion, they finally encountered a buyer. This buyer was not a jade carver, but rather a collector. After negotiating, he agreed to purchase the jade for 480 million yuan. He immediately issued a cash check to Wang Yu, completing the transaction. The presence of banking institutions facilitated substantial transactions involving jade and gemstones, greatly benefiting both parties, allowing for more open and rapid exchanges, thus encouraging sellers to promote their goods. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang Yu. You've made a significant profit today. You're too kind. I must take my leave." After securing the funds, Wang Yu turned to depart, immediately followed by Hu Tsuehua, Hu Jiqiang, and Lu Shihan. Chapter 58. I want to learn your skills. Hu Jiqiang clasped his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits as he approached Wang Yu respectfully. "Teacher Wang, could you impart a few tips? I noticed your discerning eye earlier. It surpasses that of any ordinary expert. I wish to learn your techniques." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu shook his head resolutely. "No, I absolutely cannot encourage anyone to gamble on stones, including Lu Shihan. You should steer clear of this industry and focus on your job and life." Lu Shihan regarded Wang Yu's words as gospel. Whatever he said was undoubtedly correct. "I will no longer gamble on stones, rest assured. I must thank you again for your tremendous help today. It's nothing. This amount isn't a significant burden for me. I originally didn't intend to assist you, but having worked before, I understand how challenging it is to earn money through employment. Please remember, if you gamble again and incur losses, no one will assist you. It would take at least 3 years of hard labor to repay your debts. Understood? I will never engage in it again." Being a girl, Lu Shihan was now free of debts and possessed over 100,000 yuan, allowing her to travel, dine out, and unwind with her friends. Thus, she felt no need to dwell on gambling. However, Hu Jiqiang was different. Witnessing Wang Yu's effortless 500 million profit made him envious. If he could also earn 500 million, it would significantly boost his family's income, far exceeding his current job's earnings. With such a swift path to wealth, why not attempt it? Consequently, Hu Jiqiang persisted in his pursuit of Wang Yu. "Teacher Wang, could you teach me just 2 tricks? If I earn a sum, I promise never to gamble again. My family's situation is tough. Please help me." Wang Yu could hardly fathom the extent of one's gambling nature. He even began to doubt Hu Jiqiang's earlier claim of abstaining from gambling. "Do you truly not gamble? Your demeanor suggests otherwise." Hu Jiqiang declared emphatically, "I swear. I haven't touched it in recent years." Wang Yu questioned, "If you've been able to resist for so long, why can't you withstand the sight of my profits? I cannot teach you. You should abandon this line of thought. Once you engage, you will never be able to quit. I know this too well. You should cherish your current situation and refrain from gambling." Wang Yu remained steadfast in his refusal to Hu Jiqiang. Although Hu Jiqiang was denied, he walked away, unwilling to relent. If Wang Yu would not teach him, He would seek knowledge from others. Today's events had shown him that gambling could indeed be profitable and that specific skills and knowledge were required. It was merely a matter of his own lack of proficiency. As long as he dedicated himself to learning, he could undoubtedly earn money. After Hu Jiqiang departed, Wang Yu shook his head at his retreating figure. Hu Zuehua quickly shifted the topic. "Oh, let us not dwell on him," he asked just like that. "Young man, let us go have a meal together. You've helped my daughter immensely, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude properly." Wang Yu had little inclination to dine. He needed to swiftly deposit the check funds into his bank account. "No, I have matters to attend to. Please remember. Avoid getting too close to that uncle. His character will surely drag you down. I bet he will never quit gambling and will incur losses again. If he asks to borrow money, do not lend him a dime. Thank you for the warning. We will remember," Hu Zuehua replied. Hu Zuehua also rented an apartment in the city with her husband, while Lu Shihan shared a rental with her boyfriend. Now that her boyfriend had left, she could not afford such an expensive place alone. With her debts cleared, her pressure was alleviated, so she continued living in her current apartment, allowing her to spend more time with Wang Yu. If there were a chance to win him over, the rent would be a trivial concern. "Are you going back now?" Lu Shihan inquired. "Not yet. I'll return later." "Why do you ask?" Wang Yu looked at Lu Shihan, slightly puzzled as she seemed intent on staying with him. "I meant, if you're going back, we could go together," Lu Shihan clarified. Wang Yu glanced at Hu Zuehua, then back to Lu Shihan. "Aren't you returning to your mother's place? It's inconvenient for me to work from there. I prefer to stay here. I could invite my friend to share the rent with me. It's not too expensive for just one person." Seeing her daughter finally making sense, Hu Zuehua felt relieved. "Then I'll head back now. You two chat slowly." Wang Yu thought, what is happening here? I don't recall coming from matchmaking. Indeed, once one acquires wealth, women tend to gravitate towards them. When he was without money, girls would avoid him like the plague. How utterly pragmatic. As Hu Zuehua vanished into the crowd, Wang Yu finally asked, "I have matters to attend to. Perhaps you should head back? Do you have something private to handle?" Lu Shihan retorted. This unexpected question left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. "It's not exactly private. I just have to run around. And you, as a young woman, might tire easily. Do you harbor some misconceptions about women?" Lu Shihan's wide-eyed expression was undeniably charming. "We can stroll around for hours without feeling fatigued. That's because you're engaging in something you enjoy. I'm not out shopping now," Wang Yu gently reminded her. However, his reminder fell on deaf ears, as Lu Shihan persisted in following him. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of exhaustion. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Suit yourself, let's go." Upon stepping outside, Wang Yu activated his phone's navigation, searching for the nearest branch of the People's Bank. Fortuitously, the closest branch was not far away, merely a 10-minute walk. So Wang Yu decided to proceed on foot. "I'm heading to the bank to deposit the money from earlier," Wang Yu informed Lu Shihan. "Oh, which bank? Is it far?" Lu Shihan inquired. Wang Yu had already moved ahead. "Not far. If we walk quickly, it won't take more than 10 minutes. In truth, Lu Shihan was beginning to feel a pang of hunger. It was already 1:40 p.m., and they had only eaten a light breakfast that morning, skipping lunch altogether. Wang Yu also felt hungry, but he resolved to deposit the money before indulging in a meal. As they followed the navigation route, Lu Shihan noticed the surroundings becoming increasingly familiar, unexpectedly approaching the vicinity of her ex-boyfriend's workplace. They were arriving at Hongfeng Plaza on Jinjian Road, where her ex, Gao Chan, was employed. The likelihood of encountering him here made Lu Shihan's pace noticeably slower. Wang Yu, walking ahead, noticed she was lagging behind. "What's wrong?" he asked, sensing her discomfort. Lu Shihan candidly replied, "My ex-boyfriend works here, and I'm worried I might run into him." Chapter 59. What are you even worth? Wang Yu dismissed the concern, believing it inconsequential since they had already broken up. After all, what did it matter about exes? If they met, a polite greeting would suffice. If not, they could simply ignore each other. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? But what if he harasses me? Just ignore him. Wang Yu was entirely unconcerned about her ex, confident that nothing untoward would happen in broad daylight in a civilized society. However, fate took an ironic turn. As they arrived at the bank's entrance, they heard someone calling out Lu Shihan's name. "Lu Shihan, what are you doing here? We've broken up, so don't come looking for me." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Yu turned to see a man in a black suit rambling in front of Lu Shihan. It was unmistakably her ex-boyfriend, and at that moment, she had no desire to engage with him. "I didn't come looking for you. I was blind to have been with you. I never imagined you would turn out to be such a person. What kind of person am I? Am I supposed to be a good person just because I didn't continue to indulge in your gambling addiction? Using my hard-earned money to pay off your online debts, and then giving you more money to continue your gambling?" Gao Chun exclaimed, his eyes wide as he rambled on. Lu Shihan had no feelings left for him. What boy doesn't cherish and support his girlfriend? What did you ever do for me when we were together? But that's all in the past. I only have myself to blame for being love-struck. Now I've awakened and seen the truth. From now on, we shall go our separate ways, and neither of us owes anything to the other. Fine, just don't come looking for me. I'm living my best life now. My girlfriend works as a client manager at this very bank, and I'm also employed here, Gao Chun boasted. Just as the words left his mouth, a woman in a matching black suit approached, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Wang Yu and Lu Shihan. She unfriendly remarked, "Is this your ex-girlfriend? The one who racked up debts from gambling?" Gao Chun wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, looking down on Lu Shihan. "Indeed, that's her. I wasted my time with her. Thankfully, I met you before ruining my life." Furious, Lu Shihan retorted, "You are utterly shameless. You were lazy and irresponsible even when we were together. You often skipped work, and when you did show up, you left early without a hint of shame. Go ruin the life of this bank's client manager instead." This provoked the woman, who laughed maliciously. "I have more than enough resources to keep him entertained. You scheming vixen. You truly are ungrateful, failing to recognize a good-hearted person. I wish you both prosperity and a swift arrival of your little ones." Lu Shihan shook her head in exasperation. Once blinded by Gao Chun's sweet words, she now saw the woman before her as a reflection of her past self, wishing nothing more than for her to be deceived as she once was. "Let's go," Lu Shihan said to Wang Yu. Wang Yu had remained silent, absorbing every word of the exchange. He was genuinely surprised that Lu Shihan's ex-boyfriend had managed to ensnare another woman, realizing that while such men may seem appealing to women, they are often viewed as worthless by other men. It was curious how women often lamented about men being unreliable and deceitful, yet they continued to fall for the charms of men like Gao Chun. Wang Yu couldn't fathom how they lacked the discernment to see through such facades. After all, they were adults. Women seemed to believe that romance with charming, smooth-talking men was more fulfilling than a relationship with straightforward, honest men, which they often deemed dull and devoid of excitement. Otherwise, why had diligent, sincere men like Wang Yu failed to attract many admirers? At that moment, the female manager finally noticed the quiet man standing beside Lu Shihan and scrutinized him. Realizing he was quite handsome, she turned to Gao Chun and asked, "Who is this?" "I don't know him." Gao Chun shook his head and then questioned Lu Shihan. "Is he your current boyfriend? You move quickly, don't you? Is he not concerned about your past?" With that, he took Wang Yu's hand and walked toward the bank entrance. "Oh, are they really here to conduct business at our bank? How peculiar. Has this woman managed to latch on as some wealthy benefactor?" As they entered the lobby, the female manager couldn't help but inquire. Gao Chun and the female manager followed suit, entering the hall and immediately reverting to their professional demeanor. Abandoning their previous displays of affection, the lobby was bustling with people, and Wang Yu approached the central reception desk, where a male staff member promptly asked, "Hello, what service can I assist you with?" Wang Yu produced his bank card, stating, "I'd like to deposit some money." Upon seeing the prestigious VIP card, the staff member was instantly taken aback. Such a high-caliber client was beyond his authority to assist. "Sir, please wait here. I'll call our manager for you." "The manager? Which one, male or female?" Wang Yu quickly inquired, wishing to avoid another encounter with the earlier female manager. "A male, our branch's general manager," the staff member replied. "All right then, go ahead." The staff member rushed off to the manager's office, while Wang Yu and Lu Shihan stood at the reception waiting. In less than 2 minutes, the staff member returned, accompanied by the female manager Yang Li and Gao Chun, having been intercepted before reaching the manager's office. Due to his low rank and fear of defying orders from superiors, the man left without meeting the general manager. Upon seeing the two individuals, Wang Yu felt a pang of discomfort and quickly inquired of the male employee, "What is going on? Did you not say your manager is male?" Before the employee could respond, Yang Li began her sarcastic remarks. "Do you think our bank's general manager is someone you can meet at will? Isn't there a rule stating that only Supreme VIP clients are to be personally attended to by the general manager? Each branch adheres to this. Or is yours an exception?" Wang Yu retorted, "If you are indeed a VIP client, then surely our manager would accommodate you. But do you truly believe you are a Supreme VIP?" Yang Li cast a skeptical glance at Wang Yu. "What? Can one identify a Supreme VIP merely by their appearance? You certainly possess an audacity befitting a client manager." Wang Yu countered with a hint of mockery. Chapter 60, Checking the Balance. "Manager Yang. He genuinely possesses our Supreme VIP card," the male employee at the front desk informed Yang Li. Still unconvinced, Yang Li demanded, "Show me your card." Wang Yu promptly produced his card, stating, "Take a good look. Don't make foolish claims that it's a counterfeit." After examining the card, Yang Li burst into laughter. "Huh, you were right. Where did you acquire this card?" "That's none of your concern. It certainly didn't fall from the sky," Wang Yu retorted, unwilling to divulge his connection to the Han family. With a haughty sigh, Yang Li warned, "To become a Supreme VIP client at our bank, one must deposit at least 100 million. Do you possess such an amount? Individuals like you, mere workers, could save for a millennium and still not amass 100 million. Yang Li's words were not entirely dismissive, as she perceived Wang Yu as the boyfriend of Lu Shihan, who hailed from an ordinary farming family and lacked education and wealth. It was improbable that a boy from a privileged background would be interested in her. Thus Wang Yu could not possibly belong to a wealthy family. Wang Yu's attire was indeed quite ordinary, not reflective of someone capable of depositing substantial sums. The shirt he wore had been donned for several days and was currently drying at home. In the face of Yang Li's deliberate provocation, Wang Yu remained composed, stating, "Since I am here, it follows that I do have 100 million. Only your branch's general manager or president is qualified to attend to me. Kindly attend to your duties and refrain from obstructing my deposit." Yang Li's eyes nearly bulged. How dare a mere bank client speak to her in such a manner? "Do you know who I am to address me like that?" "I care not for your identity," Wang Yu replied, suddenly intrigued. Scanning Yang Li with the system, he discovered her attire was valued at over 30,000. If she had purchased it herself, she indeed possessed some financial means. He then remarked, "Wealth comes in many forms. One need not wear expensive clothing to be affluent." Yang Li's fury ignited at his words, her eyes ablaze as if she could devour Wang Yu. What a bitter remark. If you cannot afford it, admit it. Do you suppose someone possesses billions, yet wears clothing worth mere hundreds? This is reality, not a novel. Please, get your head straight. Wang Yu was disinclined to spare her another glance, fearing he might explode. "Call your manager. We can ascertain whether there are funds in my account without this drawn-out exchange." "No need for the manager. Just swipe the card, and you'll know." Yang Li gestured towards the self-service ATM. Wang Yu withdrew his card. "Very well, let me demonstrate." Approaching the ATM, he inserted the card while Lu Shihan and Yang Li stood nearby, eagerly awaiting the outcome. The interface transitioned to the password input screen, confirming the card's authenticity. Yang Li's expression began to shift to one of anxiety, for Wang Yu's identity was already half-validated, and should there indeed be funds, it would reveal her grave misjudgment. After entering the password, the screen displayed a sequence of numbers. Yang Li stood agape, meticulously counting the zeros, stammering, 2.3 billion? Gao Chun was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that a man of similar age to him possessed such wealth, leading one to ponder the vast fortunes of his family. Truly terrifying. What folly had he committed to provoke such an individual? Wang Yu, sensing the shift, remarked, "Mr. Wang, we sincerely apologize. We now recognize you as our supreme VIP client." Yang Li's demeanor shifted rapidly, leaving Wang Yu astonished. "Our establishment adheres to strict verification protocols for supreme VIP identity, so please do not take offense." Wang Yu let out a cold smirk, uninterested in further debate. The exchange had become tiresome. "Is it a requirement for supreme VIP clients to don garments worth tens of thousands? Am I correct in this understanding?" Wang Yu inquired. Yang Li awkwardly chuckled. "Oh no, Mr. Wang, you jest. We shall amend our ways and refrain from judging by appearances in the future. It would be prudent if you did. Today you are fortunate to encounter me, as I am disinclined to pursue this matter further. Should you encounter someone with a stronger sense of pride or advocacy, it could lead to complications." Wang Yu cast a glance at Yang Li. "Please summon your manager. I am pressed for time." "Of course, I will attend to it immediately." Yang Li dashed into the office. Meanwhile, Gao Chun remained outside, accompanying Wang Yu and Lu Shihan. His demeanor markedly improved, especially upon realizing Lu Shihan was with such an impressive man. The contrast to his own situation felt overwhelming. Thus, Gao Chun sought to serve Wang Yu diligently, albeit feeling awkward and hesitant to speak in Lu Shihan's presence, torn between his desire to assist and his reticence. Wang Yu, unfazed, turned to Lu Shihan. "It won't be long now, then we can go for lunch. What would you like to eat?" Lu Shihan was taken aback by this unexpected question. Did it not echo the tone of a boyfriend? Surely, she was mistaken. Wang Yu's manner might simply be his way of speaking, not indicative of any romantic involvement. Heart racing, Lu Shihan glanced at Wang Yu, confirming he was indeed addressing her. "Lunch? Yes, although it's a bit late, we shouldn't skip it. You must be hungry after having only eaten breakfast this morning." Wang Yu intentionally spoke to Lu Shihan with warmth in front of Gao Chun, hoping to provoke a reaction, especially after witnessing Gao Chun's earlier familiarity with Yang Li. Gao Chun could no longer contain himself, yet he could not leave. Wang Yu was his client, and departing would result in repercussions for neglecting his duties. For Gao Chun, this moment felt more unbearable than death itself. He kept murmuring to himself, urging the manager to arrive swiftly. After 3 agonizing minutes, the manager finally appeared. You can only imagine how Gao Chun endured those 3 minutes. Chapter 61, The Relationship with the Han Family. "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce our esteemed general manager, Manager Feng Fei." Upon arriving, Yang Li immediately began the introduction. "This is Mr. Wang, the supreme VIP client I just mentioned to you, with a balance exceeding 200 million in his account." In the banking world, the flow of capital is paramount. Those who deposit substantial sums become the lifeblood of the institution. The greater the deposits, the more significant these clients become in the eyes of the bank. With ample funds, one can invest in myriad projects, loans, securities, insurance, and funds, all of which necessitate substantial capital to participate. The absence of large deposits would spell disaster for any bank. Wang Yu's funds were recommended by the Han family, allowing him to bypass the scrutiny of the Banking Regulatory Commission, enabling him to spend, deposit, or withdraw without restriction. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Manager Fong was visibly elated, extending his hand and cheerfully saying, "So you are Mr. Wang. I have long admired you. Please, come to my office and make yourself comfortable." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need. Just ensure my funds are securely deposited. I am looking forward to dining out." Upon hearing Wang Yu mention a meal, Manager Fong, realizing he had likely skipped lunch, eagerly suggested, "It appears that Mr. Wang is indeed a busy man. However, why not join us in our office for a moment? We have prepared some snacks and refreshments. It would be wise to fill your stomach first, especially considering you would have to wait for your meal to be prepared." Seeing the reason in his words, Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Shihan and followed them inside. The manager's office was indeed luxurious, outfitted with all manner of office equipment, leaving Wang Yu in awe. Previously, he had only been able to wander the hallways of banks. He had never encountered such opulence. In the center of the office was a coffee table surrounded by plush sofas adorned with grapes, bananas, peanuts, mint candies, and cookies. After Wang Yu and Lu Shihan settled in, Manager Fong personally poured them tea. "Mr. Wang, please enjoy your tea." "Thank you. And this lovely lady, please enjoy your tea as well." "Oh, thank you, manager." Once seated himself, Manager Fong, in an endearingly earnest manner, remarked, "The card you possess was recommended by Miss Han Xue. You are more esteemed than any of our clients. I sincerely apologize for not being able to offer you a grand welcome today, and hope you will not take offense." Wang Yu dismissed the matter lightly. "No worries. Had you not mentioned it, I would have been unaware of the card's significance." Did Miss Han not inform you of the relationship between the Han family and the People's Bank?" Manager Fong inquired, astonished. "No, I was unaware." "Is there a significant connection?" "The Han Group has numerous enterprises that our bank invests in. One could say that the People's Bank serves as the Han family's second largest shareholder, with the esteemed Han Qibin being the first. Moreover, did Miss Han mention that they will soon host the Tunglong banquet in Modu? The Han Group, along with Kongda Biological and Shiman Medical from Ruidian, will collaborate. And we at the People's Bank will also attend the banquet, with our branch manager representing us, as we will be investing in this project." Wang Yu nodded. She did mention the banquet. "However, I was just informed that the People's Bank would also be investing. That is truly commendable. From my understanding of Han Qibin, he is a man of integrity in both personal and business dealings, so investing in their enterprises should yield significant returns." "Indeed," Manager Fong replied earnestly. "The People's Bank will invest in any enterprise of considerable scale under the Han family. Thus, all their relatives, household staff, and even employees utilize the People's Bank card, ensuring that the funds circulate back to support their family's enterprises." Realization dawned on Wang Yu as he absorbed Manager Fong's words. Meanwhile, Lu Shihan, sitting quietly to the side, grasped the enormity of her neighbor's connections with the illustrious Han family, one of the four great families of Yinjing. No wonder he possessed such wealth. Suddenly, Lu Shihan felt fortunate to have met Wang Yu. Had she not knocked on his door the previous night, they might never have crossed paths. A probability slimmer than that of Pan Jinlian meeting Shiman Qing. She had never imagined she would share lunch with such an extraordinary individual. It was a delightful surprise. Manager Fong continued, "Since you are aware, I presume you have received your invitation to the Tunglong banquet, so I shall not appear presumptuous." Wang Yu smiled. "Indeed. I received the invitation in advance. Someone will deliver it to me on the day of the event." "Excellent. Now let us partake in some refreshments." Manager Fong gestured towards the assortment of snacks. "By the way, is this young lady your partner?" Wang Yu shook his head. "No. She is merely a friend I have recently met." "Oh, the young lady seems rather shy. Please, feel free to indulge," Manager Fong said to Lu Shihan. "Thank you, manager." Both Wang Yu and Lu Shihan took some fruit to satisfy their hunger. After enjoying a banana, Wang Yu turned to Manager Fong. "Shall we proceed to finalize the deposit? I believe we've had sufficient refreshment." "Certainly. How much does Mr. Wang intend to deposit this time?" 500 million. Here is my cash check. Please take a look." Wang Yu presented the check. Manager Fong was momentarily taken aback. With 230 million already in the account, and now another 500 million, how could Mr. Wang be acquiring wealth faster than robbing a bank? Mr. Wang is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. No wonder he is a distinguished client personally recommended by Miss Han. You flatter me. Manager Fong promptly assisted Wang Yu in depositing the funds in the VIP room. The The process was seamless and efficient. He even arranged for a fingerprint withdrawal mode, allowing Wang Yu to access his funds at any People's Bank VIP room using only his fingerprint for identification. Everything is settled, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Manager Fong. You may return to your duties. I shall take my leave. Of course, I look forward to seeing you at the Tenglong banquet. Manager Fong escorted Wang Yu and Lu Shihan to the bank's entrance, maintaining a commendably pleasant demeanor. Now that we're done here, shall we go for lunch? Wang Yu asked. You still haven't told me what you wish to eat? How about Japanese cuisine? Would that be acceptable? Lu Shihan glanced at Wang Yu as she spoke. Chapter 62, The Japanese Restaurant. Girls tend to enjoy Korean pickles and Japanese food, which did not particularly pique Wang Yu's interest. However, he was not averse to it either. He contemplated trying various Japanese dishes, such as salmon and sashimi. Intrigued by how something as seemingly unpalatable as raw fish could be so beloved by many, Wang Yu was curious. Was it truly as delectable as people claimed? There exists a plethora of similar phenomena. For instance, smoking. Wang Yu has not been entirely averse to it. In his childhood, he often pilfered his father's cigarettes for clandestine puffs. However, he found the taste unbearable. While children of his age gradually adopted the habit of smoking, Wang Yu remained unable to transcend his own predispositions. He pondered whether it was a genetic deficiency that precluded him from embracing smoking, or if he simply lacked the finesse in his approach. To this day, he remains a non-smoker. Similarly, durian, coffee, and snail noodles are quintessential examples of polarizing foods. Those who relish them do so with fervor, while those who detest them would not even entertain the thought of indulging. Well then, let us find a restaurant. I have never sampled Japanese cuisine, Wang Yu remarked, continuing to stroll ahead in search of a suitable establishment. Have you truly never tried Japanese food? Lu Shihan expressed her astonishment. What do you typically enjoy eating? Wang Yu activated his phone's navigation to locate nearby Japanese restaurants, responding as he walked. I usually indulge in Chinese cuisine and Western food, but I've never ventured into Japanese fare. It's about time I explore. I can't believe there is something you haven't tasted, Lu Shihan exclaimed. Let us go with this one. It's not far from here. Wang Yu discovered a restaurant specializing in Japanese cuisine and followed the navigation to its location. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a place named Langyue Japanese Cuisine. The deep blue architectural design resembled that of a cake or coffee shop, rendering it unrecognizable at first glance. The staff donned black uniforms, imbuing the establishment with an air of mystery. Upon entering, the dining area was obscured from view, necessitating a detour around a partition, which offered an intriguing sense of discovery. Most tables within were unoccupied, likely due to the late hour, yet some peculiar patrons, akin to Wang Yu, lingered. Good evening. How many in your party? A server approached with a warm inquiry. 2, Wang Yu replied. You may sit here, gentlemen. Under the server's guidance, Wang Yu and Lu Shihan settled at a 4-person table, pouring themselves some complimentary tea as they perused the menu. The wooden table exuded a refreshing ambience, complemented by black chairs and uniformly black utensils. Wang Yu mused that the proprietor must have an affinity for the color black. Adorning the wall beside their table was a scenic painting, its origin unknown but undeniably picturesque. Since we're at a Japanese restaurant, let us start with salmon sashimi. We'll try this first. If it doesn't suit our palate, we won't have to risk another misstep next time. Additionally, they contemplated ordering botan shrimp, sea urchin, blueberry foie gras, cold tofu, and eel rice. Given their limited appetites, they deemed it prudent to avoid overordering. Otherwise, Wang Yu would have surely requested a dozen more dishes. Are you interested in beverages? The server inquired after collecting their order. Wang Yu shook his head. No, thank you. Very well. After the server departed, Wang Yu took a sip of water and pulled out his phone to search for nearby driving schools. Lu Shihan, with her penchant for conversation, distracted him, making it difficult to focus on finding an appropriate school. Ultimately, he settled on one by chance. I had no idea you were so well connected. Knowing the Han family from the 4 great families of the capital, Lu Shihan remarked. Wang Yu was surprised that the 4 great families were so renowned, even reaching Lu Shihan in faraway Shanghai, and he queried, You've heard of the 4 great families of the capital? Of course. I lived in the capital for 2 years, Lu Shihan replied. You lived in the capital? Wang Yu observed her youthful visage, astonished at her extensive social experience. How long have you been in Shanghai? For years, she responded. Seriously? How old are you? I'm 24. I left school early. Wang Yu was taken aback. I wouldn't have guessed that. By the way, do you know who the other 3 families are? He inquired, intrigued. Lu Shihan, well-versed in gossip and news, elaborated on the other 3 families of the capital. There are 4 extraordinarily wealthy families, the most prominent being the Lin family, which dominates the energy and automotive industries. The chairman, Lin Tianlong, has 4 sons, Lin Hai, Lin Yang, Lin Mu, and Lin Sun, each exceptionally knowledgeable, managing the family's enterprises with remarkable prowess. The second family is the Han family, whose ventures encompass design, finance, and pharmaceuticals, including banking and securities. Their strength primarily stems from Chairman Han Qibin, who, at just over 50, is the youngest among the four families. He has significantly expanded upon his father Han Yuan's legacy. The third family is the Bai family, whose holdings, while not as extensive as the first two, still surpass those of smaller clans. They, much like the Han family, rely heavily on the elder Tycoon. Their primary industries are real estate and infrastructure. Lastly, the Liu family, whose ventures lie in automotive and real estate, is often perceived as the least prominent, adhering to a philosophy of non-competition, leading many to believe that only three families exist today. After Liu Shihan's exposition, Wang Yu gained further insights into these four families. Their enterprises showed no overlap, eliminating any competitive tension, thus allowing for a stable equilibrium among them. How wonderful it would be if he could one day possess such an extensive empire. A true man cannot be satisfied with mere wealth. He must cultivate a career that provides a perpetual source of income. Why not harness this advantage to develop his own enterprise? This would not only bring honor to his ancestors, but also contribute positively to society. Chapter 63. The sashimi is disgusting. If successful, he could earn a fortune, allowing his parents back in their hometown to boast, and he himself could become a globally recognized figure, perhaps even gracing the cover of Time magazine. Even if success eluded him, he could continuously invest until he restored and expanded his business, ultimately achieving triumph. Hence, as long as one's financial resources are secure, failure in any industry becomes an impossibility. After such extensive conversation, their dishes finally began to arrive. As Wang Yu beheld the vibrant array of food, his appetite was piqued, though he wondered if the taste would match the visual appeal. "Sir, madam, your table's orders have been served. Enjoy your meal." "Thank you," the server acknowledged before departing. Liu Shihan eagerly retrieved her phone to snap a few photos for her social media feed. Wang Yu, too, took several pictures but refrained from posting, planning to wait until the night when everyone was settled in bed, longing for a late-night snack. "What Japanese dishes have you tried, and which do you favor most?" "Sushi, sukiyaki, sashimi, curry rice, soba noodles. I've sampled a great many," Liu Shihan replied. Wang Yu had never partaken of such delicacies before, and upon hearing Liu Shihan's remarks, he realized that his choices were rather misguided. "Well then, it seems I must venture into the realm of new culinary experiences," he exclaimed. "Do try this salmon. It is quite renowned in Japanese cuisine." Liu Shihan gestured towards the table. Wang Yu picked up his chopsticks, ready to sample it. "I am aware of salmon even without indulging in Japanese cuisine, but the rest remains a mystery to me." He then picked up a slice of fish, dipped it in a bit of sauce, and placed it in his mouth. Liu Shihan, who had yet to eat, watched intently, eager to gauge his reaction to the Japanese fare. If he enjoyed it, there would be numerous opportunities for them to dine together in the future. However, upon tasting the fish, Wang Yu's expression instantly soured. "What is this flavor? Is it delicious?" Liu Shihan inquired. Wang Yu shook his head. "It's rather mediocre. I'm not quite accustomed to it." "Are you unaccustomed to raw food?" Liu Shihan chuckled softly. Wang Yu indeed found it peculiar, not only the fish, but also the sauce, which was laden with the pungency of wasabi and soy sauce. He mused that perhaps a mere soy sauce dip would be more palatable, and thus concocted a sauce consisting solely of soy. "I suspect it may be the wasabi's influence. Let me try again without it." Indeed, this time he found the flavor much more agreeable. Although it still paled in comparison to cooked fish, it was now acceptable. "This is much better. You should partake as well." Liu Shihan, unfazed by the wasabi, expertly rolled the fish in the pungent sauce, relishing each bite. "Could you accept this flavor on your first encounter with salmon?" Wang Yu had consumed 3 pieces before opting to cease, relinquishing the remainder to Liu Shihan. As she enjoyed her meal, Liu Shihan engaged Wang Yu in conversation. "Not exactly. I gradually acclimated to it by dining with others. But I have been eating wasabi since childhood, so I have no aversion to it." "Very well," Wang Yu replied. "I shall indulge in a few shrimp." "All of this is yours." "Please, that is far too much for me to finish. Do have a few more pieces." "I will not. I would rather have something else." Their exchange captured the attention of nearby diners, as it was customary for patrons of Japanese cuisine to pair salmon with wasabi. Wang Yu's disparaging remarks about the salmon irked many. Among them was a woman in her 30s who remarked loudly, "In this day and age, is there truly someone who cannot appreciate the exquisite taste of salmon?" Her companion, presumably her boyfriend, chimed in. The appreciation of such delicacies correlates greatly with one's economic standing. Some individuals dine at 5-star establishments daily, yet remain oblivious to the delights of sophisticated cuisine. How could they possibly comprehend the allure of salmon? Their words were not directed at Wang Yu, yet they served as veiled jibes aimed at him. Wang Yu remained unfazed. As a man of considerable means, Why should he concern himself with the barbs of the less cultured? However, Lu Shihan, having overheard their conversation, interjected. It seems the threshold for dining at Japanese restaurants has risen considerably. Wang Yu, momentarily perplexed, queried, what threshold has risen? I recall that previously, patrons of Japanese restaurants were typically those earning a few thousand or tens of thousands monthly, including even the unemployed. Now, it appears one must possess a wealth exceeding $1 billion to afford such cuisine. How ironic. Lu Shihan deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that those at nearby tables could hear her. Unexpectedly, another table of diners shared her sentiments, having been displeased by the earlier couple's condescending banter. One of them called out, well said, my dear. What a splendid retort. Wang Yu chuckled, and since Lu Shihan had spoken up, he felt compelled to support her. As this is my inaugural visit to a Japanese restaurant, may I inquire, dear friend, must one possess a fortune exceeding $1 billion to dine here? The young man responded with a laugh. I earn 8,000 a month and dine here frequently. Another girl added, I earn 10,000 a month and come often. Wang Yu feigned shock. Oh, then I can rest easy. I feared that without $1 billion, one would be barred from entry. At that moment, the couple could no longer contain themselves, simultaneously retorting, what audacity! How dare you speak so brazenly without wealth? Then I presume you shall cover the tab for this table? Wang Yu's smile vanished in an instant. He had initially sought only to enjoy his meal, yet this couple insisted on provoking him, leaving him no choice but to comply. A mere table of dishes costs but a pittance. How sensitive you are. Do you even know my monthly income? The man stood, glaring at Wang Yu as he berated him. Why should I be concerned about your opinions? Wang Yu replied coolly. The atmosphere in the dining hall shifted. All 5 tables of patrons halted their conversations, focusing on the unfolding drama. It became evident that while the man had initially exuded confidence, Wang Yu now radiated a composed poise. The man dismissively remarked, do you recognize the value of this watch? Can you even fathom it? You could toil your entire life and never afford it. Do you truly think you can match me? He boasted, while dining here, my projects yield profits by the minute. Pray tell, does a law exist that dictates one's speech must reflect their wealth? Moreover, your ostentatious watch, purchased for 2.7 million, is common knowledge. Do you truly believe that owning it elevates your status? This statement rendered the man momentarily speechless. The watch, a bespoke Patek Philippe, was not acquired from a store but custom-made, costing precisely 2.72 million, a detail that only the buyer would know. Most individuals could only speculate about the prices of high-end, limited edition pieces, as they would not have access to such privileged information. It became clear that the young man had previously purchased such a timepiece. Yet he noticed Wang Yu was not wearing one. Thus, he questioned, have you owned one? Never owned one, but I have a friend who has. It is indeed the Patek Philippe 5327G perpetual calendar super complicated chronograph, customized with that dragon motif, which is not found on the standard models, nor in your unique emerald hue. Am I mistaken? Wang Yu recited the information with precision. The man fell silent, clearly taken aback. Why do you not own a watch? I simply did not wear it today. Must I don a watch daily, flaunting designer labels, and surround myself with a bevy of women to appear sophisticated? Wang Yu countered. Others sensed that Wang Yu was not merely pretending. He exuded the air of genuine affluence, far surpassing the couple before him. Realizing their facade was crumbling, the couple opted for silence, resuming their meal. This brief interlude made Wang Yu realize that he could indeed afford a piece of luxury for himself, especially considering the substantial sum of money he possessed, which was far more than he needed for his daily expenses. The concept of daily expenses varies greatly between the ordinary and the affluent. For the average person, it encompasses basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter, while for the wealthy, it extends to luxury cars, exquisite watches, and opulent residences. Clearly, Wang Yu felt a profound lack in his life, and as he found himself at a crossroads, he decided to first purchase a watch, followed by a car. An hour later, they finally finished lunch, and as evening approached, they opted to take a taxi home. Upon returning home, Wang Yu diligently searched for nearby driving schools on his phone. He came across one called Tianshan Driving School, which claimed that one could obtain a driver's license in as little as 45 days. Lacking any prior knowledge, he called to inquire further. In theory, most driving schools offer a 45-day timeline for obtaining a license, yet few ever achieve this. When the call connected, a voice on the other end greeted him. Hello. This is Tianshan Driving School. How may I assist you? Wang Yu responded, I am interested in enrolling to learn driving. Is it true that you can obtain a license in as little as 45 days? The customer service representative replied, the 45 days is a theoretical time frame, contingent upon passing all exams on the first attempt without any failures. Wang Yu found this response rather unhelpful, as it seemed to him like a form of false advertising. The representative further explained, if one is diligent in their studies, many students pass on their first try. And there are even cases of individuals receiving their licenses within 45 days, with others taking just 2 months. Well, all driving schools are relatively similar. How do I go about enrolling? Wang Yu inquired. For ordinary students, the fee is 6,000 yuan, while one-on-one instruction costs 8,000 yuan, the representative clarified. The instructor will pick you up daily, but this does not include the simulation fees for the second and third subjects. Having never taken a driving test before, Wang Yu was unfamiliar with these details. However, his primary concern was speed. Money was not a hindrance. Will one-on-one instruction expedite the process? He asked. Indeed. One-on-one instruction allows for more practice time and a more detailed teaching approach, the representative confirmed. Very well, I will enroll in the one-on-one program. Wang Yu decided. If you are available, please come for a physical examination tomorrow, and you can begin your driving lessons that very day. All right, I shall do that. After completing his registration, Wang Yu finally found a moment of tranquility. Since returning to the bustling metropolis, he had not rested for a single minute. If one were to inquire about his activities, he could merely say he had earned 500 million yuan without having done much else. Having eaten lunch rather late, he was not particularly hungry for dinner. Yet, he still felt the urge to snack later, so he reclined on his bed, opened his phone, and searched for a movie to pass the time, planning to get up around 8 or 9 o'clock to prepare something to eat. Unfortunately, he found nothing appealing among the newly released films. However, he noticed a notification for a message on WeChat. Switching to the WeChat interface, he discovered numerous unread messages, one of which was from Tong. Although many messages were from public accounts or payment confirmations, his long-standing compulsion required him to clear the red, indicating unread messages. Even if he did not read the content, he had to tap on it to alleviate his discomfort. Ultimately, he opened Tong's message, which read, "Have you returned to the metropolis?" Since his return, Wang Yu had not communicated with Tong, nor had he reached out to his former colleagues. "Yes, I returned yesterday and have been busy all day today," he replied, adjusting his posture for greater comfort. "Have you finished your family matters?" Tong inquired. Wang Yu responded. "Not yet. I will have to return in about a month and a half, but there is nothing pressing at the moment." "Oh, what are you doing now? Aren't you working?" she asked. "No, I am currently engaged in antiques and stone gambling. I have plenty of free time, much more relaxed than a regular job," Wang Yu replied. Hearing about Wang Yu's newfound freedom, Tong promptly asked, "When will you be free to have a meal or watch a movie together?" Wang Yu was taken aback. Such sentiments were typically exchanged between romantic partners or during a courtship. Yet, he knew Tong could not possibly be pursuing him, as she had always been single and he was the only unmarried male in their office. "How about tomorrow afternoon?" Tong inquired again. Wang Yu replied, "I am afraid I cannot make it tomorrow afternoon. I have driving lessons scheduled, having just enrolled in a driving school today." "You enrolled in a driving school?" Tong asked, intrigued. "Where is it? I have always wanted to learn to drive, but never got around to it." Wang Yu asked in return. "Do you want to obtain a driver's license too?" Wang Yu recalled that Tong did not own a car. Was she considering purchasing one? "Yes." "Which driving school did you choose?" "Let's learn together." Tong responded eagerly. Wang Yu had not anticipated her interest. Having someone to practice with would certainly be advantageous. However, he was uncertain if they could both learn together since he had already signed up for private instruction. "You enrolled in such an expensive course? How much is the one-on-one instruction?" Tong asked. "Not much, 8,000 yuan. The regular course is 6,000 yuan, Wang Yu replied. Tong was eager to learn alongside Wang Yu, relishing the opportunity to spend time together. She then asked, "Could you ask the instructor if we can study together?" "I get anxious alone." Wang Yu questioned, "What is there to be afraid of?" Many instructors can be quite lecherous and take advantage of young women. Tong envisioned the instructors in a rather unsavory light. Unsure of how to respond, Wang Yu said, "I will inquire about it. It would be better if we could learn together." "Yes, please do." Wang Yu promptly called the driving school again. To his surprise, the same customer service representative answered. After a brief conversation, they agreed to Wang Yu's request, allowing Tong to pay the regular fee while the instructor would teach both of them together. Upon receiving this news, Wang Yu informed Tong and arranged to meet the following morning for their lessons. At that moment, Tong was still at work. But in her eagerness to learn with Wang Yu, she decided to take a half day off the next morning. In their small private company, the rules were flexible. As long as the request was not outrageous, the supervisor would generally accommodate it. Tong sent a message to her supervisor, Chen Yuxiang, explaining the situation, knowing that their relationship was amicable and that such matters could be easily discussed. The next morning, Wang Yu dressed in casual attire and donned a pair of flat shoes as he made his way to their meeting point. Tong had arrived early and had thoughtfully prepared 2 breakfasts, one for herself and one for Wang Yu. Wang Yu lived nearby and rode a shared bicycle. Taking only 10 minutes to arrive, while Lu Tong was even closer, taking just 3 minutes to walk from her apartment. You are out quite early, Wang Yu remarked upon their meeting. Lu Tong shyly presented the breakfast she had prepared, saying, I just arrived as well. This is for you. I thought you might not have eaten breakfast yet. Feeling a bit bashful, Wang Yu accepted the offering, saying, Thank you. Why be so courteous? I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me last time. Lu Tong smiled, her radiance akin to the sun. This innocent and sweet smile rendered Wang Yu utterly defenseless. Although Lu Tong's beauty and figure could not quite rival Han Xue, her charm lay in her simplicity and purity. She lacked the pretentiousness of a young lady, untouched by societal constraints, making conversations with her utterly relaxed. In stark contrast, Wang Yu felt a palpable pressure in the presence of Han Xue, each word laden with the fear of misstep. After taking a bite of his breakfast, Wang Yu noticed a training car approaching. The vehicle halted by the roadside, and a tall, slender instructor leaned out, inquiring, Are you Wang Yu? It was then that Wang Yu dared to confirm the identity of his instructor. Yes, you must be Coach Zhang, right? Indeed. This young lady is accompanying you, correct? Please hop in. Coach Zhang glanced at Lu Tong as he spoke. The two opened the back doors and settled into the car, which soon set off. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the driving school. The instructor addressed them. If you both wish to learn together, you must choose the same type of transmission, manual or automatic. Automatic, please. Manual is of little practical use, Wang Yu replied to Lu Tong. I agree. I find manual far too challenging, and it's seldom needed. Lu Tong added. In truth, the difficulty between manual and automatic transmissions is quite pronounced, despite merely adding a clutch. Mastering it requires a level of training that can easily lead to reprimands from instructors if not executed well. Thus, they both successfully registered, underwent physical examinations, and commenced practice on the second subject. That evening, Lu Tong invited Wang Yu out for dinner, and they enjoyed a delightful night together. From the following day onward, Wang Yu practiced driving 3 days a week and returned home each evening to study for the first subject. After completing the first and second subjects, he began preparing for the fourth, reviewing materials at night. By the evenings of the 12th and 26th, Wang Yu had completed the third subject and felt lighthearted while studying for the fourth. For him, it was merely a matter of awaiting his driver's license. As long as one could read, passing the fourth subject was a foregone conclusion, barring sheer laziness. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came through. Seeing a local number from Magic City, Wang Yu answered. Generally, he refrained from answering landline calls or numbers from beyond Magic City, as he was not in sales and had no client accumulation. Thus, he could choose to answer or ignore calls at will, unlike the sales staff at his company, such as Lu Tong, who had to answer every call. Fearing missed opportunities with clients, Wang Yu relished the tranquility of his non-sales position, despite its fixed salary and lack of performance bonuses. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Yu? Came the voice. Yes, who is this? Wang Yu replied. The caller, a man of seemingly similar age, explained, I am Xiao Hating, a special envoy from the Han family visiting Magic City, here to personally deliver an invitation to the Tunglong banquet. May I ask if you are home? Wang Yu was taken aback, astonished that the invitation he had heard about would indeed arrive at such a late hour. I am home. You're delivering it this late? He exclaimed. Xiao Hating replied calmly, I will arrive in 10 minutes. All right, I'll await your arrival. With that, Wang Yu set aside his studies for the fourth subject, deciding it would be best to attend the Tunglong banquet before returning to his preparations. He placed his phone down and tidied up the corners of his home. Ensuring it was presentable, he wouldn't want the envoy to witness any untidiness. Although he was a man, and not part of the Han family, Wang Yu felt it necessary to maintain decorum. Typically, when male visitors such as Tang Fei or Lu Jifeng entered his home, he would neglect even to comb his hair. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. It appeared that the Han family's steward had meticulously preserved the address and number, allowing Xiao Hating to locate the residence effortlessly. 3 knocks resounded. This was the customary etiquette of the Han family, indicative of their well-trained manners. Chapter 66. Etiquette for the banquet. Upon opening the door, Wang Yu beheld a tall, slender gentleman clad in a black professional suit. Strikingly handsome and exuding an air of sophistication, truly befitting the special envoy of Magic City. You must be the envoy Xiao, Wang Yu exclaimed. Please come in. Thank you. Xiao Hating entered and bowed respectfully, addressing Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, this is a special invitation crafted by our patriarch, Han Shibin, expressly for you. Please accept it with care. Wang Yu felt flattered, unaccustomed to such reverence, and responded, There's no need for such formality. Please have a seat and enjoy some water. After presenting the invitation, Wang Yu gestured for Xiao Hating to sit on the sofa while he poured some water. Xiao Hating, aside from delivering the invitation, had additional matters to discuss with Wang Yu, so he did not rush to leave. Once seated, Xiao Hating took a sip of water and addressed Wang Yu. Our Tunglong banquet will be held at 303 Queens Road, where our headquarters in Magic City is located. The banquet hall is the third largest in the city. All guests must possess this invitation to enter, so please ensure you keep it safe. Understood, I will guard it carefully, Wang Yu assured him. Xiao Haiding continued. You are our patriarch's savior, thus holding a prestigious position at the banquet, seated at table 1, which is reserved for the most distinguished guests, including the chairman of Kongda Biotechnology and Mr. Hussein, chairman of Radian Shiman Medical. This year marks Mr. Hussein's 60th birthday. We will celebrate his milestone while discussing our collaboration, and it is customary for all seated at table 1 to present him with a token of appreciation. In that case, the stance of Shiman Medical seems rather elevated, Wang Yu observed. Xiao Haiding sighed, visibly uncomfortable. Indeed, we have little choice. The medical field possesses many advanced technologies, and our collaboration with Shiman Medical is intended to address the deficiencies in domestic technological capabilities. Despite appearances, we find ourselves somewhat reliant on them. The nature of this collaboration is quite straightforward. Shiman Medical provides technology, while the Han family supplies talent, market operation, and 70 of the funding, with the People's Bank contributing the remaining 30. That is quite impressive. What should I prepare in advance? Wang Yu mused, uncertain of the preferences of his esteemed counterparts. Xiao Haiding remarked, I have come to see you not only to deliver the invitation, but also to discuss this matter. In truth, we have long understood Mr. Hussein's nature, which aligns perfectly with you, Mr. Wang. He has a profound appreciation for antiques and calligraphy. If you could procure some exquisite and rare pieces for him, it would indeed be splendid. Exquisite and rare calligraphy? Wang Yu pondered for a moment, and an idea swiftly materialized. Visiting the antique market could prove to be a prudent course of action. Exceptional works of art need not always come with exorbitant price tags, for he is not an ordinary individual, but rather one with a discerning eye. Many are drawn to calligraphy and antiques, particularly as they reach their 60s or 70s, seemingly losing interest in other pursuits, yet developing a profound fondness for such treasures. Wang Yu wondered if he, too, would find himself similarly inclined at that age. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Special Envoy Xiao. Rest assured, I will not disappoint Mr. Hussein. Wang Yu suddenly became curious about the guests at table 1 and inquired, might you divulge who else will be present at table 1? There are 8 individuals at table 1. Alongside our esteemed elder and Miss Han, you, Mr. Wang, are our own. Additionally, there is Mr. Wu Hongliang, the president of the People's Bank's Lujiazui branch, Mr. Yang Kong, chairman of Kongda Biological, and Mr. Wei Shubin, chairman of Oriental Media. Furthermore, the chief executive and the head of the marketing department from our Han family's pharmaceutical enterprise will also be present. In fact, apart from table 1, there will be many distinguished guests at the other tables, some of whom have collaborated with us in the past, while others come as friends of ours. We welcome them all to this grand banquet. Wang Yu listened attentively, feeling a twinge of nervousness. He had never encountered such a grand affair before, and would likely meet numerous titans of the business world. As Xiao Haiding mentioned, figures like Hussein and Yang Kong held status comparable to Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin, albeit lacking their wealth. Dining with such eminent personalities would surely provide ample material for conversation for years to come. Wang Yu felt that, in terms of status, he was leagues away from them, and in terms of wealth, he was even further behind. Fortunately, the Han family had arranged matters meticulously, for one could not afford to be ignorant of banquet etiquette, lest one become the subject of ridicule. With Xiao Haiding's guidance, he felt somewhat prepared. Thank you, Special Envoy Xiao, for taking the trouble to remind me. I now have a clearer understanding of how to prepare for this banquet. Seeing Wang Yu's comprehension, Xiao Haiding rose to depart. Then I shall take my leave. I must hurry to prepare the venue. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer. Until we meet again at the Tunglong banquet. Once Xiao Haiding left, Wang Yu immediately began to research locations for a comprehensive antique market in the Magic City, hoping to unearth some hidden gems. Although the Magic City may not rival the capital in terms of the abundance of porcelain and calligraphy, it certainly had its own thriving market, with numerous large antique markets and reputable auction houses. If he were merely seeking treasures, it largely depended on luck, and he need not confine himself to an international auction house like Baoli. Wang Yu soon discovered an antique market located in Qibao Ancient Town. It was quite a distance away, requiring over an hour by subway and a transfer, so he decided not to waste time and opted to rest for the night, planning to rise early the next morning. Meanwhile, the venue for the Tunglong banquet was being meticulously arranged. It was late at night, and Xiao Haiding, along with several key figures in the Magic City, was busy ensuring everything was in order. Besides setting up the venue, they were also responsible for conducting nightly inspections to guarantee that no security issues would arise during the banquet. Chapter 67. Are you asleep? At this moment, Han Xue was already aboard the flight to the Magic City, accompanied by her father, Han Qibin. As they were about to arrive at the airport, It was imperative for Special Envoy Xiao Haiding to personally welcome them. Just as Xiao Haiding reached the venue, he had to rush to the airport. Fully occupied with his duties, you must maintain strict vigilance. Any issues that arise will fall upon you. Do you understand? We understand, Special Envoy Xiao. Excellent. You two shall accompany me to the airport to receive our esteemed guests. The elder and the young lady have arrived. Xiao Haiding instructed the two young women. Do not underestimate these two young ladies. They are among the finest female bodyguards at the venue, capable of overpowering 2 or 3 average adult men in a confrontation. The reason for employing so many female bodyguards is to catch potential assailants off guard, as they often perceive women as weaker, thus emboldening them to act more recklessly, which makes them easy to expose. Xiao Haiding, accompanied by the 2 female bodyguards, boarded a business vehicle, followed by 3 similar vehicles as they set off. At 10:14 p.m., the plane landed punctually at Hangzhou Airport in the Magic City, where Xiao Haiding and his companions awaited their arrival. Upon spotting Han Ningxue and Han Qibin, they promptly moved to greet them. Elder, young lady, thank you for your efforts on the journey. How have you fared here recently? Han Qibin inquired with a smile. Xiao Haiding replied, thanks to your blessings, Elder, all is well here. Have the invitation letters for our guests in the Magic City been delivered? Han Qibin pressed further. Indeed, as per your instructions, all invitations have been dispatched. I personally delivered Wang Yu's invitation and briefed him on the arrangements at the venue. Xiao Haiding responded with a slight bow. That is reassuring. Now, let us proceed. The group moved toward the parking area, where Han Ningxue jogged to catch up with Xiao Haiding and quietly asked, Special Envoy Xiao, did you mention this Mr. Hussein to Wang Yu? Yes. Why do you ask, young lady? Have you discussed Mr. Hussein's grand birthday celebration with him? Has he mentioned any gifts he intends to present to Mr. Hussein? Han Ningxue inquired with curiosity. This Mr. Wang has not specified, but he assured me that he would not let Mr. Hussein down. Xiao Haiding replied. Han Ningxue, being one of the guests at table 1 herself, recognized that her father needed only to present a single grand gift. However, she was still uncertain about what would constitute an appropriate offering. She resolved to consult Wang Yu upon her arrival in the Magic City. Wang Yu's piercing gaze had left a deep impression on Han Ningxue. She understood that if she were to shop alone, not only would it be costly, but she might also not procure the finest selection. Thus, seeking Wang Yu's assistance would be a more efficient use of her time. From Xiao Haiding's description, it seemed Wang Yu had yet to decide on a gift. So once she was in the car, Han Ningxue sent him a WeChat message. Hi, are you there? There was no response. 10 minutes later. As the convoy had traveled a considerable distance, it was now 10:45 p.m., and Han Ningxue sent another message. Are you asleep? This marked the first time in her life that Han Ningxue had reached out to someone without receiving a reply, undoubtedly leaving a lasting impression on her. However, given Wang Yu's capabilities, she found herself admiring him rather than feeling upset over his silence. His lack of response only added to his enigmatic charm. Were it another man, he would have likely called to express his frustration. Since Wang Yu had not replied, it was clear he had already retired for the night. She decided to reach out again in the morning, considering that he might be fatigued after the recent day's events. As a young lady of privilege, Han Ningxue would never act in a petulant manner like an ordinary girl. She possessed the wisdom to be considerate of other circumstances. The Han family possesses their own hotel in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, along with a modestly sized villa adorned with opulent yet unrefined decor. Given that they predominantly reside in Yanjing, this villa is primarily inhabited by caretakers, security personnel, and their beloved pets. Many fail to comprehend the rationale behind their acquisition of such a villa in Magic City, particularly when they themselves do not reside there. For the Han family, this property serves as a financial investment, with significant appreciation potential that yields substantial returns. The funds allocated for this investment necessitate hiring staff to maintain the property. In essence, it parallels the principles of finance regarding mutual funds and stocks, wherein an institution purchasing shares incurs fees, commissions, and taxes. In our nation, real estate, much like Matai liquor, embodies financial attributes, as it can be acquired for appreciation and treated as an investment venture. The villa is situated a mere 10-minute stroll from the banquet hall, ensuring convenient access. Upon their return to the villa in the evening, they are greeted by the housekeeper and the private chef, who have prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome them. Welcome, Mr. Han and Miss Han, to Magic City. We have specially arranged some delicacies for your arrival. Although it is past 10 p.m., the pangs of hunger compel Han Ningxue to indulge in the delectable offerings, despite her usual concern for her figure. I'm so hungry. Thank you, chef, for preparing such a feast at this late hour. If left uneaten, the food would inevitably be discarded the following day. But the staff enjoys a generous and fresh daily meal, rendering it unnecessary. After dining with Han Qibin, the housekeeper, and others, Han Ningxue attended to her personal care and retired for the night. The following day, December 28th, dawned bright and clear, with a gentle southeast breeze. By 8 a.m., the sun had risen, and the weather was warm, ideal for an outing. Wang Yu, having risen, dressed himself and ventured out to procure a light breakfast at Qibao, where an ancient town food street boasts a myriad of culinary delights. With ample time at his disposal, he opted for a taxi rather than the subway. As he retrieved his phone, several messages from Han Ningxue caught his eye, sent the previous evening. Having neglected to check his phone upon waking, he quickly responded. "What is up?" Han Ningxue, dissatisfied with his lackluster response, retorted, "Is that how you reply to messages?" Confused, Wang Yu wondered how else he should have responded. "I fell asleep last night. I had to rise early today and didn't check my phone. Can't you even say good morning?" Han Ningxue countered. Admittedly, Wang Yu typically greeted her in the morning, but in his haste to answer her inquiry, he had overlooked the pleasantry. He quickly added, "Good morning, Miss Han. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. You mentioned going out? Where to?" In truth, Han Ningxue was not genuinely upset. She merely sought to tease Wang Yu, finding him more innocent and amusing than the wealthy airs she was accustomed to. Chapter 68. I also want to find a bargain. "Didn't you ask Special Envoy Xiao Hading to deliver an invitation to me yesterday? He mentioned Mr. Hussein's 60th birthday and requested that I prepare some exquisite calligraphy and paintings. I intend to visit the antique market today." "Huh, where are you going?" "I want to join you to the antique market." Han Ningxue's tone shifted to one of innocent eagerness, and despite being text, Wang Yu could sense the change. So what if she is the eldest daughter of the Han family, worth billions? When she seeks assistance, her demeanor is devoid of arrogance. Wang Yu was more than willing to accompany such a stunning woman. "Sounds good, but will you drive? I don't have a car. And if you reply a minute late, I might already be on my way." "All right, I'll drive my McLaren over to find you. Are you at home?" Han Ningxue need not ask for Wang Yu's address, as she already knew it. "I'm at the roadside by our community gate. Come on over." "Okay, I'll be there shortly." Wang Yu felt a flutter of anticipation at the prospect of meeting Han Ningxue again, as it had been over a month since their last encounter. In the bustling international metropolis, she stood out even more than before, her classical beauty unmatched by others. Unlike the typical slender figures glorified in the entertainment industry, Han Ningxue possessed the curvaceous form that many men find appealing, slim where it should be and voluptuous where it ought to be full. Accompanying her would undoubtedly elevate Wang Yu's social standing. After spending 20 minutes idly playing on his phone, a white McLaren came to a halt beside him. As the window rolled down, Han Ningxue waved. "Wang Yu, get in." Wang Yu hurried over and took a seat in the passenger seat. A scene that caught the envious eyes of several young men heading to work. Upon arriving at Qibao ancient town, Han Ningxue parked the car and they walked toward the food street. In Magic City, few recognized Han Ningxue, although she was renowned in Yanjing. She was neither a celebrity nor a public figure. Most people either knew her from real life or had merely heard of her, leaving many unacquainted with her exceptional identity. At most, passers-by might admire her beauty without realizing her significance, as attractive women abound on the streets. "Let us grab some breakfast," Wang Yu suggested. "There's no rush." This was Han Ningxue's first visit to the ancient town, having previously explored only the city center. After some time, she remarked, "Are there any antique shops here?" "Yes. But antiques and food are in separate areas. We can visit them later." "All right, let us go for some pot stickers," Han Ningxue declared. Wang Yu, fond of pot stickers but having not indulged in them for quite some time, replied, "Sounds good. I've been craving them. Let us go." With the food street bustling with options, they quickly found a pot sticker vendor, and soon they were seated, enjoying their meal while engaging in conversation. Han Ningxue revealed her intentions. "Our family needs to present a rather special gift to Mr. Hussein, but thus far, we have yet to find anything suitable. Since you have an eye for such matters, I thought to seek your assistance in selecting something. That is no problem, but it also depends on luck. Finding a bargain is unpredictable. It requires skill to uncover treasures." Wang Yu remarked. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Does the Han family truly lack such rare treasures?" Han Ningxue shook her head. "Most of them have been given to my father as gifts from business partners. Our family doesn't specialize in antiques. We typically receive items from others, and there aren't many extraordinary treasures." "That makes sense. If you want something, you'll have to purchase it," Wang Yu acknowledged. "Exactly. I'd rather find a bargain. If I do happen upon something special, who would still want to pay a premium for it?" Han Ningxue laughed. "That's true. I rely entirely on luck." 15 minutes later, the two had finished their pot stickers and rose to make their way to the antique market. The weather was splendid, drawing a considerable crowd to the market, which was among the most prominent antique bazaars in the entire metropolis. Here, treasures valued in the hundreds of millions coexisted with trinkets priced as low as 10 yuan. It truly was a treasure trove where fortune favored the discerning. Wang Yu remembered that Hussein had a penchant for antiques, particularly a fondness for calligraphy and paintings, so he intentionally sought out shops specializing in such artworks. After wandering for a while, he noticed a particularly large shop with golden lettering adorning its entrance and a bustling interior, prompting him to step inside. "Miss Han, let us peruse here. Doesn't old Master Hussein have a fondness for calligraphy and paintings? If luck is on our side, how about each of us selects a piece?" Wang Yu suggested. "Sounds good. Let us take a look. You're the one with taste. I know nothing about this." Han Yingxue replied, her disinterest evident. Upon entering, Wang Yu activated his system. His gaze swept across an array of commonplace trinkets, and after 20 minutes of searching, he finally stumbled upon a respectable piece, 100 flowers of the Qing court painting, valued at 5 million. At first glance, Wang Yu thought this piece would hardly catch Hussein's discerning eye. It was far too ordinary, as such calligraphy and paintings were ubiquitous on the streets, particularly from the late Qing dynasty, and thus not particularly valuable. Nevertheless, having made the effort to visit the antique market, he felt it would be a missed opportunity to only acquire gifts for others. If he could procure this item at a low price and sell it for a profit, it could indeed be worthwhile. He resolved to inquire about the price, but the shop owner was engaged in conversation with another customer, appearing quite busy. Wang Yu held the painting in his hands, waiting for an opportunity to speak. At that moment, a well-dressed young man, evidently affluent, held another ancient painting and appeared quite taken with it. "How much for this one?" he asked the shop owner. The owner glanced at the painting and replied, "This one is a flat price of 500,000. If you want it, take it." "All right, I'll take it," the young man declared. However, a similarly aged man beside him expressed discontent, persistently advising, "Long Xiao, please reconsider. I have a feeling this painting isn't particularly valuable." Disregarding his companion, Long Xiao scoffed. "What do you know? Owner, I'll settle the bill." "Very well, please proceed to payment," the owner responded. Seeing that the other had completed his transaction, Wang Yu approached the owner to inquire, "Excuse me, how much is this one?" As Wang Yu approached, he inadvertently crossed paths with Long Xiao, resulting in an unexpected encounter. Long Xiao's gaze fixated on Han Yingxue's chest, seemingly transfixed. It appeared he had never encountered such a captivating beauty before. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Indeed, the rumors do not deceive," he exclaimed. Han Yingxue felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and attempted to sidestep him to leave. However, Long Xiao obstructed her path, saying, "Miss Han, I trust I'm not mistaken." After a prolonged moment, Han Yingxue, having never seen this man before, began to suspect he bore ill intentions and disdainfully queried, "And who might you be?" With a contemptuous smile revealing his prominent canines, Long Xiao reached out to touch Han Yingxue's attire, proclaiming, "You wouldn't recognize me since you're not in the metropolis, but I am quite familiar with you. You are none other than the esteemed young lady of the Han family from the capital, correct? What do you think you're doing?" Han Yingxue exclaimed, loudly interrupting as he made his advance. Enjoying her fiery response, Long Xiao, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "I didn't expect Miss Han to be quite so spirited." "I like that, ha ha ha." Wang Yu, unfamiliar with Long Xiao, felt utterly bewildered. Realizing that this so-called Long Xiao had merely recognized Han Yingxue from hearsay regarding her beauty, their lives having never intersected. Given their lack of acquaintance, Wang Yu saw no reason to prolong the conversation and directly interjected, "Long Xiao, if there's nothing else, could you refrain from wasting our time?" "Who do you think you are?" Long Xiao retorted, believing his dialogue with Han Yingxue to be exclusive, with no room for others to interject. Assuming Long Xiao held considerable influence, Han Yingxue turned to Wang Yu, asking, "Which family does this Long Xiao belong to?" Long Xiao awaited Wang Yu to introduce his illustrious name to the beauty, only to find Wang Yu entirely oblivious, which irked him considerably. Wang Yu simply shook his head. "How should I know?" Han Yingxue gasped in surprise. "What?" Long Xiao glared at Wang Yu. "Do you even reside in the metropolis? What do you do all day? You don't even know the illustrious Qian Zhilong of Hulun Road? Are you really that famous?" "I've never heard of you," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha. In the metropolis, the only people who don't recognize me are those who never leave their homes, the impoverished dregs of society, perpetually trapped at the bottom." Long Xiao stepped closer to Wang Yu, mocking him with a pitying tone. "I thought you were at least decent for being with Miss Han, yet you've disappointed me. How did you end up like this? Speak less if you lack any prowess. You're making me embarrassed in front of so many people. Ha ha ha." Wang Yu remained silent, regarding Qian Zhilong with an expression of disbelief. Qian Zhilong continued his tirade. "Anyone here could easily identify me." He then plucked a random individual from the crowd. "You, state my name, and I'll reward you with 500 yuan. The chosen man, around 40, confidently responded. Qian Zhilong of Hulun Road Securities, a renowned speculator in the metropolis, backed by the formidable Dongfang Securities, with family assets in the hundreds of billions. "Correct. Zhou Ping. Transfer him 500 on WeChat," came the reply. The man joyfully accepted the payment. Qian Zhilong often engaged in such displays, rewarding others with cash to flaunt his wealth. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu began to understand that Qian Zhilong indeed possessed a notable reputation in the metropolis. However, as someone who rarely ventured out, he held little interest in such young masters, and thus remained unfamiliar. Qian Zhilong resumed his crude remarks directed at Han Ningxue. Miss Han, what brings you to the metropolis? Is it to seek out someone as illustrious as me? Did you send someone to ascertain that I would be at Qibao today, so you could chance upon me? Ugh, Han Ningxue, nearly retched. Please, spare me your delusions. I don't know you, nor do I wish to converse with you. Step aside. Yet, Long Xiao persisted. Your family, the Hans, wields considerable power in the capital, but do not forget this is the metropolis. Mark my words, any woman I desire shall not escape my grasp. With disdain, Han Ningxue retorted, I have no time for your prattle today. If you don't step away, don't blame me for being ungracious. While Wang Yu conversed with Qian Zhilong, Han Ningxue had already discreetly summoned 10 bodyguards, who were en route. Upon their arrival at Qibao, they would be stationed outside, ready to ensure her and Wang Yu's safety at her command. The bystanders, upon overhearing a young lady address Long Xiao in such a manner, were utterly incredulous. They exchanged glances, pondering who this formidable woman could possibly be. Typically, when encountering Long Xiao, girls would lower themselves, some even pleading to accompany him for a night, all for the sake of monetary gain. Yet today, this woman audaciously dismissed any notion of conversing with him, truly a rarity. Who is she to wield such influence? She appears quite attractive. Surely, Long Xiao would be inclined to cherish her. Did you not hear? He is the esteemed heir of the Han family in the capital, wielding a status in Beijing that rivals Long Xiao's in the bustling metropolis. A crowd gathered, chattering incessantly, until Qian Zhilong, visibly annoyed, turned to Han Ningxue and remarked, Do not forget, we are in the magic city, not Yanjing. What airs are you putting on? Han Ningxue turned her face away, refusing to regard Qian Zhilong. I have always carried myself with such confidence. If you find it displeasing, do not provoke me. Who asked you to come over and bother me? Save your little tricks for those naive girls who have yet to witness the world. Do not waste my time. Miss Han, I fail to understand why a lady of your stature would choose to associate with a nobody rather than yield to Long Xiao. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed in public? Qian Zhilong attempted to instill doubt in Han Ningxue's mind, hoping to sway her affections towards himself. However, reality is hardly so malleable. Han Ningxue held no interest in such privileged young men. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, she retorted, Whom are you insulting? He is my friend. Please show some respect. I see you as the real fool, looking down on him. This so-called fool, who is not even known to the most handsome Long Xiao in the Magic City, reveals just how limited his social circle must be. What capabilities could he possibly possess to deceive you so completely? Long Xiao pointed at Wang Yu, his gaze fixed on Han Ningxue. Han Ningxue scoffed in response. He possesses an exceptional discerning eye, a talent for spotting hidden gems, unlike you, a wealthy heir who has never known want. Qian Zhilong could hardly believe it as he glanced at Wang Yu. This one, he can appraise antiques? Well, color me surprised. Chapter 70. Such fear of defeat. Wang Yu had remained silent until now, disinterested in speaking, as others were unaware of his unique abilities. He knew that should an expert in appraisal appear, the truth would soon be revealed. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Qian Zhilong shouted at Wang Yu. Wang Yu merely turned to glance at him. I am pressed for time. I did not come here to engage in your idle chatter. An amateur, hoping to navigate the antique market, ought to be wary of losing everything. Wang Zhilong laughed heartily at the sight of the painting Wang Yu held. Wang Yu chose to ignore Qian Zhilong, instead inquiring of the shopkeeper once more, How much for this painting? I'll take it. The shopkeeper replied, This painting is priced at 5,000 yuan. Very well. Just scan my payment. Wang Yu opened his WeChat payment QR code for the shopkeeper. Qian Zhilong patted his subordinate Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, laughing uproariously. You spent 5,000 yuan on this painting? I'm in stitches, truly, a fool with too much money. Wang Yu turned around, glaring coldly at Qian Zhilong. What are you laughing at? Qian Zhilong continued to chuckle. You're simply too amusing. I can't contain my laughter. I ask again, what is so funny? Wang Yu's tone grew sharper. Qian Zhilong's mirth began to fade as he sensed Wang Yu's temper was not to be trifled with. It was uncomfortable to see someone like him stand tall before him. Such a person must be decisively put in their place, lest they become a permanent thorn in his side. You think 5,000 yuan has secured you a treasure? This painting could very well end up in the trash. You silly bird, Qian Zhilong declared, his demeanor dripping with condescension. Wang Yu merely smirked, viewing Qian Zhilong as a fool without any emotional turmoil. Are you an expert in appraisal? I am not. Are you? If not, cease your incessant prattle. What I choose to buy is none of your concern. Do you understand? Wang Yu glared at Qian Zhilong. Qian Jilong's patience waned. Who do you think you are, daring to speak so brazenly before me, Long Xiao? Who is truly seeking trouble here? My purchasing a painting has nothing to do with you. Wang Yu exhibited none of the subservience shown by the young sycophants who revered Long Xiao. He did not cower before Qian Jilong, as if he were royalty. You can't stand the fact that I am close to Miss Han, can you? Then prove your worth, Long Xiao of the Magic City. If you're merely a talker, well done, you bold lad. Qian Jilong chuckled, realizing he had encountered a worthy adversary. It had been years since anyone dared speak so audaciously in his presence. However, for him, reputation outweighed wealth. Should this unremarkable youth overshadow him today? How would Long Xiao maintain his standing in the Magic City? Very well, you wish to see my capabilities? Did you not just purchase a painting? Let us find an expert in appraisal to determine its value. I have a painting as well. We shall compare. What is there to compare? Wang Yu replied. Had I known we were to compete, I would have purchased something far more expensive. Now that you realize my painting surpasses yours in value, are you beginning to retreat? Qian Jilong pressed, sensing Wang Yu's reluctance to risk embarrassment. How do you wish to proceed? Han Yingxia interjected. What do I want? Quite simply. If you believe this painting is of lesser value, we shall select another to compare. If I win, you must address me as grandfather whenever you see me in the Magic City. And Miss Han must accompany me for a night. If you win, the terms are yours to dictate. Qian Jilong's audacity ignited the atmosphere, causing onlookers to abandon their pursuits and flock to witness the spectacle. Wang Yu, however, did not acquiesce to Qian Jilong's conditions, insisting, Miss Han is not involved in this matter. I will wager with you alone. Do not drag her into this. Qian Jilong cackled. Are you afraid? Miss Han has not protested. Why do you seem so anxious, so fearful of losing? Indeed, Han Yingxia felt no fear. She merely wished for Wang Yu to engage in the wager. Even should he lose, Qian Jilong would not dare harm a hair on her head. For her family's connections with the People's Bank would render any retaliation against him a simple matter. Do not worry, just gamble with him. I believe in you, Wang Yu. Is this for real? So forward. Qian Jilong began to indulge in self-admiration. Miss Han must have taken a liking to me long ago, using this bet as a pretext to spend the night with me. No need to rush. Let me win first. He he he. Each of Qian Jilong's utterances was accompanied by laughter, which disgusted Han Yingxia. How could someone be so repugnant? It was intolerable. Me fancy you. In your dreams. Spare me your nauseating advances. Han Yingxia offered no quarter to Qian Jilong. Yet, this only fueled his exhilaration. Indeed, I love a fiery spirit. He laughed heartily. Go away. Han Yingxia moved 3 meters away from Qian Jilong, determined to keep her composure and not succumb to frustration. Qian Jilong inquired once more, do you truly dare to gamble? Miss Han herself has accepted. If you lack the courage to wager, then be swift in your departure and spare us the embarrassment. Wang Yu, assured of his victory, merely needed to locate the most valuable item in the venue with utmost expediency. Even if Qian Jilong possessed unparalleled skill, he could never surpass the efficiency of Wang Yu's system. The shop's antiquities predominantly comprised ceramics and paintings, lacking any bronze artifacts, with over 1,000 items in total. To sift through them solely by the naked eye would be an impossible task, requiring an eternity to complete. Moreover, many invaluable items were not immediately discernible, easily overlooked, and the situation remained highly dynamic. Thus, Wang Yu resolutely declared, very well, I shall accept your wager. However, should I emerge victorious, the worth of the items I acquire, regardless of their valuation, will be compensated by you, and I shall not part with any antiques. Upon hearing this, Qian Jilong was displeased. You won't relinquish the antiquities to me, yet you expect me to pay you? If you lack the courage to wager, then I have no time to squander here. Wang Yu promptly gathered the painting he held, preparing to seek out an appraiser. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Qian Jilong. I will wager with you. The young master Qian has ample funds. I refuse to believe you can uncover an antique worth over 100 million. We shall limit our time to half an hour. Within this duration, select the items you deem most promising. Thus, it was settled. Wang Yu responded, agreed. Qian Jilong then addressed the shopkeeper, kindly bear witness. Summon an appraiser forthwith for on-site evaluation. The shopkeeper nodded. Of course, no problem, young Master Long. He promptly arranged for his subordinates to summon an appraiser while he himself prepared to time their endeavors. At precisely 11 o'clock a.m., the timer commenced. The shopkeeper activated the countdown on his phone. Qian Jilong began to rummage through the items, assisted by his subordinate, Xiao Zhou, who handed him various objects. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained stationary, merely surveying his surroundings. Observing Wang Yu's inactivity, Han Yingxia clasped her hands anxiously, her expression fraught with concern. Though she was unafraid of Qian Jilong's potential actions, should Wang Yu falter and lose, her pride would be at stake. After all, she was not merely a worker but a young lady of considerable wealth. What are you doing? I'm about to lose my mind. Hurry up and choose. Han Ningxue nudged Wang Yu, her voice trembling with trepidation. Wang Yu then comprehended that Han Ningxue had accepted Qian Zhilong's challenge to preserve her dignity, and he could not afford to disappoint her. Rest assured, I will prevail. Her faith in his words eased Han Ningxue's tension slightly, yet she remained on edge. Until the final moment, the outcome was uncertain. She was unaware of Wang Yu's system, and he could not disclose it to her, leaving him to offer mere verbal reassurances. Any further anxiety would yield no alternative solutions. Conversely, Han Ningxue's nervousness might create a false impression, leading others to underestimate Wang Yu's capabilities, thus emboldening them to wager recklessly and ultimately suffer defeat. At that moment, Wang Yu had scanned over 200 items, yet none bore significant value. Suddenly, he encountered a long string of zeros, prompting him to slow his gaze and return to a blue and white porcelain bowl he had previously overlooked. The system then presented a series of figures: Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain, one piece, valued at 5 million. While 5 million was indeed substantial, it surely was not the most precious item in the shop. Wang Yu handed the porcelain bowl to Han Ningxue, saying, "Hold on to this for now. I will continue my search, and if I find something superior, I will exchange it." "All right," Han Ningxue replied, taking the blue and white porcelain in hand. Her eyes remained fixed on Wang Yu, occasionally darting towards Qian Zhilong to gauge his progress. After all, knowledge of one's adversary is paramount to victory. If Qian Zhilong appeared excited, it would signal he had found something noteworthy, prompting her to alert Wang Yu. Thankfully, Qian Zhilong displayed no sign of exhilaration, mirroring Wang Yu's own focused search amidst the antiquities. However, unlike Wang Yu, Qian Zhilong meticulously inspected each artifact, examining them from every angle, convinced that each held significance. In contrast, Wang Yu barely touched the antiques, only sifting through those obscured from plain view, moving with remarkable swiftness. They circled the shop in opposite directions, and soon they would cross paths. Having surveyed roughly 2/3 of the store, Wang Yu noted that Qian Zhilong had barely examined 1/5. As they passed one another, Qian Zhilong wore a look of astonishment, then flashed a grin at Han Ningxue. "Miss Han, are you prepared? Where shall we go this evening?" Han Ningxue ignored him completely, and Wang Yu feigned ignorance, continuing his meticulous examination of each item. Irritation welled within Qian Zhilong at their dismissive demeanor, yet he dared not linger on it. For time was of the essence. He needed to seek out more valuable items. Shortly thereafter, Qian Zhilong placed a piece of ceramic in Xiao Zhou's hands for safekeeping before continuing his search. Moments later, he presented a painting to Xiao Zhou, instructing him to set down the ceramic. 20 minutes elapsed, and Wang Yu had nearly completed a full 360-degree scan, finally unearthing an item of greater worth than the previous blue and white porcelain, a painting. In the realm of antiquities, paintings typically commanded higher prices than ceramics due to their elevated artistic and aesthetic value. Rare were the instances where ceramics surpassed paintings in worth. Wang Yu had initially hoped to discover an exceptionally valuable ceramic piece to astound the audience, yet regrettably, he found none. The most valuable item was the painting he now held, appraised at 300 million. Entitled Number 5 of 1948, this artwork was created by the renowned American painter Jackson Pollock. Its content, a perplexing amalgamation of colorful lines, might easily be mistaken for a child's errant scribbles tossed onto the ground. However, the system confirmed its status as a highly esteemed piece, valued at 300 million. Wang Yu contemplated selling the painting directly for a substantial profit. However, as he intended to gift it to Hussein, that profit must be forfeited, leaving Qian Zhilong to bear the financial burden instead. This strategic maneuver ensured Wang Yu would incur no loss, a calculation he had initially devised. "Pray tell, what is this? Are you truly considering this piece?" Han Ningxue questioned, her brows furrowing at the sight of the painting, which she perceived as nothing more than a child's draft. Wang Yu confidently reassured her, "Do not fret. This is undoubtedly a worthy choice. I have already verified it." With merely 3 minutes remaining, Qian Zhilong secured a painting of his own and approached the shopkeeper, raising his artwork high and declaring, "All right, let us proceed." The proprietor, upon witnessing the two individuals each clutching a painting, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It was evident that both parties possessed considerable talent, neither being a mere trifler. However, he was blissfully unaware of the true worth of the two artworks. His intention for the antique shop was to allow patrons the opportunity to unearth hidden treasures, whether through skill or sheer luck. In any case, he was certain that he would ultimately profit. Wang Yu, holding his painting, addressed the owner. "Boss, please ensure you secure the payment for my artwork first. It would be quite pointless if, after you ascertain its value, you claim I have not paid and that the painting is not mine." The owner nodded, already eager to finalize the transaction upon seeing the piece in Wang Yu's possession. He was anxious to conclude the sale before the painting was appraised as worthless and Wang Yu contested the purchase. Very well, I shall price this artwork at 20,000 yuan. The proprietor thought to himself, considering that Wang Yu's eagerness to pay indicated he viewed the piece as a treasure. Thus, why not take advantage of his enthusiasm? Initially, he set a high price, planning to lower it if Wang Yu attempted to negotiate. Regardless, he was certain that at least 10,000 yuan would be secured. To his surprise, Wang Yu did not haggle at all, promptly scanning the payment. The cash register chimed, signaling the receipt of 20,000 yuan. While Wang Yu's phone was already tucked away in his pocket, Qian Zhilong, standing at a distance, erupted into laughter. Ha! How could there exist such a foolish individual who spends 20,000 yuan on such a trinket? I wouldn't even use it as toilet paper. Miss Han, prepare to book a hotel. What are you doing with such a simpleton? Han Ningxue clutched her phone, ready to summon assistance should Wang Yu falter. However, upon noticing her phone, Qian Zhilong, mistaking her intent, boasted, Miss Han, are you already booking a hotel? Don't forget to share the address with me. I'll drive you there in my Ferrari. Though if this fool is interested, he can tag along to observe. I am quite generous and easy to get along with. Han Ningxue had never encountered someone so shameless. In front of so many witnesses, he uttered such words, pushing her to the brink of explosion. Yet, for the sake of Wang Yu's dignity, she restrained herself. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd, declaring, the appraiser has arrived. Han Ningxue turned to see an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair and glasses entering. Make way for Master Hua, the proprietor exclaimed, clearing a path for the master appraiser, creating an open space where everyone could witness the unfolding drama involving Wang Yu, Qian Zhilong, and the appraisal expert. The owner, standing foremost, explained the situation. Master Hua, we have two young men wishing to wager, each believing their find holds greater value. We lack a professional appraiser, so we beseech your expertise. Master Hua, robust and rotund, was renowned in the realm of antiques, particularly in Shanghai, to assure both parties of his credibility. He introduced himself. I am Hua Jinan, Vice President of the Shanghai Antique Association, a member of the National Cultural Bureau, with 30 years of appraisal experience. At the age of 70, I have only erred thrice in my lifetime, all during my early years in this profession. Since age 46, I have not faltered, and I possess proficiency in all forms of ceramics and artworks from both ancient and contemporary eras. You may rest assured. Given Master Hui's formidable reputation and impartiality, both parties felt considerably reassured. Wang Yu remained silent while Qian Zhilong, growing impatient, urged, enough of the formalities, let us commence. He briskly placed his painting on the table, demonstrating a self-assured demeanor that commanded the attention of the onlookers. Han Ningxue leaned closer to Wang Yu, whispering, are you sure about this? I am truly terrified. Her entire being pressed against him, and he could detect the scent of her luxurious perfume mingling with the tremors of her body. Her hands shook, her legs quivered, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Wang Yu was perplexed by her anxiety. If she doubted him, why had she urged him to engage in this wager? Do not fret, he reassured her. I have already assessed that painting. It is worth at most 20 million. Han Ningxue tightened her grip. 20 million? Are you certain? Wang Yu affirmed, indeed, approximately around that figure. Does this mean our painting is valued at 20 million? She stammered. Wang Yu, without hesitation, replied, more or less. I believe it should exceed 20 million. The uncertainty in his words sent a wave of panic through her, clutching Wang Yu's arm tightly against her chest. She remained oblivious to the implications of her actions. Wang Yu, nearly overwhelmed, turned to gauge her expression, bewildered by her proximity. Noticing her heightened anxiety, he realized her mind was racing. She was entirely unaware of how close she was to him. In truth, Wang Yu's mind was far from such distractions. He was preoccupied with the prospect of earning a vast fortune. If he could outmaneuver Qian Zhilong, amass a significant sum, and perhaps win over someone as captivating as Han Ningxue, he felt confident that there would be many who would appreciate him. As the crowd anxiously awaited, Master Hu finally completed his appraisal of Qian Zhilong's painting. Qian Zhilong, with bated breath, queried, what is the worth of my piece? This painting is a celebrated work by the Northern Song Dynasty artist Zhang Xian, known as 10 Poems. It is highly sought after by collectors of Northern Song artifacts. Currently valued at approximately 18 million yuan. The discrepancy should not be significant. 18 million? Qian Zhilong found this valuation somewhat acceptable, having anticipated a range between 15 to 20 million. Very well, 18 million it is. That should suffice for my endeavors. I refuse to believe this simpleton's trash could surpass my artwork's value. With that, he glared at Wang Yu and removed his painting, stepping aside to await Wang Yu's capitulation. However, Wang Yu remained unperturbed, calmly placing his own painting on the table. Master Hua's initial reaction was a furrowed brow, but after a 10-second pause, A look of astonishment spread across his face. Upon first encountering the painting, he initially regarded it as a work from 1940, leading him to undervalue its worth. However, upon discovering that it was created by the renowned American modern painter Jackson Pollock, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. This artwork had been stolen during the Cold War and transported to the Red Empire, only to be later brought to China by an individual named Nidimiski. In an attempt to evade persecution, this person lost the painting, which eventually found its way into the hands of an elderly antique dealer at a street market. After changing hands multiple times in the antique market, it ultimately arrived at the picturesque Qibao ancient town in Shanghai. Chapter 73. A mere 300 million. Consider it a gift. The journey of this painting has been fraught with struggle and adversity, having narrowly escaped obliteration several times throughout history. Its contemporary market value is estimated at no less than 1 billion, though in China, due to the preferences of collectors, it hovers around 300 million. Master Hua, captivated by the painting, was eager to purchase it and excitedly approached Wang Yu, inquiring, "Young man, would you be willing to sell me this painting?" "What do you mean?" Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Master Hua nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you will not be disappointed with the price." Qian Zhilong, unable to restrain himself, interrupted their exchange. "Master Hua, stop beating around the bush and just tell us how much this painting is worth." Master Hua raised 3 fingers to the assembly, remaining silent. Curiosity piqued, Qian Zhilong asked, 3 million? Master Hua shook his head. "Not enough." 30 million? Qian Zhilong's heart raced, anxiety coursing through him as he began to feel faint. Yet, Master Hua shook his head once more. "Guess again." Qian Zhilong, now visibly unsettled, thought that 30 million surely surpassed the value of his own painting. If that were incorrect, could it possibly be 300 million? He had previously wagered with Wang Yu that if his painting exceeded the value of Wang Yu's, he would pay in full and not receive the painting in return. This would result in a considerable financial loss for him. For Qian Zhilong, 300 million was not an insurmountable loss. After all, the money in their securities department was earned by capitalizing on unsuspecting investors. While it could not be deemed entirely unjust, it was certainly not entirely righteous either. Thus Wang Yu would not show him any mercy. This painting, created by American artist Jackson Pollock in 1948, titled Number 5, 1948, is a hallmark of action painting and a masterwork of abstract expressionism. Pollock is recognized as a pivotal figure in American modern art, liberating it from European standards and establishing a commanding presence on the international art stage. The intrinsic value of this painting, coupled with Pollock's contributions to modern art, amounts to 300 million within China, and it could fetch as much as 1 billion at auction abroad. Wang Yu was already aware of the painting's domestic value of 300 million. Yet the prospect of it selling for 1 billion abroad was beyond his wildest expectations. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The 700 million that did not belong to him was inconsequential. With his formidable system, he could eventually reclaim that amount with a little more time. After all, whether it was 300 million or 1 billion, both sums were beyond his capacity to exhaust, simply mere numbers, devoid of any necessity for undue fixation. Meanwhile, Han Ningxue, having absorbed Master Hua's explanation, found herself momentarily speechless, her spirits elevated to an extraordinary height. She gradually released her grip on Wang Yu, standing aside with a clearer mind. "Thank goodness, I was genuinely terrified just now," she murmured to herself. Wang Yu turned to glance at her. "I told you there was nothing to worry about." Han Ningxue, regaining her haughty demeanor, shot him a glance. "You've once again stumbled upon a treasure. You're quite the lucky one. This painting should be gifted to Mr. Hussein. Its collection value is immense, and it will surely open his eyes," Wang Yu suggested quietly. Han Ningxue beamed with excitement. "Absolutely. And what about you? You should continue your treasure hunt. This vast antique market certainly must have more than just one remarkable piece. If not, I can always switch to another place. After all, we have 2 days." Wang Yu remained unperturbed. The antique market was never short of opportunities for discovery. After concluding his conversation with Han Ningxue, Wang Yu approached Qian Zhilong, declaring, "You've lost. According to our earlier agreement, you are to transfer the 300 million to me, and I trust you won't default. Will you, young Master Long?" Qian Zhilong had no intention of defaulting, fully aware of Han Ningxue's familial standing. Should he attempt to exploit today's events for publicity, it would tarnish his reputation and cause a significant drop in his company's stock price. More critically, in the future, any stock purchases would be met with fierce opposition from other investors, leading to losses far exceeding 300 million. For individuals in financial investment, not making a profit equated to a loss, and losses often spiraled into even greater deficits. Consequently, gritting his teeth, Qian Zhilong instructed his department to transfer the 300 million directly to Wang Yu's account. 300 million is inconsequential. I can easily earn it back in a few days, and today's painting could fetch 18 million, he thought, still unwilling to concede. Believing he had only lost 282 million. Han Ningxue waved him off with a smile. Take care, I want to see you out. Infuriated, Qian Zhilong stormed off. Once outside, he erupted in fury. That vile woman, I shall ensure she cannot rise from her bed one day. And Wang Yu, he is merely someone with a knack for antiques. I refuse to believe he possesses any extraordinary abilities to challenge me. Young Master Long, please calm down. We can recoup the 300 million in the financial market with another round of trading. Besides, aren't you attending the Tunglong banquet on New Year's Day? You can directly express your intentions to old Master Han. He surely wouldn't want his daughter, Han Ningxue, to wed an ordinary fellow without power or influence. Exactly. As long as Han Ningxue remains within my grasp, a mere Wang Yu is nothing to worry about. He will forever be relegated to scavenging in the antique market, where treasures worth billions are not as abundant as he might hope. Qian Zhilong and his companion, Xiao Zhou, reveled in their delusions, finding a semblance of comfort in their fantasies as they drove away, content. Meanwhile, within the antique store, matters were far from concluded. After the resolution of their transaction, Master Hua approached Wang Yu once more. Young man, please reconsider. I am willing to purchase this painting for 500 million. What do you say? Han Ningxue hurriedly interjected. No way, Master Hua. This painting is meant as a gift for Mr. Hussein at the Tunglong banquet. It is not for sale. Master Hua, unfamiliar with Han Ningxue, noted her superior demeanor and attire, prompting his curiosity. And who might this young lady be? The Han family of the capital, Han Qibin, is my father. Han Ningxue replied. Master Hua was taken aback. Although he had not met her, the name Han Qibin resonated profoundly, echoing in his mind. You are the daughter of Han Qibin? The esteemed chairman of the Han Group, collaborating with Ximen Medical and Kongda Biological, here in Shanghai? The partnership of these three entities had already garnered significant media attention, making headlines and shocking the business community nationwide. Indeed, this event was widely recognized, and Master Hua himself was among the invited guests for the Tunglong banquet. Yes, and this painting holds great significance for me, Han Ningxue clarified. Chapter 74. A life of unfettered freedom is indeed splendid. Understanding that the painting was requested by Mr. Han's daughter, I shall not impose further. However, I too am a patron of the Tunglong banquet, and surely, we shall meet again. Master Hua departed with a smile. The shopkeeper, upon realizing that such a precious painting had graced his establishment, felt a tumult of joy and anguish. The joy stemmed from the belief that this publicity would undoubtedly draw a multitude of customers, leading to greater profits. Yet, the anguish arose from his inability to discern the true value of the painting, even if he sold all his wares. He could not amass even a fraction of its worth. The proprietor muttered to himself as he returned to the cash register, continuing his business. Such is fate. What is destined must come to pass. Do not force what is not meant to be. Han Ningxue and Wang Yu exchanged knowing smiles. Understanding the shopkeeper's predicament, let us take our leave. Indeed, after their departure, a stream of customers began to fill the shop, surpassing the earlier crowd. Many believe that if someone as young as Wang Yu could stumble upon such a fortune, then after decades in the antique market, they too should be able to discover treasures worth billions. Wang Yu, akin to a victor, glanced back at the throng eagerly entering the store and departed silently. The painting had been entrusted to Han Ningxue, after which the duo continued their quest for the next masterpiece. The antique market proved vast, and it was only as dusk approached that they finally found another renowned painting. This artwork, titled Dream, was created by the artist Bai Jishaw in 1932, epitomizing the perfect embodiment of love for both spirit and body. The canvas portrayed a corpulent woman adorned with a necklace, reclining on a crimson chair, valued at 200 million. Frankly, Wang Yu was reluctant to part with it and inquired of Han Ningxue whether they could refrain from gifting it. Why must we present such a valuable painting to Hussein? Would it not be more profitable for us to sell it ourselves? Han Ningxue clarified, it is not a mere gift. Such a valuable painting is something that the esteemed Mr. Hussein has purchased at a price lower than market value. For him, it is a matter of spiritual significance rather than monetary worth. Wang Yu was taken aback. What? He still has to pay? Indeed. Did you think the painting was given freely? Han Ningxue could not suppress a chuckle. This detail had evidently escaped Xiao Haiding's earlier mention. However, I had always found it curious why we should bestow such a precious gift upon Mr. Hussein for his birthday. If I had opted out of attending the Tunglong banquet, we would not need to present anything at all. Wang Yu finally felt relieved. Are you foolish? Given his vast wealth, would he come merely to collect such a bargain? He will not only pay, but might even offer more than the market price, as you are saving him the hassle of travel and auction bidding, which constitutes his costs. His time is exceedingly valuable. Han Ningxue suddenly perceived Wang Yu as rather adorable. So, if he finds this painting unsatisfactory, he simply will not accept it? Wang Yu further probed. Correct. If he finds it lacking, you may take it to sell yourself. That is a relief. I had been preoccupied all afternoon. Wang Yu glanced at the time. Shall we dine? Certainly. I am quite famished, though I am unfamiliar with this area. Han Ningxue queried. This area is filled with food streets, though I am uncertain if you will enjoy these small eateries. Wang Yu intended to dine there. Yet he first sought Han Ningxue's opinion, considering she likely indulged in gourmet meals daily. Han Ningxue shot him a look. Of course, I can manage. Are you under some misapprehension? A wealthy young lady must dine exclusively on abalone and lobster, with every meal costing thousands, correct? What else could it be? Wang Yu countered. Please, away with you. Han Ningxue replied. In truth, I rather enjoy dining in places like this. Let us eat here today, but first, we must procure a box to safely store the painting. The pair first acquired a violin case to secure the artwork, ensuring its safety, before seeking sustenance. Shall we try a food stall? Wang Yu inquired. I have never had the pleasure. I would be willing to try. Han Ningxue assessed the surroundings, finding them quite agreeable, and consented. They settled at a table, perusing the menu and promptly placing their orders. Signature salted duck, duck blood vermicelli casserole, stir-fried rice noodles, chicken broth fish, salted peanuts, and spicy garlic stir-fried snail meat. As Han Ningxue was driving, she abstained from alcohol, opting for beverages instead. Dining in such an establishment was a delightful experience, markedly distinct from the ambience of a grand hotel. Han Ningxue seemed to savor the ordinary hustle of daily life, observing the bustling crowd outside as she wished to linger longer, even after finishing her meal. Will you accompany me for a stroll afterwards? It seems quite lively here. Han Ningxue asked. Wang Yu was in no hurry to return. Certainly. I seldom visit this area. Having come all this way, I wish to explore. Indeed. Han Ningxue smiled lightly, returning to her meal. The flavors here were not as artistic as those in high-end hotels. Yet, they encompassed all aspects of taste, presenting simply delicious fare. The essence of what was consumed lay in flavor rather than extravagant presentation, which the ordinary populace did not seek. Thus, merchants did not invest excessive effort in such embellishments. Only upscale establishments would focus on service and plating artistry, as their clientele desired such luxuries. This is quite delightful. It truly surpasses the cuisine of lavish hotels. Han Ningxue remarked after finishing her meal. The most important aspect is the relaxation of body and spirit. A sense of liberation. What bliss! Indeed, dining in such places allows for less formality, unlike the five-star restaurants where meals are often shared with significant clients, requiring a more decorous atmosphere. Wang Yu chimed in. I cannot endure such constraints. Every meal necessitates adherence to rigid etiquette, no slurping of soup, and intricate rules for using various utensils. It drives me to distraction. Why must dining come with so many stipulations? Then let us frequent such establishments more often. Though the cuisine of Modu differs from Yanjing, it possesses its own unique flavors, representing dishes from across the nation. Wang Yu stated. Han Ningxue dabbed her mouth with a napkin, gathered her belongings, and declared, Let us depart. Very well. The sky outside had darkened, the night enveloping them as Wang Yu and Han Ningxue strolled through the ancient town for over an hour, amassing a plethora of souvenirs and snacks, filling an entire bag stored in the trunk of the car. At 7:40 p.m., they set off for home. Allow me to drive you back. Han Ningxue fastened her seatbelt and started the engine. In the passenger seat, Wang Yu envisioned himself as a genuine driver. Today, I also went car shopping. I am taking my driving test this month. Really? Have you obtained your license? Han Ningxue inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, I have passed the third examination. Once the Tonglong banquet concludes, I will take the fourth and obtain my license immediately, after which I shall purchase a vehicle. You boys acquire your licenses so swiftly. It took me a year to pass mine, and at one point, I nearly gave up. Han Ningxue remarked. What kind of car do you intend to buy? I have my eye on the Lamborghini Reventon. It appears quite impressive, stylish, and powerful. The Lamborghini undoubtedly possesses greater power than my humble vehicle. However, it is quite challenging to handle. I have spent considerable time acclimating to my own car, though I must admit my aptitude leaves much to be desired. Chuckled Han Ningxuan self-deprecatingly. I can hardly fathom how long it would take for me to master it. No need to rush. With time, you'll certainly get the hang of it. When you purchase a new car, do let me know. If I'm still in the metropolis, I would love to come by and celebrate. By the way, we should probably arrange a few tables for the occasion. Han Ningxuan noted that his family tends to host lavish celebrations when acquiring expensive items, and he wondered if Wang Yu's family shared this tradition. When Wang Yu's father purchased a vehicle, no banquet was held, indicating that such customs were absent from their household. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind setting up a few tables, especially since the grand opening of their supermarket would warrant a feast. At that time, both his father's car and Wang Yu's would be included in the celebrations, thus avoiding the hassle of organizing an additional table, which would involve minimal expense but considerable inconvenience. Wang Yu preferred not to appear overly ostentatious in the metropolis. If he were to host a banquet, he would rather wait until he purchased a home, as that would be a significant milestone, necessitating invitations to all relatives, friends, classmates, and fellow townsfolk who could make the journey to the city, ensuring they were all well accommodated. As they conversed, they finally arrived at the entrance of Wang Yu's residential complex. Han Yingchuan decided not to accompany him inside and reminded him as he departed, "Be sure to take care of your painting, and don't forget to bring it on New Year's Eve." Wang Yu retrieved the artwork from its box and replied, "Absolutely, I will remember. All right, I'm off then. Take care on your way." Understood. After Han Yingchuan left, Wang Yu entered the complex, cradling the painting as he returned home. Given the value of the artwork, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, his concerns were unwarranted, as thieves typically did not target rented apartments of such low value. Who would suspect that a modest dwelling might harbor a priceless masterpiece worth billions? Having eaten rather early in the afternoon, Wang Yu found himself feeling hungry again upon returning home. He casually prepared a stir-fry with some vegetables and ham, along with a bowl of fried rice with corn. After his meal, he reclined on his bed, studying for his driving theory examination. Had it not been for the Han family's grand banquet, Wang Yu might have scheduled his test long ago. However, he refrained from doing so during this time, opting instead to review the material daily. He had memorized many questions thoroughly and was confident he would pass without issue, so he decided to cease further study. On the evening of December 31st, the city prepared for its annual New Year's Eve celebration. Throughout his years in the metropolis, Wang Yu had never participated in the festivities, primarily due to his single status. Attending alone seemed unappealing, akin to being a spectator amidst couples reveling in their affection. Yet, Wang Yu's perspective had shifted considerably. Now, he felt compelled to experience all the things he had previously shunned, vowing to leave no stone unturned, regardless of his solitary status. After all, what was preferable? A couple living on a meager salary of 500 yuan, or a single man with a fortune nearing $1 billion? The answer was undoubtedly the latter. Thus, Wang Yu, now a man of considerable wealth, found little concern in indulging in the fleeting sweetness of romantic entanglements. By 3 p.m., Wang Yu had packed his belongings, intending to stroll around the bund. Initially, he had planned to purchase a car, but circumstances dictated he would first procure a watch instead. This day marked the final hours of 2017, and at the age of 25, he deemed it fitting to commemorate this pivotal moment by acquiring a timepiece. Bidding farewell to the frugal life he had led for the past quarter century, the Baidao Fei Yuan residence was conveniently located at Building 2 of the bund. And in anticipation of acquiring his new watch, Wang Yu donned his finest attire, a top and shoes from LV, paired with casual trousers from Prada. The ensemble, though seemingly mismatched, exuded a unique charm, transforming him from a previously conservative dresser into an individual unafraid to experiment with various styles. However, given the heavy traffic anticipated due to the throngs flocking to the bund, Wang Yu opted to take the subway, since he planned to stay out late. He also brought along LV's messenger bag, which contained a fully charged power bank and ensured his phone was at 100 battery. Anything less was unacceptable to him. Upon arriving at the subway station, he fortuitously encountered Tang Fei and the others. As soon as Chen Yuxiang spotted Wang Yu, she called out, "Wang Yu, where are you off to? Caught you at last." Wang Yu, with no intention of fleeing, approached with a smile, "I'm heading to the bund." "And you?" "We're going to the bund for New Year's too," Chen Yuxiang exclaimed. "Why are you going alone? Where's Tong?" Wang Yu, feeling somewhat perplexed, replied, "I'm going solo. Why would I invite Tong?" "Oh, come on," Chen Yuxiang retorted. At that moment, Tang Fei joined the conversation, questioning, "Aren't you two taking the driving test together? Surely there's a story there?" Wang Yu, taken aback, had not anticipated that rumors of his supposed relationship with Tong had begun to circulate. "We merely took the driving test together. What is wrong with that? After completing the third subject, I hardly kept in touch with her." "Liar." Chen Yuxiang shot him a sidelong glance. "Just yesterday, Tong mentioned there was a possibility of you two getting together." "Did she really say that?" Wang Yu asked incredulously. He had never engaged in any flirtation with Tong and was baffled by her potential feelings for him. Or perhaps she planned to pursue him. "We just invited her to join us for the new year, but she declined, not wanting to be a third wheel. You should ask her out, if she agrees. It's a sure sign she is interested." Chen Yuxiang encouraged, her enthusiasm palpable. Skeptical yet intrigued, Wang Yu recalled that during their time together preparing for the driving test, he had sensed no romantic undertones from Tong. Nonetheless, he reasoned that it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. If she were to join him, he would have a companion. Though not a girlfriend in the traditional sense, she could serve as a practice partner for the nuances of dating. After all, when the day arrived that he did have a girlfriend, he would need to know how to navigate the complexities of dating, lest he find himself awkwardly fumbling through the experience. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Wang Yu declared, retrieving his phone to send a message. But Chen Yuxiang promptly interrupted. Don't text her, just call. Yes, hurry. If you wait too long, someone else might snatch her up. Tang Fei chimed in, clearly anxious. Wang Yu, undeterred, dialed Lu Yingtong's WeChat number. Lu Yingtong answered swiftly, hello, what is up? Her voice was slightly hesitant, suggesting she was caught off guard and not entirely composed. Wang Yu got straight to the point. Are you coming out for the New Year's celebration tonight? At that moment, Lu Yingtong was at home, scrolling through her phone, her hair unwashed and her attire disheveled, as she had no intention of going out. She had considered inviting Wang Yu to celebrate together, but lacked the courage to voice it. Several individuals had reached out to Lu Yingtong with invitations for the new year, from colleagues to acquaintances, yet she remained resolute in her decision not to attend, waiting to see if Wang Yu would extend an invitation. Had he not done so, she would have undoubtedly spent the evening in bed, binge-watching her favorite shows. This time, Wang Yu proactively invited Lu Yingtong, and naturally, she was quite ecstatic. Wait for me a moment. I haven't prepared anything. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the subway entrance. Okay, I'll just get ready and be right out. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yingtong hurriedly got up, put on her shoes, and rushed to the bathroom to wash her hair. She poured out more shampoo than usual, and after washing, meticulously dried her hair with a blow-dryer, ensuring not a strand fell out. Perfume was a must. She needed to be detectable from a distance to captivate Wang Yu. Her makeup required meticulous attention, applying mascara, eyeliner, eyeshadow, and all manner of creams. Anything that could be used, she used. Lu Yingtong had never applied makeup so seriously for work. This time, she spent nearly 40 minutes perfecting her look, and she was nearly frantic as she left. Grabbing her bag, she muttered to herself, oh no, it's been so long. Wang Yu must have sent a ton of messages urging me. Quickly, she checked her phone, only to find not a single message. In reality, Wang Yu had wanted to text her long ago, but was held back by Chen Yuxiang, who advised him not to worry. The longer a girl takes to get ready, the more she cares about the occasion. With no romantic experience, Wang Yu could only trust Chen Yuxiang. Therefore, during those 40 minutes, Wang Yu and Tang Fei sat in their chairs, engrossed in a game of spotting the differences. At 3:55 p.m., the subway entrance finally revealed Lu Yingtong's figure. She was dressed exquisitely, nearly unrecognizable. All right, Lu Yingtong is here. Let us go, Chen Yuxiang exclaimed. The four of them then headed towards the subway entrance. You two are here as well? Lu Yingtong was taken aback upon seeing Tang Fei and Chen Yuxiang, thinking it would just be her and Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled and said, I just arrived at the subway entrance and bumped into them. It's perfect to go together. Great, with four of us. Ordering food will be easier, Chen Yuxiang added. Let us go, let us go. Chen Yuxiang and Tang Fei walked side by side, intentionally pushing Lu Yingtong closer to Wang Yu. Lu Yingtong was truly impressed by their scheming. You two are unbelievable. She glared at Chen Yuxiang. At this moment, the bund was not yet crowded. They needed to hurry onto the subway before it filled up after 5 p.m. Once on the subway, Chen Yuxiang initially sat next to Lu Yingtong, but then stood up, squeezing Wang Yu and Lu Yingtong together. Lu Yingtong felt delighted inside, but stubbornly retorted, ugh, you're so annoying. Wang Yu remained silent, sitting still like a robot. Upon reaching the bund, they found themselves amidst a sea of people. Exiting the subway station, they had to traverse Nanjing East Road pedestrian street to reach the bund. However, since it wasn't yet close to New Year's Eve, the lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower had not yet illuminated, so they decided to stroll through the pedestrian street and grab a bite. It's not even 5:30 yet. Let us take a look around and see if there's anything we want to buy, Chen Yuxiang suggested to everyone. In truth, Wang Yu had a specific goal. He wanted to purchase a watch. But since the Patek Philippe store at Building 2 of the bund was a bit far, he asked if anyone was interested in going with him. If they found it too distant, he would go alone. I'm going to buy a watch. Would you like to join? Lu Yingtong inquired. What kind of watch? A Patek Philippe, just ahead at Building 2 of the bund. It's about a 20-minute walk. Wang Yu pointed towards the street along the bund. Lu Yingtong, Chen Yuxiang, and the others were stunned, while Tang Fei gaped in disbelief. Patek Philippe was a renowned luxury watch brand, with prices starting in the hundreds of thousands and reaching millions for the finest pieces. Could Wang Yu genuinely be planning to purchase a Patek Philippe? How had he become so affluent since resigning from the company? What could he possibly have been doing? Robbing a bank wouldn't yield such wealth so swiftly. Curiously, Tang Fei approached. Are you referring to the only Patek Philippe boutique in this magical city? Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that's the one. Let us go take a look. Chen Yuxiang fell silent. Colleagues at the company had always considered Tang Fei the wealthiest among them, and her relationship with him gave her a sense of confidence, feeling luckier than other girls. Especially Lu Yingtong. Although they were good friends, Chen Yuxiang felt a tinge of jealousy seeing Lu Yingtong's superior looks. However, This jealousy never impacted their friendship since Lu Yingtong could not find a wealthier boyfriend than Chen Yuxiang's partner. Moreover, Chen Yuxiang's managerial capabilities surpassed Lu Yingtong's, making her the sales department supervisor, whereas Lu Yingtong was the department's top performer, balancing their standings. In terms of looks, figure, and charm, both with the same sex and the opposite, Lu Yingtong eclipsed Chen Yuxiang, which left Chen Yuxiang feeling quite embarrassed. Now, the situation had changed. Although Tang Fei was affluent, he had yet to purchase luxury cars or high-end watches, particularly not at the level of Patek Philippe. Chen Yuxiang also recognized that Wang Yu was not as impoverished as he had pretended, yet she never anticipated he could be this affluent. Wearing Ermenegildo Zegna and sporting a Patek Philippe, wasn't he the archetypal wealthy scion from a romantic drama? Was Chen Yuxiang destined to always be outshone by Lu Yingtong? Since Wang Yu was buying a watch, they would naturally accompany him. The group chatted as they walked towards the bund. Just as they were about to cross Nanjing East Road, they suddenly heard someone calling Lu Yingtong's name, a middle-aged man's voice. "Hey, Tong. Didn't you say you weren't coming to the bund? What are you doing here?" The man jogged over. Chapter 77. How could an ordinary person afford it? Tang Fei, Chen Yuxiang, and Wang Yu recognized this man. He was Zhang Liang, the owner of a woolen sweater factory next door to their company, earning about 1 to 2 million a year. He lived quite comfortably, having always preferred the Huatian Hotel, and remained unmarried at 40. However, he had a penchant for dating girls around 20, frequently inviting Lu Yingtong out for dinner and movies after work. With a beauty like Lu Yingtong, she received numerous invitations daily, and Zhang Liang was just one among many, albeit the wealthiest, believing he could win her over. At 40, he no longer wished to play games and sought a suitable partner for marriage, seeing Lu Yingtong as a potential match. However, Lu Yingtong had only dined with him once. They had never gone to the movies or parks together. Yet, Zhang Liang, oblivious to the reality, assumed Lu Yingtong was intentionally avoiding him, thinking she secretly liked him, a level of delusion that even the entire company found hard to bear. Before Wang Yu resigned, he had also pursued Lu Yingtong. But at that time, he was utterly without resources, possessing nothing but decent looks, which Lu Yingtong naturally overlooked. Moreover, she found Zhang Liang's narcissism particularly off-putting. Not him again. How annoying. He invited me out for lunch, and I turned him down. Yet here he is. Lu Yingtong whispered to Wang Yu and the others. Zhang Liang had once looked down upon individuals, including Wang Yu, who, in his eyes, were simply pursuing Lu Yingtong if they dared to converse with her or walk alongside her. He would launch into personal attacks, declaring them unworthy and unqualified to be his rivals, as if he were some sage detached from the mundane world. Upon his approach, the hushed whispers among his colleagues ceased abruptly. It appeared that they had intentionally orchestrated this encounter, feigning embarrassment, while Lu Yingtong, indeed both beautiful and intelligent, did not disappoint him. He chuckled. After his laughter subsided, Zhang Liang caught sight of Wang Yu standing nearby, his expression morphing into one of incredulity. "Isn't this useless fellow already unemployed? Why is he still with you all?" Wang Yu boldly seized Lu Yingtong's hand and wrapped his arm around her waist, confronting Zhang Liang with an air of defiance. "Because Tong is here to celebrate the new year with this useless man." Lu Yingtong's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Wang Yu, incredulous as she processed the situation. Normally, Wang Yu wouldn't even dare to approach a girl, let alone touch her waist. This audacity left her startled, leading her to wonder if this was some shameless impostor disguising himself. For a full minute, she stood frozen, allowing Wang Yu to embrace her. Yet Zhang Liang remained unabashed, grinning as he asked, Tong, is this true? Are you really with someone as destitute as this?" Lu Yingtong had come to terms with her situation. Being in anyone's arms was preferable to being in Zhang Liang's. "Do you think being wealthy makes you exceptional? What can this guy offer you?" Zhang Liang prodded again. Wang Yu, unwilling to waste any more time, retorted, "Let us go, or we'll miss the sunset." He strode toward the entrance of the Patek Philippe boutique, teasing Zhang Liang as he walked. "I'm giving you a chance. Aren't you trying to woo Tong? Let us see if you have what it takes." Zhang Liang glanced at the boutique's sign, his eyes narrowing in disdain as he scoffed. "What a joke. Patek Philippe is something a loser like you could never afford. Whether I can afford it is my concern. You claim to be pursuing her, yet you can't even spare for a watch. With her looks and figure, if you attempted a conventional approach to win her over, you might be overestimating your worth." Wang Yu shot back sarcastically before entering the store without a backward glance. Upon entering, a man clad in a white t-shirt and black vest approached them warmly. "Welcome to Patek Philippe in the Magic City. May I ask if you have a reservation?" Wang Yu replied, "No reservation. We wish to explore the complicated watch series." The man responded, "Very well. Could you please register your names and phone numbers here? This will assist you with future purchases." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang began to smile, convinced that Wang Yu would decline to provide his details, thus giving him an opportunity to humiliate him. However, to his astonishment, Wang Yu readily took a pen and began writing his name. Tong. You should write down your name and number 2, he urged, handing the pen to Lu Yingtong. Confused and anxious, Lu Yingtong hesitated. After all, these timepieces were worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. She could not accept such an extravagant gift unless it came from a confirmed boyfriend. Do I really have to write? Go ahead. Reluctantly, Lu Yingtong complied, scribbling her name. Even if Wang Yu intended to purchase a watch for her, she could always refuse it. After all, a valuable watch could appreciate in Wang Yu's possession. More importantly, she recognized Wang Yu's intent to undermine Zhang Liang and discourage him, which only fortified her resolve to support Wang Yu. Arriving at the counter, they beheld a row of watches, the cheapest priced at over 800,000, with some exceeding 3 million. Such prices were daunting for many ordinary workers. While not entirely shocking to Zhang Liang, producing 800,000 to 1 million in cash for a watch was a significant challenge, as his factory operations consumed most of his funds, leaving little for discretionary spending. He was not a wealthy heir, accustomed to tossing around millions, and had never considered gifting a girl something so extravagant. He assumed Wang Yu would not purchase anything either, viewing him as a mere employee who had to toil for years merely to collect enough for a modest dowry. Zhang Liang anticipated that Wang Yu would either refrain from buying or settle for a cheaper watch priced at around 200,000. If that happened, he would seize the chance to ridicule him mercilessly. Chapter 78. So stingy? Aren't you wealthy? Wang Yu spotted a more feminine watch within the complicated timepiece series, priced at over 2.5 million, and decided to buy it for Lu Yingtong. Yet, a fleeting worry crept in. What if Zhang Liang could afford this watch? That would certainly backfire. Contemplating further, Wang Yu recalled that the system could assess the value of items. Perhaps it could also evaluate a person's worth based on their total assets. Turning to Zhang Liang, he was not disappointed. A stream of information regarding Zhang Liang's worth appeared above his head. Zhang Liang, current value 1.25 million. This figure likely represented the total value of all his possessions and cash at that moment. Wang Yu felt a surge of indignation. Such a meager sum. And yet he strutted around with the air of someone with millions at his disposal. Sir, I'll take this watch, Wang Yu stated to the attendant. The attendant followed Wang Yu's pointing finger and, after confirming the authenticity of the luxury watch, felt reassured. The staff at Patek Philippe were well acquainted with high-end items, and observing Wang Yu's economic prowess sparked admiration within them, while concern for Zhang Liang's predicament grew. Sir, would you like to look at any watches? Another attendant approached Zhang Liang. Reluctantly, he replied, Can I look first? Of course, you may. If you have any requests, feel free to consult our staff. Or if there is a specific watch you wish to see, we can assist you. Wang Yu, overhearing their exchange, promptly interjected. We are together. Oh, my apologies. I won't disturb you any longer. It's quite all right. While Wang Yu's words ostensibly served to extricate Zhang Liang from a potentially embarrassing situation, they were laced with a profound insult. The truth was that Wang Yu possessed insufficient funds to purchase any of the watches displayed here, and lingering in this environment would inevitably lead to awkwardness. By asserting that Zhang Liang was accompanying him, he effectively ensured that the waiter would no longer pursue Zhang Liang. On the surface, this appeared to be a benign gesture. However, what lay beneath this scenario? Should Wang Yu later procure a watch worth over 2 million, flaunting it before Zhang Liang, the latter would find himself unable to leave, as he was ostensibly with Wang Yu. If he wished to avoid being subjected to Wang Yu's ostentation and attempted to depart, he would only succeed in further diminishing his own dignity. The onlookers in the store would undoubtedly question, Aren't you together? Why are you leaving alone? Even if Zhang Liang concocted an excuse, such as a phone call or an urgent matter, others would likely dismiss it as mere pretext. Should Zhang Liang choose to remain, enduring Wang Yu's grand display, his expression would surely betray his discomfort. Other patrons and waitstaff would inevitably ponder, Aren't you together? Your friend just purchased such an extravagant watch. Why aren't you delighted for him? A seemingly innocuous remark conceals a complex web of implications. The male attendant presented the watch that had caught Wang Yu's eye. Good day, sir. This particular model is quite popular among our female clientele. It is an ultra-thin automatic perpetual calendar watch, building upon the previous rose gold iteration. We have introduced this platinum version, with a diamond-encrusted bezel that casts a dazzling brilliance upon the silver sunburst dial, harmonizing exquisitely with the gold three-dimensional numerals and the pearl minute markers. This exquisitely intricate timepiece radiates unparalleled femininity. I must commend your discerning taste, Mr. Wang. Wang Yu examined the watch, inquiring, Those are diamonds, correct? Indeed, the bezel is set with 88 diamonds totaling 0.9 carats. and the pin buckle is adorned with 32 long diamonds totaling 0.5 carats. The attendant's proficiency was commendable. He recalled the precise number of diamonds embedded in the watch. Wang Yu felt a surge of admiration and resolved to purchase the timepiece without further inquiries. "I'll take this one, and please select a men's watch for me as well." "Certainly, sir, right this way." The group followed the attendant to the men's watch display area, where he selected a model slightly larger, yet similarly colored. "What do you think of this one, Mr. Wang?" "Quite impressive. Is this one from the same collection as the previous model?" Wang Yu asked. "You could say that. Though this variant is not diamond encrusted, its other attributes are quite comparable." Wang Yu glanced at the price tag, 3.56 million. He found it perplexing that the men's watch commanded a higher price despite the women's version being adorned with diamonds. Regardless, he refrained from further questioning and instructed the attendant. "I'll take both of these. Please proceed to check out." Zhang Liang, standing in the background, wore an expression akin to that of someone poisoned, desperately trying to conceal his presence. He could neither leave outright nor draw attention to himself. With Wang Yu purchasing such expensive watches, it was evident that his financial prowess surpassed Zhang Liang's. If he continued to engage in this unspoken competition, it was Zhang Liang who would ultimately suffer. Suddenly, as Tang Fei turned to call Chen Yuxiang, Zhang Liang instinctively lowered his head, fearing he would be summoned. Only after hearing Tang Fei mention Chen Yuxiang's name did he dare to slowly lift his gaze. The attendant, along with Wang Yu, Lu Yingtong, and Tang Fei, arrived at the checkout area. Another female staff member was responsible for processing payments. The cashier communicated with the previous attendant, preparing Wang Yu's watch for packaging, and addressed him. "Good day, Mr. Wang. The total comes to 6.1 million. How would you like to pay?" Tang Fei, Chen Yuxiang, and others were taken aback. 6.1 million? For just 2 watches? Is this the behavior of someone who has never treated his colleagues to a meal in 3 years? Tang Fei watched incredulously as Wang Yu completed the transaction, grappling with the reality that a low-key rich heir could exist. How could someone maintain such a facade for 3 to 5 months, or even a year, only to uphold it throughout their employment? Tang Fei resolved to confront Wang Yu later, convinced that such deceit could not go unpunished. As Wang Yu finalized his bill and receipt, Tang Fei pulled Lu Yingtong and Chen Yuxiang aside, whispering, "What does Wang Yu's family do?" Chen Yuxiang glanced at Lu Yingtong, who shrugged, indicating her lack of knowledge. "If you ask me, who should I inquire with?" Chapter 79, I cannot accept. Never mind. Let's just make him treat us, and we'll order enough to bankrupt him. During their last outing, they had already discerned Wang Yu's wealth, which far exceeded his usual demeanor. However, they could never have anticipated such a staggering amount. Purchasing a Patek Philippe was beyond the reach of most, a concept too grand to fathom. Wang Yu's audacity to make such a purchase was astonishing. Lu Yingtong had unconsciously begun to envision herself in the role of Wang Yu's girlfriend. When Tang Fei mentioned confronting Wang Yu, her immediate instinct was to save him money, but as she contemplated her lack of a romantic claim to him, she felt a pang of disappointment, ultimately suppressing her feelings with a smile. Chen Yuxiang, with her perceptive gaze, immediately caught on to Lu Yingtong's thoughts and teased, "You're trying to sabotage your boyfriend," and even Lu Yingtong is hesitant. Lu Yingtong rolled her eyes. "Let them do as they please. It's not like I'm the one being targeted." Tang Fei inquired, "Are you truly willing to let this go?" Lu Yingtong replied, "What is there to hesitate about? He has already spent such a fortune on those watches. What else could he possibly want?" "Oh, you've been quite bold lately." Chen Yuxiang jested. Just then, as Wang Yu completed his purchase, he approached with 2 bags in hand, playfully reminding Zhang Liang, "Boss Zhang, aren't you going to buy anything? Didn't we agree on fair competition?" Zhang Liang, with a pained expression, felt his composure shatter. "You really went all out. 2 watches for over 6 million. Do your parents know about this?" Wang Yu retorted decisively, "Let us not digress. If you can't keep up, then cease your futile attempts. Everyone here has witnessed today's events clearly. I offered you an opportunity, and you squandered it. From now on, keep your distance from Lu Yingtong. If you lack the means, spare yourself the embarrassment." This statement transcended mere insult. It struck at the very core of Zhang Liang's identity. He stood there, humiliated and stripped of dignity, having always perceived himself as superior, now trampled upon by Wang Yu, whom he had once looked down upon. He felt as though he had nowhere left to hide, rendered speechless in his rage. Wang Yu, maintaining an air of ease, exited the Patek Philippe boutique and presented the women's watch before Lu Yingtong, warmly declaring, "Tong, this watch is for you." Lu Yingtong hesitantly accepted the shopping bag, inside which lay the exquisite Patek Philippe timepiece. Chen Yuxiang, filled with envy, remarked, "How romantic. You two are moving so quickly." Wang Yu took Lu Yingtong's free hand, deliberately walking past Zhang Liang, who found himself drenched in metaphorical dog food. Zhang Liang observed the retreating figures of the 4 individuals, his heart brimming with indignation. yet utterly powerless to alter the course of events. There was no possibility of him adopting a sycophantic attitude towards Wang Yu. At most, he could choose to sever ties and refrain from ever visiting their company again. He was acutely aware that he could never compete with a tycoon like Wang Yu. Accepting defeat gracefully and enduring this silent humiliation seemed to be his most prudent course of action. Continuing the conflict could lead to even more dire consequences. The clock indicated that there was still a considerable amount of time until midnight, the moment of the new year, yet the streets were already bustling with people. As they made their way back from the Baidaifai store towards Jindong Road, the throngs of individuals were palpable. Checking the time revealed it was only 1950. Chen Yuxiang suggested, "It's still early. Are you all hungry? Let us go out for dinner." Lu Yingtong glanced at Tang Fei, hoping that Tang Fei and Chen Yuxiang had merely jested moments ago, rather than genuinely contemplating harming Wang Yu. After all, despite Wang Yu's wealth, it was not as though his fortune was effortlessly acquired. Such cruelty seemed unfathomable. However, Tang Fei remained silent, and it was Wang Yu who took the initiative to propose treating them all to dinner. "I haven't bought you anything today, so let us go eat together." "It's on me." "Really? But given your family's affluent circumstances, why have you always been so discreet at work? It's astonishing that no one ever suspected anything." Chen Yuxiang queried with curiosity. Tang Fei echoed her astonishment. "Indeed, I truly hadn't realized you were so wealthy. What does your family do?" Wang Yu chuckled. "My family is engaged in supermarkets and antiques, as well as jade gambling. It's largely a matter of luck. We just happened to strike it rich with a 500 million yuan imperial green jade, and that catapulted our family to prominence." 500 million, Tang Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The enormity of such wealth was staggering. Wang Yu had surpassed his father's modest goal of 100 million by a remarkable margin. Lu Yingtong, too, was left speechless by Wang Yu's revelation, as was Chen Yuxiang. They had never doubted the veracity of his words. Wang Yu was known for his honesty. "Is jade truly that valuable?" Tang Fei inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Absolutely, but it heavily relies on luck. Raw stones are typically quite inexpensive, and the true value is only revealed once they are cut open. It's akin to a lottery. However, the odds are slightly more favorable. Our family's fortune is now securely deposited in the bank, ensuring a lifetime of comfort for generations to come," Wang Yu explained. Yet, he knew he could not simply live off of that wealth, as he possessed even more than 500 million. Tomorrow, he planned to sell a painting to Hussein for at least 300 million, thus elevating his net worth to over 1 billion. "Wow, Tong, you're set for a lavish future. I envy you immensely," Chen Yuxiang exclaimed as she embraced Lu Yingtong in playful exuberance. Lu Yingtong pushed her away. "Stop making jokes. What jest? Wang Yu has gifted you such an extravagant watch. What further concerns could there possibly be?" Chen Yuxiang retorted. It was then that Lu Yingtong remembered to return the watch to Wang Yu. "I cannot accept this watch. It's far too valuable." Both Tang Fei and Chen Yuxiang were perplexed. "What is this about? We don't have any relationship yet. How could I accept such an extravagant gift? I only took it to support Wang Yu in confronting Zhang Liang." Lu Yingtong handed the bag back to Wang Yu, saying, "Thank you for your kindness. But this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. It will appreciate in value." Wang Yu realized that no amount of persuasion would alter Lu Yingtong's steadfast principles. She would never accept such a precious gift unless it came from a boyfriend or husband. "Very well, I shall keep it safe for you," Wang Yu replied as he accepted the bag. Lu Yingtong gazed at him with a dazed expression. "All right then, shall we go eat? What shall we have? What should we have?" Chen Yuxiang pondered aloud. Given the crowds, just finding a place to eat would be a success. We might not have the luxury of choice. "Indeed. Then let us search as we walk," Wang Yu suggested. The four of them strolled towards the pedestrian street, searching for a restaurant. After a lengthy search with no luck in finding a place without a queue, they finally arrived at Jiujiang Road, where they discovered a somewhat upscale establishment with available seating. "Let us dine here. Otherwise, you may all be too famished to continue searching," Wang Yu proposed. Lu Yingtong glanced at the restaurant's name, Crab King's Mansion, and assumed it specialized in crabs. She had an insatiable penchant for crab and shrimp, and her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "This is perfect. Let us eat crab." Upon entering, Wang Yu approached the cashier and inquired, "Hello, we are a party of 4. Do you have a table available?" "Yes, please feel free to sit anywhere inside." They found a suitable table and ordered crab dishes, including crab roe tofu, hairy crabs, crab fat with silver skin, and crab roe rice, all centered around crab. This feast elicited immense satisfaction from Lu Yingtong, who was in the best spirits imaginable that day. Having enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation for 2 hours, they only concluded their dining experience at 22:45, having added more dishes to their order to satisfy their appetites. After their meal, Wang Yu suggested, "So, how about we take a leisurely stroll now? It's likely we'll soon be unable to enter. Let us go. Once they reached the bund, they found a multitude of people gathered at the intersection, with one route leading to the Huangpu River. Due to the overwhelming crowd, police officers were stationed to manage the flow of people and prevent any potential stampedes. Wang Yu and his companions found themselves waiting amidst the throng, which continued to swell. The surge nearly caused them to become separated, prompting Chen Yuxiang to cling tightly to Tang Fei's arm to maintain their connection. Wang Yu, hurry and hold on to Tong. You two are about to get lost. Chen Yuxiang shouted as she noticed Lu Yingtong had drifted off course. Turning to look, Wang Yu realized Lu Yingtong had vanished from sight in the crowd. He swiftly maneuvered through the throngs and grasped her hand, pulling her back to his side. Lu Yingtong possessed an admirable figure, but navigating through the crowd proved challenging. Wang Yu exerted considerable effort to bring her close. Just as they regained their bearings, another wave of crowding surged from behind, causing Lu Yingtong to collide with Wang Yu, their faces nearly brushing against one another. In an instant, Wang Yu found himself enveloping Lu Yingtong in a warm embrace, both feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as they instinctively turned their faces away. Lu Yingtong's cheeks flushed crimson, yet the density of the crowd left her little choice but to remain close to Wang Yu. The difference in their heights resulted in her face resting against his chin and neck, and she remained still. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Lu Yingtong's proximity was intentional or accidental. Regardless, such closeness with the opposite sex was an unprecedented experience for him. The subtle scent of her perfume and her natural fragrance enveloped Wang Yu, making it difficult for him to push her away. It was a delightful predicament. Gradually, he placed his hand on the back of Lu Yingtong's head, gently stroking her hair. From the outset, Wang Yu was not overly bold, but upon noticing Lu Yingtong's lack of reaction, he audaciously placed his hand atop her head. Suddenly, Lu Yingtong looked up and smiled at Wang Yu. In that moment, Wang Yu felt an immense sense of relief. Her smile signified her acceptance of his casual touch. With this initial step taken, Wang Yu comprehended Lu Yingtong's intentions and returned her smile. However, shortly thereafter, the traffic police signaled for the crowd to disperse, necessitating their separation. Though this brief exchange was fleeting, it was potent enough to inflict considerable emotional distress upon the nearby single individuals. Wang Yu delighted in the moment, feeling a profound satisfaction with his prior actions. Should the opportunity arise, he would gladly distribute more dog food in the future. During his own single days, he had never felt sympathy when others flaunted their relationships. Now it was his turn to retaliate, and he had no intention of holding back. Regardless of who it was, any single person he encountered would receive a generous serving of dog food. Eventually, they arrived at the riverside, where they marveled at the dazzling light show across the water, capturing memories on their phones as they celebrated the New Year's Eve. As the new year rolled in, it was 2018, and Wang Yu made a personal vow to establish a thriving business this year, aspiring to own his own publicly listed company. However, he planned to acquire an existing firm using his system and financial advantages rather than starting from scratch. Though he had yet to decide on the specific field, he envisioned it would be technology-related. The motivation behind his desire for a personal enterprise stemmed from his wish to avoid becoming merely a wealthy individual devoid of societal contribution. He could continue amassing wealth through his system, but that was not his ultimate ambition. His goal was to become a person of global influence, to grace the cover of Time magazine, ensuring he would be remembered by the world. After returning home that evening, Wang Yu slumbered until 12:05 p.m. the following day. It was New Year's Day, and the weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky. He opened the curtains to gaze at the flowers and greenery in the yard, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Upon rising, he picked up his phone and found a flurry of New Year's greetings on WeChat, many of which were mass messages. Wang Yu decided to join in and sent his own group message. Afterward, he began preparing lunch, planning to have a light meal before heading out for a stroll in the afternoon and awaiting notification from Han Xue for the upcoming Tunglong banquet. With limited ingredients at home, Wang Yu resolved to visit the local market to stock up, aware that his schedule might not allow for another trip soon. He never anticipated that not working could be busier than working. Stepping out with his phone in hand, Wang Yu headed to a small market across from his apartment complex, where the selection of produce was limited and prices higher than those at larger markets. This was due to the convenience for local residents, as reaching the more affordable, comprehensive market required a 4-kilometer journey. Though the larger market offered a wider variety, many opted for the convenience of buying at the nearby market, accepting the higher prices as a trade-off. Upon arriving at the market, Wang Yu first ventured to the seafood section. There, he selected a sea base for steaming, accompanied by some shrimp and a ribbon fish. The ribbon fish would be braised, while the shrimp would be prepared with oil. He chose not to buy live fish, as he preferred not to kill them for storage in the refrigerator, unlike those diligent residents of Shanghai who bought fresh produce daily. Wang Yu preferred to purchase enough food for a week in one go. After completing his seafood shopping, he moved on to the tofu section, one of his favorite food categories. He relished all forms of tofu, so choosing was unnecessary. He knew all the flavors of each type. He picked up both firm and soft tofu, 20 yuan's worth of dried tofu, along with protein meat, bean curd sheets, and oil gluten. Finally, he made his way to the vegetables section, where his preferences were few, selecting the same staples: potatoes, water celery, eggplant, peppers, tomatoes, and bamboo shoots. By the time he returned home, it was already 1:40 p.m. He quickly prepared a simple lunch of steamed sea bass and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After serving the meal on the table, he began to eat while browsing his phone. Indeed, Han Xue had sent a message, a voice note that he promptly listened to. "Come by earlier this afternoon, Wang Yu. You should arrive before 4 p.m. Her voice was as enchanting as ever, a melody to his ears. She never sent text messages, preferring voice notes. Even when she did send written messages, they were often transcriptions of her voice. Wang Yu inquired, "What time are we going?" A minute later, Han Xue replied, "Around 4 p.m. All right, I'll definitely be there before 4 p.m. He responded, then resumed his meal. At 3:45 p.m., Wang Yu hailed a car and arrived at the banquet hall of the Han family's headquarters in Shanghai. The venue resembled a five-star hotel, its exterior exuding opulence that left Wang Yu curious about the splendor within. The building was adorned in a resplendent, imperial style, featuring grand red wooden columns intricately carved with golden patterns that flowed seamlessly throughout the structure, as if an endless golden ribbon enveloped it. The two golden stone lions at the entrance were striking, though whether they were made of gold or copper remained unclear. Regardless, they exuded luxury. Wang Yu mused that if they were truly solid gold, they would have long since been stolen. Coincidentally, other guests were arriving as well, and Wang Yu soon realized Han Xue's thoughtful consideration. The invitation had stated the event would commence at 6:30 p.m., yet most attendees arrived 2 hours early. Han Xue, knowing Wang Yu might be unaware of this customary practice, had preemptively informed him. The parking lot was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, and the guests were all of high status and wealth. As Wang Yu approached the entrance, he suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. "Today, Long Xiao is indeed doubly blessed. When will you and Miss Han tie the knot? Don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet, haha." "Of course I won't forget. Who else but you is my best mate?" Long Xiao's voice boomed in response. Wang Yu chose to ignore the exchange and proceeded inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand lobby where the reception staff and the event organizer welcomed the arriving guests. "Good day, sir. May I please see your invitation?" A young woman inquired of Wang Yu. Wang Yu extracted his invitation from his pocket and presented it to the lady, who, after perusing it, scanned the QR code on the invitation and, upon completing the registration, ushered him inside, announcing, "VIP Wang Yu at Table 1, please proceed." Wang Yu paid little heed to the significance of Table 1. In truth, Xiao Haiding had already informed him that Table 1 was the most prestigious table in the entire venue, occupied by the most distinguished guests. As Wang Yu made his way toward the banquet hall, murmurs erupted among the onlookers, questioning why this young man was granted a seat at Table 1. What merit had he shown to the Han family to deserve such honor? The banquet hall was already bustling with a throng of attendees. Adorned in the theme of the Tonglong feast, complemented by decorations celebrating the 70th birthday of the esteemed Mr. Hussein, Wang Yu spotted a stout, tall foreign gentleman, whose attire and jewelry collectively amounted to approximately 10 million. It was unmistakably Hussein. Several members of the Han family were accompanying Hussein as he surveyed the banquet hall, including Han Xue, who was preoccupied and unable to attend to Wang Yu. Thus, Wang Yu meandered outside, content to wait for the proceedings to commence, confident that he would be summoned in due course. Coincidentally, Long Xiao and his affluent friend, Zhou Hao, arrived at the banquet hall simultaneously, colliding with Wang Yu. Qian Zhilong gazed incredulously at Wang Yu, muttering to himself, "This kid looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place him." In truth, Qian Zhilong harbored a grudge sharper than most. He feigned ignorance to elevate his own status, pretending not to remember the unremarkable Wang Yu. He anticipated that Wang Yu would feel compelled to clarify his identity, thereby allowing Qian Zhilong to belittle him once more. However, to his astonishment, Wang Yu paid him no mind and turned to leave. Unable to maintain his pretense any longer, Qian Zhilong stepped forward to obstruct Wang Yu's path, arrogantly proclaiming, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I remember now. You're Wang Yu from Qibao ancient town, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be so arrogant as to ignore me, Long Xiao." Wang Yu retorted, "Is it a crime not to speak when I see you?" Qian Zhilong nearly erupted in anger, yet the gravity of the occasion restrained him. Observing Wang Yu's calm demeanor, he pondered why he should be the one to lose his temper. Suppressing his ire, Qian Zhilong maintained his facade. "I never imagined someone of your lowly status could attend the Tonglong feast. You must have scrounged up an invitation somehow, right? Indeed. The less fortunate are often adept at deception, Zhou Hao chimed in. They excel in forgery and trickery despite their lack of true ability. Wang Yu chuckled. And yet, someone like you is also present, isn't? Zhou Hao began hurling insults. Mind your words, you insolent brat. Who do you think Long Xiao is? His family's enterprise in Modu stands unmatched. How dare you label him a scum? What do you even possess? Merely a vagabond gambling in the antique market, contributing nothing to society, yet you speak so grandly. Wang Yu laughed again. Your family, on the stock market, specializes in preying on ordinary investors. Is that truly honorable wealth? And which of your eyes saw me merely profiting from the antique market? Do you know me? Have you any understanding of my contributions? Chapter 82, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Wang Yu directly confronted Zhou Hao, leaving him slightly bewildered and utterly at a loss. In Zhou Hao's worldview, a billionaire mocking a less fortunate individual was expected to elicit no response, and the commoner should appear utterly subservient. Wang Yu's unexpected reaction left him dissatisfied. Yet uncertainty lingered. Was there a possibility that Wang Yu possessed a formidable company unbeknownst to him? He glanced at Qian Zhilong for affirmation. With a self-assured smirk, Qian Zhilong addressed Wang Yu. Stop pretending. I've thoroughly researched your background. You're merely a poor wretch from a southern village who, by sheer luck, made some money in the antique market. If I recall correctly, you haven't even bought a house in Modu. But luck can't last forever. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. It's time to retreat. The money you have left could buy you a villa back home and secure a comfortable life for the latter half of your days. If you continue to dabble in Modu, you might well squander it all. Just as Wang Yu was about to respond, the announcement echoed throughout the hall. A cacophony of sounds signaling the imminent commencement of the banquet. The event coordinator urged guests to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet will commence in 40 minutes. Please find your designated seats and remain seated. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon hearing the announcement, Qian Zhilong seized the opportunity to boast. The event is about to begin. Let us find our seats. Zhou Hao inquired, what table are you at? Table 2. Qian Zhilong replied, brimming with pride. Indeed, Table 2 was worthy of boasting about, as it housed guests of considerable stature, closely associated with the Han family, or prominent figures within Modu's business landscape. Guests began to settle into their seats, the hall resonating with the sounds of footsteps and chairs scraping against the floor. Familiar faces exchanged greetings, while others introduced themselves. Greetings, I'm from Oriental Satellite TV. It's a pleasure to meet you. Delighted to meet you. I'm a major shareholder in Modu Energy Group. The convivial atmosphere was palpable, observing the camaraderie. Wang Yu made his way toward Table 1, which was in the same direction as Table 2. As he walked, Qian Zhilong and Zhou Hao followed suit. Unable to comprehend Wang Yu's audacity in heading toward the same direction, Qian Zhilong, unsettled, queried, where do you think you're going? That area only holds tables 1 and 2. What is your standing that allows you to venture over there? Zhou Hao, ever the sycophant, added. Make sure you find your assigned seat. Didn't they inform you of your table number upon arrival? Haha, I reckon this loser must be seated beyond Table 20. Qian Zhilong scoffed. Particularly vexed by Wang Yu's presence at such a prestigious table, he felt an intense discomfort, convinced that Wang Yu was merely putting on airs. There was no way he belonged at either Table 1 or 2. What table I sit at is of no concern to you. Stop whining and find your own seat. Wang Yu replied, choosing not to engage further with Qian Zhilong amidst the crowd. He proceeded directly to Table 1, where the astonished gazes of Qian Zhilong and Zhou Hao followed him as he nonchalantly took a seat. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. What just transpired? Initially, Qian Zhilong believed Wang Yu unworthy of Table 2. Now, the absurdity of him occupying Table 1 was beyond comprehension, a veritable farce. To comprehend the seating arrangement at Table 1, where only members of the Han family and prominent invited guests of the Tenglong banquet are accommodated, it is inconceivable to allow outsiders to take their seats. Even Qian Zhilong lacks the qualification to occupy such a place. What is Wang Yu, after all? Is he not aware of his own audacity? Qian Zhilong and Zhou Hao had settled into their designated spots, initially intending to use Table 2 to overshadow Wang Yu's presence, only to be astounded when he audaciously seated himself at Table 1. Truly a peculiar individual. Qian Zhilong shouted towards Wang Yu. Hey, that is Table 1, where Old Master Han, Hussein, and the president of the People's Bank are seated. Hurry back to your rightful place. Do you not care about your dignity when Old Master Han arrives? Wang Yu remained motionless, completely disregarding Qian Zhilong. Undeterred, Qian Zhilong persisted with his advice. Adhering to the principle of seeing a matter through, don't say I didn't warn you. When Old Master Han arrives, their bodyguards will surely toss you out. Table 2 was nearly filled, and most attendees were familiar with Qian Zhilong, who was affectionately addressed as Young Master Long. A young man. adorned in luxurious attire and clearly a scion of wealth, inquired, "Who is that person?" He recognized Qian Zhilong, but was unknown to him. Seeking to curry favor by disparaging Wang Yu, Qian Zhilong, not the most astute, readily befriended those whose words flattered him. As long as someone opposed Wang Yu, they could easily become his ally. That person is Wang Yu, an inconsequential nobody. No, he shouldn't even be called a nobody. Last time, he fortuitously stumbled upon a priceless painting worth 300 million, and now he is worth 600 million. Such wealth may feed an ordinary person for generations. Yet to me, it is merely pocket change. Having acquired wealth, he now carries himself with an air of superiority, brazenly occupying table 1 without regard for the Han family. The young man, upon hearing Qian Zhilong's remarks, also deemed Wang Yu excessively presumptuous and lacking in decorum, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Finally, Wang Yu turned and shot a glare at the young man. The latter smirked, "So you're not deaf after all. This is a crucial banquet. Can you not discern your own status? Do you know who occupies this table?" Wang Yu, expressionless, surveyed the table and replied with eloquence. "There are 8 individuals at this table: Old Master Han and Miss Han, Mr. Hussein, Chairman of Shiman Medical, Mr. Wu Hongliang, President of the People's Bank's Lujiazui branch, Chairman Yang Kong of Conda Biology, Chairman Wei Shubin of Oriental Media, and the Chief Officer and Head of Market Operations from Han Family's Pharmaceutical Enterprise, plus myself, making a total of 8. Do you have any objections?" The young man was taken aback. He had assumed Wang Yu was ignorant. Yet it was evident that Wang Yu was far more informed than he had anticipated. Unable to retort, he struggled to believe. Each individual at this table was of notable standing. What right did Wang Yu have to be seated here? Wang Yu, disinclined to elaborate on his status, curtly stated, "My identity is of no concern to you. Simply remember that I am personally invited by Old Master Han to sit at table 1. Qian Zhilong, still incredulous, remarked, "This is an impressive boast. Just wait until Old Master Han and Hussein arrive. Do not run away like a coward." Wang Yu stood and surveyed the 30 tables, noting they were all occupied, and then addressed Qian Zhilong. "Now, tell me, which table has any vacant seats?" Qian Zhilong's expression darkened suddenly. He had not considered the seating arrangements. Tables 2 through 30 were entirely filled. Since Wang Yu had managed to enter, he must have had an invitation. Lacking one would have barred his entry. By process of elimination, it was clear Wang Yu was indeed a guest at table 1. Qian Zhilong, Zhou Hao, and the young man who had previously provoked Wang Yu glanced around at the other tables, confirming they were all occupied, and that Wang Yu's place was, indeed, at table 1. Qian Zhilong's eyes widened in realization. He recalled that day in Qibao ancient town when he encountered Wang Yu alongside Miss Han, leading to a chilling hypothesis. Was Wang Yu the Han family's son-in-law? Aside from this possibility, Qian Zhilong could not fathom how Wang Yu had duped Old Master Han into arranging for him to sit at table 1. It seemed implausible. Reluctantly, Qian Zhilong ceased his confrontation with Wang Yu, mumbling to himself. Zhou Hao, noticing the stark change in Qian Zhilong's demeanor, queried, "Young Master Long, what is the matter?" Qian Zhilong shook his head. Could it be that Wang Yu is the Han family's son-in-law? This revelation struck a chord with Zhou Hao, who considered the possibility, as there seemed to be no other rationale for Wang Yu's presence at table 1. An older gentleman at table 2, overhearing their conversation, promptly refuted the notion. Impossible. If he were the Han family's son-in-law, he would certainly make a grand entrance alongside Miss Han and not be seated here already. Qian Zhilong, seizing upon this glimmer of hope, inquired, "Is there such a protocol?" "Absolutely. At banquets hosted by prominent families, relatives always make their entrance last," the gentleman affirmed. Thus, Qian Zhilong felt a weight lift from his heart. He had come with utmost sincerity to seek a proposal from Old Master Han. If Wang Yu were to preempt him, it would be a dire predicament. At that moment, table 1 was already half filled. Aside from Han Shibin, Han Yingxue, Hussein, and Wei Shubin, the remaining seats were taken. The 7 individuals at the table were acquainted with one another, yet besides Han Shibin and Han Yingxue, none recognized Wang Yu. Upon introduction, Wu Hongliang, president of the People's Bank, asked, "Who is this young man?" Chairman Yang Kong of Conda Biology, equally unfamiliar, shook his head. "I do not know." Wu Hongliang addressed Wang Yu. "Young man, what is your relation to the Han family?" Wang Yu hesitated to disclose his identity, as he was indeed an outsider without formal ties to the Han family. He thus replied ambiguously, "I am a friend of Miss Han." Yang Kong inquired further, "A friend of the eldest daughter of the Han family? You appear quite refined. Perhaps Old Master Han has chosen a commendable son-in-law." While they conversed, Qian Zhilong, though not turning around, strained to listen. Wang Yu then clarified, "Sir, you are mistaken. I am not the Han family's son-in-law. We are merely acquaintances, and I have previously assisted the Han family." Zhou Hao at table 2 promptly whispered to Qian Zhilong, "Did you hear that? He is not the Han family's son-in-law." I understand, Qian Jilong replied, falling silent. Suddenly, the voice of Han Qibin resonated from behind, as he introduced Wang Yu. Brother Wang Yu is my savior. All eyes at table 1 turned towards Han Qibin, as Han Yingxue, Hussein, and Wei Shubin arrived. After the 4 of them gracefully took their seats, Han Qibin smiled as he began to introduce them. You all know each other, so introductions are unnecessary. This young gentleman is Wang Yu, my savior. The last time I faced cardiac failure, it was thanks to him that I made a full recovery. Henceforth, he shall be a permanent honored guest of the Han family. Regardless of the city, wherever the Han family's enterprises or connections may be, we shall provide him with all the assistance within our capabilities. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Wang Yu, they must first seek my approval. Ha ha ha. The weight of his words rendered the nearby Qian Jilong utterly mortified. What kind of treatment was this? A son-in-law was expected to be obedient, yet Wang Yu had secured the everlasting protection of the Han family. What extraordinary abilities did he possess? Or was he a modern-day Hua Tuo, to earn such respect from the elder Han? The guests at table 1 shared similar sentiments. Wei Shubing turned to Wang Yu, curiously inquiring, is this Wang Yu a medical prodigy? Wang Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, not at all. Oh, then he must be a folk healer, perhaps trained beyond the school? Wei Shubing further probed. Han Yingxue interjected, Uncle Wei, there's no need to speculate. He doesn't study medicine at all, and has no knowledge of medical practices. No knowledge of medicine? Yet wasn't he referred to as a lifesaver by Elder Han? Wei Shubing struggled to comprehend. Han Yingxue clarified, Wang Yu possesses a discerning eye. His vision is astute enough to discern the authenticity of antiques, which is remarkable. Thanks to his keen perception, we located an S-grade Donchuan silver star, saving us a considerable amount of time. Had we relied solely on our own efforts, it would have been quite laborious. Wu Hongliang found this ability particularly intriguing, as he had a penchant for collecting antiques and was eager to engage in conversation. At that moment, Yang Kong showcased a string of Buddhist prayer beads, crafted from purple sandalwood and purchased in Yindu for 600,000 yuan. Yang Kong wished to test Wang Yu's discernment, curious if his knowledge of antiques was indeed profound. Thus, he presented the beads and remarked, at such a young age, to possess such talent. May I inquire how long you have been involved in the antique industry? Have you ever encountered such beads? These beads were quite common in the realm of cultural artifacts. However, their superior craftsmanship warranted a higher price. If Wang Yu had never seen such beads, it would indeed contradict Han Yingxue's earlier praise. Han Yingxue, somewhat apprehensive that Wang Yu might fail to recognize them, sought to change the subject. Shall we not discuss this any further? Let us first celebrate Hussein's birthday. Yang Kong chuckled. No worries, we're merely making casual inquiries. Still concerned about how to steer the conversation, Han Yingxue was taken aback when Wang Yu blurted out, the purple sandalwood beads from Yindu are valued at around 600,000 yuan. This uncle must be quite bold to wear such a valuable item. Are you not afraid of theft? Yang Kong, upon hearing this, was thoroughly impressed. Ha ha ha. Indeed, young man, your insight is sharp. No wonder you were able to assist Elder Han with his ailment. Seeing that Wang Yu did not embarrass him, Han Qibin found himself increasingly fond of Wang Yu, his face breaking into a smile. By the standards of the guests at this table, Wang Yu was undoubtedly an outsider. His presence here was solely at Han Qibin's discretion. Had Wang Yu faltered under scrutiny, it would have reflected poorly on Han Qibin. Thus, this small interlude passed, and both Yang Kong and Wei Shubing were satisfied with Wang Yu's performance, acknowledging his character. Although he was not a crucial strategic partner of the Han family, his capabilities warranted him a place at table 1. In the following moments, Han Qibin engaged in discussions about collaborative efforts with Hussein, Wu Hongliang, and Yang Kong, delving into grand themes. Wang Yu, a grassroots figure, found himself lost amid the lofty conversations, unable to interject. Our primary research focus is on the prevention of cardiac failure, a condition increasingly prevalent among our demographic. No longer a rare occurrence. The technical challenges are not particularly daunting. The main issue lies in sourcing the raw materials. Han Qibin asserted. This endeavor requires the unwavering support of both of you. Oh, you flatter us, Mr. Han. Yang Kong replied. Hussein added graciously. Westgate Medical will undoubtedly assist the Han family in ensuring the success of this project, providing comprehensive technical support. With Mr. Hussein's backing, Han Qibin felt assured that this task would be accomplished, laughing heartily as he addressed everyone. When the banquet commences, let us first celebrate Mr. Hussein's 70th birthday. We extend our sincerest apologies for any inconvenience caused by the time you have spent here in Huaxia. Hussein had not anticipated such treatment during his visit. Beaming with gratitude, Mr. Han, you are too kind. Your thoughtfulness is overwhelming. It is only right. We are aware that your birthday falls on the 12th. But due to time constraints, we cannot visit Ruidian, so we can only celebrate in advance here. I hope Mr. Hussein does not mind. Han Shibin remarked. Ha ha ha. I am truly touched by this gesture. How could I possibly mind? Hussein replied. At this moment, the servers began to bring out the dishes, each dressed in traditional national attire, emerging one after another from the kitchen to serve each table. With 30 tables, each laden with numerous dishes, a multitude of servers were required. For a brief moment, Wang Yu felt as though the servers outnumbered the guests. Within 10 minutes, all dishes were presented, embodying the rich essence of a huaxia banquet, appealing to both the eyes and palate. Lion's head meatballs, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, Wensi tofu, Peking duck, Dompa pork, boiled cabbage, Kung Pao chicken, and braised duck with 3 treasures. All classic dishes, expertly prepared, with each table's offerings appearing uniformly exquisite, signifying the chef's dedication. As per tradition, Han Shibin was to be the first to rise and address the guests before they began to eat. Once the dishes were served, everyone remained still, patiently awaiting the cue. The atmosphere shifted dramatically when a large character for longevity descended from the screen, surprising all present with this unexpected element of the Tunglong banquet. Han Shibin took the microphone and approached the stage, addressing everyone. Good evening, everyone. I am Han Shibin, and I welcome you to our Tunglong banquet tonight. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Clap, clap, clap. Han Shibin continued. The Han family holds the Tunglong banquet annually in various cities, primarily to usher in good fortune for the new year, to invigorate spirits, and to embrace new challenges. This embodies our developmental philosophy. We no longer dwell on the past, but rather look towards the future. This year, we are hosting it in the Magic City because Kongda Biotech and Westgate Medical from Ruidian will be collaborating with us this year. Do you see the character for longevity behind me? It celebrates the 70th birthday of Mr. Hussein, chairman of Westgate Medical. Today, in addition to commemorating our collaboration, we shall also celebrate Mr. Hussein's milestone birthday in advance. More applause resonated throughout the hall. Hussein approached the podium, grasped the microphone, and expressed his gratitude with a few heartfelt words. Good day, everyone. It is a profound honor to be graciously welcomed by Mr. Han, and I am truly delighted to witness the warmth of the Chinese people. I feel incredibly relaxed and joyful here. Thank you all. Foreigners often communicate in a manner that is straightforward and unembellished. Their expressions remain simplistic as they transition from childhood to adulthood, constrained by the immediacy of language, which limits their ability to employ elaborate rhetorical flourishes. The audience responded with a resounding applause. Upon returning to his seat, Han Ningxue was the first to present his gift. Esteemed sir, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Oh, Hussein had not anticipated a gift in his honor. Behold this painting. It is a treasure I discovered with Wang Yu at an antiques market, and it is bound to astonish you. Han Ningxue slowly unveiled the artwork. As the chaotic lines began to emerge, the others at the table were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the essence of the piece. It appeared to be the haphazard creation of a child, hardly worthy of being deemed a masterpiece. However, Hussein possessed a refined understanding of art. Upon gazing at the painting, he observed its understated colors and felt no amusement, only astonishment. For this artwork was indeed an extraordinary find, akin to a national treasure in the United States. Hussein promptly agreed to accept it. Splendid, splendid. I shall acquire this piece for 500 million. My sincere thanks to Miss Han for her heartfelt gesture. Han Ningxue replied with a joyful smile. I am delighted you appreciate it. Although presented as a gift, the reality was that Hussein essentially purchased the painting, intending to auction it in the United States upon his return, with an estimated bidding price of 1 billion, allowing him a lucrative profit of 500 million. If he chose to keep it for his collection, he could, but acquiring art elsewhere would also require expenditure. This sum was hardly a significant concern for Hussein.